Chapter 951, Epic Tier Advance Grade Territory. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly and clicked on the upgrade requirements to upgrade his territory to Epic Tier Advance Grade. Construction upgrade, 100 trillion units of wood, 100 trillion units of fine sand, 100 trillion units of metal, 100 trillion units of stone, 100,000 Epic Tier Mist Core, 100 million Origin Crystals, 1 billion units of Basic Elemental Gems, 100 million units of Thunder Element Gems, 100 million units of Life Elemental Gems, 100 million units of Death Elemental Gems, 3 other Epic Tier Cities, 1,000 Epic Tier Lifestyle Professionals, 10,000 Epic Tier Military Professionals, 50 Racial Heroes. 3 Epic Tier Territory Orders. A smile appeared on his face after he finished reading it. This was because he realized that he had satisfied all the conditions listed. Without any hesitation, Zhou Zhou took out 400 trillion units of basic materials, 100,000 Epic Tier Mist Cores, 100 million Origin Crystals, 1 billion Basic Elemental Gems, 300 million High-Level Elemental Gems, and 3 other Epic Tier Territory Orders to level up. The next second, all the materials needed to level up disappeared. Boom! An illusory silver light immediately covered the core of the Divine Kingdom, which was where the small blessed land was. A moment later, the illusory silver light dissipated. A new text notification appeared. Congratulations, your small Epic Tier Intermediate Grade Blessed Land has been upgraded to an Epic Tier Advanced Grade building. Your territory has been upgraded to an Epic Tier Advanced Grade territory. Your Intermediate Epic Tier Blessed Land Myriad Formation has been upgraded to an Epic Tier Advanced Grade Blessed Land Myriad Formation. Durability of Territory Stone Tablet increased to 100 billion/100 billion. Your territory has expanded to 1 million km x 1 million km x 100,000 km. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, Basic Construction Blueprint Treasure Chest, Extraordinary Tier Elementary Grade. Lord Talent Notification: the upper limit of the enemy Lord's power that you can use in Sight Defection has reached the upper limit of the Lord Talent. You can't continue to increase it for the time being. Lord Talent Hint: your monster ranches can be upgraded. Lord Talent Hint: your mysterious caravan faction has increased. Lord Talent Hint: the strength of the clergy in your Goddess of Life's shelter has increased. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. It felt great to upgrade to an Epic Tier Advanced Grade territory in one go. However, with his personal strength, it was actually very normal for him to have a high-level empire. Unfortunately, he had only been in the Supreme Continent for a short period of time. Therefore, even though his strength had reached the standard, the power levels of the territories under his command could not keep up with his pace for the time being. There was nothing he could do about this. He could not rush it. He could only take it slow. Fortunately, Zhou Zhou was ridiculously strong. He could rely on his own strength to increase the development speed of the entire territory. For other lords of the same level, upgrading their territory twice in a row was definitely something that could make all the lords' jaws drop. However, if they knew that Zhou Zhou's strength was comparable to a true god tier, they would immediately understand. This was the benefit of being extremely powerful. Zhou Zhou looked at the notifications of the 2 batches of territory upgrades in front of him. His gaze quickly landed on the information of Insight Defection. He was taken aback. Has Insight Defection reached the upper limit of the Lord Talent? The upper limit of the Lord Talent? Zhou Zhou pondered over these words and quickly had an idea. Perhaps this was the upper limit of the legendary tier Lord Talent Insight Defection. In the future, when his Insight Defection advanced to the mythical tier, unique level of the Lord Talent, this talent might be able to be upgraded again. With his talent as the King of Spoils of War, he could at most create spoils of war at the level of an advanced grade Master God tier, but he could not create spoils of war at the level of a Supreme God realm. Presumably, when all the Lord talents were upgraded to the end, their upper limit should be Master God Tier Advance Grade. Zhou Zhou felt that his guess should be right. He did not think too much about it and looked at the materials needed to upgrade his territory to the legendary tier elementary grade. Construction upgrade: 1,000 trillion units of wood, 1,000 trillion units of fine sand, 1,000 trillion units of metal, 1,000 trillion units of stone, 10,000 legendary tier mist core, 1 billion origin crystals, 10 billion units of basic elemental gems, 1 billion units of thunder element gems, 1 billion units of life elemental gems, 1 billion units of death elemental gems, 1 legendary tier city, 100 legendary tier lifestyle professionals, 1,000 legendary tier military professionals, 100 race heroes, 1 legendary tier territory order. When Zhou Zhou saw this upgrade requirement, he clicked his tongue. Good God! The various upgrade requirements had increased by 10 times. However, he could still satisfy basic materials, mist core, origin crystals, basic elemental gems, thunder element gems, legendary tier lifestyle professionals, military professionals, and racial heroes. However, the life elemental gems, death elemental gems, legendary tier cities, and legendary tier territory tokens were still not enough. A legendary tier city can be easily satisfied after I help the humans of the 3 empires retreat to the primordial world and take over the territories of the 3 human empires. I don't have a legendary tier territory token yet. In addition, life elemental gems and death elemental gems. He was far from the 1 billion units of life elemental gems and 1 billion units of death elemental gems needed to level up. Zhou Zhou looked at the gemstone reserves after his upgrade. He realized that after 2 upgrades, he still had more than 10 million life elemental gems and more than 30 million death elemental gems. He was far from the 1 billion units of life elemental gems and 1 billion units of death elemental gems needed to level up. No wonder the advancement of those kingdoms and empires is measured in 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years. The requirements for this upgrade are too exaggerated. Zhou Zhou felt helpless and could only give up on the idea of continuing to level up. Then, he sensed the feeling after the territory was upgraded. First and foremost, it was not the territory itself, but his divine kingdom. After experiencing 2 upgrades, the small blessed land that was the foundation of the divine kingdom also increased by 2 levels in a row. With this, the divine kingdom and the divine kingdom world also expanded a lot. Originally, when he was at the epic tier elementary grade, the diameter of his divine kingdom was 90 million kilometers. With the divine kingdom as the core, the diameter of the divine kingdom world was 1 billion light years. Now that he had upgraded to an epic tier advanced grade, the diameter of his divine kingdom had increased from 90 million kilometers to 270 million kilometers. The diameter of his divine kingdom world had increased from 1 billion light years to 3 billion light years. Even though this diameter was not as big as the divine kingdom world of an intermediate true god tier god spirit, it was not far off. However, Zhou Zhou was only a low-tier deity level elementary grade. In comparison, this improvement could not be said to be exaggerated. As the beneficiary himself, Zhou Zhou felt that the improvement of his divine kingdom world was a little ridiculous. However, this might be the power of a Lord Law God Spirit. His current true combat strength was close to the level of an intermediate true God tier after all. As for the size of his divine kingdom world, it was similar to the size of an intermediate true God tier God Spirit's divine kingdom world, so he felt that there was no problem. Then, Zhou Zhou called Aliyah over and asked him to call Mugu, Zhang Fugui, and Carol Moli over. He then entered the world of the Divine Kingdom and took a stroll. It had to be said that the upgraded Divine Kingdom was much better than before in all aspects, be it construction, environment, energy density, energy level, or so on. The only regret was that the Divine Kingdom and the Divine Kingdom world looked empty. I can find an opportunity to create some continents, planets, and so on, to enrich my Divine Kingdom world. Zhou Zhou looked at his Divine Kingdom and Divine Kingdom world and began to ponder. Chapter 952, Upgrading the Gate of Summoning. Upgrading the Lord Talent. 1. As a Lord Law-type God Spirit, he knew a little about the ability to create planets, sun, moon, mountains, and even life. Therefore, it was not a problem to create a prosperous divine kingdom world that was infinitely close to the real world. As for letting a few subjects die and coming to his divine kingdom world to be pilgrims, Zhou Zhou had never even thought about it. Ignoring the fact that he had 2 heaven-defying resurrection abilities in his territory, it was very difficult for the subjects under him to die in any other way other than dying of old age. In terms of faith alone, a living believer could always provide more and purer faith than a dead believer. Therefore, Zhou Zhou could not wait for the subjects under his command to live forever as long as the heavens. The longer he lived, the happier he would be. It would provide him with more and more pure faith. Therefore, even though the divine kingdom and the divine kingdom world in front of him were empty, Zhou Zhou was not unhappy. Instead, he was very gratified. As for the native creatures created in the divine kingdom world, although they could also provide him with faith, they were limited by the limitations of the divine kingdom. They definitely could not provide as much faith as the living beings in the boundless universe outside. However, the advantage of these native believers created by him was that they were stable. Furthermore, they could increase the vitality of the divine kingdom world. It was to prevent outsiders from looking at the divine kingdom world as if it was dead silent. When he came out of the divine kingdom, he discovered that Aaliyah was already waiting outside the divine kingdom passageway with Mugu and the other 2. "You guys enter the Blazing Sun Palace first. I'll be right there," Zhou Zhou said to them. "Yes, Your Majesty," the 3 of them said respectfully before flying into the spatial entrance beside the divine kingdom passageway. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he flew directly to the Gate of Summoning. Zhou Zhou looked at the tall Gate of Summoning in front of him. With a thought, he consumed 2 trillion units of basic materials and 1000 epic tier mist cores to upgrade the Gate of Summoning to the intermediate grade epic tier. A text notification appeared. "Congratulations, your Gate of Summoning has been upgraded to an epic tier intermediate grade building. You can summon 900 subjects every day. You will summon 700 professionals every day. Prompt: under the influence of the unique title of the race, Glory of the Pioneer 7, you can summon 36,000 subjects every day. You will summon 708 professionals every day." Zhou Zhou's expression did not change when he saw this. He directly opened the upgrade requirements for the next level. Building upgrade: 1 trillion units of wood, 1 trillion units of fine sand, 1 trillion units of metal, 1 trillion units of stone, 3000 epic tier mist core, territory level upgraded to epic tier advance grade. After he read it and knew that he could continue upgrading, he did not hesitate to upgrade the Gate of Summoning again. The text notification appeared again. "Congratulations, your Gate of Summoning has been upgraded to an epic tier advance grade building. You can summon 1000 subjects every day. You will summon 800 professionals every day. Prompt: under the influence of the unique title of the race, Glory of the Pioneer 7, you can summon 44,000 subjects every day. You will summon 808 professionals every day." After reading it, Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. After the Gate of Summoning was upgraded to an epic tier advance grade, the number of basic summoning subjects had reached 5,500. After being buffed by the Glory of the Pioneer 7, it directly increased by 8 times, becoming 44,000 people. Even though this was nothing to the Blazing Sun Kingdom, which received hundreds of millions of refugees every day, he was still quite happy. Epic tier advance grade. I'm not far from the low tier deity level elementary grade summoning gate. When I upgrade the Gate of Summoning to the low tier deity level elementary grade, I can summon a fixed batch of god spirits every day as my subordinates. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. When the time came, this was the time when the Gate of Summoning truly exerted its power. Following that, his body was in a daze as he vanished from the spot. In a small world, at the Blazing Sun Palace, on the throne, Mu Gu, Zheng Fugui, and Carol Moli were waiting respectfully below the hall. Even though Zhou Zhou was not on the throne, they did not slack off at all. It was as if their king was sitting on that throne. At this moment, Zhou Zhou slowly appeared on the throne and casually sat on it. Same rules. Tell me about your respective improvements. Let this king understand what benefits this king has really gained from this upgrade. Zhou Zhou said casually. Hearing this, Mu Gu was the first to stand up. Your Majesty, I am now the owner of an epic tier advance grade ranch. In addition, the number of monster shepherds under me has increased from 100,000 to 500,000. The number of monster ranches in my ranch land plain has also increased from 1,000 to 2,500. Moreover, the maximum capacity of each monster ranch has increased from 1.5 million to 2.5 million. Moreover, my ranch land plain has also been upgraded. The size of the main continent has increased from more than 50 million square kilometers to 200 million square kilometers. He said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. These two levels were not bad. There were 2,500 monster ranches, and each monster ranch had 2.5 million ranch monsters. Which meant the entire ranch land plain of Magoo could create 6.25 billion ranch monsters in a day. With so many ranch monsters, the resources that could be produced were simply unimaginable. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said, use 800 of the 1,000 new monster ranches to nurture the yellow talisman Dao soldiers. The remaining 200 monster ranches will be used to nurture the violent storm demon spirit. Yes, Your Majesty. Mu Gu obeyed respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. As such, among his 2,500 monster ranches, there were a total of 1,800 monster ranches nurturing yellow talisman Dao soldiers. 500 monster ranches to nurture the violent storm demon spirit. The other 200 monster ranches continued to nurture the mechanical fear falcon, the iron-eating bear, and the withered tree. This way, he would be able to obtain 13.5 billion yellow talisman Dao soldier recruitment books, 13.5 billion yellow talisman Dao soldier class change certificate, 3.75 trillion violent storm spirit recruitment books, and 3.75 trillion violent storm spirit class change certificate. In other words, in just a day, he could directly obtain nearly 20 billion soldiers. At the thought of this, Zhou Zhou's breathing could not help but quicken. One had to know that the total number of soldiers under he was only 15.9 billion. Including the soldiers of the Star Alliance, it was only about 19.3 billion. In the end, the upgrade of the Monster Ranch directly made the number of soldier recruitment books it produced in a day almost comparable to his total military strength. Exaggeration. This was too exaggerated. Zhou Zhou sighed inwardly. Every upgrade of the Monster Ranch had never disappointed him. Chapter 953, Lord Talent Improvement. The price of resurrecting a true god tier. After Mu Gu left, Zheng Fugui stepped forward. Your Majesty, the number of mysterious merchants has increased from 500,000 to 2 million. The number of carriages transporting goods has also increased to 2 million. Also, all the mysterious merchants' abilities have been upgraded to epic tier advance grade. The internal space of each mysterious merchant's mysterious ring has also increased from the original 50 million cubic meters to 200 million cubic meters. In the end, our treasure hunting ability increased again. If nothing goes wrong, we can basically bring back 2 or 3 treasures when we go out to do business in the future. Not bad. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face again. Now that his territory was getting larger and larger, he could produce more and more territorial goods. It was the time for the trade industry to develop rapidly. At this time, the mysterious merchant's ability had improved. Not only could he exchange goods from the Sun Kingdom and carry out large-scale trade activities, but it could also bring astonishing financial and tax revenue to his territory. While he had obtained hundreds of millions of mist cores in one war, his expenditure was also high. Nearly 20 billion soldiers would have to spend a huge amount of mist core just for food every day. Not to mention that with the upgrade of the monster ranch, nearly 20 billion new people would appear in his territory every day. Every time this new population increased, it meant that the Blazing Sun Kingdom's financial expenditure would increase by a large margin. Therefore, even though the Blazing Sun Kingdom's daily income was extremely high, their expenses were also extremely high. In fact, if the Blazing Sun Kingdom did not carry out any income-generating activities from now on and only carried out daily expenditure activities to support the soldiers and subjects under its command, the Blazing Sun Kingdom would fall into a financial crisis in less than a month. Of course, this was just a hypothetical. The Blazing Sun Kingdom naturally wouldn't not do anything to increase their income. Even if they disregarded the greatest gains from the war, the Blazing Sun Kingdom already had many sources of income that could be said to be pillars. Whether it was the daily income of the Monster Ranch, the income of the Jade Sun Tree, the income of the crops, the normal business tax income, or even the income of the virtual game business that had just risen, each of these 5 incomes could support the current Blazing Sun Kingdom. Not to mention other income channels, such as tourism, food, clothing, and technological products. It was these large and small sources of income that allowed the Blazing Sun Kingdom's finances to maintain an extremely high surplus. For now. Not to mention 20 billion, it was probably only when there were 200 billion soldiers and trillions of subjects that the Blazing Sun Kingdom's financial income would begin to become strenuous. Of course, if Zhou Zhou was willing to sell the divine artifact in his hands, it would be another matter. Those tens of millions of divine artifacts and nearly 100 true God-tier divine artifacts were Zhou Zhou's greatest fixed assets and wealth. However, unless the Blazing Sun Kingdom was unable to make ends meet, Zhou Zhou did not intend to sell these divine artifacts. He looked at Carol Molly and then his expression changed slightly. This was because he could actually sense the aura of a true God-tier from the other party. Your Majesty, the shelter of the Goddess of Life now has a total of 500 million clergymen, 500 million priests, 500 million nuns, and 5 billion holy knights of life. My strength has advanced to the true God-tier elementary grade. Carol Molly smiled. As soon as these words were spoken, other than Zhou Zhou, Mugu, and Zheng Fugui were also taken aback. Carol Molly had become a true God-tier God spirit. This should be the first true God-tier in the entire Blazing Sun Kingdom, right? Even though His Majesty had the battle prowess of a true God-tier elementary grade and was even close to an intermediate true God-tier, all the races knew that His Majesty's true strength was only at the low-tier deity level elementary grade after all. This set off the terror of the common people's regal's future. Even low-tier deity level elementary grade was like this. If he really reached the true God-tier, wouldn't he go against the Master God-tier? Zhou Zhou nodded with a smile after hearing Carol Molly's words. My Blazing Sun Kingdom has finally given birth to a true God-tier expert. Congratulations! Unfortunately, if I want you to take action, I still have to pay. Furthermore, it's a true God-tier divine crystals or a Holy Spirit tier heart of faith. Towards the end, he pretended to be helpless. The shelter of the Goddess of Life was Zhou Zhou's personal lord talent. However, it was just like the Night Temple. It only gave this network resource to Zhou Zhou so that he could spend some money to use it. And he didn't directly transfer all the connections to Zhou Zhou's name and let he control them unconditionally. If that was the case, he would have long become his subordinate. However, even so, Zhou Zhou really did not lack true God-tier mist cores or Holy Spirit faith cores. Therefore, it was not a big problem to hire Carol Molly, who was a lower true God-tier. He just needed to pay attention to the frequency. Carol Molly only smiled and didn't dare to say anything. As the creator of the Lord's laws, he was a direct subordinate of the Goddess of Life. Even though he was also a fanatic believer of His Majesty, he really wanted to work for His Majesty for free. However, he really didn't have any authority. He really had no choice. Zhou Zhou was still sizing up Carol Molly. He knew Carol Moley's difficulties, so he naturally wouldn't blame he for having no choice. He looked at Carol Moley because he suddenly had another thought. Can you revive a true god tier now? Zhou Zhou suddenly asked. Yes, Your Majesty. Carol Moley didn't deny it. However, he hesitated for a moment before saying, however, the price is very high. At what price? Zhou Zhou immediately asked. I'm now a cardinal below the true god tier. I'm comparable to the Pope of some churches in the boundless universe. With my current ability, I can resurrect god spirits below the true god tier at most. The basic conditions for resurrecting a low-level true god tier god spirit are 100,000 Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals, 100 low-level true god tier elementary grade divine crystals, and 1 true god tier intrinsic item. Apart from that, to cast the great resurrection spell at the true god tier level, we have to invite the goddess of life herself. Otherwise, the divine power clone that the goddess of life descends will not be able to withstand the divine power requirement to cast the great resurrection spell. With my current strength, I have to rest for at least a year to use a great resurrection spell of this level. Of course, I can shorten this time if I use some true god tier supplements. Carol Moley said truthfully. Zhou Zhou nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 954, The Crimson Law. Nearly 40 billion soldiers. The price of resurrecting a true god tier was indeed terrifying. He had 100 true god tier elementary grade divine crystals. Original items usually referred to treasures related to the life of a true god tier. For example, a divine artifact that recognized its master or a part of a true god tier's divine body. If he was lucky, there was a high chance that he could find it. On the other hand, 100,000 Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals were more terrifying. A Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystal represented a Holy Spirit tier believer in reality. 100,000 Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals represented 100,000 Holy Spirit tier believers. With so many Holy Spirits dying and taking out Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals to use, even Master Gods would feel the pinch, let alone true gods. In fact, if a Master God tier suffered such a loss, they would probably be furious and even be willing to start a Master God tier level war. Even for Zhou Zhou, who had the King of Lutes. 100,000 Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals also represented the spoils of war that 100,000 fanatic believer level enemies had obtained from his hands. Such a price was not small. This was the difficulty of resurrecting a true god tier. Zhou Zhou sighed inwardly. He had originally thought that if he had enough Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals, he might be able to revive the Buddha Lord. This way, he could also increase the combat power of a true god tier for the human race. But from the looks of it now, it probably wouldn't work. He only had 70,000 to 80,000 Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals. He could not even revive a true god tier elementary grade god spirit. Not to mention reviving a true god tier intermediate grade existence like the Buddha Lord. However, even so, with Carol Moley's current strength as a true god tier elementary grade, she could revive any god spirit in his territory. In his current territory, other than Carol Moley, who had just been born, there were no other true god tier existences after all. Other than him, any god spirit in the territory wouldn't have to worry about death in the future. As for Zhou Zhou himself, as an existence who also knew the great resurrection spell, he could sense that the price of resurrecting himself was almost equivalent to resurrecting a true god tier. Therefore, he didn't expect Carol Moley to revive him for the time being. Fortunately, as long as he didn't leave the Supreme Continent, there shouldn't be any existence in the entire Supreme Continent that could beat he to the point where he needed to be resurrected. Then, Zhou Zhou chatted with them for a while before letting them leave. As for Zhou Zhou, he returned to the Divine Kingdom's Myriad Ingot Palace and entered the time world of the Reincarnation Sacred Palace to begin his cultivation. After entering the divine body of Nazario, Zhou Zhou had more understanding of the Lord's Law and the law governed by the Lord's Law. He felt that he was not far from the low-tier deity level intermediate grade god spirit. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Zhou Zhou walked out of the reincarnation sacred palace and went straight to Mu Gu's palace not far away. The Patriarchal Division. This was Mu Gu's official base. It was also Mu Gu's usual office and resting place. When Zhou Zhou arrived, he saw Mu Gu sitting cross-legged on a scarlet mat. Strands of scarlet aura surrounded he as a distorted and crazy nomological aura emitted from him. However, his expression was very calm, forming a sharp contrast with the aura of laws on him. The Crimson Law. Zhou Zhou muttered. What was the Crimson Law? As a Lord God Spirit who ruled over the Mu Valley, Zhou Zhou had some understanding of this law. If the universe was alive, then, his normal personality, which was usually displayed in front of outsiders, was equivalent to the endless laws governed by the Lord's laws and the Lord's laws. And being oppressed by reality, unknown to outsiders, the twisted personality hidden deep in the depths of human nature, suppressed, was the Crimson Rule. The two of them complemented each other and restrained each other's hostility. Together, they formed the unique life form of the universe. According to the heritage records in his bloodline, the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord had been fighting each other since the beginning of the primordial chaos. This continued until now and gradually formed the current situation. In fact, in the beginning, the battle between the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord had always been on par. In fact, the Supreme Will even had the upper hand and suppressed the Crimson Overlord. However, for some unknown reason, the Crimson Overlord's power suddenly increased greatly. It actually suppressed the Supreme Will and even invaded more than half of the myriad worlds under the Supreme Will. In the end, more than half of the Supreme Will's headquarters was invaded by the Crimson Overlord. Seeing that the local lords that he had nurtured were unable to resist the invasion of the Crimson Overlord, the Supreme Will gave up on the idea of selecting the Lord of all races from among them. Then, he started this Lord of all races contest and wanted to choose the Lord of all races from the various races in the myriad worlds. Only then did Zhou Zhou have the chance to come to the Supreme Continent. Speaking of which, Zhou Zhou might even have to thank the Crimson Overlord. If not for the Crimson Overlord suddenly increasing the pressure on the Supreme Will, Zhou Zhou might not have been able to come into contact with supernatural powers until his death and would not have seen such a magnificent era of 10,000 races fighting for supremacy. He shook his head and threw away the messy thoughts in his mind. At this moment, Mu Gu opened his eyes and saw Zhou Zhou immediately. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Mu Gu immediately stood up and said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. "Has Bai Yun already led the troops in?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Mu Gu nodded and said, "It will probably be over very soon." It's already over." "Yes, Your Majesty." Mu Gu nodded and said, "It will probably be over very soon." It's already over." The next second, a figure flew out of Mu Gu's palm and quickly returned to its normal size before landing on the ground beside him. It was Bai Yun. At this moment, Bai Yun's face was filled with excitement. But soon, he saw Zhou Zhou beside her. He hurriedly said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty. Have you cleaned up the Ranchland plain?" Zhou Zhou asked with a smile. "It's been liquidated." Bai Yun nodded and handed a spatial ring to Zhou Zhou. "This is the spoils of war of all the ranch monsters. Please take a look, Your Majesty." The internal world of the 20 galaxy ships became crowded almost instantly. Zhou Zhou took the spatial ring and entered it with his spiritual will. Then, he ignored the other huge amount of loots and looked directly at the 4 mountain-like books. These 4 books were the recruitment books and class change certificates that he had been looking forward to for a long time. He held back the excitement in his heart and scanned these recruitment books and class change certificates with his spiritual will. After obtaining the exact number, a smile finally appeared on his face. 13.5 billion Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier Recruitment Books, 13.5 billion Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier Class Change Certificate, 3.75 trillion Violent Storm Spirit Recruitment Books, and 3.75 trillion Violent Storm Spirit Class Change Certificate. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Then, he brought the recruitment books and class change certificates to the Gate of Summoning and threw them in. He called for 20 galaxy ships and got all the soldiers to appear in the inner world of the galaxy. Then, he used 100 epic tier mist cores to summon all the soldiers at once. In an instant, the internal world of the 20 galaxy ships became crowded almost instantly. All the soldiers were among them. Even though they were all black iron level recruits, they exuded an extraordinary aura. They had strict military discipline, consciously stood in line and looked orderly. Zhou Zhou looked at these new recruits and nodded in satisfaction. He originally had 15,957,371,102 soldiers under him. With these 17,250,000,000 new recruits, his number of soldiers directly exceeded 30 billion, reaching a terrifying 33,273,371,102 soldiers. Together with the Star Alliance's 3,417 million soldiers. He had nearly 40 billion soldiers under his command now. Even though most of them were new recruits, when they gathered together, just the accumulation of their numbers was enough to possess extremely terrifying combat strength. Chapter 955, Time Mage. Dragon Tamer. Time Mage's special products. Very good. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. That was 36.6 billion troops. This was already comparable to the entire military strength of some powerful high-level Empire-level Lord factions without looking at the strength of the recruits. Then, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he wanted to summon today's subject share of the Gate of Summoning. Soon, the 44,000 new subjects quickly walked out of the Gate of Summoning after Zhou Zhou spent 100 epic tier mist cores to accelerate. Greetings, my lord. The 44,000 new subjects said respectfully. Welcome to the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he asked all the professionals to stand up and realized that he had summoned a total of 356 professionals. Among them were 1 corrupt epic tier advance grade mage, 1 epic tier advance home guard, 1 epic tier advance diamond monk, 1 epic tier advance grade wizard, 1 epic tier advance grade architect, 1 epic tier advance grade array master, 1 epic tier advance time mage, and 1 epic tier advance dragon tamer. The rest were life professionals and combat professionals below the epic tier intermediate grade. After Zhou Zhou looked at the top-notch professionals summoned, his gaze fell on the last 2 professionals, and he could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Time mages were extremely rare and powerful mage-type professions that could control time. Only professionals who had contracted dragons were qualified to be dragon tamers. Zhou Zhou looked at a beautiful woman with a shrunken elf dragon on her shoulder and fell into deep thought. Other than time mages and dragon tamers, most of the others are powerful and rare professions. Could it be that as my territory level increases, the professionals summoned by my Glory of the Pioneer 7 will gradually become rare and powerful? Zhou Zhou nodded in happiness. If that was the case, it was definitely a good thing. After that, he directly asked Bai Yun and the others to leave the Blazing Sun Kingdom and head to the territories of the 3 human empires to protect the human subjects and retreat to the primordial world. And he came to the Lord's shop. As soon as he arrived, he saw that Zhou Zhenmin wasn't playing games. Instead, he was sitting obediently in front of the counter. When he saw him arrive, he even smiled at him. You're not playing games? Zhou Zhou was shocked. Did the sun rise from the west today? I've gradually gotten used to the time when your majesty arrives here, so I specially made time to wait for your majesty to arrive. I'll go play games after your majesty leaves. Zhou Zhenmin said. Zhou Zhou was about to nod in satisfaction when he heard Zhou Zhenmin suddenly mutter softly, "This way, I won't have to worry about being interrupted halfway through the game." Zhou Zhou's face darkened. So I'm delaying his gaming time? He didn't say anything else and knocked on the counter in front of him. Zhou Zhou immediately took out 3 golden boxes from under the counter with a smile and opened them one by one. Zhou Zhou looked at it. In the end, he realized that the 3 items today were all talent crystals. He looked at them one by one. Talent, momentum. Talent effect, you have a talent with regards to time. You can sense the flow of time and the deeper dynamics of time. Talent, time freeze. Talent effect, you have a talent in time and can simply control the power of time to freeze time in a certain area. The stronger one was, the longer one would be frozen. If not, the shorter it would be. Talent, time reversal. Talent effect, you have a talent in time and can simply control the power of time to freeze time in a certain area. The stronger one was, the longer the time needed to go back. If not, the shorter it would be. Zhou Zhou looked at the 3 talents and fell into deep thought. Wasn't this the talent of the time mage he had just summoned? It was a divine artifact forging apprentice show yesterday and it was a time mage show today? Old Zhou, the goods today are not very good. Zhou Zhou looked up at Zhou Zhou and said unhappily. He already had a time god spirit under him. With the power of the Lord's laws, how could he be lacking in these time talents? It's already not bad. Zhou Zhou smiled and said, if these 3 goods were placed in the outside world, any one of them would be snatched up by all living beings. Even god spirits would be interested in these 3 goods. After all, this is the mighty power of time. Who wouldn't want to get their hands on them? Zhou Zhou was speechless. There was indeed nothing wrong with what he said. Among the many elemental powers, time and space were definitely top-notch elemental powers. Once mastered, its power was extremely terrifying. If he could use the power of time and space to become a god spirit, he could basically crush god spirits of the same level. But Zhou Zhou looked at the time freeze, time backtrack, time acceleration, and time deceleration among his many law skills. I know how to solve this question. Zhou Zhou looked up at the sky and sighed. He already knew law skills in this area, so why did he still need time talent? It could not even be considered icing on the cake, probably more like adding feather to a cake. However, since the Lord's shop had already produced these 3 goods, Zhou Zhou had nothing to say. He could not return the goods after all. How much are these 3 goods? Talent momentum, worth 100 legendary tier mist cores. Talent time freeze, worth 800 legendary tier mist cores. Talent time reversal, worth 1500 legendary tier mist cores. Zhou Zhou said. It is quite expensive. Zhou Zhou complained in his heart. However, he still took out 2400 legendary tier mist cores and bought these 3 items. Then, he used them in front of Zhou Zhou. Bring it on then, these things could not be used by others, only by oneself after all. Thank you, thank you. Zhou Zhou chuckled. Then, his expression suddenly became excited. He turned around and quickly returned to his seat, put on the virtual gaming helmet and entered the game again. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou smiled and turned to leave. Then, he did not return to the Divine Kingdom. Instead, after making many turns, he entered the underground and came to an underground prison 10,000 meters below. This underground prison was called the 9 Netherworld Fiend Celestial Prison. It was grayish-black in color and was made of true God-tier materials. It was even mixed with rare materials like the true God-tier Apocalypse Core, formless true iron, and primordial powder. It could be said to be indestructible. In addition, Zhou Zhou had also used the 9-headed Nightmare Realm Demon God's Heart to set up a true God-tier advanced grade formation, the 9 Realms Demon God Dreamfall Formation. Such a sturdy prison was paired with a true God-tier advanced grade array formation with extremely strong imprisonment abilities. Not to mention ordinary God spirits. Even true God-tier existences would find it difficult to escape once they were suppressed here, and the purpose of this prison was indeed to imprison God spirits. Zhou Zhou came here because he wanted to use the number of incite defections today to incite the gods inside to imprison them. Actually, he could also follow Bai Yun and the others to incite defection and attack the people of foreign races. Those people of foreign races would probably bring at least 30 billion soldiers to attack the human race and stop them from retreating to the primordial world. If Zhou Zhou went to incite defection, he would definitely be able to instigate many soldiers. But firstly, these people of foreign race alliance forces were formed by the alliance of many factions. Zhou Zhou's incite defection could only target one of them. Therefore, even if the incite defection succeeded, it would probably not bring back billions of soldiers. At most, there would only be a few 100 million soldiers. Secondly, the probability of inciting the gods among the billions of soldiers was extremely low. Zhou Zhou had used incite defection so many times, but the number of times he had truly instigated an incite defection to become a god spirit was only once. Thirdly, the number of soldiers was not very important to the current Zhou Zhou. In any case, he did not need to leave the Supreme Continent for the time being. The humans also had to retreat to the primordial world, and he did not need to resist the people of foreign races that would attack in 2 days. Therefore, he was more concerned about the number of god spirits as he planned to use the 2 incite defections on these imprisoned god spirits. Soon, he arrived in front of the imprisoned deity. Chapter 956, Incite Defection Crimson God Spirit. Gerald is about to advance. Zhou Zhou looked at the 13 god spirits in front of him. These 13 god spirits were the god spirits of the Vapalias pantheon who had yet to surrender. At this moment, they were imprisoned in the grayish-black prison. There was no divine power aura on their bodies at all. They were like ordinary life forms. This was the terrifying aspect of the 9 Hell Fiend celestial prison. He could suppress the divine power of ordinary god spirits and even true god-tier god spirits. Not only did he not have any hope of escaping, he even had to constantly be in a state of panic and fear after losing his power. At this moment, these god spirits were in this mentality and looked like they were at a loss. When Zhou Zhou's figure appeared in front of these god spirits, it was as if they had seen their savior. They pounced over and begged Zhou Zhou for mercy in tears. "Your Excellency Regal, please spare me. I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to surrender. Your Excellency, I, Argus, am willing to follow you. From now on, I will be irreconcilable with Vapalias. Your Excellency Regal, I'm willing to be your subject. Please give me a chance." The gods begged for mercy and surrendered. Zhou Zhou looked at them with disappointment in his eyes. This group of god spirits simply did not have any willpower at all. In the future, not to mention advancing to the true god tier, they might not even be able to advance to the high tier deity level. Living too long didn't seem like a good thing. They no longer had the fighting spirit of not fearing death when they ascended to the god spirit realm. They had already fallen into the eternal life and power of the god spirits. When they encountered a little setback, they could not help but reveal their ugly state. At that moment, Zhou Zhou did not even want to subdue them. He wanted to kill them with a single palm strike and take their spoils of war to pave the way for his legendary tier soldiers to advance in the future. However, after some thought, he gave up on this idea. Never mind. So be it. Fallen gods were also god spirits. It was not a problem for them to be his lackeys. Furthermore, after they joined the Blazing Sun Kingdom, they could use their lord talent to subtly increase their loyalty to themselves and the Blazing Sun Kingdom. As time passed, this kind of betrayal of their leader should not happen again. "Are you willing to join my Blazing Sun Kingdom and drive it for me?" Zhou Zhou said calmly. "Yes, yes. I'm willing to join the Blazing Sun Kingdom. I'm willing to fight for His Majesty. His Majesty's glory is our glory. His Majesty's sword is our sword." The deities shouted. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. "Say that you're willing to join the Blazing Sun Kingdom." The gods did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly said that they were willing to join the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Information about these god spirits joining the Blazing Sun Kingdom appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. At this point, these 32 God Spirit members of the Vapalias pantheon had all become Zhou Zhou's subordinates. If true God tier Vapalias knew about this, he would probably be infuriated. Originally, he had wanted to use this matter to express goodwill to those high-level bloodline races and even top-notch bloodline races, so as to obtain the investment of those top-notch gods. In the end, it was great. He hadn't gotten any benefits yet, but he didn't have much manpower left. From now on, this true God tier would probably hate Zhou Zhou even more. However, Zhou Zhou did not care about this at all. Before he had provoked this true God tier, he had not been afraid of him, let alone now that the other party was in a loss position. He also had some friendship with Octavel, who had regained control of the complete true God tier. If the other party dared to attack him, Octavel would personally take action on his behalf to avenge the damage to the true God tier. He didn't think too much about it. Zhou Zhou got the soldiers guarding the heavenly prison to open the cell door. After letting them out, he slowly walked towards the heavenly prison where the Scarlet God Spirit was imprisoned. I saved one inside defection. Not bad. In front of the prison where the Scarlet God Spirit was imprisoned, a group of lords from the Star Alliance was there. They stood in front of the prison that imprisoned the Scarlet God Spirits of different factions and were using inside defection, hoping to make these Scarlet God Spirits their subordinates. Yes. I managed to obtain one Scarlet God Spirit through inside defection. I've also inside defection. I'm so envious of the military industry lord. He was lucky just now and seemed to have directly inside defection 2 Scarlet God Spirits. He is now showing off over there. The one with the best luck should be the Lord of Spiritual Medicine. Previously, I saw that she seemed to have inside defection 4 Scarlet God Spirits at once. Sigh, I'm so envious. Why don't I have that fate? This was what Zhou Zhou saw when he arrived. Soon, the Lords of the Star Alliance also saw Zhou Zhou. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you're here. The Lords said respectfully. Continue the inside defection. Zhou Zhou waved his hand and stroked Linger's hair. Then, a soldier led them to a prison that covered a large area. There were a total of 19 Scarlet God Spirits in this prison. They were wearing forbidden archmage robes, and they were all forbidden archmages of the Crimson Empire. Zhou Zhou looked at them and nodded slightly. This was a group of Scarlet God Spirits that had been specially prepared for him. The number of inside defection God Spirits that the other Star Alliance members faced was not that many. Are you willing to join this King's Blazing Sun Kingdom? If you're willing, I can spare your lives and give you the same status and authority as other God Spirits of the same level. If you have good contributions in the future, you will have all the divine artifacts, divine spark fragments, and even the higher level book of the God Spirit. Zhou Zhou said. When the Scarlet God Spirits heard this, they were immediately shocked. They did not expect the other party to be willing to give such a high condition, however, they soon sneered. A mere divine artifact to get us to betray our supreme faith in Your Excellency the Crimson Overlord. This mere human lord is delusional. Ha ha ha, common people's regal, you can ask your human seniors. Our Scarlet God Spirit has fought with the Supreme Will for countless years. How many of us will take the initiative to surrender to the Lord of your Supreme Will camp? Not to mention a mere human lord like you, even if the Supreme Will comes personally, we will definitely not surrender. Your Excellency Crimson Overlord will definitely destroy the Supreme Will in the future and control the entire Supreme Great Cosmos. Then, he will change the name of the Supreme Great Cosmos to the Crimson Great Cosmos. Your Excellency Crimson Overlord will definitely destroy the Supreme Will in the future and control the entire Supreme Great Cosmos. Then, he will change the name of the Supreme Great Cosmos to the Crimson Great Cosmos. After hearing his words, none of the Scarlet God Spirits were moved. They all mocked and ridiculed him. Zhou Zhou's expression was calm, but he sighed inwardly. They were both God Spirits. The difference between the God Spirits of the Vapalias pantheon and these Scarlet God Spirits was too great. It could be seen from this scene. There was a reason why the Supreme Will was suppressed by the Crimson Overlord. He didn't think too much about it and couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. He directly used Insight Defection to take down 8 of the forbidden archmages. Then, under the incredulous gazes of the other Scarlet God spirits, he left with the 8 forbidden archmages who were respectful to him. Right on the heels of that, he went to another prison where the Devil God spirits were imprisoned. He used the second Insight Defection, and 5 Crimson God spirits of the Devil race became his subordinates. The remaining Scarlet God spirits would be left to the Lords of the Star Alliance to instigate Insight Defection. He had to leave some soup for his subordinates. Just as he was about to bring his Insight Defection deity out of the 9 Realms Fiend Celestial Prison and return to the surface. Boom! The sky above the blazing Sun Kingdom suddenly changed color. The clouds in the sky within a radius of 10 million miles turned blood red, emitting the powerful power of the original sin. Higher up in the starry sky, a blood-red Divine Kingdom star suddenly emitted an extremely resplendent blood-red light that illuminated the myriad worlds. This is... In the capital city, there's a high-tier deity-level god spirit with the original sin law that's about to become a true god tier. Could it be? Your Excellency Gerald? Zhou Zhou muttered when he saw this. Was a 6th true god tier about to appear in the human race? He was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. This was great news. Chapter 957, Double Level 9 Worlds Divine Demon Fallen Dream Array. Zhou Zhou raised his right hand, and a second 9-headed Nightmare Realm Demon God's heart appeared out of thin air into his palm. He had once obtained a total of 3 9-headed Nightmare Realm Demon God's hearts with the help of the King of Loots. One of them was taken out by the vigilant Zhou Zhou after a True God launched a sneak attack on the Blazing Sun Kingdom. He used True God tier Divine Crystals as energy to guard the entire Blazing Sun Kingdom and prevent enemies from invading or launching a sneak attack. The second one was placed in the 9 Nether Fiend Celestial Prison to suppress prisoners at the God Spirit level. The third one remained in his hand. Zhou Zhou felt that now was the time to use it. With a thought, he saw the 9-headed Nightmare Realm Demon God's heart suddenly emit dazzling colors. This brilliance illuminated the heavens, and in the blink of an eye, it covered Gerald's surroundings. It also covered the area where Gerald was, including the changing clouds in the sky. As such, there were 2 layers of the 9 Realms Great Fallen Dream Array to protect Gerald's advancement to True God tier. This way, unless an existence at the Master God tier level or even higher descended, there would basically be no external enemies that would suddenly appear and interrupt Gerald's advancement. After doing all this, a throne appeared out of thin air behind Zhou Zhou. He sat leisurely on the throne and carefully watched the scene of him becoming a true god tier. After doing all this, a throne appeared out of thin air behind Zhou Zhou. He sat leisurely on the throne and carefully watched the scene of him becoming a true god tier. Since Zhou Zhou had encountered such a fortuitous encounter, he naturally had to observe it carefully to accumulate some experience for his future advancement. Zhou Zhou acutely discovered that there were actually countless gazes in the high continent and even the endless heavens as soon as he set up the 9 Realms Demon God Fallen Dream Array. They wanted to see Gerald's advancement from afar or even across worlds. The owners of these gazes were at least at the God Spirit level. There were even terrifying gazes from True God tier and even Master God tier level existences. Zhou Zhou could sense that the attitudes of these uninvited gods were both good and evil. There was even no lack of existences who wanted to interrupt Gerald's advancement process. All the civilizations knew that Zhou Zhou was the most powerful competitor for the position of Lord of all Races in the current Lord of all Races competition. Therefore, most of them had malicious intentions towards him. Now that they saw that a new true god tier was about to be born among the humans behind Zhou Zhou, they naturally wanted to stop it. Even if his main body could not come, he had to try to interrupt it from afar. After sensing the thoughts of these existences, before Zhou Zhou could make a move, he saw the 9 Worlds Demon God Fallen Dream Array that he had just set up reacting on its own. The Nine Worlds Demon God Fallen Dream Array that protected the entire Blazing Sun Kingdom suddenly turned from transparent to colorful and dreamy. On the surface of this colorful array, there were magical and beautiful bubbles floating with all kinds of mortal scenes in them, as if they reflected the lives of life forms. Among the god spirits who had come to spy on Geralt's advancement, the god spirits below the true god tier elementary grade had just come into contact with the surface of this layer of the array, and their divine thoughts seemed to have touched an incomparably sturdy wall. They could no longer enter. As for the divine senses of true god tier existences, after coming into contact with the surface of the Nine Worlds Divine Demon Dreamfall Array, they only used a little strength to break through the array and enter the array. Then, with the sweep of their divine senses, they discovered Geralt, who was in the cultivation room and had a large number of divine crystals piled up around him. He wanted to borrow the energy in the divine crystals to condense the true god tier body. Seeing this scene, they immediately sneered. The human race is no longer worthy of having a new true god tier. You can only blame your bad luck for being born into an unlucky race like the human race. Interrupt his breakthrough. Don't let him advance successfully. The true god tier divine senses broke through Geralt's defenses one after another. The divine senses rushed into Geralt's divine senses and interrupted his breakthrough. The true god tier divine senses broke through Geralt's defenses one after another. The divine senses rushed into Geralt's divine senses and interrupted his breakthrough. The true god tier's spiritual forces laughed when they saw this. Then, they turned around and fled. This human god spirit did not have long to live. There was no need for them to take action next. This human god spirit would die on its own. Even if that common people's regal paid a huge price to cure him, he would have no hope of becoming a true god tier in this life. Their goal had been achieved, and there was no need for them to stay here any longer. Game over. Outside Geralt's cultivation chamber, Zhou Zhou stood at the entrance, expressionless as he watched the true god tier divine senses leave. He looked at Geralt in the secret cultivation room. There was a crown of original sin floating above Geralt's head. His divine consciousness blended with the laws of original sin in the crown of original sin, and his entire body emitted extremely intense ripples of the laws of original sin. He closed his eyes and refined the divine power of the surrounding divine crystals. The aura on his body rose steadily and quickly approached the true god tier realm. As for the so-called breakthrough, as expected of the small confusion of the Nine Worlds Divine Demon Dreamfall Array. As a top-notch array formation of a true god tier advance grade, even the true god tier advance grade god spirits would be confused by the array, let alone the true god tier intermediate grade and elementary grade god spirits. If not for the fact that Zhou Zhou did not want to become enemies with everyone on the high continent for the time being. He could even obliterate the true god tier's spiritual will in the array with a thought, damaging their spiritual will. Now that they had let them go, they would come to their senses later and be afraid of their own methods, so they would not dare to do it again. If they didn't learn their lesson and dared to do it again, Zhou Zhou, who had already memorized their aura, might directly attack them the next time. In any case, his divine consciousness was unable to kill this human god spirit who was about to die. If he stayed here and watched the other party die, it would not be good if that common people's regal with the crown of original sin, a true god tier divine artifact that contains the laws of original sin, it shouldn't be a problem for Geralt to become a true god tier. Zhou Zhou stopped thinking about it. He looked at Geralt, who was advancing, and fell into deep thought. To Geralt, the law of original sin in the crown of original sin was equivalent to a true god tier existence that walked the law of original sin, constantly guiding him on the path ahead. Even if this effect was not as good as the Book of the God Spirit, it was close. As long as nothing unexpected happened, there was an 80% chance of Geralt's advancement today. At this moment, three figures suddenly appeared behind Zhou Zhou. They were the Yellow Emperor's divine power projection, Patriarch Lu, and the three true god tiers of the human race. After the three of them appeared, their eyes immediately looked at the advancement phenomenon in the sky. Then, they looked at Geralt, who was meditating and breaking through in the secret cultivation room. It's actually Gerald. He was taken aback before he immediately became excited. He happily said. I felt that this child's future was limitless when he was still a kid. He has indeed confirmed my thoughts. However, I still didn't expect that this child would actually grow to the point of becoming a true god tier. Even though Gerald is the descendant of the number one witch of the human race and the number one demon hunter of the human race, and his bloodline is naturally extraordinary, it's still admirable for him to have such achievements now. The Yellow Emperor sighed and said, he has already surpassed the master. Chapter 958, Transaction of the True God Tier Divine Artifacts. Patriarch Lu was also very happy that Gerald was about to become a true God tier god spirit. He looked at Gerald, and his gaze finally landed on the crown of original sin that was emitting a blood-red glow above Gerald's head. That looks like a true God tier divine artifacts. Furthermore, they are top-notch true God tier divine artifacts that are extremely compatible with Gerald's own path. Patriarch Lu was shocked. Yellow Emperor and White River quickly discovered the crown of original sin after Patriarch Lu's reminder. No wonder. The Yellow Emperor was suddenly enlightened and pleasantly surprised. These true God tier divine artifacts are extremely compatible with Gerald's own God spirit path. They can indeed guide him to become a true God tier. Furthermore, the grade of this true God tier seems to be that of an advanced grade true God. Amidst his shock, the Yellow Emperor's tone could not help but carry a hint of envy. The law of original sin on him will probably allow Gerald to advance all the way to the advanced grade true God tier without encountering any obstacles. Where did he get this top-notch true God tier divine artifacts? The Yellow Emperor asked curiously. Then, the three deities fell silent for a second before their gazes landed on Zhou Zhou. That gaze. It was as if he was looking at a wholesaler of divine artifacts, or Doraemon. Zhou Zhou. Sixth brother, did you receive Gerald's divine artifact? He probed, but he already had an affirmative answer in his heart. This person had previously lent out 10,000 low-level God-tier divine artifacts and 4 true God-tier divine artifacts. This had almost doubled the combat power of the God spirits of the human race. If he were to lend Gerald another true God-tier divine artifacts, even though it would be somewhat unbelievable, it was not something unacceptable. I gave it to him. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and corrected himself. You gave it to Gerald. He cried out. The true God-tier divine artifacts were indeed given to him, Zhou Zhou said. Gerald has helped me greatly, so I gave this true God-tier divine artifacts to him as a return gift. Yellow Emperor, Patriarch Lu, and He. Even though there was nothing wrong with it, it still felt unbelievable. That was a true God-tier divine artifacts. He gave it away just because he helped? Actually, we can also help, the Yellow Emperor said with a light cough. How can I help you? Patriarch Lu and He had already rolled up their sleeves and were ready to do it. Zhou Zhou did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, after thinking about it, he realized that even though he didn't lack true God-tier combat power now, he might not necessarily have the future. He suddenly thought of something. Your Excellency Yellow Emperor, I heard that even though the human race has led all the humans in the High Continent to retreat to the primordial world, you, Your Excellency Lu, and Your Excellency White River plan to bring some of the high-level combat power of the human race to infiltrate the back of the enemy race and carry out hunting activities, right? That's right. The Yellow Emperor nodded as killing intent flashed across his face. These humans took advantage of the time when our human race was in danger to brazenly attack. Although we, the higher UPS of the human race, don't entangle ourselves with them in order to take into account the overall situation of the human race, it doesn't mean that we ignore the damage they have caused to our human race. After most of the humans in the High Continent retreat to the primordial world, I will bring our human race's legendary tier and God spirit level combat strength out to infiltrate the territory of the people of foreign races to fight and kill. Coincidentally, you lent us a large number of divine artifacts some time ago. We even borrowed 4 true God-tier divine artifacts from you. With these divine artifacts, our strength can be said to have more than doubled. I can make use of these people of foreign races to properly control our new strength after our growth." Patriarch Lu and Baihe also nodded. "Are the three Your Excellency interested in attacking the true god tier of the people of foreign races?" Zhou Zhou asked. Attacking a true god tier, the Yellow Emperor and company were stunned. They had never thought of this. A true god tier could be considered a pillar of strength in the myriad worlds. In an ordinary race, true god tier represented the hope of survival. As long as a race with a true god tier guarding it did not take the initiative to provoke a master god tier existence, this race could even last until the end of time. If a true god tier guarding a race was killed by an outsider, then this race would be no different from encountering the end of the world. Before long, it would be invaded by other true god tier factions and annexed mercilessly. From this, it could be seen how important a true god tier was to a race. Did Zhou Zhou want them to kill a true god tier of the people of foreign races? They subconsciously wanted to refuse. Doing such a thing was equivalent to fighting to the death with the other race after all. If the true god tier who killed the other party's race successfully took over the other party's faction foundation, it would naturally allow their race's strength to increase greatly. However, if he was not killed, it meant that the other party would definitely fight him to the death. At that time, not to mention the consequences of losing, even if both sides suffered heavy losses, countless other wolf factions would rush over around the smell of blood and mercilessly bite and kill the injured factions. They could not afford such consequences. However, when they thought of the divine artifact in their hands and the fact that these people of foreign races were stopping them, they felt a little angry. Patriarch Lu and Baihe looked at the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor pondered for a moment before his expression gradually turned serious. "We can fight. We have 4 true god tier divine artifacts. If all of them are used by Baihe and Patriarch Lu, it will be enough for them to have the strength of an intermediate or even an advanced true god. With the combat power of 2 advanced grade true gods, even if we're unlucky and can't kill the true gods of the people of foreign races, it's not a problem for us to escape. We just have to be careful not to fall into a true god tier array formation." Patriarch Lu and Baihe thought for a moment and nodded. 4 true god tier divine artifacts could indeed allow them to do this. Most importantly, since these people of foreign races dare to find trouble with us, we have to give them a retaliation that will make their hearts ache. Otherwise, everyone will think that they can step on us humans. If that's the case, I'm afraid our human race will be trapped in the primordial world for the rest of our lives and will never rise again. The Yellow Emperor continued. "In that case, as long as Patriarch Lu and Your Excellency White River bring back a true god tier corpse, I can give you a true god tier divine artifacts. How about that? If you can give me 4 true god tier corpses, the 4 true god tier divine artifacts can all belong to Your Excellency. If you can bring me more corpses of true god tier god spirits, as long as I can extract loots, I can give them to you with a true god tier divine artifact." Zhou Zhou immediately said. As long as it was a normal true god tier, even if he didn't have any true god tier divine artifacts, he would still have a high tier deity level divine artifact in his hands. As long as he had a high tier deity level divine artifact, Zhou Zhou would be able to obtain 3 low-level true god tier divine artifacts with the help of the King of Loots. Therefore, this deal was naturally not a loss to him. "Really?" Patriarch Lu and Baihe's eyes lit up. "Of course it's true, but Your Excellency, you don't have to be anxious. This matter can be taken slowly, especially when it comes to choosing a target. In fact, the true god tier divine artifacts are already in your hands now. You can use them if you want. Anyway, I've already lent them to you. All you want now is the ownership of them, right?" Zhou Zhou said. "That's right." Hearing Zhou Zhou's words, Patriarch Lu and Baihe quickly calmed down. At this moment, Aaliyah walked over. "Your Majesty, there's a young monk called Tathagata outside the king's city. He said that he wants to meet you personally. I see that he has an extraordinary temperament. Even some god spirits seem to be far inferior to he, so I specially came to report to you. Aaliyah said respectfully. Tathagata. Zhou Zhou glanced at Gerald, who was still leveling up, and frowned slightly. I really came at the wrong time. Forget it, bring he over. Yes, your majesty. Aaliyah excused herself and left. Chapter 959, The Arrival of Tathagata. Is Tathagata here? The Yellow Emperor nodded slightly. He might have obtained the Buddha Lord's inheritance, but he was able to leave his original world alone and come to the High Continent alone. Furthermore, he is able to locate us. It seems that he has grasped the Buddha Lord's law of karma inheritance quite well. In the future, at least one top-notch high-tier deity-level expert will appear in the human race. Tathagata might even be able to advance to the true God tier level and reach the same level as the Buddha Lord. Do you really want this successor of the Buddha Lord's inheritance to be my subject? Zhou Zhou asked. Of course, the Yellow Emperor said with a smile. Your territory has the highest potential for growth. Only when he comes to your territory and becomes your subject can he unleash his potential and heritage the fastest. However, in the future, please part with your love and release he so that he can take over the position of the human Buddhist leader. This is his karma. He can't escape it. Sure. Zhou Zhou agreed without much hesitation. It was just the status of a subject. To him, it was not worth as much as a black iron tier mist core. Moreover, leaving the successor of the Buddha Lord in his territory, if he could really grow into a super expert of the human race in the future, he could also have some friendship with this expert because of this matter. In short, he would definitely make a profit. Still. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said, how will the Buddha Lord treat Tathagata if he reappears one day? The three gods were stunned hearing this. Then, Patriarch Lu, who was the most knowledgeable, was the first to react. He said excitedly, are you saying that you are confident that you can revive the Buddha Lord one day? Really? Yellow Emperor and Bai were immediately excited when they heard this news. They and the Buddha Lord had been good friends for tens of thousands of years. They were also fellow deists who protected the human race. The friendship between they could not be described with tens of thousands of books. Previously, when they heard the news of the Buddha Lord's death, even though they did not show any reaction on the surface, the sorrow in their hearts was actually greater than that of the weeping heavenly Bodhisattva of light, Roy Yeager. Now that they suddenly heard that the Buddha Lord could be resurrected, how could they not be excited? It's indeed possible for him to revive in the future. Zhou Zhou nodded, then shook his head. But the price is very high. What price? Tell me. The Yellow Emperor and the others immediately asked. They were willing to pay any price for the sake of resurrecting their close friend and allowing the human race to have another true God-tier combat power. The basic conditions for resurrecting a true God-tier elementary grade are 100,000 Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals, 100 true God-tier elementary grade divine crystals, and 1 true God-tier intrinsic item. And if you want to resurrect a true God-tier intermediate grade Buddha Lord, the price will only reach a higher level on this foundation. Items of intrinsic origin can be obtained with the physical relics left behind by the Buddha Lord after his nirvana. Items of intrinsic origin can be obtained with the physical relics left behind by the Buddha Lord after his nirvana. Of course, this won't affect our previous deal of exchanging corpses for divine artifacts. Zhou Zhou. When the Yellow Emperor heard this, he immediately grabbed Zhou Zhou's hand and said with gratitude and shame, you've sacrificed too much for us humans. As for us, we don't seem to have anything to repay you with. As for us, we don't seem to have anything to repay you with. Zhou Zhou said with a smile, this is for your human race and also, my human race. This deal wasn't a loss to him. On the contrary, with the King of Lutes, he could earn a large amount of divine crystals, divine artifacts, divine spark fragments, the Book of the God Spirit, and other treasures through the corpses brought back by the Yellow Emperor. In other words, in terms of profits alone, he had made a killing. Furthermore, in the future, he might have to fight for the position of Lord of the human race to support him. Therefore, he would treat these contributions as an accumulation of merits for the future patriarch of the human race. At this moment, a handsome young monk walked over from not far away and came in front of them. "Greetings, leaders of the human race," he said politely. "Tathagata, as the reincarnation of the Buddha Lord, you should know me. Now that you have inherited the Buddha Lord's Dharma inheritance and have great karma with you, what do you think of your future?" The Yellow Emperor looked at Tathagata and asked directly. "Your Excellency Yellow Emperor." Tathagata put his palms together and said from the bottom of his heart, "Now that the human race is in great danger and I've inherited the Buddha Lord's inheritance, it's time for me to abide by the Buddha Lord's last wish and step forward bravely to protect the human race with my meager strength. When the crisis of the human race is over, I will return the karma of the Buddha Lord. I plan to travel the myriad worlds and experience the suffering of all living beings to comprehend the profundities of the Buddhist Dharma." Zhou Zhou and company looked at each other and nodded. "Tathagata, stay with me for the time being and cultivate with me. There are many special things about my territory. You'll know in the future. With me here, I guarantee that you will grow the fastest. You might even reach the achievements that the Buddha Lord had when he was alive. If you work harder, surpassing the Buddha Lord is not an empty promise." Zhou Zhou said to him. "I'm willing." Tathagata bowed to Zhou Zhou. In the next second, his body suddenly trembled. He felt a warm current appear in his heart out of thin air and flow to various parts of his body with the stirring of his heart. Under the influence of this warm current, Tathagata felt as if he had been reborn. He even felt that he could grow to a height that he absolutely could not reach before. "Thank you, Your Excellency Common People's Regal." Tathagata knew that he and Zhou Zhou had obtained huge benefits and immediately thanked them. "It's fine. From today onwards, you are one of us." Zhou Zhou looked at him and said with a smile, "Cultivate well and reach the level of a Buddha Lord as soon as possible. When that time comes, you can leave if you want. If you want to stay, stay. This king will definitely not force you. The regal is broad-minded. I'm ashamed of my inferiority," Tathagata said from the bottom of his heart. Only he knew how much he had just benefited. He originally only had the potential of a true God-tier intermediate grade, but after becoming a subject of the common people's regal, his potential actually directly increased by a large level and advanced to the Master God-tier intermediate grade. This meant that he was qualified to break through to the Master God-tier realm in the future. To him, the difficulty of becoming a true God-tier had decreased by more than 10 times. This was a huge karma, but the other party said that he could leave as he pleased and stay as he pleased. He did not ask her to repay him at all. At this moment, Tathagata only wanted to say in his heart, "This common people's regal is indeed the strongest lord among the lord of all races." Just his attack and magnanimity far surpassed the other life forms of the myriad races. When the Yellow Emperor and the others saw Tathagata's potential suddenly increase by a large level, their eyes immediately widened. "Are we seeing things? This is the potential of a Master God tier. There are actually so many benefits to joining the Blazing Sun Kingdom." At this moment, they all had the thought of converting all the humans, including themselves, into the Blazing Sun Kingdom's household register. In any case, they were all from the human race. It was just a change of identity. What was the big deal? At their level, they were no longer limited to a single country or even a world. What they valued the most was their race and the power they had. As long as these two bottom lines were not touched, they could accept almost anything. What was a mere change in household registration? However, they quickly thought of the Supreme Agreement and immediately became discouraged. The Supreme Agreement would not allow them to openly help the lords of the myriad races in their race. If that was really the case, the Lord of all races competition would no longer be so small. The chaotic war between the various worlds had probably already begun. A large number of Master God tier experts might have already died. They looked at Tathagata and were secretly envious. This successor of the Buddha Lord was quite lucky. First, he had obtained the Buddha Lord's inheritance. Now, he has also obtained the identity of the common people's regal subject. His future was limitless. Just as they were sighing in their hearts, they saw something else that made their breathing quicken. Chapter 960, The Inheritance of the Master God Tier. Original Sin and the Demon Hunter God Gerald joining the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Zhou Zhou looked at Tathagata thoughtfully. There was a high chance that he would revive the Buddha Lord if he had a chance in the future. At that time, the Buddha Lord would definitely continue to take charge of human Buddhism, and Tathagata would not be able to sit in the position of the Buddha Lord. Since that was the case, he might as well go all out. Let's nurture Tathagata into a top-notch expert of the human race. Wasn't it just a Master God Tier inheritance? He was willing to do so. Tathagata had received such great help from him. He, who mainly cultivated the law of karma, would definitely repay him. Zhou Zhou flipped his right hand and a book of the God Spirit appeared in his hand. It was the Master God Tier's low-level elementary grade inheritance, the Great Sun God's Divine Spirit inheritance. Tathagata, are you willing to accept this Master God Tier inheritance? Zhou Zhou asked. When Tathagata saw this Master God Tier inheritance, his body immediately trembled. The Yellow Emperor and company also watched this scene in silence not far away. If it was anyone who was most suitable to use this book of the God Spirit, Tathagata was indeed the most suitable among everyone present. The Yellow Emperor and company were already extremely determined in their nomological paths. Unless it was time to change, they would not easily accept the inheritances of other God Spirits. Even though Tathagata had also received the Buddha Lord's inheritance, he had yet to become a God Spirit, so he was still malleable. He could completely combine the Buddha Lord's inheritance and the Great Heaven Lord's inheritance to create an even more glorious path. Thank you, Your Holiness. After Tathagata saw the book of the God Spirit, his expression gradually turned solemn after the shock and surprise. While this Master God Tier inheritance represented a bright future, it also represented a huge karma. Once he accepted it, he would definitely return it to the common people's regal Your Excellency in the future. Otherwise, his Buddhist heart would definitely be unstable in the future, and his future path might even collapse. He was naturally unwilling to accept such a future. Still, who could escape karma and be an idle person who did not suffer any tribulations in such a chaotic world? Even the high and mighty Supreme Will would fight the Crimson Overlord to the death, right? Therefore, Tathagata chose to accept this karma. Sure. Your strength will definitely increase rapidly after accepting the Great Sun God's inheritance and fighting alongside my army. Zhou Zhou smiled and handed the book of the God Spirit to Tathagata. After Tathagata received it solemnly, he nodded seriously. I will increase my strength as soon as possible and help Regal as soon as possible. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. At this moment, Zhou Zhou's expression suddenly changed. Then, the Yellow Emperor, Patriarch Lu, and Baihe's expressions also turned to shock. They looked up. Boom! An incomparably majestic and terrifying divine sense descended from the sky and actually broke through the first level of the Nine Worlds Divine Demon Dreamfall Array. However, after a slight pause, it broke through the second level of the Nine Worlds Divine Demon Dreamfall Array again and rushed towards Gerald, who was breaking through. The Yellow Emperor and the others' eyes widened, but their divine bodies were suppressed by this terrifying divine consciousness and could not move. They were filled with grief and indignation. This terrifying divine sense was definitely a Master God Tier. A dignified main God Tier existence actually attacked a human who had just advanced to the true God Tier just to stop the other party from breaking through. How shameless! The Yellow Emperor and company gritted their teeth as they thought. A Master God Tier who could bully the weak could only be described as shameless. At the same time, they had a despairing thought. Gerald's advancement to true God Tier would probably be interrupted. Not only that, Gerald was interrupted by the Master God Tier in the process of advancing to true God Tier. The injuries he suffered during this process were probably much more serious than the injuries he suffered when his advancement process was interrupted by the true God tier's spiritual will. After this blow, not only would Gerald have no hope of advancing, he might even lose his life. Just as everyone was in despair, a soft sigh sounded. Isn't it inappropriate for a Master God tier to attack a weakling who has yet to advance to the true God tier? This voice resounded in the hearts of the Yellow Emperor and the others. At the same time, Zhou Zhou's illusory figure appeared in the depths of their hearts, as if it was going to be engraved in the depths of their hearts forever so that they would remember it forever. This was the power of will. And when Zhou Zhou used the power of his will, that Master God tier divine sense was immediately easily blocked outside Gerald's cultivation chamber, preventing it from advancing an inch. That Master God tier, whose whereabouts were unknown, also seemed to have not expected that his mental attack would actually not have any effect. For a moment, there was no other movement. After a while, just as the Yellow Emperor and company were breaking out in cold sweat and feeling uneasy, a sinister voice suddenly sounded. Will like light. You, a little fellow who has just become a god spirit, actually comprehended the power of will. No wonder you can become a regal and make all races fear you. If it wasn't for the fact that we don't have a direct grudge against each other, I would probably think of ways to get rid of you. Will? The Yellow Emperor and the others were a little dumbfounded. They didn't know what kind of power the will was, so why did this Master God tier specially mention it? It was as if he valued this power very much. It was just a fluke. Zhou Zhou said calmly. A fluke? The sinister voice chuckled and said, I'm not interested in whether you've comprehended the power of will. Let me ask you, are you sure you want to protect this high-tier deity-level human and go against me? I'm not protecting this high-tier deity-level human. It's just that your power has invaded my king's city. As the king of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, how can I watch helplessly as your power acts wantonly in my king's city? Zhou Zhou asked. I don't like this human. Banish him from your kingdom. This matter has nothing to do with you. The Master God tier said again. He didn't do anything. I have no reason to banish him out of thin air. How about this, Your Excellency Master God tier? After he becomes a true God tier, I'll talk to he in person. When the time comes, I'll definitely make him leave my Blazing Sun Kingdom and discuss matters with Your Excellency. How about that? Zhou Zhou said sincerely. When this Master God tier heard Zhou Zhou's words, he immediately cursed in his heart. He had originally wanted to use his own divine consciousness to interrupt Gerald's advancement and prevent another true God tier from appearing in the human race to protect this common people's regal and continue to grow. Currently, the civilizations of the 10,000 races all regarded this common people's regal as the strongest opponent for the Lord of all races. In order to prevent the position of the Lord of all races from falling into the hands of this common people's regal, he was invited by a super expert from a certain civilization to interrupt the advancement of this human true God tier. Unexpectedly, his attack was blocked by the common people's regal's willpower. Who would have thought that a low-tier deity-level elementary grade God spirit who had just become a God spirit had already mastered the power of will that only Master God tier could master? From the looks of it, he wouldn't be able to use this power of will, however, it was still easy to block his spiritual will attack. After failing to interrupt his advancement, he had wanted to use deceptive words to trick this common people's regal into having a conflict with him and thus opposing him. This way, he would have a chance to attack Zhou Zhou. He did not expect that this common people's regal couldn't even walk the ball. He didn't fall for his words at all. Now, he even said that he would let Gerald leave his territory after he successfully advanced. What was the use of that? Even though his spiritual force could crush the true God tier's spiritual force because it was mixed with the power of will, it was not to the extent of directly crushing him to death. By the time he successfully advanced and left the Blazing Sun Kingdom, his spiritual will would no longer be able to kill him. He couldn't easily descend to the high continent because of the Supreme Agreement. This also meant that if he let Gerald go now, he would never have a chance to get rid of him again. This Master God tier felt even more embarrassed thinking of this. Originally, he thought that it was a small matter that could be easily done. He did not expect that it would actually be blocked by a low-tier deity-level elementary grade god spirit. This was the first time he had suffered such a huge loss from such a small god. Are you sure you don't want to call out the humans inside? I'll be very unhappy if you do this. This Master God tier's tone was clearly filled with killing intent. He had already given an ultimatum. The Yellow Emperor and company were already sweating profusely. They simply did not dare to imagine the pressure that Zhou Zhou was facing. That was an unknown true Master God tier. Zhou Zhou had yet to raise his strength to the level of a true God tier. He was still at the low-tier deity level elementary grade. After Your Excellency Gerald walks out of the cultivation chamber, this king will discuss with him to get him to leave the Blazing Sun Kingdom and settle the matter between you and him with Your Excellency. Zhou Zhou asked. Silence. Utter silence. After an unknown amount of time had passed in this maddening silence, this unknown Master God tier finally spoke. Very good. Common people's regal. I hope you don't leave the High Continent for the rest of your life. I look forward to meeting you outside the High Continent. After saying that, the Master God tier God spirit stayed silent. Zhou Zhou stood on the spot for a while before turning to look at the Yellow Emperor and company. He has already left. I thought that he would at least leave his name behind. I didn't expect him to be so low-key. He left just like that. Zhou Zhou said regretfully. He still wanted to wait until he advanced to the true God tier realm before fighting him. After hearing Zhou Zhou's words, how could the Yellow Emperor and the others not understand the underlying meaning behind his words? They wiped their foreheads and felt that the sixth speaker was getting bolder and bolder. In the next hour or so, no more god spirits came to cause trouble, nor did any existences at the Master God tier level appear. This made the Yellow Emperor and the others heave a sigh of relief. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt something and looked at the door of the cultivation chamber. The tightly shut door trembled slightly before it was slowly pushed open. A middle-aged man with a head full of white hair and a scar on his face walked out. He looked experienced. It was Gerald. At this moment, the aura of the true God tier divine power on his body fluctuated a little. He looked a little unstable. It was obvious that he had just broken through and had yet to completely master his divine power. However, when they saw this scene, Zhou Zhou and company smiled. Congratulations, another true God tier has appeared in our human race. Zhou Zhou was the first to congratulate him. The Yellow Emperor and the others also congratulated him from the bottom of their hearts. Thank you, everyone. Gerald nodded, then looked at Zhou Zhou. He suddenly knelt on one knee and bowed. Original Sin and the Demon Hunter True God tier God Spirit. Gerald, request to join the Blazing Sun Kingdom and become Your Majesty's subject. I wonder if Your Majesty is willing. Gerald looked at Zhou Zhou solemnly. Zhou Zhou looked at Gerald and nodded without hesitation. Then, he smiled and said, Welcome to the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Chapter 961, Zhou Zhou's Promise. Rise. Our Blazing Sun Kingdom is truly like a tiger with wings with a true God tier God spirit like you around. Zhou Zhou looked at Gerald and sighed in his heart. Strictly speaking, this was the first true God tier God spirit combat power in his territory. Even though he had the combat power of a true God tier, it was temporarily upgraded by using the Lord Law skill. Carol Moley might be an actual true God tier, but he was actually a different kind of mercenary. Only Gerald in front of him could be considered a subject that truly obeyed him. Most importantly, with the addition of this actual true God tier combat power, he would definitely be able to greatly increase his strength when he used the Law Skill King in the future. Even if he couldn't reach the level of a true God tier intermediate grade, it should be infinitely close to it. Your Majesty, you flatter me. Gerald did not dare to be arrogant at all. The person in front of him was a legendary tier powerful enemy who could kill a pseudo-true God tier expert. He could easily kill several terrifying true god tier god spirits in a go as soon as he advanced to a low tier deity level elementary grade god spirit. His name would resound throughout the myriad worlds in just 1 or 2 battles. Furthermore, even though he was in the cultivation chamber and at the critical moment of his advancement, he had not forgotten to observe the situation outside. He saw His Majesty forcing that unknown Master God tier existence to retreat with just a few words, preventing that unknown Master God tier existence from interrupting his advancement process. In the end, he could only say some harsh words and leave unwillingly. If this matter were to spread, it would probably make countless super experts of races and civilizations dumbfounded. A god spirit at the Master God tier level was already a super expert in the myriad worlds. Even among the top races like the original spirit race, the Chaos Gods race, the Shepherd's God race, and the Myriad Spirit race, they were considered top existences. If one of these top races lost a Master God tier, their civilization would weaken for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. There was even a risk of falling below the level of top race civilizations. As for the Supreme God realm and higher existences above the Master God tier, they basically no longer cared about the matters of the myriad worlds. Which meant, under the circumstances where Supreme God realm experts and even stronger experts did not appear, Master God tier was the strongest combat power in the myriad worlds. And such a super expert was actually forced back by His Majesty in a few words. How awe-inspiring was that? In comparison, he, a true God tier who had just advanced, really felt that he had nothing to be proud of in front of His Majesty. The crown of original sin was even a gift from His Majesty. After today's incident, it could be said that His Majesty had both helped him become a god and saved his life. How could Gerald not be grateful to His Majesty? At the same time, not far away, the Yellow Emperor and company also watched this scene with emotion. Even though they were a little surprised that Gerald was willing to join the Blazing Sun Kingdom and become the first true god tier worshipper of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, they felt that it was reasonable when they thought about it. Speaking of which, it was always a good thing for the human race to have a new true god tier. Still, will the Supreme Agreement allow a true god tier god spirit to become Zhou Zhou's subject? Patriarch Lu transmitted his voice to the Yellow Emperor. It should be possible. The Yellow Emperor thought for a moment and nodded. Strictly speaking, it was actually Zhou Zhou, the Lord of all races, who, without the help of external forces, personally created Gerald's true god tier status and even saved his life. A true god tier like Gerald owes Zhou Zhou too much. Under such circumstances, Gerald naturally has the right to join Zhou Zhou's Blazing Sun Kingdom. That's good. Patriarch Lu nodded. They walked over, and then the Yellow Emperor smiled and said, "Gerald, now that you're a true god tier, I'll extend another invitation to you. Are you willing to come to the Supreme Council of the human race and become the 7th speaker of the human race?" Patriarch Lu and White River also looked at him. Gerald looked at the Yellow Emperor. After a long time. "I'm under His Majesty's command. I serve His Majesty unconditionally." Gerald spoke slowly. "Are you still resentful about how we humans didn't retrieve your parents' remains back then?" Patriarch Lu asked in a low voice. "I now understand your decision back then," Gerald said. "It's just that I still can't accept it." The Yellow Emperor and company fell silent. "How powerful were your parents?" Zhou Zhou suddenly asked. Yellow Emperor and the others immediately thought of something when they heard this, and their eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Zhou Zhou could resurrect Gerald's parents. This might resolve the conflict between him and the humans. "My parents were high-tier deity-level god spirits," Gerald replied. "Do you have any important items from them?" Zhou Zhou asked. "After my parents perished, the abyssal forces that killed them once came to my home, wanting to completely eradicate any trace of my parents' bloodline in the world." Gerald smiled bitterly. "If there's really something left behind by my parents, will my flesh and blood do?" No, Zhou Zhou shook his head. Life forms could not be used as a resurrection medium for the Great Resurrection spell. If that really happened, the Great Resurrection spell would become an evil technique. Gerald's eyes darkened. However, he suddenly thought of something. He trembled and muttered. My parents' remains and belongings. Oh yes. He immediately looked at Zhou Zhou with bright eyes. My parents were killed by Demogorgon, one of the 3 master god-tier giants of the abyss. If there's a place in this world where my parents' belongings must be, it's definitely with Demogorgon. Demogorgon? Zhou Zhou's eyes were filled with doubt. It's not that I'm rude, but why would a master god-tier existence like Demogorgon deliberately keep your parents' things? His parents were only high-tier deity level while the Demogorgon was a master god-tier existence. The difference in strength and status between the two sides could be said to be like the difference between heaven and earth. Would Demogorgon really keep Gerald's parents' belongings on purpose? He definitely would have. Gerald's eyes were unusually firm. My parents seemed to have a treasure that Demogorgon wanted very much. The reason why Demogorgon wanted to erase all traces of my parents after killing them was likely because of that treasure. Demogorgon's divine kingdom is incomparably powerful. It can be said that he has spies all over the abyss. Logically speaking, he should have long known of my existence. After all, after my parents passed away, I directly changed my profession to a demon hunter and entered the abyss to continuously hunt demons. Destroying my last bloodline should have been an easy task for Demogorgon, but he didn't do so. I guess he must have obtained the treasures on my parents, which is why he lost interest in me. That treasure is a relic left behind by my parents. That treasure should be able to revive my parents, right? Gerald looked at Zhou Zhou, eyes filled with fear and eagerness, but also with anticipation. He was really afraid of getting an answer that he didn't want from Zhou Zhou. Chapter 962, The Fanatic Believer Gerald. The target of the eye of the heavens' anger. Sure. Zhou Zhou gave an affirmative answer, but he looked at Gerald solemnly, facing Gerald's gaze. However, the prerequisite is that we can obtain your parents' remains and relics from Demogorgon. Gerald fell silent upon hearing that. Snatching what I want from a master god tier? It sounded extremely difficult. Does it mean that I will never be able to see my parents again in this lifetime? This white-haired man who had just advanced to the true god tier fell into a daze before he could even feel the joy of his advancement. I told you, we are now a collective us. Zhou Zhou looked at Gerald and immediately patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Then, he said solemnly, do you believe in me? Of course I do. Gerald said subconsciously. Zhou Zhou grinned. Just wait then. You belong to me now. Your business is this king's business. When I achieve the master god tier, I'll go to the abyss and personally look for Demogorgon to ask for your parents' remains and relics. If he dares to not give them to me, I promise you that you will watch as this king uses the myriad methods star palm to slap him in the face. Then, I'll turn his divine kingdom upside down and find your parents' remains and relics. Trust me. I was able to break through to the God Spirit realm in such a short period of time. Even though Master God tier sounds unreachable to me, when I actually pursue this realm, this king might not need too long to reach it. How about this? Zhou Zhou raised a hand and said seriously, 5 years. 5 years later, this king will personally bring you and this king's army to find Demogorgon. Your parents will definitely appear in front of you. Zhou Zhou did not work so hard to increase his strength and territory just to be meek. He would lie low when it was time to lie low. When it was time to take action, he would not hesitate. Needless to say, he was on his side in this matter. A debt of blood must be paid in blood for killing one's parents. Gerald stared blankly at Zhou Zhou. He took a deep breath, then knelt on the ground and said respectfully and firmly, I, Gerald, swear to serve His Majesty to the death in this life. As soon as he finished speaking, a text notification suddenly appeared in front of him. Faith notification, the faith level of your subject original sin and demon hunter true God tier God spirit Gerald had risen to fanatic believer. Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before he smiled. At the same time, not far away, the Yellow Emperor and the others could not help but smile helplessly and gratified when they saw this scene. Looks like Gerald is dead set on following Zhou Zhou. Patriarch Lu sighed. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Well, it's not a bad thing. Zhou Zhou's confidence and achievements make me feel that it's time for him to lead humanity to greater glory. The Yellow Emperor looked at Zhou Zhou and sighed in relief. Perhaps I can hand over the position of acting human clan leader and second speaker to Zhou Zhou. There's no hurry. Bai He, who had the best relationship with Zhou Zhou, shook his head when he heard that. Currently, the human race still has quite a lot of opinions about Zhou Zhou. It won't be too late to discuss this matter when he leads the human race out of the primordial world and can truly suppress the myriad worlds to protect our human race in an above-board manner. That's right. Patriarch Lu nodded. Retreating to the primordial world affected Zhou Zhou's reputation too much. Even though it was a last resort, it's still not appropriate to give your seat to Zhou Zhou now. Those are all short-sighted people. The Yellow Emperor snorted coldly when he heard this, but he still did not object to their opinion. Your Excellency Bai He. At this moment, Zhou Zhou walked over and looked at Bai He. I forgot to ask you something last time. The Night Temple has retreated from the entrance to the abyss. How did you deal with the entrance to the abyss? I've temporarily sealed the entrance to the abyss with a large array. Bai He replied, however, with my strength, I can only seal it for about half a year at most. This is under the condition that those abyss demons don't realize that our Night Temple's soldiers have already retreated and don't start a large-scale invasion war. If they discover the superficial seal I set up, as long as they are willing to pay some price, the seal I set up can be broken in an instant. At this point, Bai He smiled. However, it doesn't matter. You don't have to worry. The area opposite the entrance to the abyss is very far from our human territory. Back then, if it weren't for the fact that many people of foreign races wanted to restrict the true God-tier power of our human race, I wouldn't have arranged for it to be so far away to suppress the entrance to the abyss. I used to think it was a chore. I didn't expect it to be so convenient for me to leave now. Bai He smiled. The people of foreign races near the entrance of the abyss would suffer with him gone. However, those people of foreign races were the ones who had arranged for him to suppress the entrance to the abyss back then. Even if he gave up guarding the entrance to the abyss, he didn't feel any burden. Moreover, the human race was facing an unprecedented crisis. If he dared to continue staying there to suppress the entrance to the abyss, once the enemies learned of this news and knew that most of the humans had retreated to the primordial world, they would definitely come to he to vent their anger in exasperation. If he dared to continue staying there to suppress the entrance to the abyss, once the enemies learned of this news and knew that most of the humans had retreated to the primordial world, they would definitely come to him to vent their anger in exasperation. That's good. Zhou Zhou nodded. He also thought that if the entrance to the abyss was near human territory, he would more or less send some soldiers to accept it. Otherwise, if the abyssal demons rushed out and attacked his human territory, it would be terrible. Now, there was no need to worry about this. Then, they did not say anything else and went off to do their own things. Zhou Zhou spent more than 4 hours using the Eye of the Heavens Anger again. He obtained another 125 Eye of the Heavens Anger targets. Then, in the remaining time, he entered the time in the Reincarnation Sacred Palace and continued to comprehend the Lord's laws. The target of his comprehension was the Lord Law skill, King. After the Supreme Domain incident, this law skill directly advanced to the low-tier deity level elementary grade. He could no longer use the Lord Talent Crystal Fragment to increase his nomological skills at this level. He could only let Zhou Zhou comprehend them on his own. Fortunately, Zhou Zhou's comprehension ability had increased greatly. With the help of various treasures and the cheat, the time world, he was much more efficient than when he first comprehended the Lord's law skill. He was confident that he could advance the law skill king to the low-tier deity level intermediate grade in 2 days. At that time, he would be able to advance to the low-tier deity level intermediate grade God Spirit. As for the myriad methods star palm, its improvement could be gradually improved as long as Zhou Zhou fought more God Spirit level enemies and absorbed the law skills they used in battle. Time passed quickly. Night fell unknowingly. Zhou Zhou, who was walking the supreme continent in the time world and comprehending the various forms of the world, suddenly sensed something. With a thought, he separated himself from the world of time. Then, Zhou Zhou slowly opened his eyes in reality. Coincidentally, Alia's respectful voice came from outside the door. Your Majesty, Bai Yun and Haros request an audience. Let them in. Yes. Chapter 963, Master God Tier Elementary Grade. Blazing Sun Divine Master's Inheritance. Soon, Bai Yun and Haros walked in. Greetings, Your Majesty. The two of them said respectfully and led the way. Zhou Zhou nodded. He looked at the two of them and suddenly exclaimed softly. His gaze landed on Haros. Haros, you've already reached the limit of a high-tier deity level advance grade. Zhou Zhou suddenly asked. Yes, Your Majesty, Haros said respectfully. Not only that, but I also sensed the bottleneck of a high-tier deity level advance grade becoming a true god tier. Therefore, I specially came over this time to ask for leave from Your Majesty and request to go to the time world of the reincarnation sacred palace to spend thousands or even tens of thousands of years polishing my laws to prepare for the final matter of advancing to the true god tier. Zhou Zhou nodded. In the time world of the reincarnation sacred palace, the maximum ratio of time flow adjustment was 1:10,000. Which meant Haros planned to use thousands or even 10,000 years to prepare to advance to the true god tier. If he were to make all the preparations in the time world, it would be about a year in the real world. He spoke frankly. Compared to those high-tier deity-level existences who would go into seclusion for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years to prepare to advance to the true god tier, this time was already inconceivably short. Zhou Zhou was not surprised. However, he already had other thoughts about Haros' advancement. After hearing his words, he couldn't help but look at him with a smile. Your Majesty! Why are you looking at me this way? Haros noticed Zhou Zhou's gaze and felt uneasy for a while. In the end, he could not help but ask. He thought for a moment and seemed to have thought of something. He immediately changed his words. Your Majesty, I suddenly remember that there have been many battles in the past 2 days. It would be too irresponsible for me to leave at this time. I should wait until the battles are less frequent before applying for leave. You misunderstand. I now have more than 100 god spirits under my command. What's the big deal about losing a high-tier deity-level god spirit? Zhou Zhou smiled. Haros immediately looked terrified. What was the most feared thing in the workplace for an adult who was motivated? He would be most afraid that his expertise could be replaced by his superior at any time. His Majesty's words immediately made him panic. Yes, when he first joined the Blazing Sun Kingdom, as the only high-tier deity-level expert in the kingdom, its rarity was naturally irreplaceable. But now, His Majesty was already able to casually kill low-tier true god-tier experts by himself. He could also fight against mid-tier true god-tier experts. The combat power of the high-tier deity-level subordinates had already exceeded 10, and this was not including those geniuses who had already possessed the combat power of a high-tier deity level even before they reached the high-tier deity level. In this way, he would seem ordinary and not important at all. Am I going to be replaced? Haros thought. Zhou Zhou could tell what Haros was thinking at a glance and could not help but blink. It seemed that his words just now had caused the other party to misunderstand. Haros, I can grant you your leave. But now, I'll give you 2 choices to become true god tier. The first one is to comprehend true God tier law skills yourself and continue on your own path. Then, use your true God tier law skills to break through the true God tier bottleneck and become a true God tier. As for the second one, Zhou Zhou flipped his right hand, and a book of the God Spirit that emitted the aura of a Master God tier appeared in his hand. This is a Master God tier elementary grade book of the God Spirit left behind by a Master God named Blazing Sunday. It records the inheritance of the Master God tier of His Excellency. He is extremely compatible with your nomological path. You can possess it and inherit the Blazing Sun God's divine inheritance. Then, along the path of Him, you can at least advance to the advanced grade of a true God tier in the future. There's even a high chance that you can reach the level of a Master God tier like the Blazing Sun God and become a super expert who can suppress a race. How would you choose? Zhou Zhou asked. Haros was stunned for a long time as he looked at the book of the God Spirit, which was of Master God tier elementary grade. Then, he suddenly scratched his fire elemental head and said, "Me? What path do I have?" With that, he immediately took the book of the God Spirit from Zhou Zhou and smiled foolishly. "Your Majesty, is this really for me?" Haros asked in disbelief as he held the book of the God Spirit tightly. "It's all in your hands. If it's not yours, it's yours." Zhou Zhou rolled his eyes. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty." Haros frantically bowed to Zhou Zhou, but he still felt that he could not express his gratitude enough. This was a Master God tier inheritance. As long as he followed the path left behind by this Master God tier and did not die midway, there was a high chance that he could reach the end of the path and become a Master God. Such a precious treasure was so easily given to him by His Majesty without any requests. What else could I ask for with such a master? With this Master God tier inheritance and the reincarnation sacred palace, how long will it take for you to break through to the true God tier? Zhou Zhou asked. 3 days at the earliest, 5 days at most. Haros thought for a moment and gave an approximate range. The guidance given by the Book of the God Spirit was much more detailed than the guidance given by the true God tier divine artifacts. Gerald's crown of original sin only showed Gerald the true God tier law of original sin that it contained after all, allowing Gerald to comprehend it on his own. Then, he would walk the path of a true God. As for the guidance given by the Book of the God Spirit, not only did it tell the deities in detail what laws they needed to comprehend at every stage, it would even teach them the comprehension of breaking through realms, the materials needed to break through realms, even the choice of law skills, and even combat experience, memory inheritance, and connections when they were alive. The word inheritance contained too many things. Therefore, Zhou Zhou was not surprised that Haros could reach the true God tier realm in a shorter period of time. "All right. Go into seclusion in the time world for the next few days. The soldiers and I will wait for the day you become a true God tier," Zhou Zhou said. "Yes, Your Majesty," Haros said solemnly. Following that, he didn't stay any longer and took his leave. He wanted to use the Book of the God Spirit right now. Then, he would immediately enter the time world and begin the process of becoming a true God tier. When Bai Yun saw this, she respectfully said, "Your Majesty, after today's battle, about 600 trillion humans have retreated to the primordial world in the territory of the 3 empires of the human race. We estimate that the humans of the 3 empires would have all retreated to the primordial world by noon tomorrow. This is the summary of our specific war today. Please take a look, Your Majesty." After Bai Yun finished speaking, she turned on her personal terminal and projected the details of today's battle into the air in front of Zhou Zhou. Chapter 964, Epic Tier Lord Talent Light of Black Technology. War Summary 1. Zhou Zhou looked at the summary. In order to protect the human race and retreat to the primordial world, Bai Yun and the other soldiers and god spirits had fought a total of 22 billion people of foreign races. The war resources left behind by these enemies and their combat items were enhanced by the title of King of Loots and the Strongest Lord. They obtained a total of more than 820 million legendary tier mist cores, more than 5.836 billion epic tier mist cores, more than 82.077 billion extraordinary tier mist cores, more than 126.07 billion diamond tier mist cores, 185.085 billion white platinum tier mist cores, more than 259.055 billion yellow gold tier mist cores, more than 756 billion white silver tier mist cores, and 1.1 trillion green bronze tier mist cores. 9,100,060 million skill books. 3,100,08 million pieces of equipment. The basic materials were about 220,000 trillion units. More than 8,230 million units of basic elemental gemstones. More than 450 million units of thunder element gems. 300 million units of life elemental gems. 370 million units of death elemental gems. 6,040 million origin crystals. 112.5 million 8,800 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 1 epic tier Lord Talent sphere. 6 epic tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 156,528 Holy Spirit tier Scarlet Divine crystals. More than 260 million units of divine crystals at the low tier deity level. There was also a total of about 5 million divine spark fragments, God tier medicinal herbs, God tier ingredients, God tier ores, God tier blueprints, and other treasures. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction after reading this part of the summary. Needless to say, there were still ridiculous amounts of mist cores and basic materials. The number of skill books and equipment added up to 13 trillion. That was a total of 13 trillion skill books and equipment. If not for the fact that Zhou Zhou did not have so many soldiers under him, with so many equipment and skill books, he would have been able to arm trillions of soldiers. If he sold it, who knew how many legendary tier mist cores he would have to sell? However, Zhou Zhou had no intention of selling it. There were more and more soldiers under his command, and the number was increasing in the tens of billions. Zhou Zhou still wanted to keep these equipment and skill books for his soldiers to use. However, what satisfied Zhou Zhou the most were the life elemental gems and the death elemental gems. 300 million life elemental gems and 370 million death elemental gems. A smile appeared on his face. 1/3 of the upgrade requirements have been met. In that case, as long as I obtain this amount twice more, I'll be able to gather the gemstone requirements to upgrade my territory. As for the epic tier Lord Talent sphere, Zhou Zhou planned on taking a good look at it later. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the insight defection list and the military strength list. This morning, he had personally taken down 13 god spirits of the Vapalias Pantheon group. Then, he used 2 insight defections to take down 8 forbidden archmage scarlet god spirits and 5 devil race scarlet god spirits. Moreover, after today's battle, 8 legendary tier soldiers had advanced to low tier deity level elementary grade god spirits. Then, some of the lords of the Star Alliance instigated insight defection to imprison the 53 scarlet god spirits trapped in the 9 netherworld fiend celestial prison. And now, there were only 10 scarlet god spirits imprisoned in the 9 nether fiend celestial prison. He could instigate the insight defection tomorrow. When the time comes. Zhou Zhou had a total of 170 god spirits under his command. When he saw this result, he nodded in satisfaction. This number was twice as fast as yesterday. 170 god spirits are comparable to the total number of god spirits in some small races. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. As for the other group of Star Alliance masters who did not obtain the quota for the insight defection, they had also given Zhou Zhou 1,056,008,602 people of foreign race soldiers after following the army to participate in the war with the foreign races today. Zhou Zhou now had a total of 34,263,379,704 soldiers under his command. Including the Star Alliance's current total military strength of 7.412 billion, Zhou Zhou's total military strength had already reached an astonishing 41.8 billion soldiers. Among the troops under his command, excluding the Star Alliance, there were 1,040,977,120 Black Iron Tier soldiers. There were 4,895,626,520 Green Bronze Tier soldiers. There were 15,613,568,720 White Silver Tier soldiers. There were 6,032,125,752 Yellow Gold Tier soldiers. There were 3,536,500,000 White Platinum Tier soldiers. There were 1,789,202,626 Diamond Tier soldiers. There were 965.2 million Extraordinary Tier soldiers. There were 387.3 million Epic Tier soldiers. There were 2,862,330 Legendary Tier soldiers. As for the god spirits under him, after today's battle, their strength had also increased astonishingly. Among them, Guo Jiao, Qi Xiantian, and Yuan Kong had advanced to mid-tier deity level advance grade. Vicky, Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Feng Luo, Suan, and Luo Sheng had all advanced to mid-tier deity level elementary grade. The strength of the other god spirits had also increased to a certain extent. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. The strength of the god spirits under him was steadily improving. However, he didn't have the main god tier book of the god spirit that was suitable for their nomological path. There were quite a few true god tier book of the god spirit. When they were about to advance to true god tier, he could give them the true god level book of the god spirit to help them complete their final breakthrough. As for the master god tier book of the god spirit, he would definitely encounter it in the future as the level of his enemies kept increasing. When the time came, he would reward them. Chapter 965, Epic Tier Lord Talent Light of Black Technology. War Summary 2. After that, Zhou Zhou and Bai Yun chatted for a while about tomorrow's battle arrangements before Bai Yun took her leave. After he left, Zhou Zhou flipped his right hand, and a purple Epic Tier Lord Talent Sphere appeared in his hand. He looked at the Lord Talent Sphere thoughtfully. In fact, in the recent war, Zhou Zhou had obtained a lot of Lord Talent Spheres. However, most of them were low-tier Lord Talent Spheres, such as Black Iron Tier, Green Bronze Tier, and White Silver Tier. Yellow Gold Tier was rare, let alone Extraordinary Tier. Zhou Zhou did not fuse them into his body. Instead, he treated them as ordinary Lord Talent crystal fragments and placed them in the king's treasure box. The reason was, he felt that these Lord Talents were too low level. They would not be of much help to him even if he opened them. For example, he encountered a Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent. Home of Craftsmen. The effect of this talent could allow the territory to accept 5 more Green Bronze Tier craftsmen every day. As the territory level increased, the grade of the craftsman would not change, but the number would increase. This was completely useless against Zhou Zhou. The Blazing Sun Kingdom received more than 100 million refugees every day. Craftsmen were just an ordinary profession, not a rare profession after all. Hence, just by looking among these refugees, one could find tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of refugees from craftsman professions who wanted to join his Blazing Sun Kingdom. Occasionally, he would see some rare craftsman professions, such as strange item maker, trap master, doll merchant, toy artist. They would often appear among the refugees who came to join the Blazing Sun Kingdom, wanting to become subjects of the Blazing Sun Kingdom and obtain its protection. Under such circumstances, how could Zhou Zhou be interested in a family of Green Bronze Tier craftsmen? He was not even interested in using the Lord Talent Crystal Fragment to increase the grade of his talent. With this thought in mind, he might as well save the Lord Talent Crystal Fragment and use it to increase the Legendary Tier Lord Talent to the Mythical Tier Unique Lord Talent. A complete Mythical Tier Unique Lord Talent Crystal Fragment required 1 billion Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments after all. Even though Zhou Zhou already had 6 Mythical Tier Unique Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, He also needed to collect another 400 million green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments to gather the talent materials needed to level up to the mythical tier. Therefore, even though Zhou Zhou could collect more than 110 million green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments today, he was still a distance away from upgrading his legendary tier Lord Talent to the mythical tier unique Lord Talent. He stopped thinking about it. Zhou Zhou looked at the epic tier Lord Talent sphere. A text notification appeared. Treasure name, Lord Talent Sphere Light of Black Technology. Treasure grade, Epic tier. Treasure effect, after absorbing it, the Lord will have an Epic tier Lord Talent Light of Black Technology. Treasure description, a loot that could not be dropped. It was forced to drop under the drive of some mysterious power. Light of Black Technology. Zhou Zhou was stunned. Was it a technological type Lord Talent? He pondered for a while and gradually felt that it would be a good choice if he added a technological type Lord Talent to his territory. After all, the ultimate Lord, Zhou Zhou, had received the support of a large number of mist core and divine crystals from him. He had already begun to send endless technological information and technological creation resources to the Blazing Sun Kingdom to build the mixed virtual reality era. In terms of technological knowledge, his territory was completely prepared for the mixed virtual reality era. At this time, if his territory had another technological Lord Talent, it would definitely speed up the descent of the mixed virtual reality era. Thinking of this, he stopped thinking and chose to absorb it. The next second, the epic tier Lord Talent sphere immediately turned into countless purple light spots and surged into his glabella. Zhou Zhou closed his eyes. A moment later, he reopened his eyes again after some time. Then, he immediately opened his Lord's personal information. The epic tier Lord Talent, Light of Black Technology, appeared in his Lord Talent column. The 33rd Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Then, he opened the details of the talent. Lord Talent, Light of Black Technology, Epic tier. Light of Black Technology, your territory is illuminated by the laws of science. Creatures who love scientific and technological knowledge in your territory have a 30% chance of changing to a kingdom-level rare life profession science researcher through completing a certain amount of scientific and technological knowledge accumulation during the process of learning. There was a 10% chance of changing to an empire-level rare life profession great scientist. There was a 0.1% chance of changing to a rare divine kingdom life profession the highest source code scholar. The more knowledge you have, the easier it is for you to change your profession to a higher level black technology personnel. Note 1. Scientific researcher refers to a person who is passionate about science and technology, can endure loneliness and engage in ordinary scientific research activities, and can assist great scientists and supreme source code scholars to complete their scientific research activities. Occasionally, they would come up with some small technological inventions. There was a very small chance that they would create great scientists or even supreme source code scholars to invent black technology inventions or black technology theoretical knowledge. Note 2. Great scientist, high-level professionals who possess top-notch professional knowledge in a certain field of science and technology and are highly respected in the scientific community. They can see the nature of science through the phenomenon of the manifestation of all things and carry out passable summary activities. They are the mainstay of scientific and technological civilization. Great scientists can occasionally conjecture knowledge that surpasses the current racial technological civilization. They can even discover or invent science and technology or products that lack the scientific basis of the current era of racial civilization and violate the principles of nature. Note 3. Supreme Source Code Scholars, a group of scholars who have recognized the true origin of the world. They believe that the myriad worlds are composed of supreme source codes that the life-form civilization can't understand. Supreme Source Code Scholars can create everything through researching supreme source codes, modify reality, return to the past, change fate, become God spirits, and even, become an omnipotent supreme will. However, ever since the appearance of the Supreme Source Code Scholar, no Supreme Source Code Scholar has been able to achieve the last point. After Zhou Zhou finished reading, before he could think about the specific use of this Lord Talent, a new line of text appeared. Lord Talent notification: as the Lord Talent holder of the Light of Black technology, you are eligible to change your profession to a Supreme Source Code Scholar. Do you want to change your job immediately? Lord Talent notification 2: your scientific and technical knowledge has reached the requirements to advance to the Supreme Source Code Scholar. Do you want to advance? Zhou Zhou looked at the two notifications and could not help but be stunned. After a while, he finally reacted and couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that he had fulfilled the dual requirements to advance to the so-called Supreme Source Code Scholar. That was why he had triggered these two class advancement notifications at the same time. Well, he was a famous person from the Machina race and had grasped many high-level scientific inheritances of the Machina race, other than his ultimate Lord Avatar. Just the countless bloodline civilization legacies in his mind were probably enough for him to meet the conditions to advance to a Supreme Source Code Scholar. Change. After Zhou Zhou figured it out, he said without hesitation. This was a rare Divine Kingdom life profession. High-level professions were rarer than Divine Kingdom life professions. He would be a fool not to change his class. As soon as he finished speaking, the information about the Lord Talent class change appeared. Lord Talent notification: you have successfully changed your profession to a rare Divine Kingdom life profession Supreme Source Code Scholar. Profession hint: you have awakened Divine Kingdom rare profession talent Eye of the Supreme Source Code, Divine Kingdom rare profession talent Invoke Source Code, Divine Kingdom rare profession talent Myriad Decomposition, Supreme Source Code Create Basic Materials, Supreme Source Code Create Black Iron Tier Materials, Supreme Source Code Create Green Bronze Tier Materials. Supreme Source Code Create Low Tier Deity Level Elementary Grade Materials. Zhou Zhou looked at these notifications and raised his eyebrows slightly. Chapter 966, Supreme Source Code Scholar. Zhou Zhou opened the information on these talents and professional skills. Profession Talent Name: Eye of the Supreme Source Code. Talent Level: Divine Kingdom Rare. Talent Description: as a scholar who studies the Supreme Source Code, you have a pair of eyes that can see through the essence of everything. Through observation and research, you can gradually understand these Supreme Source Codes and observe and research higher-level Supreme Source Codes. Profession Talent Name: Call Source Code. Talent Level: Divine Kingdom Rare. Talent Description: as a scholar who studies the Supreme Source Code, you can invoke these Supreme Source Codes, make them work for you, and do some unbelievable things. Profession Talent Name: Myriad Decomposition. Talent Level: Divine Kingdom Rare. Talent Description: as a scholar who studies the Supreme Source Code, you can decompose the substance of the Supreme Source Code at the root level, thereby decomposing it into the basic Supreme Source Code material. Profession Skill Name: Supreme Source Code Creating Basic Materials. Skill Quality: Basic Level. Skill Description: you can collect the basic source code materials you need through the decomposition of everything, and reorganize these basic source code materials to create some basic materials. For example, stone, wood, sand, basic metal. Profession Skill Name: Supreme Source Code Creating Basic Materials. Skill Quality: Basic Level. Skill Description: the Supreme Source Code Scholar can decompose everything and collect all kinds of Supreme Source Code materials at the required basic level. Then, he can reorganize these types of basic source code materials to create some basic substances. For example, stone, wood, sand, basic metal. Note: most substances are made of more than plural Supreme Source Code materials. If you want to create complicated substances, you need to collect more types of Supreme Source Code from various other substances to create the substance you need. Profession Skill Name: Supreme Source Code Create Black Iron Tier Matter. Skill Quality: Black Iron Tier. Skill Description: the scholar of the Supreme Source Code can decompose everything and collect all kinds of Supreme Source Code materials at the Black Iron Tier. Then, he can reorganize these types of black iron tier source code materials to create some black iron tier materials. For example, black iron tier materials: fine iron, black iron tier materials sand crystal, black iron tier creatures devil vines, black iron tier creatures black horned ants. Note: omitted. Profession skill name: Supreme source code creating green bronze tier matter. Skill quality: green bronze tier. Skill description: a top source code scholar can collect all kinds of green bronze tier source code materials and reorganize these types of green bronze tier source code materials to create some green bronze tier substances. For example, green bronze tier materials fire steel, green bronze tier materials energy jade, green bronze tier mist core, green bronze tier creature icewing bird. Note: omitted. Profession skill name: Supreme source code create low tier deity level elementary grade material. Skill quality: low tier deity level elementary grade. Skill description: a high level source code scholar can decompose everything and collect all kinds of high level source code materials needed for low level deities. Then, he can reorganize these types of low level deity source code materials to create some low level deities. For example, low tier deity level elementary grade. Thunder Mother Stone, low tier deity level elementary grade materials violet cloud divine thread, low tier deity level elementary grade divine crystals, low tier deity level elementary grade divine beast wind splitting roar. After Zhou Zhou read the talent and skill information, he could not help but click his tongue. This supreme source code scholar looked strong. As expected of a divine kingdom life profession. He had already reached the ridiculous level of being able to see through the essence of all things and create them. In some small worlds, this was probably a divine ability that other life forms could treat as the god of creation. Moreover, the most ridiculous thing was that normally, only existences at the god spirit realm would begin to dabble in such an ability. As for the supreme source code scholar, he could actually have it at the black iron tier to create some basic materials such as wood, stone, sand, and basic metals. Moreover, every time he increased his strength realm, he could see a higher level of material essence source code composition and create a higher level of material. This profession can be said to be the creation god of the same profession. Zhou Zhou exhaled and thought. He took a closer look at this profession and realized that it wasn't omnipotent. For example, there were still some restrictions on its creation of matter. The first limitation was naturally the limitation of strength. A black iron tier source code scholar could only create black iron tier substances at most. Not only could he not create green bronze tier substances, he could not even see through the composition of the supreme source code at this level. Second, a supreme source code scholar couldn't create the substance he wanted out of thin air. If one wants to create a complex substance through supreme source code, then supreme source code scholars must have all the supreme source code materials needed to create this substance. Without a type of supreme source code source material, he wouldn't be able to properly form the substances he needed. It was equivalent to building a complete model. As long as a component of the model is missing, the model cannot be assembled successfully. As long as a component of the model is missing, the model cannot be assembled successfully. Zhou Zhou could not help but laugh. From the looks of it, this divine kingdom level rare life profession was much easier to understand. Then, he began to try out the talents and abilities of this profession. I'm now a low-tier deity level elementary grade god spirit. I can see through the source code of low-tier deity level elementary grade at best. Zhou Zhou flipped his right hand, and a low-tier deity level elementary grade divine artifact appeared in his hand out of thin air. This low-tier deity level elementary grade divine artifact was a pendant that emitted a tricolored light. It was called the Fallen God Spirit's Prayer. He was created from the pure soul of a low-tier deity level elementary grade god spirit. It had the effect of protecting the soul and resisting soul attacks. At the same time, it also had the effect of nourishing and restoring the soul's origin. Of course, to the current Zhou Zhou, it was naturally useless. With the strength of Zhou Zhou's soul enhanced by various bloodlines, laws, and treasures, only divine artifacts at the true God tier level could enhance his soul. However, even though this divine artifact was useless to him, it was not a problem to use it as a test subject. Zhou Zhou looked at the prayer of the fallen God spirit and activated the eye of the supreme source code. The next second, Zhou Zhou's eyes suddenly turned silver-white. Those silver-white eyes were indifferent and heartless. They were rational and cold to the extreme, but they also had a different kind of scientific charm. He looked at the low-tier deity-level elementary grade divine artifact in his hand. Chapter 967 to 150 billion refugees. Advancing to low-tier deity-level intermediate grade. After a long time, suddenly, a silver rune flashed across the surface of this divine artifact. A silver rune flashed across the surface of this divine artifact. The silver rune that had just flashed slowly appeared before his eyes, appeared under his gaze. More silver characters could be vaguely seen around and deeper into the rune. From Zhou Zhou's perspective, some were complicated, some were simple, some were profound, and some were obscure. Each silver character represented a different meaning of the rules, and when they were combined, a new meaning of the rules would be produced. They were like living beings. They had endless creations and were incomparably profound. They had infinite possibilities of change and could even see the beginning and end of the evolution of the universe. If one were to observe from the perspective of a scientific practitioner, they would be shocked to discover that each of these silver characters was a scientific crystal condensed from countless scientific and technological knowledge. They represented the highest level of scientific civilization. And there were at least 10,000 such silver characters on this insignificant low-tier deity-level elementary grade divine artifact. This is the supreme source code. Zhou Zhou held his breath. This was definitely the result of a civilization that had developed to the extreme. If someone could bring it to greater heights, they could definitely use it to create a civilization that was not inferior to high-level bloodline races. It could even be a great civilization that stood at the peak of all races, like the original spirit race, the shepherd's god race, and the chaos gods race. Perhaps the end of the Machina race's civilization was the supreme source code. According to the information in the Lord Talent, if he mastered all the supreme source code, he could even reach the heights of the supreme will. Even though so far, no supreme source code scholar could reach that level, it should be trustworthy since it was information provided by the Lord Talent. He observed for a while and discovered something else. This low-tier deity-level elementary grade divine artifact wasn't made from the source code of a low-tier deity. Most of the source code materials in him were low-tier deity-level elementary grade, but other than that, there were also a small number of legendary tier and lower source code materials, as well as some mid-tier deity-level source code materials. Zhou Zhou understood very easily. Creating a low-tier deity-level elementary grade divine artifact required a lot of materials. There would definitely be high-grade or low-grade materials among them. In that case, it was normal for the source code to be of different grades. Zhou Zhou activated his next profession ability after reading the supreme source code of this divine artifact. Divine Kingdom Rare Profession Talent Myriad Decomposition. The next second, the prayer of the fallen god spirit in his hand suddenly turned into an item made of silver source code. It no longer had the aura of a divine artifact, nor could it unleash the effects of any divine artifact. It was simply a silver code material composed of many supreme source codes, and it looked very sci-fi. Zhou Zhou looked at the ball of silver code substance and then gently wiped the divine artifact with his right hand. Tens of thousands of supreme source codes followed his right hand and flew out like a galaxy. Then, they formed a ball of source code that flowed endlessly in his right palm. Zhou Zhou cleared it with his fingers and saw that the source code had been extracted one by one and placed separately at the side. A moment later, more than 2,000 different types of source code were extracted separately. He waved his right hand, and the source code quickly condensed into various divine artifact manufacturing materials. Zhou Zhou sighed inwardly. This myriad decomposition was a little heaven-defying. Just the innate ability of this profession was not inferior to a high-quality lord talent. Then, he restored these materials back to the source code and reassembled the low-tier deity-level elementary-grade divine artifact, Prayer of the Fallen God Spirit. He tried it and realized that there was no problem with the divine artifact's effects. It was not affected at all because it had restored the source code. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he tried to take out other divine artifacts to restore them. After discovering that there were no problems, he tried to create a series of professional skills from basic materials, black iron tier materials, green bronze tier materials, and other supreme source code scholars. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction after using it. He once again felt the astonishing potential of this life profession when he used the skills of this profession. Just as the Lord Talent said, this career development was extremely important and indeed had extremely high development prospects. Zhou Zhou could not guarantee that he could become an existence like the Supreme Will, but it was very likely that he could become a Master God tier or even a Supreme God realm existence. Not bad, Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. With this Lord Talent, the speed at which his territory entered the mixed virtual reality era would definitely increase again. In the following period of time, Zhou Zhou continued to study this supreme source code. Half an hour later, Aaliyah walked into the Divine Kingdom's main hall and knelt on one knee before Zhou Zhou. Your Majesty, Prime Minister Zheng requests an audience. Zhou Zhou gave it a thought and the next second, Zheng Yuankai's body appeared out of thin air in the hall. What can I do for you at this hour, Prime Minister? Zhou Zhou asked casually. Your Majesty, great news. Zheng Yuankai was a little surprised by his sudden appearance in the hall, but he quickly calmed down and immediately congratulated Zhou Zhou. What good news? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. Your Majesty, I just received the news. From this morning until just now, our Blazing Sun Kingdom states have received more than 150 billion human refugees. These refugees are all from human territory. They all want to join our Blazing Sun Kingdom and become your Majesty's subjects. Now, I've already ordered the officials of the various states to fully accept these refugees and make them subjects of our country. I've also ordered them to properly settle their future work and lives. Zheng Yuankai smiled. What? 150 billion refugees? Zhou Zhou was shocked by this number. However, he soon reacted. Even though the humans had collectively retreated to the primordial world, the time given to them was too short. No matter how diligent the higher UPS of the human race were, they would definitely make some mistakes and leave a small number of humans behind. This was something that the Yellow Emperor and the others were prepared for. The sudden increase in the number of refugees was probably those humans who did not have the time to retreat to the primordial world or did not want to retreat to the primordial world. Seeing that they had no country to return to, they could only come to the Blazing Sun Kingdom as refugees. This was a good thing. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. He was worried that the difference in the number of subjects and soldiers in his territory was too great, causing the development of his territory to be a little uneven. He did not expect so many ordinary subjects to be sent over. We have to make good arrangements for them. We can give them special policy subsidies and try our best to integrate these refugees into the Blazing Sun Kingdom in the shortest time possible. We can also treat the Blazing Sun Kingdom as their new home. Also, we can arrange for the soldiers of the Homeland Defense Army to receive the refugees who want to join the Blazing Sun Kingdom around the territory of the kingdom. We must ensure their safety on the way here. Zhou Zhou ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Zheng Yuankai was also smiling. During this period of time, he saw that the ratio of soldiers to ordinary subjects was getting more and more ridiculous. He was secretly worried. Great, there was no need for him to think of a solution. The solution came on its own. There should be at least 3 to 5% of the human refugees in the human territory after all the humans retreated to the primordial world the next day. They had no choice or did not want to leave with them. Even though this ratio was small, on the scale of the entire human race, there were still 30 to 50 trillion human refugees. If their Blazing Sun Kingdom could devour all these refugees, the overall strength of their Blazing Sun Kingdom would increase by at least 10 times or even 100 times. Just imagining that scene made Zheng Yuankai tremble with excitement. After that, Zhou Zhou and Zheng Yuankai discussed more about the future arrangements of these human refugees. They chatted until midnight before Zheng Yuankai left the Divine Kingdom's main hall to busy himself with this matter. As for Zhou Zhou, he continued to return to the time world and began to comprehend the Lord's laws again. The next morning, in the reincarnation sacred palace, Zhou Zhou, who was sitting on a praying mat and meditating, trembled. The aura on his body increased a little. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. A smile appeared on his face as he sensed that the chaos holy power in his body had nearly doubled. I finally comprehended the low-tier deity level intermediate grade nomological skill king and used it to advance to the low-tier deity level intermediate grade. With my current strength and realm, coupled with the increase in strength of the king and the power of the myriad methods star palm, my true combat strength should have officially reached the true god tier intermediate grade, right? Zhou Zhou muttered. Then, a smile gradually appeared on his face. Chapter 968, Nearly 60 Billion Soldiers. Master God Tier's Blood. Scarlet Bloodkin. Zhou Zhou stood up and walked towards Mu Gu's residence. Soon, he found Mu Gu who was sitting in an ancient pavilion drinking Jade Sun tea. These were tea leaves that the tea farmers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom had obtained by mutating the Jade Sun tree with supernatural powers. The taste was refreshing and had a faint fragrance that left a lingering aftertaste. Furthermore, long-term consumption of this tea could extend one's lifespan, so it was very popular both inside and outside the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Greetings, Your Majesty. Seeing His Majesty coming over, Mu Gu hurriedly put down his teacup and stood up respectfully. Bai Yun and the rest have already gone to your ranchland plain? Zhou Zhou asked. Yes, Your Majesty, Mu Gu said respectfully. Legion Commander Bai Yun has just entered the ranchland plain. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. He didn't go in. Instead, he casually sat at the side and got Mu Gu sit down as well. Then, the two of them sipped tea while waiting for Bai Yun to come out. Currently, the ranchland plain of the Shepherd's Valley could produce at most 6.25 billion ranch monsters a day. Facing the more than 30 billion soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, it was not enough to split evenly. Bai Yun probably wouldn't take long. As expected, in less than half an hour, Bai Yun turned into a white stream of light and flew out of Mu Gu's palm. Greetings, Your Majesty. He was not surprised and immediately said respectfully when he saw Zhou Zhou. Did everything go well? Zhou Zhou smiled. Your Majesty must be teasing me. Bai Yun replied with a smile. How could a group of ranch monsters that were at most epic tier advance grade not go smoothly? After he said that, he took out a spatial ring and handed it to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it and looked at the items inside. They were 13.5 billion yellow talisman Deo soldier recruitment books, 13.5 billion yellow talisman Deo soldier class change certificates, 3.75 trillion violent storm spirit recruitment books, and 3.75 trillion violent storm spirit class change certificates. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Following that, he brought the spatial ring to the gate of summoning and threw all the recruitment books inside. Then, as usual, he called over 20 empty galaxy and had all the soldiers appear in the inner world of the galaxy. Then, he used 100 epic tier mist cores to summon all the recruits at once. The next second, the internal world of the 20 galaxy ships suddenly became crowded. Zhou Zhou looked at these new recruits and nodded slightly. He already had 34,263,379,704 soldiers under his command. Now, with the addition of these 17,250,000,000 new recruits, he had an astonishing number of 51,513,379,704 soldiers. together with the Star Alliance's 7,412 million soldiers. He had nearly 60 billion soldiers under him. This was almost twice the total number of soldiers yesterday. In 2 days, my soldiers should be able to exceed 100 billion. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. 100 billion soldiers. This was the total military strength of some high-level Empire Lord factions. Moreover, unlike ordinary high-level empires, there were strong and weak ones among their 100 billion soldiers. Moreover, most of them were ordinary soldiers. Only a small number of them were elite soldiers, such as high-level soldiers, kingdom-level soldiers, and empire-level soldiers. Among the nearly 60 billion soldiers under Zhou Zhou, almost all of them were kingdom-level soldiers, the violent storm spirit, and the empire-level soldiers, the yellow talisman Dao soldier. With such a terrifying army in hand, Zhou Zhou's courage increased greatly. He felt that even if he were to face several high-level empire-level lords, he would still dare to fight them. But after calming down, he still dispelled his thoughts. When did he have the means to fight against a master god tier? Or when did he encounter an empire-level lord faction that did not have the means to fight against a master god tier? Then, he could talk about attacking an empire-level lord faction. Just relying on will like light, to be honest, his methods were still a little weak. It did not give Zhou Zhou much sense of security. Then, he summoned the 44,000 new subjects from the Gate of Summoning. He took a look at the professions of these subjects and was pleasantly surprised to discover that among the subjects summoned this time, there was another epic tier advance grade space magician, a scarlet mage, and an epic tier advance grade clone warlock. The 3 of them were top-notch professionals. The space magician was extremely good at spatial magic. In terms of controlling spatial magic, he was even comparable to a higher-level user of spatial magic. Crimson Law, on the other hand, was a rare mage who practiced Crimson Law and was good at some scarlet magic. As for clone warlocks, they were a type of bloodline warlock. This kind of bloodline warlock was born with the awakened talent. Doppelganger technique. Every time they reached a higher level, they could summon a new doppelganger. Each doppelganger could be controlled as a new version of themselves, and they could even take on a new profession. Because of this, the doppelganger warlock had many methods, and it was extremely difficult for him to die. Zhou Zhou looked at the 3 high-level rare professionals and nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that he had guessed correctly. As his territory level continued to increase, the professionals summoned by his Glory of the Pioneer 7, would gradually become rare and powerful. After that, he handed these recruits to Bai Yun and asked him to bring these soldiers to the human territory to protect the remaining humans and retreat to the primordial world. And then he came to the Lord's shop. When he arrived, he saw old Zhou sitting obediently in front of the counter, waiting for him to arrive. When he saw Zhou Zhou, Zhou Zhenmin's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. "Your Majesty." Zhou Zhenmin smiled. "Ever since you got into this habit, I'm not used to not seeing you play games." Zhou Zhou sized up him and said. "Your Majesty sure knows how to joke." Zhou Zhenmin laughed. Then, he took out 3 golden boxes from under the counter and placed them on the counter before opening them one by one. Zhou Zhou looked at it. The first box contained a drop of blood. Zhou Zhou looked over and raised his eyebrows. Treasure name, Master God Tier's blood. Treasure grade, Master God Tier elementary grade. Treasure effect, this is a drop of ordinary divine blood of a spatial Master God Tier. After an ordinary life form consumes this drop of blood, it can allow a living being who has no talent in spatial laws to become a top-notch spatial law talent in the blink of an eye. Moreover, when advancing to the God Spirit realm with spatial laws, the probability of advancing to the God Spirit realm will increase by 20%. The descendants of the living beings who consume the divine blood of this Master God Tier also have an extremely high chance of inheriting the bloodline talent of the first-generation divine blood life form. Treasure description, a drop of low-tier Master God Tier divine blood from a space Master God Tier that still exists in the world. Zhou Zhou looked at the slightly transparent silver drop of blood thoughtfully. He thought of the space magicians among the new subjects. He remembered that it was written in the subject introduction of the space magician that when this space magician was young, he had accidentally eaten a drop of mysterious liquid. After that, he had the talent of space magic. His strength had also advanced by leaps and bounds. From an ordinary life form that was not even a superhuman, he had directly become a professional's. He was even a rare and powerful space magician. This is the mysterious liquid that the spatial magician is currently drinking. Zhou Zhou felt that his guess should be right. He had a premonition and hurriedly looked at the other two items. After reading it, he couldn't help but be speechless. It's really exclusive to new subjects. The reason why he said this was because the other two goods were the goods of the Scarlet Mage and the clone. Among them, the Scarlet Mage's commodity was a talent crystal called Scarlet Bloodkin. Talent, Scarlet Bloodkin. Talent effect: when this talent was born, it was secretly tainted by a wisp of scarlet origin energy. It was born extremely ugly and was tragically abandoned by its biological parents. However, he, who was ugly and hated by everyone, was born with scarlet talent. He could comprehend scarlet spells and even crimson laws that ordinary life forms could not. He had great power, but he yearned for the feelings of ordinary life forms. However, no one pitied him. Scarlet talent. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. Chapter 969, Master God Tier Talent Doppelganger Technique. First Doppelganger Zhou 1. Zhou Zhou thought about it and decided to buy it. As a Lord Nomological God Spirit, no matter what nomological path he took or what nomological path he took as a subject, there was always something wrong with him. Then, with a thought, he contacted Mu Gu, who was still in his residence. Mu Gu, are you interested in taking in a disciple? A disciple? Mu Gu, who was in his residence, was stunned. Why did His Majesty suddenly mention this? I just received a subject with good scarlet talent. If you're interested, you can take him in as your disciple. If not, you can arrange for him to be a ranch apprentice on your ranch land plain. Zhou Zhou said. Your subject obeys. Mu Gu did not think too much about it and agreed. What a joke! This was the first time His Majesty had asked him to do something else. How could he dare not agree? Even if he didn't want to, he had to agree. Moreover, he was indeed interested in the subjects that His Majesty mentioned had good scarlet talent. Sure. Zhou Zhou nodded. His name is Red Face. He has a large scarlet birthmark on his body and most of his face. That's because of his talent. Due to his appearance, he feels inferior and rarely makes birthmark on his body and most of his face. That's because of his talent. Due to his appearance, he feels inferior and rarely makes friends. After you take he in as your disciple, try your best to make more friends. Yes, Your Majesty. Mu Gu agreed readily. He had been staying in the ranch land plain all day long, so when he was bored, His Majesty had instructed him to pass the time. Finding friends for Red Face? Could it be for the monster ranch? Mu Gu started to think. Zhou Zhou did not say much. He directly cut off the telepathic communication with Mu Gu and looked at the last item. Finding a teacher and friend for Red Face was just something he did in passing. He didn't care about it after he was done. When he saw the third item, he raised his eyebrows again. It's actually this item. He muttered to himself. The third item was also a gifted item. It was that clone warlock's intrinsic talent doppelganger technique. Talent, doppelganger technique. Talent effect: every time a living being with this talent increases their strength by a large level, they can use half of their origin power to create a clone that is equivalent to their strength and can exist forever. The summoned clones only had the strength of the main body and the bloodline of the main body. They could not have the extraordinary tier profession that the main body had. When the main body dies, the main body's consciousness can awaken and revive from the origin power in the clone's body and become a new main body. It's very practical, but it requires one to expend one's own source energy. However, origin power can be replenished by eating supplements, so this talent can still be used. Zhou Zhou thought to himself after reading this talent. There was not much else in his king's treasure box. There were so many god spirit level supplements that they had piled up into several mountains. Even if it was a true god tier level supplement, he had a large pile of them. He had quite a lot of master god tier supplements. Therefore, he really didn't lack this bit of origin power. He would take his time to make up for it. Moreover, every time one's strength increased by a major realm, one would be able to have a clone that was equivalent to one's strength. For people who were stronger, they would be able to unleash this talent to an even stronger level. Even though it could only replicate one's strength, realm, and bloodline, and could not possess the main body's profession, it was still quite powerful. Most importantly, doppelgangers were publicly acknowledged as life-saving talents in the infinite worlds. How many mist cores do these three goods cost? Zhou Zhou asked. Master God tier elementary grade Master God's blood is worth 20 million legendary tier mist cores. Talent crystal Scarlet blood kin, worth 800 legendary tier mist core. Talent crystal doppelganger technique, worth 50 million legendary tier mist cores. Zhou Zhenmin said. Zhou Zhou was shocked. The value of the doppelganger technique was actually more expensive than the blood of a master god tier. This was actually a master god tier level talent. No. For someone like him whose potential had long been raised to the limit of the world, this was indeed a master god tier talent. However, to the clone warlock who only had the potential to become a low-tier deity level advanced grade god spirit, the upper limit of his future was probably a low-tier deity level advanced grade god spirit. To him, this talent could only be considered a low-tier deity level advanced grade talent. The upper limit of this talent still depended on the person who had it. He did not think too much about it and directly took out 70,800 legendary tier mist cores to buy these three items. Then, he immediately returned to the Divine Kingdom and used the talent crystal of the doppelganger technique. Then, he immediately tried to activate the talent doppelganger technique. The next second, he felt the origin power in his body rapidly flow out of his heart. Then, it gathered in her hand, forming a ball of 9-colored origin power. When it fell to half of the origin power, the ball of light in his hand slowly condensed into a palm-sized Zhou Zhou. He jumped out of Zhou Zhou's hand. As he landed on the ground, he rapidly grew in size. By the time he landed on the ground and was already the size of Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou and his talent avatar looked at each other and suddenly smiled at the same time. From today onwards, your name will be Zhou 1. Zhou Zhou said. Sure. Zhou 1 agreed. What do you want to arrange for me to carry out? In the future, you'll be the one to go out with the army. You'll walk in my name when you're outside. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said, as my main body, I will stay in the time world and comprehend the Lord's laws at all times. If anything happens to you, I'll go over to help you immediately if I can. If I can't, I can only give up on you. That's what I thought too. Zhou 1 smiled. Zhou Zhou smiled gently. Then, he threw the universe-destroying blade and the other 5 top-notch true god-tier divine artifacts to Zhou 1. He would leave this set of 6 true god-tier divine artifacts for Zhou 1 to use in battle. He probably wouldn't need it most of the time in the future. Then, he gave the other party a world ring. It was filled with various treasures, including divine artifacts, god spirit level materials, god spirit level potions, and so on. These were all spares for Zhou 1. It would save Zhou 1 the embarrassment of the common people's regal if he couldn't take out anything when he needed to reward his subordinates. Both you and I need to replenish our origin energy as much as possible and make up for the missing half of origin energy as quickly as possible. This way, when you need to fight, you won't have to worry about not having enough origin energy and being unable to unleash your full strength. I can also continue to summon Zhou 2, Zhou 3, Zhou 4, or even more clones. Sure. Zhou 1 answered concisely. Then, he didn't say anything else and went to look for Bai Yun and company. As for Zhou Zhou's main body, he once again entered the time world. He used the long years of the mortal world to temper his will and comprehend the Lord's laws. Chapter 970, Battling the True God Tier of the Foreign Races. Master God Tier's Blood and Scarlet Blood Kin. Time passed and it was noon in the blink of an eye. Zhou Zhou, who was tempering himself in the time world, suddenly opened his eyes. There's news from Zhou 1 that 8 true God Tier from the people of foreign races have attacked the human race. In the end, Zhou 1, Patriarch Lu, Bai He, and Gerald killed 2 true God Tiers, severely injured 3 true God Tiers, and escaped 3 true God Tiers. He smiled gently and was not surprised at all that a true God Tier of the people of foreign races had taken action. If they did not do their best to stop the humans from retreating to the primordial world, the humans would really escape after all. Wouldn't their efforts over the past few days be wasted? It did not matter if he wasted his efforts. The most important thing was that he could not show his value in front of the incoming people of foreign races. This was a major event that concerned their future as gods. How could they not be anxious? He was even less surprised that the 4 true God Tiers on his side had killed off the other 8 true God Tiers. First of all, according to Zhou 1, none of the 8 true God Tiers from the people of foreign races were advanced grade true gods. Most of them were elementary grade true gods, and only 2 of them were intermediate grade true gods. As for Zhou 1 and the others, although they were at a disadvantage in terms of the number of true God Tiers, they all had true God Tier divine artifacts. Especially Zhou 1, who even had top-notch true God Tier divine artifacts. Therefore, even though they appeared to have the combat power of 4 true God Tier elementary grades on the surface, once the battle started, they would have the combat power of 4 intermediate grade true God Tier. Especially Zhou Zhou. The combination of his king and the myriad methods star palm made him an invincible existence at the same level. The 2 true God Tiers of the people of foreign races who had died were the work of his alone. He had also contributed a lot to the remaining 6 true God Tiers of the people of foreign races. Coupled with their home ground advantage, it was not surprising that they could defeat these 8 true God Tiers of the people of foreign races so forcefully. After this battle, the people of foreign races around the human territory probably won't dare to invade my human territory for 1,000 or even 10,000 years. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. That's right. This is his human territory. The human race was almost 100% certain that they had completely retreated to the primordial world. Among the remaining human territories, the territory of the 3 human empires, Knight, Divine Sword, and Saha, was ruled by him. As for the other human territories, they had been officially abandoned because they were too far away and difficult to rule. He could officially say that he was the rightful ruler of the human race in the high continent. What a pity! You don't want to fight, but I do. Zhou Zhou muttered inwardly. How could he let someone else snore beside him on the couch? These people of foreign races had fought with him before, so they were his enemies. When he had a certain level of Master God Tier means, he had to personally lead his troops to his territory. These people of foreign races had fought with him before, so they were his enemies. When he had a certain level of Master God Tier means, he had to personally lead his troops to his territory. He stopped thinking and casually took out a lotus flower that emitted 9-colored light from his king's treasure box. This lotus was called the 9-colored Divine Lotus. It was a precious low-tier true God Tier supplement. Its main effect was to recover the origin power of a true God Tier. Zhou Zhou was now a low-tier deity-level intermediate grade god spirit. Without using the Law Skill King to increase his realm, this true God Tier elementary grade 9-colored Divine Lotus was completely enough for him to recover his origin. He broke off a lotus leaf and slowly chewed it. He felt the lotus leaf quickly turn into a cool energy that filled the void in his origin. He nodded slightly. At this rate, by this time tomorrow, he should be able to completely. It was the drop of spatial Master God's blood and talent crystal, the Scarlet Blood Kin. He looked at the 2 items and muttered to himself. These two items have huge disadvantages for others. There was no need to mention the blood of a Master God tier since its owner was still alive. There was no Master God tier who walked the law of space even among the 10 Master Gods. However, one's strength and methods could not be underestimated to be able to be ranked as a Master God tier. It was only because that spatial mage was fearless that he dared to use the Master God tier's blood so boldly. Now that Zhou Zhou's strength and status had gradually increased, he did not dare to rashly use something that seemed to have great benefits but actually had future troubles. The matter between the Black Dragon Emperor's dragon soul and the Deep Abyss had already taught him a huge lesson. As for the Scarlet Bloodkin's talent crystal, the side effect was that it would only become ugly. Well. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and took out the Bodhi Supreme. Can I use these two items? He went straight to the point. The cost is one normal question. Bodhi Supreme said lazily. Sure. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. It can be used, Bodhi Supreme said happily. Even though the owner of this Master God tier's blood still exists, this is just an ordinary drop of divine blood. As a Master God tier, even if he was scattered all over the sea, it can be easily replenished through self-cultivation. Recover his origin and summon his second clone. Then, he took out the other two items. Furthermore, don't forget the bloodline you have. You have the Chaos Human bloodline. The drawbacks of the Master God tier bloodline can be easily removed with your current Chaos Human bloodline level. It will be fine as long as you raise your realm to the intermediate grade True God tier before consuming this drop of Master God tier blood. As for this Scarlet Bloodkin talent crystal, there's even less to worry about. It's worth 800 legendary tier mist cores. If it can affect the current you, even if it only has a slight effect, it won't be worth this price. But you have to be mentally prepared, since this thing is only worth 800 legendary tier mist cores after all. To you, the effect is only comparable to a legendary tier racial talent. It wouldn't feel like you've increased your Scarlet talent by a lot, it'll at most give you an entry-level Scarlet talent. Bodhi Supreme answered in detail. Are you sure I won't get ugly? Zhou Zhou confirmed again. Of course. Bodhi Supreme said lazily, it won't affect you at all. Don't worry. Zhou Zhou was slightly relieved to hear that. Then, he first used the Scarlet Bloodkin talent crystal. He immediately acutely felt that his divine body had undergone a slight change as this talent crystal turned into wisps of scarlet light and fused into his divine body. This change was minimal. If not for Zhou Zhou's astonishing perception, he might not have been able to sense the changes in his body. It's really just an entry-level scarlet talent. Zhou Zhou sighed. He took out a mirror and looked at himself to confirm that he did not become ugly. Only then did he truly relax. Then, he picked up the drop of Master God tier's blood and first used his law skill, King, to temporarily raise it to the intermediate grade of the True God tier. Then, he put it into his mouth and swallowed it. Strawberry cream. Zhou Zhou said in surprise. Then, he carefully sensed the changes in his body and then he felt like there weren't many changes. He could sense that his perception of the spatial laws had indeed become clearer. However, there was not much else. To him, the Scarlet Bloodkin was considered a legendary tier bloodline. Then, this drop of Master God tier blood gave him the benefits of a mid-tier deity level bloodline. It couldn't even be considered a high-tier deity level bloodline, let alone a true God tier bloodline. Zhou Zhou was a little disappointed, but not too disappointed. It was just a drop of ordinary Master God tier blood after all. It was not the bloodline of a Master God tier. It was already not bad to have such benefits. At this moment, Zhou Zhou received another message from his avatar, Zhou 1. Chapter 971, Race Divine Artifact Lost Chaos Sacrificial Deo Cauldron. Ranking. Zhou 1 said. After the 8 true God tiers were defeated, the people of foreign races lost all their fighting spirit. Afterwards, they symbolically resisted for a while before fleeing and surrendering under the fierce attacks of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Bai Yun and the others were leading all the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom to capture deserters on the battlefield. The strategic operation of the human race to retreat to the primordial world had also completely come to an end. In another hour or two, the human race would be able to complete this strategic operation. Then, they would activate the primordial infinite heaven shrouding array and completely disappear from the vision of the tens of thousands of races. This retreat is finally coming to an end. I'll deal with the next obstacle. Zhou Zhou thought with a solemn expression. That was more than 500 billion soldiers and more than 5,000 to 6,000 god spirits from the people of foreign races. Furthermore, there was no lack of god spirits from high-level bloodline races among them. In addition, they carried means such as war machines, divine artifacts, secret treasures, and nomological talismans. Even if Zhou Zhou's current combat strength and subordinate forces increased by 10 times, he was probably far from being their match. Fortunately, I'm the lord of all races and have the shielding of the supreme agreement. Otherwise, I would probably have retreated to the primordial world like the humans. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Is Wu Tu beside you? Ask him when would those individuals of foreign races arrive. He asked Zhou Wen inwardly. Zhou Wen soon replied. Tonight. Zhou Zhou's heart trembled. He thought for a moment and said, Tonight, you will guard our 3 human territories with Bai Yun and the others. I'm really afraid that they will vent their anger on my human territory after seeing all the humans disappear. Sure. Zhou Wen's answer was as concise as ever. He was not afraid of anything. The main body could just use half of its origin power to nurture it even if he died. This was a rather resource-consuming matter to other god spirits. However, it was nothing to the wealthy Zhou Zhou. Even if Zhou Wen died, he would lose if he couldn't be revived. Zhou Zhou did not say anything else and continued to grasp the Lord's laws. 2 hours later, Zhou Zhou seemed to have sensed something and slowly opened his eyes. Lines of text notifications suddenly appeared in front of him. System announcement. Human faction quests, cover the humans and retreat to the primordial world, True God Tier Intermediate Grade, Unique, has been completed. 1 billion faction points and 1 exclusive human race divine artifact have been distributed. Congratulations, your reputation in the human race has increased to the level of revered. The favorability of the upper echelons of the human race towards you has increased greatly. When Zhou Zhou saw the words and information of the completion of the missions, he knew that the humans had completely retreated to the primordial world. He looked at the rewards for the human faction quests and a smile appeared on his face. The repute of the human race had been raised to the level of reverence. The favorability of the upper echelons of the human race towards him increased greatly. In that case, the bad influence that retreating to the primordial world had on him should be more or less made up for. Even though he didn't do anything wrong, anyone who was weak was in the wrong. Then, he looked at the other 2 rewards. 1 billion faction points. It was a divine artifact exclusive to the human race. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he immediately opened the faction points rankings. First place, Human Lord of the Blazing Sun 3,199,000,000 faction points. Second place, Original Spirit Race True Lord 2,830,000,000 faction points. Third place, Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord 2,550,000,000 faction points. Fourth place, Myriad Spirit Race Spiritual Venerable Lord 2,025,000,000 faction points. Fourth place, Chaos Gods Race Great One Lord 1,915,000,000 faction points. Zhou Zhou looked at the rankings and smiled. He was already ranked 4th when he looked at it yesterday. The human lords on Cerulean Planet were all discussing the sudden drop in his ranking. There were even lords who publicly uttered on the World Channel that the Lord of the Blazing Sun was no longer capable. Even though these lords were quickly criticized by the other human lords on Cerulean Planet. The Lord of the Blazing Sun was publicly acknowledged as the hope of the entire human race on Cerulean planet after all. If the Lord of the Blazing Sun fell, unless another Lord of the Blazing Sun emerged, their future outcome would definitely not be good. However, from this matter, it could be seen that the decline in his ranking had a certain impact on his reputation. Now that he had returned to being the number one of the myriad races, he should be able to break through these doubts. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. The tens of billions of troops under he were not in vain. They did not do anything else for the past 3 days and focused on protecting the humans and retreating to the primordial world. Now, it was finally time for the results. Then, he eagerly looked up at the racial divine artifact that had just appeared in front of him. It was about 1,000 feet tall and emitted an extremely ancient aura. The cauldron's body was engraved with scenes of ancient chaos humans hunting chaos beasts. Strands of dense chaotic airflow dissipated from the cauldron, making this ancient cauldron even more mysterious, as if it came from billions of years ago. Zhou Zhou looked at it before his divine body suddenly trembled. This is the Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron of the Chaos humans. He muttered. Race divine artifact name, Lost Chaos Sacrificial Deo Cauldron. Equipment grade, race. Race divine artifact ability Sacrifice Deo, a race-specific divine artifact of the human race. Place the race-specific divine artifact of the individuals of foreign races in the Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron. Then, by sacrificing the corpses of the god spirits of the people of foreign races in a certain number of divine crystals, it can transform the race-specific divine artifact of the people of foreign races into a race-specific divine artifact of the human race. The specific sacrificial requirements depend on the quality of the race-specific divine artifact that needs to be transformed. Remaining number of conversions, 1. Prompt 1. After the enhancement of your scavenger talent, the number of conversions of the Lost Chaos Sacrificial Deo Cauldron has increased to 6/6. Race Divine Artifact Description: after the death of the Chaos Will, the grade of the former Chaos human race's divine artifact also decreased greatly. Moreover, its functions also underwent a random change. If we want this race divine artifact to regain its former ability, we need the luck of the human race to restore its former glory. Note 1. This race's divine artifact is exclusive to the human race. It is only effective on humans. Zhou Zhou looked at this racial divine artifact. The Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron was once the strongest divine artifact of the Chaos human race. Back then, the Chaos humans were able to hunt Chaos beasts like prey and not be eaten by them. This Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron was indispensable. Zhou Zhou's Chaos human bloodline heritage recorded. The Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron's initial ability was to offer the nomological items to the Chaos Will through the periodic Chaos Deo sacrificial ceremony. Then, the Chaos Will would bestow blessings on the Chaos humans to obtain all kinds of blessings. It was a little similar to the current Imperial Ancestral Temple but much stronger. For example, blessings that permanently increased one's potential, blessings that permanently increased one's combat power, blessings that permanently increased one's comprehension ability, blessings that bestowed divine weapons. These blessings greatly increased the survival and combat ability of the chaotic human race and made the Chaos Beast's life miserable. At that time, the Chaos humans were equivalent to the favored children of the chaotic world. Their status was even higher than the current original spirit race. Unfortunately, the Chaos humans were almost exterminated with the death of the Chaos Will. They even allowed the Chaos Beasts to rise. Now, they even gained the repute of the Chaos Gods race. I didn't expect the human race's exclusive divine artifact to be the Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron. But the ability to transform into a racial divine artifact. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. Chapter 972, Converting Race Divine Artifacts. Zhou Zhou pondered. The first was naturally the race divine artifact exclusive to the human race on the cerulean planets such as the Sword of Xian Yuan and the Holy Record. The second was a general-purpose racial divine artifact, which was the Lucky Star. The divine artifact of the third race was the divine artifact of the people of foreign races. Currently, he only had one, and that was the blessing of the ice demon god. Vicky, the first god spirit of his sun kingdom, had become a god thanks to the probability of becoming a god provided by this race's divine artifact. In addition to his own accumulation, he had leaped to the level of a god spirit. This blessing of the ice demon god was a bone necklace that was bone white in color. At the bottom of the necklace, there was a thumb-sized ice blue ice demon's head. Its eyes were closed quietly, its face giving off a sense of charity. It was the blessing of the race's divine artifact, the ice demon god. Race divine artifact name, blessing of the ice demon god. Equipment grade, race. Race divine artifact ability 1 desire to become a god. The ice demon god Bae sacrificed to the supreme will and returned all his divine power and accumulated faith to his race's people before he died. Bae hoped that after he died, his race would be able to quickly produce new god spirits to continue protecting his race. When the ice demon race's people advance to the low-tier deity tier elementary grade, the probability of successfully advancing is increased by 10%. Race divine artifact ability 2 blessing of the ice spike king. When the ice demon clan is born, there is a very small probability that they will automatically have the talent invisibility. Introduction to race divine artifact. The ice demon god Bae used himself as a sacrifice to ask the supreme will for mercy. This is a race divine artifact created by Bae. It contains Bae's deep love for the ice demon race. Note, this race's divine artifact is exclusive to the ice demon race. It is only effective on the ice demon race. This racial divine artifact has 2 effects. One is to increase the probability of advancing to the god spirit realm by 10%. The second is to make the ice demon subjects have a very small chance of becoming invisible when they are born. The effects of these 2 races' divine artifacts are really quite useful. Especially the former. For someone like me who needs a significant amount of god spirit's subordinates, it can simply be said to be the effect of the race's divine artifact that I need the most at the moment. As for the ice demon clan, the difference was not small compared to the 200 billion human subjects in the Blazing Sun Kingdom. With such a huge difference in the number of subjects, they naturally had to use their race sacred artifacts on humans to unleash the greatest value of their race divine artifacts. At most, they would give more resources to the ice demon race in the future. This way, there wouldn't be much of a difference whether they had race divine artifacts or not. Of course, most importantly, he was ultimately a human. His selfish motive was to give more benefits to the human race. Zhou Zhou would not deny it. After making his decision, Zhou Zhou no longer hesitated. He directly placed this racial relic into the mouth of the Chaos Dao sacrificial cauldron. The Chaos Dao sacrificial cauldron seemed to have sensed something. Its entire body trembled slightly before sending a message to Zhou Zhou. I need the chaotic sacred power of the true god tier chaos human race to activate the Chaos Dao sacrificial cauldron. Then, I need to sacrifice a low-tier true god tier ice-type material, 100 low-tier true god tier elementary grade divine crystals, or divine crystals comparable to the total energy of 100 low-tier true god tier divine crystals. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue. The chaotic sacred power of the chaotic human race was naturally nothing. A low-tier true god tier ice attribute material and 100 low-tier true god tier divine crystals were more expensive. Of course, this was for other life forms. Naturally, Zhou Zhou could afford it. From the looks of it, if I want to use this Chaos Dao sacrificial cauldron, I have to rely on a true god tier chaos human. Fortunately, not only am I a chaos human, I'm also a Lord Law God Spirit. I've grasped a heaven-defying law skill that can temporarily increase my strength. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to use this race's divine artifact. Zhou Zhou secretly rejoiced. Then, he waved his right hand, and the Chaos Dao sacrificial cauldron in front of him disappeared. Following that, he instantly vanished from his spot. In the next second, he arrived in a silent starry sky. This was a silent starry sky in his divine kingdom world. However, while it was called the Starry Sky, in fact, there was not even a planet, let alone life within a radius of 10 million light-years. There were only a few planets further away, and they were still dead planets with no signs of life. Then, he took out the Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron from the king's treasure box and placed it in the cosmos. Then, Zhou Zhou placed his hand on the exterior of the cauldron and activated the law skill, King, to raise his strength to the intermediate true god tier grade. Then, he began to continuously inject his chaotic sacred power into the Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron. As the chaotic sacred power continued to be injected, the Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron's violent trembling became smaller and smaller at the beginning. In the end, it completely quietened down. However, in contrast, more and more chaotic airflow was emitted from its surface. It even enveloped the dead starry sky within 1,000,000 kilometers, temporarily turning this place into a chaotic world. When Zhou Zhou saw this scene, he clicked his tongue even more. The might of this racial divine artifact seemed to far surpass any racial divine artifact that he had previously obtained. As expected of the chaos human race's divine artifact back then. Even if its grade had decreased greatly now, it was still not something that ordinary race sacred artifacts could compare to. Time passed quickly. Even if its grade had decreased greatly now, it was still not something that ordinary race sacred artifacts could compare to. After Zhou Zhou received this information, he immediately threw all the true god tier elementary grade ice spirit crystals and 100 million low tier deity level elementary grade divine crystals into the Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron. The exchange ratio between true god tier divine crystals and low tier deity level elementary grade divine crystals was ridiculous, reaching 1:1 million. This did not mean that one true god tier was comparable to 1,000,000 low tier deity level elementary grade god spirits. However, the quality of one unit of true god tier elementary grade divine power was indeed comparable to the combined quality of 1,000,000 units of low tier deity level elementary grade god spirits. It was precisely because of this that Zhou Zhou did not want to easily use true god tier divine crystals. Instead, he used divine crystals that could be dropped by legendary tier experts. Zhou Zhou still had hundreds of millions of them in his king's treasure box after all. Even if Zhou Zhou had the king of loots, he only had 2,000 to 3,000 of them. Speaking of which, after investing 100,000-year-old ice soul spirit crystals and 100 million low tier deity level elementary grade divine crystals, this Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron immediately emitted a chaotic light. Chaotic flames burned in its cauldron as it began to burn the people of foreign races' sacred artifacts in the cauldron. Zhou Zhou waited quietly. Chapter 973, New Race Divine Artifact Ice Spirit Sacred Heart. The army of the foreign races arrives. A moment later, the lid of the cauldron suddenly opened as the Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron shook. Following that, a dark blue stream of light flew out. After flying a few rounds in the cosmos, it reluctantly flew back to Zhou Zhou. When Zhou Zhou saw this scene, he could not help but smile. Treasures had spirits. What's more, it was a supreme treasure like a race divine artifact. Therefore, he was not surprised by the actions of this new race divine artifact. He looked at the divine artifact. After being modified by the Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron, the appearance of this new race divine artifact had already undergone a drastic change. The original ice demon god's blessing was a necklace made of bones. However, this new race divine artifact was completely carved from true god tier divine crystals with ice elemental laws. Moreover, at the core of the necklace, there was an extremely exquisite human head ornament that looked like a dark blue crystal. A text notification appeared as he looked at it. Race Divine Artifact Name, Ice Spirit Sacred Heart. Equipment Grade, Race. Race Divine Artifact Ability 1 Desire to become a god. Originally a race divine artifact of the Ice Demon race, it was later modified by the Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron of the Chaos human race and transformed into an exclusive race divine artifact of the human race. When the Ice Demon race advances to the low tier deity tier elementary grade, the probability of successfully advancing is increased by 10%. Race Divine Artifact Ability 2 Blessing of the Law of Ice. When humans are born, there is a very small chance that they will automatically possess an ice element talent Heart of Ice. Introduction to Race Divine Artifact. Previously, it was a Race Divine Artifact of the Ice Demon race. Later, it was modified by the common people's regal into a Race Divine Artifact exclusive to the human race with the Chaos Deo Sacrificial Cauldron. It has the effect of helping the human race increase the probability of becoming a god and increasing the talent of the human race. Note 1. This race's divine artifact is exclusive to the human race. It is only effective on humans. Heart of Ice. Creatures with Heart of Ice can easily control ice elemental elements and comprehend ice elemental spells. Not bad. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the specific effects of the advancement. A smile appeared on his face. Even though the probability of becoming a god had decreased by 2%, he was already mentally prepared for this loss. Moreover, an 8% chance was a terrifying increase for the humans of the endless heavens. Coupled with the blessing ability of the Ice Law, it would definitely allow his human race to produce many geniuses with ice elemental spells in the future. He looked at the remaining conversion times of the Chaos Deo Sacrificial Cauldron. There were still 5 more times before he could convert another 5 people of foreign races' Race Divine Artifacts. I have to find other races' divine artifacts, Zhou Zhou thought. Actually, this was not very difficult. His first option was to ask the Bodhi Supreme directly. The Bodhi Supreme was almost omniscient. It definitely knew where the ownerless divine artifacts of the race were. However, when it came to the matter of the race's divine artifact, the Bodhi Supreme would definitely require an official number of answers before he was willing to tell him the answer. Zhou Zhou attached great importance to the number of times Bodhi Supreme answered his questions. The number of times he answered an official question might save his life at critical moments after all. Therefore, he did not want to ask Bodhi Supreme questions easily for the time being unless it was necessary. As for the second option, it was to expand his territory. There were definitely a few foreign races in the Supreme Continent which had race divine artifacts. Zhou Zhou could directly attack them and plunder their race divine artifacts. In the High Continent, war and conquest were the theme of the entire continent. As long as there was no alliance between foreign countries, they could directly attack the territories of the people of foreign races without any reason. If he had to ask for an offensive reason, it would be to develop himself in order to fight for the position of the Lord of all races. No one could say anything about this hardcore and universal reason. If it was a Lord faction under the Supreme Will that attacked the Scarlet Lord faction under the Crimson Overlord, it would be even worse. If they met, they would fight and snatch. If I want to find information about the race's divine artifact without asking the Bodhi Supreme, we can only temporarily gather information about this through the Heavenly Map Army, the Starfire Mercenary Group, and the Mysterious Caravan. Zhou Zhou thought. The Heavenly Map Army collected secret information at the grassroots level. The Starfire Mercenary Group collected secret information about mid-level factions. The Mysterious Caravan collected secret information about high-level factions. These 3 intelligence forces together formed a complete and useful intelligence network in Zhou Zhou's hands. Then, he thought about the future development arrangements for a while before carrying out the daily activities of the Eye of the Heavens Anger. Time passed quickly. Night fell in the blink of an eye. The Saha Empire's territory. Boundless Imperial City. Zhou Wen was sitting there quietly. The reason why he was here was that according to the information they had received, the people of foreign races would arrive at the Saha Empire immediately tonight. Zhou Wen was meditating and waiting here because he was waiting for them. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Wen suddenly opened his eyes. As he stood up, his divine body also vanished from the spot. The Saha Empire's border city Barkhouse City. This was an epic tier advance grade territory. At the same time, it was also a military fortress. There were all kinds of powerful war machines placed on it. It looked like an indestructible iron city. However, At this moment, the defenders on the Iron City gazed at the enemies outside the city and did not feel that the city could resist their attack for long. That was because there were too many enemies outside. To what extent? There were so many that even god spirits could not see the end of the enemy even if they tried their best to survey the distance with their eyesight and divine consciousness. They seemed to be trapped in a world filled with enemies, and they were like turtles in a jar. Even though it was a blow to his confidence to describe it this way, the reality was indeed like this. So many god spirits. As a member of the Shepherd's God race, Yuan Kong had successfully advanced to a high-tier deity-level elementary grade god spirit with the help of the massive amount of promotion energy provided by the blessing of the war god and its own comprehension of laws. With his astonishing perception, he could sense that the countless of troops in front of him contained thousands of people of foreign race god spirits. Furthermore, there were dozens of them that made him, a high-tier deity level, feel a menacing presence that made his divine body tremble. It was the aura of a true god tier. There were actually dozens of true god tier existences among the people of foreign races. He couldn't help but feel a little suffocated faced with so many true god tiers, even though he was a god spirit of the Shepherd's God race. But at this moment, a middle-aged man with white hair walked in front of him and gazed at the people of foreign races with a solemn gaze. Then, he emitted his true god tier pressure. It was the original sin and the demon hunter true god Gerald. Are you one of the true god tiers who are the pillars of the human race? An arrogant voice came from the people of foreign races. Gerald surveyed the area with his divine telekinesis, and his heart immediately turned cold. This was because he actually didn't notice what the other party was saying. This meant that the other party's strength had already surpassed his. He was at least at true god tier intermediate grade. Gerald was about to speak when, whoosh! A pale green divine light shot out from the people of foreign races alliance army. This divine light emitted the charm of declining laws. Once it hit Gerald, even if Gerald was a true god tier, he would probably be severely injured. Gerald's expression changed. He did not expect the other party to attack so suddenly. The speed of light was extremely fast. At this moment, Gerald did not even have the time to activate the crown of original sin to defend against this divine light attack. At this moment, humph! A cold snort sounded. In the next moment, Zhou Zhou, who was wearing the Emperor's dragon robe, suddenly appeared before Gerald. He held the universe-destroying blade in his hand and cut off the pale green divine light with one slash. Then, he used the myriad method's star palm to absorb all its nomological power. Then, he gazed up at the people of foreign races alliance army. A sloppy true god tier of the people of foreign races who was hiding in the void and wearing a green robe said coldly, "How dare you attack this king's worshipped god spirit? Are you going to violate the supreme agreement and start a war with me?" When the people of foreign races heard the words supreme agreement, their arrogance immediately quietened down. Chapter 974, Master God Tier Seed. Confronting Uriel. The battlefield of hundreds of billions of soldiers and generals suddenly fell silent because of the words supreme agreement. No one dared to touch this taboo. After a long time, a god spirit who was pitch black and exuded a terrifying true god tier aura walked out of the deities. He had white hair and carried two black axes that were tens of thousands of feet long. He was called Uriel, from one of the top races in the myriad worlds, the Titan gods. At the same time, he was also the strongest and highest commander of the people of foreign races. Common people's regal. His voice rumbled and was extremely penetrating. The space was shaken by his voice, producing transparent ripples that seemed to be able to shatter space and spread throughout the heavens. You said that this true god tier of the human race is your worshipped god spirit. Zhou Wen looked at him with a solemn expression. So strong. This fellow's divine spirit realm was definitely at the true god tier advance grade. Furthermore, it was infinitely close to the level of a master god tier. It was even likely that he had already experienced a trace of the power of will. He was only a step away from becoming a master god tier. A Master God tier seed. These people of foreign races had actually sent out their Master God tier seeds in order to destroy the human forces behind him? Fortunately, the Yellow Emperor had made a decision in advance and led most of the humans to retreat to the primordial world. Otherwise, once this fellow led an army over, not to mention ordinary humans, even true god tiers like the Yellow Emperor would probably not be able to escape this fellow's vicious attacks. Right. Even though the enemy he faced was very terrifying, Zhou Zhou still said calmly on the surface. How dare you? Uriel suddenly roared in anger. Even the laws of space trembled because of his roar. The human race actually dared to violate the supreme agreement and give you the true god of the human race as your subordinate to destroy the balance of the races. I, Uriel, the true god of strength and dominance, will definitely lead the allied forces of the people of foreign races to flatten your territory today and turn the matter of the Lord of all races back on track. As soon as he finished speaking, the hundreds of billions of soldiers of the people of foreign races and the thousands of god spirits under his command were already boiling with killing intent before he could do anything. They stared fixedly at Zhou Zhou and the tens of billions of soldiers behind him. They kept roaring offensive words in the language of various races, as if they were about to swarm over in the next second and drown Zhou Zhou and his soldiers and god spirits, tearing them apart and devouring them. Such a shocking aura, even though Zhou Zhou's soldiers had experienced many battles, they could not help but feel terrified. Fortunately, they were not vegetarians. Even in the face of such strong pressure, they gritted their teeth and stared at the hundreds of billions of soldiers of the people of foreign races and the thousands of god spirits of the people of foreign races without any intention of retreating or fear. I'll fight if you want to fight. It was just a fight to the death. What did the soldiers and god spirits of the Blazing Sun Kingdom have to fear? As for Zhou Zhou, who was the first to bear the brunt of the auras of these people of foreign race god spirits and soldiers, he calmly received their terrifying auras. He even had the leisure to size up this true god tier of the people of foreign races. Uriel wasn't afraid of Zhou Zhou's gaze at all. He kept looking at him coldly. Zhou Zhou watched for a while. When he saw that the true god tier still had no intention of making a move, he uttered regretfully. He is the original sin and the true god of demon hunting, Gerald. He is indeed the offering of this king's worshipped god spirit. And since he can stand here safely, it means that the Supreme Agreement also acknowledges his identity. If you don't believe me, you can attack me. However, when the Supreme will manifests the Supreme Eye to punish you, don't blame me for not reminding you before. With the help of the chaotic sacred power, Zhou Zhou's voice easily spread into the ears of all the people of foreign races present. Most of the god spirits looked like they had eaten shit when they heard this. Uriel's expression darkened as well. The reason why he didn't attack immediately after saying that was because he realized this. He had the honor of personally witnessing the might of the Supreme Agreement and still had a deep impression of the Supreme Heavenly Might that couldn't be offended. Therefore, he was also afraid that what this common people's regal uttered was true. He was the seed of the Master God tier. He could not put himself in danger because of such a thing. That would not be worth it. The threat of the common people's regal was indeed great. However, it was not as important as his own life. He also felt that it was a pity. If only this common people's regal was lying. He could take the opportunity to attack he. As long as he destroyed the common people's regal, he would definitely be able to obtain the rewards from the elders in the clan. At that time, not to mention advancing to the Master God tier, even if he reached the intermediate Master God tier grade or even the advanced Master God tier grade, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Now that the common people's regal uttered this, his hope should be gone. However, he was still unwilling to trust it. How long has it been? What method did this common people's regal use to bypass the restrictions of the Supreme Agreement in such a short period of time and allow another true God-level expert to appear in his territory? A true God tier from the common people's regal was already annoying enough. He actually had another true God tier under his command. How could they rely on the Lord of all races to restrict King of the Blazing Sun's development in the future? Moreover, he had swept through most of the Blazing Sun Kingdom's troops and God Spirit with a sweep of his divine sense. A look of doubt flashed across his face. What did they just see? Other than this true God tier, there were actually more than 100 God spirits under the command of the common people's regal. Furthermore, his soldiers had also reached nearly 60 billion. After reading it, there was only one thought left in Uriel's mind. How did this guy develop? This guy's Lord faction was not even an advanced kingdom, right? Why was the number of troops and God spirits already comparable to the number of troops and God spirits of some high-level Empire Lord factions? If he continued to develop, it wouldn't be long before he would have a Lord faction comparable to a Divine Kingdom's Lord faction. He felt troubled. Uriel carefully observed his surroundings and soon narrowed his eyes again. This god remembers that this is the Barkhouse city of the human race's Saha Empire. We're here to attack the human race. You're leading troops to guard this place now. Are you going to protect this city or even the entire Saha Empire? Killing intent rose in the depths of Uriel's eyes again. If this common people's regal dared to say yes, he would dare to directly attack the common people's regal. At that time, so what if you were the number one lord of all races? Since you dare to interfere in the battle between the local forces of our high continent, I have a suitable reason to attack you. When the time comes, who cares if you are a lord of all races? To the local factions, the identity of a lord of all races was indeed a battle-free token, but it also had its limits. The lord of all races were not allowed to interfere in the battle between the local lords. Once the lords of the myriad races helped the local lords for their own selfish reasons, they could not blame the enemy for attacking the local lords. Faced with Uriel's question, Zhou Zhou's expression was indifferent. He even smiled with interest. Let me reintroduce you. The Divine Sword Empire, the Night Empire, and the Saha Empire under my feet officially belong to me. Which means, the territory you want to attack is the territory of this Lord of all races. Please don't have any inappropriate thoughts about this king's territory. Otherwise, if anything happens to you, don't say that you didn't expect it. What? As soon as these words were spoken, all the people of foreign race god spirits and soldiers gazed at Zhou Zhou in disbelief. The territories of the three human empires now belonged to this king of the blazing sun. How is this possible? Are you kidding me? Uriel was so furious that he laughed. The human race even gave you the territories of the three empires. Why don't you just declare yourself as the master of the human race? Chapter 975, Leave. Enjoy the main body and suffer the clone's departure. Zhou Zhou did not say anything. Instead, he summoned a four-colored throne from his king's treasure box. This four-colored kingdom was called the Four Primordial Soul Seat. It was a high-tier deity-level intermediate-grade divine artifact. It had the ability to suppress elemental attacks, assist in controlling the elements, assist in comprehending the four great laws of earth, water, wind, and fire, and a portion of defensive and self-protection divine artifact abilities. Of course, these effects were actually not very useful to Zhou Zhou, who had a full set of true god-tier weapons. But he could make he sit down and act cool. That was enough. Like now, Zhou Zhou sat calmly in the Four Primordial Spirits seat. He supported his chin with one hand and tapped the armrest with the other as he looked at Uriel with a faint smile. It's still the same thing. If you don't believe me, you can attack and try. Uriel looked at Zhou Zhou in bewilderment. The more magnanimous he was, the more it proved that he was confident in what he said. Could this fellow be anticipating that he would lead his troops to charge forward, and then violate the supreme agreement and be killed by the supreme punishment? That was what Uriel thought. At this moment, when the other god spirits and soldiers saw Zhou Zhou's arrogant appearance, they immediately became furious. They wanted to immediately rush over and teach Zhou Zhou a harsh lesson so that he wouldn't be so arrogant. However, when they saw that their highest commander, Uriel, had not made a move, they could only suppress their anger in their hearts. Seconds ticked by. Neither side made a move. At this moment, the battlefield was a little strange. Uriel's side was 10 times stronger than Zhou Zhou's, and the difference was even greater. However, the side that had the upper hand was the Blazing Sun Kingdom's side, where Zhou Zhou was. Uriel's side, on the other hand, seemed to be in a dilemma. He wanted to fight, but he did not dare to. He wanted to retreat, but he was too embarrassed to do so. After a long time, Uriel took a deep breath and took a deep look at Zhou Zhou. Then, he turned around and ordered the people of foreign race soldiers and god spirits. Retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, apart from a small number of people of foreign race soldiers and god spirits who seemed to have guessed something, they looked at Zhou Zhou and company indignantly. Most of the people of foreign race soldiers and god spirits were shocked. Highest Commander, why? Our military strength is clearly far superior to them. Why aren't we attacking? Your Excellency Uriel, you don't really believe that this fellow has the ability to take over the territories of the 3 human empires, do you? What right does he have to take over such a large territory? He is clearly scaring us. Your Excellency, are we retreating just like that? The people of foreign races said indignantly. They had crossed billions of light years with the intention of destroying the entire human race. Unexpectedly, before they had even taken down a human city, the highest commander on their side had already ordered them to retreat. Who would be willing to accept this? Shut up! Uriel looked coldly at the god spirits of the people of foreign races who opposed them. If you don't believe my judgment, you can barge into Bark City on your own. However, if you really want to do this, remember that regardless of whether you succeed or fail later, the consequences of your choice have nothing to do with me and the people of Foreign Race Alliance Army led by me. Don't think of implicating us later. Now, get lost and obediently go do your job. Towards the end, Uriel's voice was filled with cold killing intent. These people of foreign race god spirits were unwilling? Did they think about how a master god tier seed like him would willingly retreat? As the commander-in-chief of this offensive operation, he originally felt that his face was not glorious enough because he had given the order to retreat. Would these god spirits of the people of foreign races still dare to rush in front of him and bark afterward? Was it really because he didn't dare to kill them? Many people of foreign race god spirits did not dare to offend this master god tier seed. No one dared to object anymore. At this moment, Uriel turned to look at Zhou Zhou. Let's go to the territories of the Great Xia Empire and the Heavenly Barbarian Empire. He looked deeply at Zhou Zhou. That place is not the territory of this common people's regal. Zhou Zhou looked at him calmly. Uriel smiled gently and led his army into the distance. After he left, the soldiers and god spirits on Zhou Zhou's side heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure that Uriel and his army had put on them just now was too great. Even if they were prepared in advance and had the courage to fight them to the death, they could not help but be a little timid in the face of such a terrifying enemy. After all, most of the enemies they faced in the past were of similar strength, and their own strength often far exceeded the other parties. It was their first time experiencing such a situation where the enemy's strength was 10 times or even more than their own, and they were already at their door. Then, they couldn't help but look at Zhou Zhou. This was their first time experiencing it. His Majesty was the same. However, His Majesty actually faced the other party so calmly. Moreover, he did not fall for the enemy's verbal trap at all. With just a word, he forced the other party back. Their hearts were filled with admiration for such boldness that could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed. As expected of their Majesty. Spellcaster Gaga looked at His Majesty's imposing back as he sat on the throne and said with reverence, in the crowd. He forced back hundreds of billions of enemies with a single word. His Majesty is the calmest and most fearless spellcaster king I've ever seen. Of course. Bai Yun and the rest also recovered from their frightened emotions. They said proudly after hearing spellcaster Gaga's words. His Majesty had never disappointed them. He would always be the object of their pursuit and learning. At the same time, Zhou Zhou, who was sitting cross-legged in the four primordial soul seats, had an incomparably profound gaze. He didn't feel proud of using words to force the other party back. He was just using the Supreme Agreement as a flag to scare the other party. They were afraid of the Supreme Agreement, not he himself. If not for the Supreme Agreement, Uriel would have led all the soldiers of the people of foreign races and the god spirits of the people of foreign races to attack together. Apart from himself, Bai Yun and the rest would probably have died. He was thinking about the Great Xia Empire and the Heavenly Barbarian Empire. Go on. You'll only find that there's not a single human left there. All that's left are self-built buildings that even the building blueprints have been taken away. Zhou Zhou was filled with disdain. Still. He looked in the direction they had left and gradually made up his mind, sooner or later, his main body would also bring an endless army of blazing suns to your race's territory, destroy your race, and seize your territory. He came from the same source as Zhou Zhou's main body. What he was thinking now was almost equivalent to what Zhou Zhou's main body would think after knowing about this matter. Then, he turned to look at Bai Yun and company. Continue guarding the territories of the three empires. Be careful and pay attention to their movements at all times. Be careful that they will make a comeback. He said. Yes, Your Majesty. The soldiers said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and slowly hid in his space. Even though he had disappeared, everyone was still calm and filled with a strong sense of security. That was because they knew that their Majesty was currently sheltering them in the dark. The Blazing Sun Kingdom. In the Divine Kingdom passageway, in the Reincarnation Sacred Palace. Zhou Zhou opened his eyes. If nothing goes wrong, this matter should have come to an end. He thought to himself. Even Uriel wouldn't dare to violate the Supreme Agreement and invade his human territory. With Zhou Zhou's perspective, he could tell that the fellow valued his life very much. It didn't seem like an existence that would risk his life for a race mission. Next, he would continue to focus on his activities. He would hunt the target of the Eye of the Heavens' anger and increase the level of his territory. It was time for his kingdom to be upgraded to an advanced kingdom. But the next time I encounter such a thing, I can use my will to seize the body of my clone and control it to experience what he has experienced. This way, we can go through some dangerous and exciting things. If I encounter a danger that's enough to kill me, only my clone will die, not my main body. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. It had to be said that it was very gratifying to show off in front of his subjects and enemies. Let me go through this as my main body. Usually, he would let his clones will control his body before returning to his main body in the king's city. This way, he could maximize his safety and interest without delaying his comprehension of the laws. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Chapter 976, The Foreign Race Alliance is Retreating? The next day, in the Reincarnation Sacred Palace, he received news from Zhou Zhou the moment he woke up. The territories of the Great Xia Empire and the Heavenly Barbarian Empire have been attacked by the people of foreign races led by Uriel. Under their attacks, the territories of the two empires have turned into nomological death zones. Unless an existence at the Master God tier level takes action to eliminate the danger of the nomological death zones, I'm afraid no life forms will be able to live in them for at least 100,000 years. After Zhou Zhou received the news, his expression turned even colder. Zhou Zhou, get Bai Yun to record the identities of all the attackers. He sent a voice transmission. Sure. Zhou Zhou immediately replied. Zhou Zhou didn't say anything else. He just looked at the starry sky of the divine world outside the temple. Uriel and the participants of the people of foreign races. One day, I will definitely do this to your territory 10 times or 100 times over. He said softly. It wouldn't take too long. What happened after they did this? What did they do now? Zhou Zhou asked after a moment of silence. They're retreating now. Zhou Zhou replied. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. Retreat? How is that possible? This time, they came with more than 500 billion soldiers, more than 5,000 to 6,000 god spirits, and dozens of true god tiers. In addition, he himself is a master god tier seed. Will he be willing to destroy an uninhabited territory and then retreat dejectedly? Even if he is willing, what will the people of foreign races led by him think of him? What will the upper echelons of the titans who sent him think of him? If he really did that, the powerhouses he knows and those who know he will definitely label him as incompetent. The more Zhou Zhou thought about it, the more he felt that there was something fishy about the enemy's retreat. Zhou Zhou reminded him. Sure. Zhou Wen said concisely. In addition, Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and his expression turned cold. Order Wu Tu to start gathering information on the people of foreign races who had previously stopped the humans from retreating to the primordial world. The foreign races who have the power of an empire-level lord will not move for the time being. However, those racial factions that don't have empire-level lord factions and are at most kingdom-level lord factions dare to take advantage of the situation when our human race is in danger. Now that I've freed up my hands, I'll bring my troops back one by one. There are too many races involved in this crusade against the people of foreign races. There's no way to hide it. In that case, let's do it openly. First, send a letter of surrender to these races and forces, ordering them to surrender tactfully. If they are willing to surrender and join my Blazing Sun Kingdom, we can let bygones be bygones after a small punishment. However, if they are unwilling to surrender and insist on resisting stubbornly, don't blame us for attacking them. If they would rather die than surrender, then we'll find a good home for them. Let these people of foreign races who would rather die than surrender, be annihilated. Towards the end, even though Zhou Zhou's voice was light, the coldness in his voice could not be concealed. Annihilation. This was an extremely cruel term for any faction. However, in this battle involving countless races in the myriad worlds, such things were actually not rare. It could even be said to be common. Didn't Uriel come to their human territory with the intention of annihilating their race? If not for the primordial world left behind by Imperial Lord Pangu, which could be the last place for the human race to rest and take refuge, the human race would probably have been plunged into a crisis of extinction. On the first day that Zhou Zhou descended to the Supreme Continent, he thought that if he became stronger in the future, he might inevitably encounter such a thing. Therefore, he was already mentally prepared. Since these hostile people of foreign races had previously stopped them from retreating to the primordial world and almost caused their race to be annihilated, now that the human race was temporarily out of danger, he could not be blamed for counter-attacking with even more ruthless methods. Even if it was just a helper, there was no need for him to think for them. He had to return the favor 10,000 times over. This was what Zhou Zhou was thinking. Sure. Zhou Yi said, then wait for me to bring my troops back first. MHM. Then, Zhou Zhou ended the telepathic conversation with Zhou Wen. After Zhou Zhou ended the call, he thought for a while before deciding not to think too much about it. Instead, he began to form the Heaven's Aversion seal in his hand and used the Eye of the Heaven's Anger to continue searching for his target. The next day, in the Reincarnation Sacred Palace, Zhou Zhou opened his eyes and could sense it. It was Bai Yun who had brought her troops back. He had two thoughts. Most of his divine thoughts were still in his main body as he continued to use the Eye of the Heaven's Anger. As for the other small portion of divine sense, it entered Zhou Wen's consciousness and took over his divine body. Outside the city gate in the Blazing Sun Kingdom, Zhou Wen, whose divine body had been taken over, had a dazed look in his eyes before returning to normal. He heard Bai Yun's respectful voice. Your Majesty, I'll first bring the soldiers to the Triumphal Arch, then go to Lord Mu Gu to clean up the Ranchland Plain. After collecting all the information about their advancement, I'll report to you with the War General. Bai Yun said respectfully. Sure. Zhou Wen, no, Zhou Zhou, nodded. Then, he said. Ask them to rest for 2 hours. After 2 hours, you will set off again. First, conquer the 3 intermediate grade Crimson Kingdoms under the Crimson Overlord's command around our territory. Then, go and hunt the heavenly aversion target. As long as he conquered 3 more ultimate Crimson Kingdoms under the command of the Crimson Overlord, Zhou Zhou would fulfill all the conditions to upgrade the Blazing Sun Kingdom to an Advanced Kingdom and officially upgrade the Blazing Sun Kingdom to an Advanced Kingdom. Actually, he still needed to conquer 2 intermediate kingdoms that were not under the command of the Crimson Overlord. However, when they were expanding their territory some time ago, Bai Yun and the rest had conquered 3 intermediate kingdoms that were not under the command of the Crimson Overlord. This left only one condition for the Blazing Sun Kingdom to advance to an Advanced Kingdom. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun said respectfully. In fact, they had already rested for the night yesterday and did not feel tired. They could have set off immediately after cleaning up the Wrenchland plain. However, resting for another 2 hours could also improve his condition. Therefore, he thought for a moment and didn't say anything else. Zhou Zhou nodded and walked into the capital alone. He used illusionary spells to change his appearance into that of an ordinary scholar as he walked. It would take some time for Bai Yun and the rest to clean up the Wrenchland plain. During this period of time, he might as well change his appearance and take a stroll around the capital in different identities. During this period of time, he had led troops into battle, ascended to godhood, and comprehended laws. He was occupied with all sorts of matters. Now, as he walked on the thoroughfares of the capital and gazed upon the various countenances of the subjects on either side of the road, as well as the way they were fleeing for their lives, their families, themselves, and their future, Zhou Zhou suddenly came to the realization that it had been a long time since he had taken a closer look at the lands and subjects that he had guarded with all his might. Chapter 977, Experience. The ultimate end of civilization, one-person civilization. I'm selling Lingzi flour pancakes, high-quality Lingzi flour pancakes. Customers, take a look. This taste, this pattern, it's rarely seen in the entire Blazing Sun Kingdom. Have a taste, try it for free. Opening for business. Opening for business. I, the city lord of Wanyi Merchant, buy travel clothes, buy matching travel suits, and even give local travel guides. The Thousand Realm Tourism Club next door is our business partner. It operates honestly and doesn't deceive anyone. The Nine Blades Divine Weapon Shop has opened its membership area. Welcome to the registration. Customers who enroll as members can get a 20% discount on customized new weapons in the future. Repairing weapons will cost half the price. As if I would believe you. Don't raise the price first and lower it later. Disgusting. The New Wind location has launched a new outfit, New Wine 76. This new set of clothes has improved the flying function of this outfit. It can fly higher, faster, and further. The energy usage is also 6% lower than the 75 model. Furthermore, the safety has been greatly improved. We also provide unexpected rescue functions. We guarantee that we will not have to worry about traveling. Everyone is welcome to purchase it. The Super God Game Club is looking for a professional chef. The minimum requirement is an extraordinary tier chef. It's best if you are good at making cerulean planet ingredients. We offer good treatment. All old masters are welcome to apply. Zhou Zhou suddenly saw a tall building as he walked. The name of this building was Mixed Virtual Reality Experience World. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows and walked in. As soon as he entered the first floor, he saw a silver robot floating about 50 centimeters above the ground. It quickly noticed Zhou Zhou and flew in front of him at a comfortable speed. Excuse me, this is the guidance robot, 7. Do you want to experience mixed virtual reality? It asked. Yes. Zhou Zhou nodded and asked with a smile, what services do you have here? Mixed virtual reality is a great invention. There will be countless services in the future because of it. Currently, we have only opened 6 functional experience areas for the time being. The first functional experience area is the gaming world experience area. You can enter an independent gaming world. You don't have to wear any equipment to experience all kinds of incomparably realistic gaming world experiences. The second functional experience area is the combat profession growth experience area. You can enter an independent combat world and receive the full guidance of the combat mentor NPC. Our combat mentor NPC can help you quickly improve your combat skills through the virtual reality battlefield and virtual reality enemies without hurting you. The combat skill experience you can obtain can be perfectly replicated in the real world. The third functional experience area is the life profession growth experience area. You can enter an independent world of lifestyle professionals. This world is made up of 236,727,688 legendary tier lifestyle professional NPCs. There are more than 1.8 billion exclusive workplaces for lifestyle professionals to improve their profession level, such as the Blacksmith Inheritance Tower, the Elemental Field Reaction Area, the Large Particle Collision Laboratory, the Beast Taming Area, the Astronomical Area, the Materials Analysis Area, the Cooking Hall, and so on. You can apply for any legendary tier life profession NPC to guide you personally for free. You can increase the level of your life profession that you want to improve. Or you can enter a place suitable for you to increase the level of your life profession and train your life profession alone. Temporary attributes are provided for free in both venues. The attribute panel can show that you currently have professional abilities and will use words, images, and telepathy to convey which of the professional skills you have mastered have reached the qualified level of professionals of the same level, and which skills have not reached the qualified level of professionals of the same level. The attribute panel will search for similar but more outstanding examples according to the ultimate database. From there, it will take advantage of your strengths to complement your weaknesses and personally guide your professional skill level, allowing your professional skill level to steadily increase. Furthermore, the attribute panel will also give a specific implementation plan for the subsequent maintenance of proficiency. It will ensure that your professional skill level will only increase and not decrease. The fourth functional experience area is the Virtual Lord Continent Strife Zones. You can enter a Virtual Lord Continent world and become a Lord with a random Lord talent. Then, you can compete with the Virtual Scarlet Lord faction and the Virtual Local Lord faction for the title of Lord of all races. The fifth functional experience area is the Heavenly Virtual Tourism World. You can travel to the myriad worlds in our world. The sixth functional experience area is the Heavenly Gourmet World. You can sample the different delicacies of various worlds in our world area. The beautiful scenery and delicacies of the last two world zones were 100% replicated according to the inheritance records of the Myriad Races Inheritance Tower established by His Majesty. I guarantee that they won't be inferior to the scenery and sample of the original world. The experience price of each world zone is 1 extraordinary tier mist core per day. Which world zone do you want to experience? The robot asked. The Life Profession Growth Experience Area. Zhou Zhou pondered for a few seconds and said. In terms of combat, he, who sat on the throne of the king, didn't lack experience in this aspect at all. On the other hand, he seldom dabbled in life professions. Now, he wanted to try something new and experience this virtual hybrid reality technology. Will do. Seven nodded and said to the air in front of him, please open the Life Profession Growth Experience Area. Approval requested. A gentle female voice sounded from the robot. The next second, a door of light made of silver data appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. Customer, please enter. The robot said. Zhou Zhou nodded and walked in. More than an hour later, Zhou Zhou walked out of the door of light in surprise. Customer, how was the experience? Can you give us a 5-star review? When Zhou Zhou heard this, he looked at the white platinum tier intermediate grade puppeteer option that appeared out of thin air in his life profession column. In the end, he nodded readily. Downstairs in the mixed virtual reality experience world, Zhou Zhou looked at the building and his expression became more and more emotional. This is a mixed virtual reality technology with a database. Even though my comprehension potential has already reached the limit of the world, or even surpassed it. However, to be able to raise a life profession that I've never come into contact with to the white platinum tier intermediate grade in more than an hour, I still think it's a little ridiculous. And the ultimate database has unlimited growth potential. When I was leveling up the puppeteer life profession, there were only 123,777 learning groups in the database, of which, only more than 84,000 were black iron tier to white platinum tier intermediate grade. If the number of people in this learning group can increase by 100 or 1,000 times, my improvement speed will probably be even faster. Perhaps in less than an hour, I can become a diamond tier or extraordinary tier puppeteer or even higher. As long as there are enough comparative study groups, perhaps ordinary people can reach my level. Even the stats interface can rely on so many professionals to summarize a perfect puppeteer's career path. To summarize the life experiences of billions of life forms to achieve a perfect professional growth. Generation after generation after generation of stronger professionals. The ultimate end of civilization is a one-person civilization. After experiencing the experience just now, Zhou Zhou's mind was filled with endless thoughts about civilization. After a long time, only then did he smile and shake his head. He left this place and returned to the Divine Kingdom. Chapter 978, War Summary. 80 billion soldiers. Bai Yun stood respectfully in front of His Highness in the Divine Kingdom's main hall. From yesterday to today, even though Bai Yun and the other soldiers and god spirits had only fought with the people of foreign races for one morning, they had wiped out a total of 48 billion people of foreign races and 35 god spirits in this short morning. The war resources left behind by these enemies and their combat items were enhanced by the title of King of Loots and the strongest lord. They obtained a total of more than 998,800,000 legendary tier mist cores, more than 6,466,000,000 epic tier mist cores, more than 92,012,000 extraordinary tier mist cores, more than 1,350,600,000 diamond tier mist cores, more than 2,050,077,000,000 white platinum tier mist cores, more than 2,860,077,000,000 yellow gold tier mist cores, more than 8,860,500,000,000 white silver tier mist cores, and 8 billion green bronze tier bronze mist cores. There were over 1,030,000,000,000 skill books and 8,600,000,006,000 pieces of equipment. The basic materials were about 350,000 trillion units. More than 10,350,000,000 units of basic elemental gemstones. More than 480 million units of thunder element gems. 310 million units of life elemental gems. 350 million units of death elemental gems. 7,012,000,000 origin crystals. 150,500,000 green bronze tier lord talent crystal fragments. 181,650 holy spirit tier faith divine crystals. More than 230 million units of divine crystals from low tier to high tier deity level. 100 true god tier elementary grade divine crystals. More than 12 million low level to high tier deity level divine artifacts. 36 true god tier divine artifacts. There was also a total of about 5 million divine spark fragments, god tier medicinal herbs, god tier ingredients, god tier ores, god tier blueprints, and other treasures. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly after reading this part of the summary. Even though Bai Yun and the others did not kill as many enemies as they did the day before yesterday, in terms of the total number of loots, they had more than the day before yesterday, and the quality was also higher. This meant that the strength of the soldiers and god spirits sent by the people of foreign races yesterday morning exceeded that of the day before yesterday. However, it was a pity that in the face of the terrifying military strength and combat strength of his soldiers and god spirits, they could only be defeated. This way, when I lead my troops to attack them in the future, it should be easier. Zhou Zhou thought. Another third of the upgrade requirements have been met. With another harvest like this, I can increase the level of my territory." He nodded in satisfaction. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the God Spirit list, the Insight Defection list, and the Military Strength list. He first looked at the list of God Spirits. And now, the 10 Scarlet God Spirits imprisoned in the 9 Netherfiend Celestial Prison had already been Insight Defectioned by all the members of the Star Alliance. Moreover, after the battle yesterday morning, another 15 legendary tier advance grade soldiers advanced to the lower realm. This also brought the number of God Spirits under Zhou Zhou's command to 185. He fell into deep pondered when he saw this result. The number of new God Spirits has nearly doubled compared to yesterday. This should have the function of increasing the probability of becoming a god with the Ice Spirit Sacred Heart. Zhou Zhou speculated. A smile appeared on his face. This race's divine artifact was really not bad since it had already begun to take effect as soon as he obtained it. Then, he gazed at the Insight Defection list. First of all, Zhou 1 had used the Insight Defection twice in his place on the battlefield yesterday. Moreover, it was against 2 people of foreign races with a body mass of 5 billion. In the end, these 2 Insight Defections directly led Zhou Zhou to 4,216,827,658 people of foreign races soldiers. As for the other group of Star Alliance masters who did not obtain the quota for the Insight Defection, they had also given Zhou Zhou 1,056,008,602 people of foreign race soldiers after following the army to participate in the war with the foreign races today. The total number of soldiers under Zhou Zhou's command was now 57,317,800,9704 soldiers. Including the Star Alliance's current total of 13,782,000,000 soldiers, the total number of troops under Zhou Zhou's command had already reached an astonishing 71 billion soldiers. Among the troops under his command, excluding the Star Alliance, there were 1,096,854,427 Black Iron Tier soldiers, 5,688,083,615 Green Bronze Tier soldiers, 20,890,600,000 White Silver Tier soldiers, 10,232,900,790 Yellow Gold Tier soldiers, 7,987,022,600 White Platinum Tier soldiers, 5,969,650 Diamond Tier soldiers, 4,136,800,000 Extraordinary Tier soldiers, 1,312,500,000 Epic Tier soldiers and 4,023,982 Legendary Tier soldiers. As for the God Spirits under him, after today's battle, their strength had also increased astonishingly. Vicky, Bai Yun, Wu Xin, Feng Luo, Suan, and Luo Sheng had all advanced to the mid-tier deity level intermediate grade. The strength of the other God Spirits had also increased to a certain extent. Zhou Zhou tapped his right hand gently after he finished reading and the war data projection in front of him dissipated. "Your Majesty, this is the spoils of war from the Wrenchland Plain today." When Bai Yun saw this scene, she took the initiative to hand a silver ring to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou agreed and brought the ring to the Gate of Summoning with Bai Yi. In front of the Gate of Summoning, Zhou Zhou stood there and threw all 13.5 billion Yellow Talisman Dao Soldier recruitment books and 3.75 trillion Violent Storm Spirit recruitment books into the spatial ring. Then, he summoned for the 20 empty galaxy as usual and made all the soldiers appear in the inner world of the galaxy. Finally, he used 100 epic tier mist cores to summon all the recruits at once. The next second, the 20 galaxy spaceships were packed to the brim with 17.25 billion soldiers. The number of soldiers under my command is now 74,567,800,9704. Plus the Star Alliance's 13.782 billion. The total number of soldiers I can lead has already reached more than 88.3 billion. Zhou Zhou agreed in his heart. This way, the total number of soldiers under his command would officially exceed 100 billion tomorrow. 100 billion soldiers. This number was already equivalent to 1/5 of the soldiers that Uriel had brought. In addition, the soldiers under Zhou Zhou were either kingdom-level soldiers or empire-level soldiers. They didn't even have a high-level soldier type that was one level lower. This made their individual combat power far exceed that of soldiers of the same level. If they were to fight against the 500 billion people of foreign races under Uriel's command, as long as the gods on Uriel's side did not make a move, Zhou Zhou's side might even have a chance of winning. Unfortunately, the other party's god spirit would definitely make a move. Otherwise, Zhou Zhou might have brought these soldiers to destroy Uriel and the others. As for now, it was better to lay low and develop for a while. Then, he handed these recruits to Bai Yun to arrange, and began to summon the subjects of today's Gate of Summoning. Chapter 979, 3 Goods. Bloodline of the Chaos God's Race. 9 Heavens Technique. Mineral Contract. Zhou Zhou called out silently in his heart. The following second, with the disappearance of the 100 epic tier mist cores, the entire Gate of Summoning flashed with white light. Then, 44,000 new subjects appeared in the open space in front of the Gate of Summoning. Zhou Zhou glanced at the new subjects. What disappointed him was that none of the professionals summoned this time were rare profession owners worth paying attention to. It seems that the owner of a rare profession can't be summoned every time. Zhou Zhou thought. He was not very disappointed. The subjects summoned by the Gate of Summoning every day were just icing on the cake for Zhou Zhou after all. It was naturally better to have it, but it didn't matter if he didn't have it. Then, he strolled to the Lord's shop. "Greetings, Your Majesty," Zhou Zhenmin said respectfully. When Zhou Zhou heard this, he sized him up carefully. When he realized that he really did not discover his identity, he could not help but feel a little emotional. This talent doppelganger technique was really not bad. Even Zhou Zhenmin, a living being created by his Lord Talent, could not tell that he had actually come with a clone and not his main body. Of course, it was indeed Zhou Zhou's will that controlled this Zhou 1 clone. "Bring out today's merchandise." Zhou Zhou chuckled. "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhou Zhenmin took out 3 golden boxes from under the counter and placed them on the counter. Zhou Zhou looked over subsequent to he opened them one by one. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows when he saw the initial item. This was because it was actually a chaotic colored heart that emitted a chaotic aura. The surface of the heart was still circulating with the aura of the chaotic bloodline. Finally, this merchandise has arrived. When Zhou Zhou saw this item, he could not help but sigh. This item was none other than the Chaos Beast. No, it should be said that it was the bloodline of the Chaos God's race. Bloodline name, Chaos God's Race Bloodline. Bloodline level, True God Tier Advanced Grade. Bloodline effect, the user can obtain the bloodline of the original spirit race after absorbing it. After fusing with this bloodline, the user will gradually awaken the bloodline ability of the original spirit race during their growth. Zhou Zhou looked at the heart that was circulating with a chaotic aura and recalled the inherited memories of the Chaos human bloodline. In fact, when the Chaos humans were at their peak, when the underage Chaos humans were about to reach adulthood, they needed to carry out a hunting activity and complete their coming-of-age ceremony. Only then could they truly be considered an adult Chaos human who could take charge. And the target of this hunting activity was the Chaos Beast. "It's time for me, a Chaos human, to become an adult." Zhou Zhou looked at the Chaos God's race bloodline and smiled. He wasn't in a hurry to immediately buy. Instead, he initially looked at the other 2 items. The second item was a law skill book called the 9 Heavens Technique. Law skill name, 9 Heavens Technique. Law skill quality, Enhanceable True God Tier Advanced Grade. Introduction to Law Skills, a secret skill of flying laws mastered by the bloodline descendants of the Chaos God clan Kunpeng, which can grow up to the True God Tier Advanced Grade. True God Tier Kunpeng once used this 9 Heavens technique. With a flap of his wings, the 9 worlds passed in an instant. This technique was also known as the number 1 flying nomological secret technique of the Chaos God's race. Zhou Zhou stroked his chin subsequent to reading it. A descendant of the Kunpeng bloodline? He thought about it and quickly remembered that when he had previously instigated the Chaos God's race under the Great One Lord in the Divine Battlefield, there was indeed a Chaos God's race member who looked like a fish and a bird. So he was the descendant of the Kunpeng True God tier? Not bad, not bad. I've already received your 9 heavens technique. This king will definitely reward you well when you return to the Blazing Sun Kingdom one day. Zhou Zhou thought happily. He then looked at the last item. The last item was a contract. Treasure name, Mineral Contract Mineral Space Elemental Gem Mine. Treasure grade, Low Tier Deity Level. Treasure effect, after signing the deed, the owner will have a miniature iron ore with a resource reserve of 100,000 tons. Treasure description, a treasure that can make mineral resources appear out of thin air in the territory. Mineral contract. Zhou Zhou was not surprised. Previously, he had already obtained many such contracts when he opened the regional treasure chest. They were widely distributed throughout the territory of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. What surprised him was the type of mineral. Spatial Elemental Gem Mine. Zhou Zhou looked at the contract and stroked his chin. According to the Yellow Emperor and the others, this is a necessary upgrade resource for an Empire-level lord to upgrade their territory. I'm about to advance to an advanced kingdom. After that, I'll have to prepare the resources to advance to a junior empire. This spatial elemental gem mine came at the right time. After a lord's faction rose from a kingdom to an empire, what they needed were not life elemental gems or death elemental gems, but the even rarer time and space elemental gems. The latter was harder to collect than the former, and the area of production was extremely rare. Typically, only god spirits had the ability and channels to collect 2 types of gem resources. Zhou Zhou was still thinking about what to do when he needed these 2 types of gems to upgrade his territory in the future. With the bloodline inheritance he currently grasped, he did have some means of obtaining it, but he had to incur a cost and might even encounter some danger. He didn't expect to suddenly give him a mini spatial elemental gem mine for free today. It was a pleasant surprise. If there are no surprises, the bloodline of the Chaos God's race, the secret technique of the 9 heavens technique, and this miniature spatial elemental gem mine should have been provided by that descendant of the Kunpeng's bloodline. The bloodline of the Chaos God's race, the secret technique of the laws of the 9 heavens, and this miniature spatial elemental gem mine should have been provided by that descendant of the Kunpeng's bloodline. Zhou Zhou sighed. He remembered that the descendant of the Kunpeng's bloodline seemed to only be at the extraordinary tier level at that time. An extraordinary tier life form could master true god tier nomological secret techniques and mineral resources that even an empire-level lord faction could not wish for. This was simply unimaginable for living beings from other ordinary races. However, to top bloodline life forms like the Chaos God's race, the Shepherd's God race, and the original Spirit race, this was probably an extremely ordinary matter. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He asked, "How many mist cores do these 3 goods cost?" Zhou Zhou asked. The bloodline of a true god tier advanced grade chaos god is worth 20,000 legendary tier mist cores. The growth limit is a true god advanced grade nomological secret technique, the 9 heavens technique. It's worth 15,000 legendary tier mist cores. Low tier deity level elementary grade mineral deed miniature spatial elemental gem mineral, worth 100 legendary tier mist cores. Zhou Jinmin said. "I'll buy it." Zhou Zhou said, devoid of hesitation. Then, he took out 35,100 legendary tier mist cores and handed them to the other party. "Thank you for your business." Zhou Jinmin packed up the goods and handed them to Zhou Zhou as he said with a smile. After Zhou Zhou took it, he immediately turned around and went to play games. Zhou Zhou did not say anything else and returned to his divine kingdom subsequent to he received the goods. Then, he took out the Chaos God bloodline from the 3 goods and fused it into his Chaos Human bloodline. Chapter 980, Absorbing the Chaos God's Race Bloodline. High-tier deity level elementary grade Chaos Human bloodline. In terms of absorbing bloodlines, Zhou Zhou's main body naturally absorbed them. After Zhou Zhou's main body absorbed the Chaos God's race bloodline, he immediately felt his heart beat faster. His heart beat faster and faster, making him seem like an engine that was constantly increasing the horsepower. His body temperature also rapidly rose. What was weird was that Zhou Zhou felt even calmer in this state. This contradictory yet harmonious state of him made him enter an extremely mysterious state. In this state, he felt that he had a very clear perception of all the laws in the world. It was at least 10 times stronger than before he entered this state. He could even clearly comprehend the chaos origin laws above the myriad laws through this state. As Zhou Zhou immersed himself in his own state, he seemed to have realized something. It turned out that absorbing the Chaos Beast's bloodline was actually so beneficial to the Chaos Humans. It could actually allow the Chaos Humans to better comprehend the Chaos laws. One had to know that the upper limit of the Chaos law was extremely high. Even if it was inferior to the Lord's law, it was not much different. A deity who walked the path of the Chaos nomological laws had a chance of becoming in existence at the Master God tier, Supreme God realm, or even willpower level in the future. No wonder the Chaos Humans had existed for so many years and still maintained this coming-of-age ceremony until their demise. So this was the hope for the Chaos Humans, to have a transcendent expert. Apart from allowing him to gain a clearer understanding of the myriad laws and the laws of chaos, Zhou Zhou could also sense that his Chaos sacred body was beginning to transform at an exaggerated speed with the help of the Chaos God's race bloodline. His physical body would become stronger, his physical defense would be higher, and his physical body would recover faster. He could see further, hear more clearly, smell more carefully, taste more sensitive, touch more sensitive, and even his intuition had been strengthened by more than one level. As for the regeneration of severed limbs, blood rebirth, and other physical divine powers, they were as simple as a child's play to him. In addition, there were endless mysteries of the physical body hidden in his holy body, waiting for him to unearth them. Zhou Zhou exclaimed in his heart. As expected of one of the advantages of the two races that the Chaos Beast was most proud of. The endless heavens and the physical body were number one. It was indeed ridiculously strong. At this moment, he suddenly felt something, and his attention immediately fell on his divine spark space. The divine spark space was his sea of consciousness before he became a god spirit. It was where his soul once rested. After becoming a god spirit, his sea of consciousness became a divine spark space that accommodated both the divine spark and the soul. Originally, it was like this. However, at this moment, Zhou Zhou actually watched helplessly as a second divine spark slowly condensed in his divine spark space. This divine spark was completely disordered and emitted the aura of the chaotic laws. It was the chaotic divine vessel. Chaotic divine vessel. Zhou Zhou looked at the divine spark and pondered. If the body of the Chaos God's race was said to be the second most prided talent of their race, then, the chaotic divine vessel was the ethnic talent that the Chaos Beast was most proud of. There was no other. Why did the Chaos God's race call themselves the Chaos God's race? It was because the Chaos God's race was born with an illusory chaotic divine vessel. This also meant that as long as they reached the legendary tier advance grade in the future and satisfied the promotion energy requirements, they would be able to become a god spirit 100%. They would not even have the bottleneck to become a god spirit. 100% chance of becoming a god. It was the reason why the Chaos God's race was called the God race. Even the original spirit race, the Shepherd's God race, and the Myriad Spirit race did not have such a ridiculously powerful racial advantage. There was also a small number of clansmen who could not become gods in their lives. Even if it was only a small portion, it did exist. As for the Chaos God's race, as long as they did not die midway, they would definitely become gods in the future. As for whether he wanted to comprehend law skills, this was naturally necessary. However, the Chaos God's race was born with a chaotic divine vessel. It was equivalent to having a miniature chaotic law origin in their bodies. The Chaos God's race could understand any nomological path they wanted from the Chaos Divine spark in their bodies. If his comprehension potential was higher, he could directly understand the chaotic laws. And now, I also have this chaotic divine vessel. Zhou Zhou sighed. No wonder the Chaos humans could defeat the Chaos beasts back then. What I have, you don't have, but what you have, I can have. What was the point of fighting then? Then, he looked at the information regarding the Chaos human bloodline that had just appeared in front of him. You have absorbed one portion of Chaos God's race bloodline, true God tier advanced grade. Your Chaos human bloodline has unearthed more potential and advanced to the high tier deity level elementary grade. Your six senses powers have been greatly enhanced. Your parapsychic ability has been greatly enhanced. You have awakened a true God tier advanced grade enhanceable Chaos human race talent Chaos God body talent. You have awakened the true God tier advanced grade enhanceable race talent of the Chaos God's race chaotic divine vessel. You have awakened the true God tier advanced grade enhanceable race talent of the Chaos God's race chaotic divine vessel. You have grasped the Chaos God's race's common sense inheritance. You have grasped the secret inheritance of the Chaos God's race. Congratulations, you have completed the adulthood ceremony of the chaotic human race. The will of chaos, which has fallen for countless years, has sensed your existence and sent you an ancient guidance. You have comprehended the incomplete will condensation technique. Will divine transformation realm. After reading this information, Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly. Good God! Just the bloodline of a true God tier advanced grade Chaos God had actually raised his Chaos human race bloodline by a large level, from a mid-tier deity level elementary grade to a high-tier deity level elementary grade. Back then, the bloodline of the first demon Deep Abyss, who was an advanced grade master God tier, had only raised his Chaos human bloodline from low-tier deity level elementary grade to a level infinitely close to the mid-tier deity level elementary grade. He had not even broken through to the mid-tier deity level. And now, the Chaos God's race bloodline had actually provided he with so much bloodline power. It far exceeded the bloodline enhancement that the Master God tier advanced grade bloodline had brought him. The Chaos Beast bloodline is indeed extremely compatible with my Chaos human bloodline. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he looked at the other awakened innate abilities. Race talent name, Chaotic God body. Talent level, True God tier advanced grade enhanceable. Talent description, after the Chaos humans complete their coming of age ceremony, his body will become indestructible, especially after advancing to the God Spirit realm. At the same level, he will even be comparable to a defensive divine artifact of the same level. Your chaotic divine body can make it easier for you to understand thousands of principles or even more profound laws of the chaos. The chaotic human race with the chaotic divine body is easier to become a God spirit among the countless races and life forms. Chapter 981, Chaotic Divine Vessel. Chaos Will Condensation Technique. Race Talent Name, Chaotic Divine Vessel. Talent Description, ever since you were born, your body has been nurtured with a chaotic divine spark. With the chaotic divine vessel, one could begin to comprehend and use the power of various nomological laws from the weakest point. Moreover, when one becomes a God spirit, one could also rely on the chaotic divine vessel to 100% become a God spirit without the risk of failure. Your talent in the law of chaos has increased greatly. Race Talent Name, Kun Peng True Body. Talent Level, True God Tier Advanced Grade Enhanceable. Talent Description, you can turn into the Chaos God's race Kun Peng through your bloodline atavism. From there, you will have all the bloodline talents of the Kun Peng True God Tier as well as the law skills that he has mastered. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly when he saw the last Kun Peng True Body. Even though this Chaos God's race bloodline had only awakened 3 innate abilities for him, just this last Kun Peng True Body was equivalent to having countless abilities. As for the Chaotic Divine Body and Chaotic Divine Vessel, they were innate abilities with unlimited potential. Just these 3 abilities alone are enough to absorb the Chaos God's race bloodline. Zhou Zhou sighed. Then, it was naturally the Chaos Gods race's common sense inheritance and the Chaos Gods race's secret inheritance. He had only glanced through the inheritance of the Chaos Gods race. However, after a cursory glance, he really discovered an extremely important piece of legacy information. In the Supreme Mystic Realm, the ruins of Chaos, there's a small group of Chaos humans who are believed to be alive. Zhou Zhou frowned. Zhou Zhou naturally knew that he was not the only one left of the Chaos humans. However, he had never known where the remaining Chaos humans were. This was not documented in his Chaos human bloodline inheritance. He did not expect to find the whereabouts of the Chaos human race from the Chaos Gods race's bloodline inheritance. The one who knows himself best is still the enemy. Zhou Zhou thought. He had to pay attention to where this chaotic ruins was in the future. However, since it was a supreme mystic realm, there was a high chance that it was not in a specific universe, but in the chaotic void outside the universe. The chaotic void was endless and had been expanding infinitely. Even Supreme God Realm experts did not know where the end of the chaotic void was, let alone find a lonely Supreme Mystic Realm. Zhou Zhou felt that it would be very difficult to find it alone. Fortunately, he still had the Bodhi Supreme as a secondary plan, so he was not too worried. Then, his gaze landed on the final inheritance of the Chaos Gods race. The Chaos Will Condensation Technique, and it's a Chaos Will Condensation technique that leads straight to the Will Divine Transformation Realm. Zhou Zhou didn't have much of an expression on his face. In that case, I have two Will Condensation techniques at the Will Divine Transformation Realm. One belongs to the Abyss Will, and the other belongs to the Chaos Will. Dual cultivation? Or just focusing on one of them? Zhou Zhou's expression gradually turned serious. This was no small matter. It was a matter that concerned his future. He could not be careless. He thought for a moment and first searched through the different bloodline inheritances in his mind. He realized that there were no inheritances related to willpower cultivation. He didn't even mention it. He thought for a moment and first searched through the different bloodline inheritances in his mind. He realized that there were no inheritances related to willpower cultivation. He didn't even mention it. Yes, willpower was already an ability that only Master God tier could master, and Will Divine Transformation Realm was an ability that only Supreme God Realm experts could begin to master. This kind of high-end ability, let alone ordinary top races. Even the top civilizations like the original Spirit race, the Chaos Gods race, and the Shepherd's God race probably had very few legacies in this aspect. Zhou Zhou pondered for a few seconds and decisively took out the Bodhi Supreme to ask the answer to this question. Bodhi Supreme said lazily. It's only the number of times you can answer ordinary questions. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised. He thought that such questions that involved one's will needed to be answered at least once by an official question. Bodhi Supreme seemed to have noticed Zhou Zhou's confusion and explained. Because the answer I give can't really help you much. Be it the Chaos Will or the Abyss Will, before you reach the level of Will, you can actually cultivate them alone or at the same time. Both have their own benefits. Single cultivation advances quickly, but the upper limit is not high. If you cultivate it at the same time, it's easy for different wills to conflict with each other. Once it's an actual conflict crisis, it's very likely that you won't be able to stop the crisis from erupting, and you'll be in danger of dying. My suggestion is, cultivate the Chaos Will first. At the same time, collect the will inheritances of other wills. My suggestion is, cultivate the Chaos Will alone first. At the same time, collect the will inheritances of other wills. Moreover, you have the foundation of the Chaos Will, and it has already died for numerous years. In the future, even if you can't condense your own exclusive will, you might be able to take the position of the Chaos Will back then and inherit its former glory. That won't be inferior to a will like the Abyss Will. In fact, it might even reach the heights of the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord in the future. Condense my will. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. Don't think about it. You're just a super junior in the will-like light realm. Why are you thinking so far ahead? Bodhi Supreme saw that he was thinking very seriously and immediately said with disdain. You're right. Zhou Zhou scratched his head. He was indeed biting off more than he could chew. However, he had potential, comprehension ability, and a certain amount of willpower experience. In the future, he might really be able to reach the heights of an existence like the Supreme Will. Therefore, he still had to be careful on the path of condensing his exclusive willpower in the future. Bodhi Supreme could tell at a glance that Zhou Zhou was biting off more than he could chew. However, he did not say anything else. To be able to develop to this extent, Zhou Zhou must be an ambitious person. It was too normal for him to have plans for the future. Then I'll listen to you. I'll first switch to the chaos will and then cultivate the chaos will alone. At the same time, I'll pay attention to collecting the will inheritances of other wills. Zhou Zhou quickly made a decision. Then, he chatted with Bodhi Supreme about some questions regarding willpower. Only when he had nothing else to ask did he put away Bodhi Supreme. Then, he chatted with Bodhi Supreme about some questions regarding willpower. Only when he had nothing else to ask did he put away Bodhi Supreme. It was the Wind God Source embryo that he had obtained from the new Wind Demon Kingdom. This Wind God Source embryo contained a sleeping true God tier dragon soul. After Zhou Zhou obtained it, he had been feeding it divine crystals, hoping that it would hatch one day. At that moment, Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up as he looked at the cracks on the surface of the Wind God Source embryo that were emitting azure and silver-white light. Was it about to hatch? Chapter 982, Letter of Surrender. Zhou Zhou looked at the Wind God Source embryo in front of him. He could sense that the true God tier dragon soul in the Wind God Source embryo had already awakened. It was eager to try and break through the outer shell of the origin crystal. He could sense that the true God tier dragon soul in the Wind God Source embryo had already awakened. It was eager to try and break through the outer shell of the origin crystal. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. Following that, he sent a portion of his will to Zhou Wen, allowing him to follow Bai Yun and the others out to battle. He also took out a true God tier elementary grade divine crystals and began feeding the Wind God Source embryo. True God tier divine crystals were very beneficial to the dragon soul in the Wind God Source embryo. Not only could it greatly increase the speed at which the other party broke out of its shell, but it could also increase the other party's strength when it was born. If I feed it enough true God tier divine crystals, perhaps I can make this dragon god dragon soul, which is already at the true God tier, reach the true God realm at birth. As he watched the Wind God Source embryo absorb the true God tier divine crystals, a smile appeared on his face. Taking advantage of this free time, Zhou Zhou took out the law skill book, 9 Heavens Technique, and chose to use it. After mastering the Chaos Gods Race's number 1 Flying Nomological Secret Technique, Zhou Zhou took out the Mineral Land Deed, the miniature spatial elemental gem mine. He chose to use it and placed it on a desolate land not far from the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Then, he told Zheng Yuankai the location of the mineral mine and asked he to send someone to mine it. Then, when he looked at the Wind God Source embryo again, he realized that the true God tier elementary grade divine crystals that he had given him previously had been completely absorbed by the egg. Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. Okay. The absorption is getting better and better. Zhou Zhou laughed out loud. The faster it was absorbed, the higher the life potential in the Wind God Source embryo and the stronger it was when it was born. How could Zhou Zhou not be happy about such a good thing? He generously took out another true God elementary grade divine crystal and placed it on the surface of the Wind God Source embryo. He allowed the other party to attach the divine crystal to the surface of the eggshell and crazily absorb the true God tier energy inside. Perhaps this little fellow will be a pet that's not inferior to Nazario when it's born. Zhou Zhou looked at the Wind God Source embryo with hope. At the same time, 10 of millions of kilometers away from the Blazing Sun capital, within the spatial mezzanine, a total of 100 galaxy ships were flying at full speed. Galaxy number 1. In the captain's room, Zhou Wen, or rather, Zhou 1, who was possessed by Zhou Zhou's will, was currently looking at the map projection in front of him. This map projection covered a terrifying area of 10.1 trillion square kilometers. It even included a portion of the territory of a Divine Kingdom Lord faction called the Profound Arc. The map that involved such a large area was actually not drawn by the Heavenly Map Army led by Wu Tu. Currently, Wu Tu and the others did plan to draw a map of the entire High Continent. However, this grand plan had just begun. Even with the map cheat, the Time World, Wu Tu, and the others had only completed less than 1 in 10 million maps of the entire continent. It was obvious that this was a big plan with a long way to go. As for the map projection in front of him, it came from a map that the mysterious merchant had accidentally obtained through his treasure hunting ability during a business trip. Zhou Zhou was very happy when he received the map. With this map, it would be much more convenient for them to do war strategies in the High Continent in the future. Like now, for example, there were a total of 216 red light spots distributed unevenly on the huge map. These red light spots were the hunting targets that Zhou Zhou had found through the Eye of the Heaven's anger. If it was the previous map, it would definitely not be possible. What to do? The range of coverage was not big enough. Your Majesty, we are 1 minute and 12 seconds away from our first target, the Skull Crusher Demon God. In addition, the current location of the Skull Crusher Demon God is an intermediate grade Crimson Kingdom, and it's not far from our territory. Should we attack while we're at it? Bai Yun came to Zhou Zhou and reported. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said, "We can take it down and then take down the 2 intermediate grade Crimson Kingdoms around the Blazing Sun Kingdom's territory to fulfill the requirements for the kingdom to advance to an advanced kingdom. After doing this, I'll hunt down the targets of the Eye of the Heaven's anger one by one. After killing 20 targets of the Eye of the Heaven's anger, I'll conquer those kingdom factions that have sent letters of surrender. By the way, how's the persuasion letter going?" Zhou Zhou asked again. "This morning, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has already sent a letter of surrender to the 161 kingdom-level factions of the people of foreign races who had previously stopped the humans from retreating to the primordial world. There are also 32 kingdom-level lord factions of the people of foreign races who are subordinate to other empire-level factions. We did not send a letter of surrender either. In the end, there are 11 empire-level lord factions of the people of foreign races. They also participated in the operation to stop the humans from retreating to the primordial world, but we listened to Your Majesty's orders and did not send a letter of surrender to them." Zhou Zhou acknowledged. "Your Majesty," Bai Yun hesitated for a moment and said, "these people of foreign races know that we are powerful. If we directly issue a surrender letter like this, will it cause those people of foreign races to ally? If it's just the kingdom-level people of foreign races forming an alliance, we're naturally not afraid. However, I'm afraid that these kingdom-level people of foreign races will know that even if they ally, they won't be able to defeat our Blazing Sun Kingdom. Then, they will choose to ally with those empire-level lords. What should we do? With the Supreme Agreement, they won't be able to form an alliance. If they want to form an alliance, so be it. I'd like to see if they dare to take the initiative to attack us without us provoking them. Zhou Zhou smiled. His tone was filled with anticipation. Divine Kingdom Lord factions and Empire-level Lord factions could not attack the Kingdom-level Lord factions of the myriad races. Unless this Kingdom-level Lord faction took the initiative to provoke the Empire-level Lord faction and the Divine Kingdom Lord faction, these two higher-level Lord factions could battle back freely. I understand. Bai Yun nodded. At the same time, as the Blazing Sun Kingdom's letter of surrender was sent to the 161 people of foreign races, these 161 people of foreign races were also astonished and furious. They had naturally witnessed the strength of the Blazing Sun Kingdom when they were stopping the humans from retreating to the primordial world. Their feelings could be described in one sentence. They could not fight them head-on. More than 100 Kingdom-level Lord factions and 11 Kingdom-level Lord factions joined forces to launch an attack on the Blazing Sun Kingdom. In the end, Not only did they fail to break through the enemy's blockade, but they also lost more than 100 billion soldiers and nearly 100 deities, causing the vitality of nearly 200 people of foreign races to be greatly damaged. To be honest, they were dumbfounded when they heard about the specific battle losses. Was this something that an intermediate kingdom lord could do? Those who did not know better would ponder that they were fighting against an extraordinary empire-level lord faction together. What was an extraordinary empire-level lord faction? It referred to those empire factions that had already reached the level of an almost divine kingdom lord on the surface but were unable to advance to the divine kingdom lord level for various reasons. This was what they felt when they faced the attacks of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. This was timely. The operation to stop the humans from retreating to the primordial world did not succeed. What should they do now that they were about to be assaulted by the other party? Chapter 983, Advancement to an Advanced Kingdom. The Ghost Darkness Kingdom was an Advanced Kingdom Lord faction created by a low-tier deity-level intermediate-grade god spirit of the Yin Ghost clan. They were born with the body of ghost spirits and were good at the Dao of Souls. Most of their attacks were impossible to guard against, so they were also feared by the surrounding countries. At this moment, in the palace hall of the king of the Yin Ghost clan, a group of ministers were listening to a king's personal attendant in front of the hall. Their expressions were gloomy and uncertain. After the king's attendant finished speaking, a minister immediately stood up and said angrily, "This Blazing Sun Kingdom is actually so arrogant. Previously, they brought people to stop us from attacking the human race and destroyed our operations. We can forget about that, but now they even dare to send us a letter of surrender? Don't they know that our Yin Ghost clan has a Yin Ghost empire?" Exactly. This king of the Blazing Sun is simply courting death. The other ministers also cursed indignantly. At this moment, another minister of the Ghost Darkness Kingdom said faintly, "We don't have much to do with the Yin Ghost Kingdom even though our Ghost Darkness Kingdom is indeed from the Yin Ghost race. We even have some conflicts. The other party might also know this, which is why they dare to send us a surrender letter." The ministers fell silent as soon as he said this. Even though their Ghost Darkness Kingdom and the Dark Ghost Kingdom were both from the Ghost Yin clan, their races were different. However, as the saying went, even a family would have conflicts, let alone an internal race. Coincidentally, they did have a conflict with the Yin Ghost Empire. That was because the Yin Ghost Empire had always wanted to annex the Ghost Darkness Kingdom, but the Ghost Darkness Kingdom was unwilling. After several open and covered battles, although there was no war between the two sides due to the persuasion of the clan, their relationship had actually fallen to a freezing point. Even though both sides had participated in the previous attack on the human race, they had never cooperated. They had completely done their own things. Now that the enemy had already attacked, how could the Ghost Darkness Kingdom have the face to ask the Yin Ghost Empire for help? Moreover, it was already too late to ask for help. Due to the Supreme Agreement, even if the Ghost Darkness Kingdom was destroyed by the Blazing Sun Kingdom, the Yin Ghost Empire would not be able to help the Ghost Darkness Kingdom. Unless the two countries had an alliance agreement or a subordinate agreement to protect each other before the Blazing Sun Kingdom issued the surrender letter, the Yin Ghost Empire could do nothing else in the face of the current situation of the Ghost Darkness Kingdom. At this moment, the king of the Ghost Darkness Kingdom, Drake, who was sitting on the throne in the hall, spoke. "After knowing the contents of this letter of surrender, I immediately sent Ares to investigate the situation of the other people of foreign races who attacked the human race together. In the end, we discovered that more than half of the people of foreign races who attacked the human race with us had already been persuaded to surrender by the common people's regal of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Furthermore, the content had not been changed at all. Most importantly, common people's regal seems to know that the Empire-level Lord faction and the Kingdom-level Lord faction that is related to the Empire-level Lord faction are not to be trifled with. Therefore, they did not send a surrender letter to them. They only sent this letter to the Kingdom-level Lord factions like us who do not have the protection of the Empire-level Lord faction. The common people's regal wasn't blinded by his power. He is still the extremely cautious but expansive common people's regal. In the face of such a powerful but cautious opponent, ministers, do you have any good suggestions? Towards the end, he looked at the adults with a hopeful look in his eyes. He was just an ordinary low-tier deity-level intermediate-grade god spirit. Even though they had some connections with god spirits, they were only an ordinary faction that could be easily destroyed by the current Blazing Sun Kingdom. Therefore, in the face of such a helpless situation, he could only pin his hopes on these ministers to think of a good solution for him. At this moment, when His Highness ministers heard His Majesty's words, their expressions immediately became hesitant. Isn't this bullying the ghosts? A minister of the Ghost Darkness Kingdom couldn't help but mutter after hearing Drake's words. The ministers said nothing. Aren't they bullying you? Who asked you to be weak and have no protector? Let's ask for help. We'll form an alliance with the other kingdoms that have been issued with letters of surrender. In addition, we'll join forces with some people of foreign races and some small factions around the Blazing Sun Kingdom to form a large alliance that will prevent the Blazing Sun Kingdom from acting rashly. Those people of foreign races and small factions' territories are located around the Blazing Sun Kingdom's territories. In the future, as long as the Blazing Sun Kingdom expands, it will definitely destroy their territories. If we say that its pros and cons, they will definitely not be indifferent. A minister in charge of logistics in the Ghost Darkness Kingdom hesitated for a moment before speaking. Anyone can think of that. As soon as he said this, another minister wearing a general's uniform shook his head and said, "The problem is that the Blazing Sun Kingdom is too powerful. Even if we unite all the forces we can we really stop the Blazing Sun Kingdom's attack?" The ministers were silent. He was right. Back then, even with the help of a large group of Empire-level lords, they could not break through the army of the Blazing Sun Kingdom and stop the humans from retreating to the primordial world. Now, even if a group of kingdom-level lords joined forces, what could they do to the Blazing Sun Kingdom? When they thought of this, they felt a little suffocated. It was just an intermediate kingdom. How could it be so strong? The Blazing Sun Kingdom's forces are not something we can deal with. Why don't we surrender? At least we can reduce the casualties of our Ghost Darkness Kingdom. As long as the citizens of the Yin Ghost are still around, there will be hope for everything in the future. Furthermore, I heard that the common people's regal has the heart to tolerate all races. The Blazing Sun Kingdom under him also treats those who surrender very well. In fact, it's not inferior to his own countrymen. If we surrender, the treatment we receive from him won't be much worse than now. It might even be better. Another minister of the Ghost Darkness Kingdom, who was in charge of the official's position, suddenly stood up after a long while. He gritted his teeth and mustered his courage. Originally, after he said this, he would receive a lot of criticism. However, after he finished speaking, he realized that the entire hall had fallen silent. Most of the ministers, including King Drake, were tempted. Only a few of them looked hesitant. The official was stunned for a moment before his expression became strange. Just as the Ghost Darkness Kingdom was hesitating because of the letter of surrender, the other kingdoms that had been issued with the letter of surrender were experiencing the same thing and had begun to save themselves. Some seek alliances outside. Some spent all the country's wealth to hire foreign god spirit-level experts to protect the kingdom. Some sought help from Empire-level forces. Some simply admitted that they were no match for him and directly agreed to the Blazing Sun Kingdom's letter of surrender, choosing to join the Blazing Sun Kingdom. There were even some people of foreign races who chose to side with the Scarlet faction and seek their protection. The various methods were too much for the eyes to take in. As for the Empire-level Lord factions and Kingdom-level Lord factions that were related to the Empire-level Lord factions, they were both glad and apprehensive after learning of this situation. Fortunately, the common people's regal didn't choose to attack them. Even though they were an Empire-level Lord faction, some of them even had some top-notch true god-tier means. They were not something that the current Zhou Zhou could easily deal with. However, once such a method was used, they would have to pay a huge price. Some of the costs might even directly cause their empire's vitality to be greatly damaged or even in danger of destruction. That was why they did not want to use their trump card easily until the last moment. What they were worried about was that common people's regal was growing too quickly. If he continued to grow like this, it would probably be thei's turn soon in the current situation. What should they do then? We have to think of a way to deal with the common people's regal. At the very least, we have to scare the common people's regals so that they won't dare to attack us. Otherwise, we definitely won't be safe in the future. When the empire-level lords thought of this, they immediately began to think of a way. At this moment, a piece of news suddenly came from the Blazing Sun Kingdom and quickly reached them. The Blazing Sun Kingdom had advanced to an advanced kingdom. Time went back to more than an hour ago. In the Divine Kingdom's main hall, Zhou Zhou, who was feeding the Wind God Source embryo with true God tier elementary grade divine crystals, suddenly saw spatial fluctuations appear in the space in front of him. Following that, a black spatial ring flew out and floated in front of Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou was already prepared. He held it in his hand and sent his divine sense into it. Then, he smiled. Inside were 3 epic tier advanced grade kingdom tokens that emitted a faint scarlet fog aura. I can finally upgrade my kingdom. Zhou Zhou stood up and casually threw 3 divine god tier basic level sacred crystals at the Wind God Source embryo's surface. After saying, "Eat slowly," he teleported away. The next second, he appeared in front of the golden tablet in the deepest part of the divine kingdom. He looked at the kingdom's golden tablet in front of him. Soon, a text notification appeared. Prompt: you have met all the requirements to advance to an advanced kingdom. Do you want to advance the Blazing Sun Kingdom to an advanced kingdom? Yes. Zhou Zhou said without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, another line of text appeared. Prompt: you have one chance to change the location of the king's city. Do you want to change/retain it? Retain. Naturally, Zhou Zhou would not easily change his position in the capital. The current Searing Flame Empire was the only high-tier deity-level territory in the entire Blazing Sun Kingdom and even the entire human territory. Zhou Zhou would be a fool to exchange for such a treasure land. Prompt: your choice has been confirmed. Prompt: your lord's territory intermediate kingdom Blazing Sun Kingdom is in the process of upgrading. Prompt: level up successful. Congratulations, your intermediate kingdom lord territory Blazing Sun Kingdom has officially been promoted to advanced kingdom lord territory Blazing Sun Kingdom. Prompt: you can display the level of your kingdom and territory on any channel. The next second, the announcement that Zhou Zhou had been waiting for appeared. Lord of all races Lord announcement: congratulations to the human race, the sovereign of the Searing Flame, for successfully establishing the first advanced kingdom. Rewards: Lord of all races mythical tier treasure chest +1, mid-level kingdom empire treasure chest +1, status ranking +10. Legendary status ranking +1. Lord of all races announcement: congratulations to the human race Lord of the Blazing Sun. Lord of all races announcement: congratulations to the human race Lord of the Blazing Sun. Chapter 984, Forbidden Archmage Statue. Race Divine Artifact Incomplete Spear of Longinus. Indeed, the first Lord to advance to the Lord's territory of the Advanced Kingdom will also trigger a full channel announcement of the Lord of all races like before. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, he began to think. He now had a huge advantage in the level of the Lord's territory. He had to maintain this advantage in the future and fight for the rewards of this announcement to belong to him in the future. One step faster and every step would be faster. Zhou Zhou had already experienced the huge benefits, so he naturally wouldn't give such benefits to other races. Then, he first looked at the mythical tier treasure chest, opened it and saw a miniature statue quietly placed inside. This miniature statue was a humanoid statue. He was a handsome male human who looked like a young man. He wore a 4-colored elemental robe and held a 4-colored book in his hand. His dark golden eyes seemed to contain the magical wisdom of all things in the world. Even though he was only a statue, he was still emitting intense magical fluctuations. Zhou Zhou looked at it and a text notification appeared. Building name, Forbidden Archmage Sculpture. Construction level, True God Tier Elementary Grade. Construction change to Forbidden Mage, spend 100 Black Iron Tier / Green Bronze Tier / White Silver Tier. Legendary Tier Mist Core. You can receive the teachings of the Forbidden Archmage, Su Yuan. Profession change of a Human Kingdom level spellcaster to an Empire level spellcaster Forbidden Mage. Building description, Peace, only within the range of Forbidden Spell Forbidden Archmage Su Yuan. Do you want to place it? A statue that can be changed to an Empire level spellcasting profession. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up when he saw the statue's information. This treasure came at the right time. The tens of billions of violent storm spirits under him were all kingdom-level spell-casting professions. In other words, they could use this Forbidden Archmage statue to change their profession to an Empire-level spell-casting profession Forbidden Mage. As for the mist core that he had spent on his class advancement, it was nothing to Zhou Zhou, who had obtained hundreds of millions of legendary tier mist cores in one war. He was still worried that he had nowhere to spend so many mist cores. As for this Forbidden Archmage, Su Yuan, he seemed to be a human too. However, after some thought, Zhou Zhou realized that he had never heard of this person's name. Could it be that the other party was not a higher-up of the human race but a lone expert of the human race or a true god tier of the human race in the myriad worlds? Zhou Zhou stroked his chin and thought. However, he quickly stopped thinking about it because it didn't matter who Su Yuan was. It was fine as long as this statue could change classes normally. As long as this Forbidden Mage is indeed powerful. I'll use one night to change all my violent storm spirits to Forbidden Mages. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he came to a wide open space beside the shelter of the Goddess of Life. He took out the Forbidden Archmage statue and silently placed it there. The next second, the statue of the Forbidden Archmage left his right hand and flew into the air. Then, it began to rapidly enlarge and in the blink of an eye, it became a huge statue about 100,000 meters tall. Such a huge statue was rare even in the entire Blazing Sun Kingdom. Hence, the moment it appeared, it attracted the attention of many subjects. Could there have been an accident? Some subjects could not help but think. Thanks to the war education of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, even though there had never been an internal war in the entire Blazing Sun Kingdom, the subjects' vigilance did not decrease at all. However, when these subjects saw Zhou Zhou standing in front of the Forbidden Archmage statue, they immediately felt relieved. So it was the Lord's work. That was not strange. The subjects did not dare to get too close to disturb their lord. They all watched from afar in an extremely cultured manner, afraid that they would affect Zhou Zhou's thoughts. At the same time, Zhou Zhou also clicked his tongue in wonder as he looked at this huge and majestic class advancement statue. As expected of a treasure left behind by a true god tier. Just in terms of size, it was enough to crush the kingdom-level profession change statues that he had seen in human territory. Then, he called over a patrolling guard and asked him to call over a legendary tier violent storm spirit and a black iron tier violent storm spirit from the Homeland Defense Legion. Soon, the two of them came over. Greetings, Your Majesty. When the two of them arrived, they immediately greeted Zhou Zhou respectfully. The two of them were a man and a woman. Thanks to their lord talent, their own aptitude, and the enhancement of the kingdom's profession, one of them was handsome and the other was beautiful. They were both extraordinary. Of course, in front of Zhou Zhou, the king who had transcended the heavens, he was naturally incomparable. I'll be frank. There's an opportunity here that can allow you to upgrade your kingdom-level spell-casting profession, the Violent Storm Spirit, to an Empire-level spell-casting profession Forbidden Mage. Are you willing? Zhou Zhou asked with a smile. The two of them were stunned. Then, they immediately said excitedly. Yes. I'm willing. Kingdom-level spell-casting professions and Empire-level spell-casting professions not only represented the difference in combat strength, but also the difference in potential. If becoming a Kingdom-level combat professional had a chance of advancing to legendary expert in the future, then becoming an Empire-level combat professional would have a chance of advancing to God Spirit in the future. Even a low-tier deity-level elementary grade God Spirit was a level that countless humans dreamed of but could never attain. Only a fool would refuse. Sure. Zhou Zhou nodded when he heard that. Then, he pointed at the towering Forbidden Archmage statue and said solemnly, "Go in front of that Forbidden Archmage. You have to be truly respectful from inside out. Then, tell me your requirements for advancing to a Forbidden Archmage. As for the cost of the job change, I will pay for it." "Yes, Your Majesty." The two of them suppressed their excitement and said respectfully. Then, they quickly arrived in front of the statue of the Forbidden Archmage, Su Yuan. They looked at this towering and incomparably dignified statue with enthused expressions. How could they not be excited when the opportunity to soar to the heavens was right in front of them? Don't be anxious. Let your heart calm down first before carrying out the Forbidden Mage class advancement ritual. Zhou Zhou's voice sounded. From a Kingdom-level spell-casting profession to an Empire-level spell-casting profession, the process was not something that could be completed just by thinking about "I want to change my profession to a Forbidden Mage." Profession memory inheritance, constitution modification, willpower tempering, and other things were all indispensable torture processes. Once these two people's mental states were unstable and they could not survive these processes, they would not be able to successfully receive the complete inheritance of the Forbidden Mage. That would mean that they had failed their job advancement. Zhou Zhou did not want to see that scene. "Yes, Your Majesty." The two of them were shocked and immediately forced themselves to calm down. After they were ready, they began to tell the statue of the Forbidden Archmage about their request to change their profession to a Forbidden Mage. 10 seconds later, the Forbidden Codex in the hand of the Forbidden Archmage statue suddenly emitted a four-colored light. Then, the four-colored light transformed into two four-colored pillars of light that descended from the sky and enveloped the two of them, completely enveloping them in the pillar of light. The transfer of inheritance has begun. Zhou Zhou pondered to himself when he witnessed this scene. He did not leave, but he did not wait either. Instead, while the two of them were receiving the profession inheritance, he took out the Advanced Kingdom treasure chest that was rewarded by the announcement and chose to open it directly. A broken blood-red steel fork was lying quietly in the Advanced Kingdom treasure chest. This steel fork should originally have had 3 parts. Now only the front section of the steel fork was left, which was the most lethal part of the fork. Zhou Zhou was stunned when he witnessed the blood-red steel fork because it was actually another racial divine artifact. So, these kingdom treasure chests are all rewards of race divine artifacts. Zhou Zhou thought. The intermediate kingdom treasure chest he had obtained previously was the Holy Record, a divine artifact of the human race on Cerulean planet. It was still in effect in the divine kingdom. The beginner treasure chest he had obtained from the newly established kingdom was the sword of Xianyuan, the Sun Moon Star Sword. Zhou Zhou had reason to suspect that in the future, the kingdom treasure chest would also reward divine artifacts from other races. If that was the case, it could be considered a channel that could steadily harvest race divine artifacts. At present, the premise was that he could always maintain the lead. He didn't guess for long as his gaze landed on the blood-red steel fork again. A divine artifact notification appeared. Race divine artifact name, Incomplete Spear of Longinus. Equipment grade, unique in the race. Race divine artifact ability 1 Infinite Piercing Spear, the Spear of Longinus can pierce through any matter in life without any damage. Race divine artifact ability 2 God-Slaying Bloodstained Spear, unknown. To activate this race's divine artifact ability, you need to collect and integrate the middle end steel fork of the Spear of Longinus. Race divine artifact ability 3 Spear of Longinus, unknown. To activate this race's divine artifact ability, you need to collect and integrate the steel fork at the end of the Spear of Longinus. Introduction to Race Divine Artifact, Spear of Longinus, the divine artifact of the human race on Cerulean planet. It is also the god-slaying spear of a mortal. Even a high and mighty god spirit can be stabbed or even assassinated by a mortal with the Spear of Longinus. It's another incomplete race divine artifact like the Sword of Xian Yuan. I need to collect all of them in order to fully unleash the effect of He. Zhou Zhou shook his head. His Sword of Xian Yuan had yet to be gathered. He did not expect an incomplete race divine artifact to appear in the blink of an eye. Where could he find it? Could it be that he had to use the Bodhi Supreme when he encountered a problem? In that case, no matter how many times the Bodhi Supreme was used, it would not be enough. Zhou Zhou pondered for a moment and decided not to use the Bodhi Supreme to search for the other two parts of the Spear of Longinus for the time being. He was not lacking in a race divine artifact now. He just had to take it slow. As long as it was not damaged or permanently lost, he would find it sooner or later as his strength gradually increased. He gazed at this racial divine artifact. This Spear of Longinus was very different from the Sword of Xian Yuan. The Sword of Xian Yuan was currently a pure racial divine artifact that assisted the growth of territories and subjects. As for the Spear of Longinus, judging from the effects of the divine artifacts of he and the other races, it seemed to be a special attack-type divine artifact. The first effect is Infinite Piercing Spear. Perhaps it will come in handy in the future. Zhou Zhou was a little uncertain. Then, he temporarily placed it in his king's treasure box and would take it out to use in the future when he had the chance. Chapter 985, Excited Lords of the Cerulean Planet. Zhou Zhou looked at the remaining rewards. In addition to the mythical treasure chest and the Advance Kingdom treasure chest, there were also 10 reputation rating and 1 mythical reputation rating rewards for the Lord of all races. To the current Zhou Zhou, the reputation rating reward was naturally nothing. On the other hand, Zhou Zhou was looking forward to the mythical reputation rating reward. Guojiao, Qi Xiantian, or the Yuan Kong of the Shepherd God race, as talents of the mythical reputation rating, had all become the top powerhouses in his territory. They were the pillars of his territory and had made great contributions to the development of his territory. His strength had never fallen behind even with the rapid development of his territory. Zhou Zhou was looking forward to it. What kind of talent would his next mythical reputation rating talent be? What kind of abilities would he have? Next was Zhou Zhou's favorite part. He opened the Cerulean Planet's Human World channel. The lords of the Cerulean Planet were all congratulating Zhou Zhou on his promotion to an Advance Kingdom. Long live His Majesty! Screaming at the top of his lungs. Awesome! His Majesty is indeed the face of the human race on the Cerulean Planet. He's once again ahead of the lords of all races. What do you mean by the face of the human race on the Cerulean Planet? It's the face of the human race in the myriad worlds. That's right. Most of the humans have already retreated to the primordial world and are guarding the powerful branch of the human race in the high continent. Only His Majesty is left. What does this mean? This means that His Majesty is already the de facto master of the human race in the high continent. Ha ha ha, the lords of all races and the civilization behind them have always been afraid of His Majesty. Now that His Majesty has been promoted to an Advance Kingdom, I wonder what their expressions will be when they find out about this. Even though it's indeed the time to be happy, I'm actually even more worried now. I don't know how rich the foundation of those civilizations is. Now that they know that His Majesty has become the master of the Advance Kingdom, they will definitely be even more determined to destroy His Majesty. I don't know what methods they will use in the future. Your Majesty, you have to be careful. According to His Majesty's previous words, as long as we are in the highest continent, we will be safe. Before leaving the high continent, we don't have to worry about these things for the time being. As for after leaving the high continent, His Majesty will definitely think of a new solution at that time. I thought that His Majesty was already considered invincible among the lords of all races and should be able to play with the Lord of all races at will. I didn't expect that he would still be restricted by the civilization behind the lords of all races. Haven't we already discussed this? In the early stages of the Lord of all races competition, the lords of all races will still stand on the same level. However, in the middle and later stages of the Lord of all races competition, there will definitely be a contest between the races of all races. This is inevitable. If the weak races wanted to prevent their race from falling into a disadvantage in the middle and late stages, they could only develop well in the early stages. Otherwise, they could unite with other weak races and fight against those civilizations. His Majesty had already done his best. Zhou Zhou looked at the lords of all races who spoke and smiled. These lords of the cerulean planet finally had some intentions of returning to their hometowns. This way, when he integrates all the lords of cerulean planet in the future, he shouldn't encounter too many obstacles. As for their worries about the future, Zhou Zhou was actually not very worried. It was nothing more than how to face the situation after leaving the High Continent. The methods of the gods were more or less unusable in the High Continent after all. However, after leaving the High Continent, the gods could use whatever methods they wanted without breaking the Supreme Agreement. At that time, the cruelty of the war might directly increase by 10 times, or even 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. However, Zhou Zhou was not too worried. This was because he already had a rough idea of how to safely lead his troops out of the High Continent in the future and head to the myriad worlds to fight a war. At that time, with my own methods, I should be able to develop steadily for a period of time in the War of 10,000 Worlds. Then, he casually threw 10 billion copies of Violent Storm Spirit Class Change Certificate and 10 billion Yellow Gold Tier God Attendant Class Attendant Certificate to the marketplace, causing the Lord of the Cerulean Planet to be excited. Then, he gazed at the text notification. Advance Kingdom Hint 1, after your kingdom is upgraded to an Advance Kingdom, your reputation will spread throughout a wider area. More life forms will gradually know of your kingdom's existence. Please be prepared to handle the subsequent kingdom affairs. Advance Kingdom Hint 2, your kingdom channel has officially advanced to the Advance Kingdom channel. It can accommodate up to 20 billion subjects. Advance Kingdom Hint 3, your affiliated kingdom function has been strengthened. You can recruit up to 50 beginner kingdom lords and 10 intermediate kingdoms to become your affiliated kingdom. Affiliated kingdoms are not allowed to attack the main kingdom. They have to accept the orders of the main kingdom and advance and retreat with the main kingdom. The main kingdom has to support the progression of the subsidiary kingdom within its capabilities and protect the affiliated kingdom from external enemies. There is a parent-child spatial teleportation array between the main kingdom and the affiliated kingdom. It can be used for free regardless of distance. The main kingdom has the right to unilaterally close the parent-child spatial teleportation array. Zhou Zhou could not help but smack his lips after reading this information. It was still not enough for him even though this leveling up was not bad. The upper limit of 20 billion subjects wasn't enough to satisfy the needs of him, a super kingdom with more than 30 billion subjects. From the original upper limit of 10 beginner kingdoms, the affiliated kingdoms had increased to the upper limit of 50 beginner kingdoms and 10 intermediate kingdoms. This was not bad. At this moment, he suddenly realized that many applications had suddenly appeared in the information column of his affiliated kingdom. They were all applications to join his affiliated kingdom. At the same time, these lords also sent a message to him, requesting that they wish to become his affiliated kingdom. Among these lords were the Almighty Beast Lord, Grey Wing Lord, Lion Lord, Black Beast Lord, Blood Demon Lord, Red Feather Lord. Zhou Zhou was very familiar with them because they had all auctioned kingdom tokens from him. Good God! I just unlocked the affiliated kingdom quota, and these guys rushed up one by one. Zhou Zhou smiled and counted the number of applications. 58. Some time ago, he had sold 58 beginner kingdom tokens, creating 58 new beginner kingdoms for the human race on Cerulean planet. None of these new kingdoms of the Cerulean planet's human race wanted to develop independently after all. All of them wanted to become the affiliated kingdom of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Zhou Zhou stroked his chin and found it interesting. Lords who could bid for the kingdom token were all very ambitious people. There could only be one reason for them to give up their ambitions and choose to become an affiliated kingdom, and that was the greater benefits it could provide to them. Chapter 986, Allocation of Spots. Requirements to advance to a basic empire. Actually, if it were me, I would probably choose the same thing. If this continues, those who can't become the Lord of all races will either become cannon fodder or vassals in the Lord of all races contest. They definitely won't be willing to be cannon fodder. This way, the only choice left for them is to become vassals. As for how to become a vassal, who's vassal, and what benefits there are after becoming a vassal, the answer is naturally to become my vassal, which is most in line with their interests. However, I only have 40 empty slots for the basic kingdoms. You'll have to compete for the job. Zhou Zhou was not too interested in such matters. He sent someone to call Zheng Yuankai over. After the two of them returned to the Divine Kingdom's main hall, Zhou Zhou discussed the solution to this matter with him. In the end, the two of them decided to determine the priority according to the potential of these kingdoms and their contributions to the Blazing Sun Kingdom. The higher the potential, the more the Lord of Cerulean Planet would contribute to the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Naturally, the higher the priority, and the higher the chance of becoming his affiliated kingdom. Conversely, the priority would be lower. If they still wanted to become his affiliated kingdom, they would have to line up obediently. Only when there were new affiliated kingdom slots would it be their turn. Zheng Yuankai had no objections. Zhou Zhou then talked about the fact that the Advance Kingdom channel could not accommodate all subjects for the time being. Regarding this matter, Zheng Yuankai had already prepared a script. He said, I plan to temporarily split the slots to enter the Advance Kingdom channel into two categories. The first category is for senior officials and senior talents. All high-level officials of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, as well as professionals above the Extraordinary Tier and Extraordinary Tier, are qualified to enter the Advance Kingdom channel. The second category is the eligibility of family members to enter. The subjects of our Blazing Sun Kingdom can use families as a unit. Each family has the qualifications to enter an Advance Kingdom channel. Apart from that, I'm going to set up some rules for the slots. I'll strive to make sure that the slots for the 20 billion Advance Kingdom channels can be fulfilled so that these slots can play their role. Sure. Zhou Zhou nodded. Zheng Yuankai's suggestions took into account the basic subjects, middle subjects, and high-level subjects of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. They were very suitable for the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Zhou Zhou smiled. Zheng Yuankai said solemnly. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, the two of them chatted for a while about the future development of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. After chatting for more than an hour, Zheng Yuankai left full of fighting spirit. After he left, Zhou Zhou was yet thinking about the future development direction of the kingdom as he opened the Lord Communication Group of the affiliated kingdom under the Kingdom Channel. The lords he was familiar with coming over to congratulate him as soon as he was online. Military Industry Lord, congratulations on your promotion to being the Lord of Advance Kingdom, Your Majesty. Mystic Heaven Kingdom, Beginner, Mystic Heaven Lord, His Majesty is awesome as F***, silenced. Undead Kingdom, Beginner, Undead Lord, Your Majesty is awesome. Your Majesty, how did you advance to an Advance Kingdom? It's so painful for me to advance to an Intermediate Kingdom now. Elemental gems are too difficult to collect. Dragon Blood Kingdom, Beginner, Dragon Lady Lord, +1. These life elemental gems and death elemental gems are too difficult to collect. During this period of time, I've followed His Majesty and fought many battles. I've obtained a lot of high-level elemental gems, but I yet can't gather the number of gems needed to upgrade my territory. This requirement is too ridiculous. Heavenly Commerce Kingdom, Beginner, Gold Merchant Lord, that's right. Other than war, I can also purchase some senior elemental gems and basic elemental gems from some small forces around the territory. But even so, I still can't collect enough high-level elemental gems. Magic Kingdom, beginner, Magic Lord, I have the worst luck. Not only do I need elemental gems to upgrade my territory, I also need elemental gems to cultivate and recover my magic power. I don't even know when I can upgrade to Advance Kingdom like His Majesty. Paper Immortal Kingdom, beginner, Paper Immortal Lord, actually. I've read some common knowledge books published by local lords. According to common sense, a beginner kingdom needs at least hundreds or even thousands of years to gather enough requirements to upgrade the kingdom to an intermediate grade kingdom. Actually, our speed is already much faster than other lords' forces. There's no need to be too anxious. Undead Kingdom, beginner, Undead Lord, then why did His Majesty level up so quickly? As soon as these words were spoken, the rest of the people immediately rebuked him. Are you comparing yourself to His Majesty? Even the lords of all races who came from top bloodlines could not compare to His Majesty in this aspect. What right do you have to think that you can surpass His Majesty? After the undead lord saw this, he immediately stopped talking. When Zhou Zhou saw their conversation, he could not help but fall into deep thought. Zhou Zhou was naturally very clear about the difficulty of collecting the life and death elemental gems. It was already rather difficult for him to collect these elemental gems, let alone these lords of the affiliated kingdoms who were even inferior to him. However, he would not have to be troubled by these couple elemental gems when he upgrades the advanced Blazing Sun Kingdom to the beginner Blazing Sun Empire. At that time, he could sell the life elemental gems and death elemental gems he had collected to them. It could also be considered as strengthening his wings. However, he didn't say it out loud now. It wouldn't be too late to discuss this matter after he upgraded the Blazing Sun Kingdom to the Blazing Sun Empire. Then, he opened the kingdom interface of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Kingdom name, Blazing Sun Kingdom. King, King of the Blazing Sun. Kingdom level, Advance Kingdom. Kingdom flag, all stars cover the sun. Kingdom army, Blazing Sun Army, Legendary tier, Monster Army, Legendary tier, Dragon God Army, Legendary tier, Heavenly Map Army, Epic tier, Homeland Defense Army, Yellow Gold tier. Prerequisites to advance to a beginner empire: territory level up to low tier deity level elementary grade, King City region level up to low tier deity level elementary grade, 1000 low tier deity level elementary grade divine crystals, conquer 3 advance Crimson Kingdoms under the Crimson Overlord, 0/3, conquer couple advance kingdoms that are not under the Crimson Overlord, 0/2, conquer any lower tier deity level elementary grade lord faction and possess its low tier deity level. Elementary grade empire token, 0/1, own 10,000 independent regional territories, own 100 race heroes, own 3 worshipped god spirit of your own race. After reading this promotion information, Zhou Zhou fell into deep thought. Apart from the fact that it's a little troublesome to upgrade the territory level to low tier deity level elementary grade, the other requirements don't seem difficult. He muttered to himself. Chapter 987, The 4 Levels of the Empire. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. His kingdom was already a high-tier deity-level regional territory. It had already far exceeded the requirement of a lower-level regional territory. As for the other 1000 low-tier deity-level elementary grade divine crystals, 10,000 independent regional territories, 100 race heroes, and 3 deities of their race, he had already fulfilled these 4 requirements. In the end, only the territory level upgraded to low-tier deity level elementary grade, conquered 3 high-level Crimson Kingdoms under the Crimson Overlord, 2 advanced kingdoms that were not under the Crimson Overlord, and any one of the beginner empire's lord factions had its low-tier deity level elementary grade empire token. Putting the first one aside, he was still far from reaching this requirement. He needed to take it slow. As for the request to conquer the kingdom, it was naturally easy for the current he to accomplish it. There was almost no difficulty to speak of. The only thing that surprised he was the last request. Conquer any beginner empire's lord faction and possess its low-tier deity level elementary grade empire token. When Zhou Zhou saw this request, he was very surprised. When it's time to advance to the beginner empire, do I have to forcefully conquer a beginner empire as an advanced kingdom to qualify for advancement? He muttered. This was something that had never happened before among the requirements for territory promotion and kingdom promotion. In the past, as long as he conquered a few lord factions of the same level as him and proved that he was outstanding enough among those of the same level, he could advance to a higher level lord faction. Now, he actually had to fight against a higher level lord faction to advance to a higher level. To an ordinary lord's faction, the difficulty had increased by more than a little. Beginner Empire Lord faction, Zhou Zhou pondered. With the strength of the Lord faction that he currently controlled, it was not impossible to go against an Empire-level Lord faction. For now, if the Empire-level Lord factions in the High Continent were not divided according to the Empire level, but according to the combat level, they could generally be divided into 4 levels. Tier 1 Empire, a beginner Empire Lord faction with high-tier deity level fight power. It can command one or even several high-tier deity-level god spirits to fight for its empire. Tier 2 Empire, an empire-level lord faction with some true god-tier techniques. For example, if he had a treasure that could release the power of a true god-tier elementary grade existence, or if he had a relationship with a true god-tier elementary grade existence, he could ask this true god-tier elementary grade existence to help his empire once, or if he had other true god-tier techniques. Usually, only intermediate or advanced empire lords would have such a foundation. The third level, an empire-level lord faction with the worship of a true god tier could command a true god tier to fight for their empire. Typically, only an empire-level lord faction like the Elven Empire that was infinitely close to a divine kingdom lord faction would hold such a faction. This kind of empire faction could already prepare to advance to a beginner divine kingdom lord faction. As for the 4th level, it was the Super Empire's Lord faction. The Super Empire's Lord faction was what was mentioned previously. Even though it was not a Divine Kingdom Lord faction, its combat strength was already comparable to some weak beginner Divine Kingdom Lord factions. Not only did he have more than 2 true God tier worshipped God spirits, but he also had 1 or 2 master God tier techniques. Zhou Zhou felt that even though his Blazing Sun Kingdom had just reached the level of an advanced kingdom, in terms of combat strength, it was already comparable to a 3rd-level empire. In other words, under the premise that he did not provoke level 3 empires and super empires, he could ensure his safety 100% by attacking level 1 empires and level 2 empires. He also had a huge guarantee of winning rate. This way, he could conquer a beginner empire and obtain its empire token while ensuring the safety of himself and the kingdom, thus completing the last necessity to advance to a beginner empire. In that case, it's crucial to choose the target to attack. Coincidentally, among the people of foreign races who stopped the humans from retreating to the primordial world, there are 11 people of foreign races who have yet to be dealt with. Let my intelligence organization find a suitable target from them. Zhou Zhou thought. In any case, he would fight anyone. Why not fight someone who had a grudge? At this moment, he suddenly sensed something and looked outside the Divine Kingdom passageway, where the Forbidden Archmage statue was. Have you completed your class advancement? He muttered before his body suddenly vanished from the spot. In front of the Forbidden Archmage statue, Zhao Xiaodao and Sun Yu, who had changed their violent storm spirit robes into Forbidden Mage robes, felt the Forbidden Mage inheritance in their minds and were pleasantly surprised and excited. I actually became an Empire-level spell-casting profession Forbidden Mage. Sun Yu said happily. She felt that everything she had experienced during this period of time was a little dreamy. She was originally just an ordinary girl from a tailor's family in the Blazing Sun Kingdom. The family was not poor, but it was definitely not rich. Even though he was a little good-looking, he was ordinary in other aspects. Originally, she contemplated that her future life would be to become a tailor who inherited her family's skills and find a handsome boy she liked to marry. Then, she would forget about her ordinary life. Unexpectedly, one day, her extraordinary teacher suddenly came looking for her. He uttered that during the magician constitution testing ceremony, he discovered that she had a good talent in wind magic. He said that he hoped to take her in as his disciple and inherit her mantle in the future. That teacher was an epic tier elemental archmage. Her family was extremely excited to be able to become a disciple of such a teacher. How could she reject him? Hence, she became the envied disciple of an archmage. Originally, she contemplated that her life had passed in the glory of a mage's life. Unexpectedly, 2 days later, her teacher suddenly said that she had obtained a recruitment spot for the Homeland Defense Army from her good friend. Her teacher asked her, her only student, to accept this spot so that she could become a soldier of the Homeland Defense Army. In the future, not only would she be able to change her profession to a kingdom-level spell-casting profession Violent Storm Spirit for free, but she would also be able to receive official resources from the Blazing Sun Kingdom to nurture her. This way, her path to becoming a high-level professional in the future would be smooth. In the future, she might even be able to surpass her teacher and become a legendary tier professional. Therefore, she joined the Homeland Defense Army in a daze and turned from an ordinary elemental mage to a noble kingdom-level spell-casting professional Violent Storm Spirit. Just as she contemplated that she was going to spend the rest of her life in the future of the official iron rice bowl that everyone envied, she, who was patrolling with the captain in the capital, was suddenly called over by someone, saying that His Majesty had asked them to go over. In the face of His Majesty's orders, she and the captain naturally did not dare to disobey. They did not want to disobey either, so they followed excitedly. Then, she and the captain found out that His Majesty wanted to give them a chance to become Empire-level spellcaster professionals for free. He even asked if they were willing. Was there a need to ask? Of course he was willing. Therefore, before Sun Yu could familiarize herself with the profession skills of the Violent Storm Spirit, she directly went from a kingdom-level spellcasting professional to a noble empire-level spellcasting professional. Am I going to become a god next? Sun Yu, who was still a Black Iron tier and had not even participated in the battle, could not help but be suspicious. Chapter 988, Powerful Forbidden Mage. Unlimited Firepower. At this moment, Zhou Zhou, who was at the side, was a legendary tier expert. Even though he was much more mature than Sun Yu and was not as excited as her, he was still extremely excited when he sensed the powerful Forbidden Mage inheritance. This Forbidden Mage is definitely a super profession 10 times stronger than the Violent Storm Spirit. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he looked at the tall Forbidden Archmage statue and had another bold idea. The Blazing Sun Kingdom now had tens of billions of Violent Storm Spirit professional soldiers. If these Violent Storm Spirit professional soldiers were all changed to Forbidden Mages, Zhou Zhou's body shuddered. If that was the case, even if their Blazing Sun Kingdom's combat strength did not increase by 10 times, it would not be a problem to increase it by 5 to 6 times. At this moment, Zhou Zhou suddenly teleported in front of them. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The two of them hurriedly said respectfully. "How do you feel?" Zhou Zhou looked at them and asked with a smile. "I feel," the two of them looked at each other and said in unison, "That's great." Zhou Zhou laughed and clicked on their attributes panel. Subject, Sun Yu. Territory, Blazing Sun Kingdom. Combat profession name, Forbidden Mage. Profession class, Black Iron tier intermediate grade. Ability overview, a lucky, kind and easily satisfied girl has unknowingly obtained a future that she doesn't even dare to think about. Skills, talent Wind Girl, talent Lux Blessing, Empire level professional talent Soul of Forbidden Curse, Empire level professional talent Elemental Spirit, Empire level professional talent Instant Magic, Empire level professional talent Interpretation of Forbidden Curse, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Magic Summoning Violent Wind, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Flame Spray, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Forbidden Spell Magic Wind and Fire Blast into the Heavens. Potential, Mid-Tier Deity Level Advance Grade. Subject, Zhou Zhou. Territory, Blazing Sun Kingdom. Combat Profession Name, Forbidden Mage. Profession Class, Legendary Tier Advance Grade. Ability Overview, a veteran of the Blazing Sun Kingdom's army. At the same time, he is also a diligent and hard-working spellcaster professional. His personality is diligent and pragmatic. His hobby is to decipher the mysteries of spells. His dream is to become an earth elemental magic god spirit of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Skills, Empire Level Professional Talent Soul of Forbidden Curse, Empire Level Professional Talent Elemental Spirit, Empire Level Professional Talent Forbidden Curse Expertise, Empire Level Professional Talent Instant Magic, Empire Level Professional Talent Magic Acumen, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Magic Earthquake, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Forbidden Spell Earthquake, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade Magic Summon Stone Man, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Magic. Word of the Earth, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade Forbidden Magic Summon Rock Giant, White Silver Tier Elementary Grade Magic Petrification, White Silver Tier Elementary Grade Magic Turning Stones into Gold, White Silver Tier Elementary Grade Forbidden Spell Magic Black Stone Realm. Legendary Tier Elementary Grade Magic Meteorites Falling from the Sky, Legendary Tier Elementary Grade Forbidden Spell Sky Stars Exploding to the Ground. Loyalty, Fanatic Believer. Potential, Low Tier Deity Level Advance Grade. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction after reading their attributes. As expected of an Empire-level profession that was opened from a mythical tier treasure chest. Not only did he master the casting ability of conventional magic, he had also started to cast a forbidden spell on the caster from the Black Iron tier. Moreover, every time he advanced by a large level, he would be given a new forbidden spell. From this point alone, this spell-casting profession was definitely one of the top Empire-level spell-casting professions among all the Empire-level spell-casting professionals. Moreover, forbidden spells represented the pinnacle of magic, as well as the essence of elemental laws. The more he studied forbidden spells, the deeper his research and understanding of elemental laws would be. This way, the difficulty of forbidden spell mages advancing to god spirits related to elemental laws would definitely be reduced by more than 20 to 30% compared to other professions. His combat ability is superior to his peers, and his capability is also astonishing. He can even increase the probability of becoming a god. A top-grade Empire-level spell-casting profession. Zhou Zhou sighed. Then, he chatted with the two of them for a while about how it felt to change professions and become a forbidden mage. After gaining a deeper understanding of the advantages and disadvantages of this profession, he let the two of them return to the team. He stood rooted to the ground in deep thought. Even though forbidden mages can release forbidden spells with powerful destructive power, can the magic power in their bodies only support them to use forbidden spells once in a battle? Equivalent to a disposable weapon. Zhou Zhou thought about it and shook his head. No. There is a way to solve this issue easily. On the High Continent, there were many potions that could restore all the magic power and mental strength of a mage in one go. Mages were very frequent in the High Continent after all, second only to martial artists, rangers, and adventurers. The forbidden mage was actually a sub-profession of mages. The potions that mages could use to recover their magic power could naturally be used by forbidden mages as well. However, most of these potions were expensive and the ingredients needed to make them were scarce. Mages felt that using these potions was not cost-effective, so they rarely used them unless it was a critical moment. In front of the wealthy Zhou Zhou, these were naturally not a problem. Furthermore, he still had Linger's divine medicinal gardens. He could quickly cultivate all kinds of rare medicinal herbs. This way, it wouldn't be an issue to create the raw materials for these rare medicinal herbs. Zhou Zhou grinned when he thought that he could satisfy both of these conditions. In the eyes of the outside world, a forbidden mage is only an empire career equivalent to a disposable weapon. However, I can use my affluence to forcefully pile them into an unlimited firepower to use. He thought. Since that was the case, tonight, he would change all the tens of billions of violent storm spirit soldiers under him to forbidden mages. At that time, with his command, 10 billion forbidden mages would release forbidden spells at the same time. Even if there was not a single god spirit level forbidden archmage among these 10 billion forbidden mages, they could still easily kill a high-tier deity level. If Zhou Zhou ordered these tens of billions of forbidden mages to cleanse the territory of other races, under the premise of providing an unlimited amount of magic recuperation and mental strength potions, it would probably take less than a day to completely turn the entire territory of a small race into a forbidden death zone that no longer had any life forms. Just as Zhou Zhou was fantasizing about the future of the forbidden mage soldier type, the sky above the blazing Sun Kingdom suddenly changed color. The clouds in the sky within a radius of 10 million miles turned sky blue, emitting powerful wind and spatial nomological power. Higher up in the starry sky, a divine kingdom star that had been sleeping for an unknown period of time suddenly woke up. Then, it emitted an extremely resplendent nomological light mixed with sky blue and bright silver, illuminating the myriad worlds. This familiar scene made Zhou Zhou immediately realize that an existence had advanced to become a true god tier. And this existence? Zhou Zhou suddenly turned to look in the direction of the divine kingdom passageway. Is it that wind god source embryo? Oh my god! A true god tier at birth! Zhou Zhou muttered, his face filled with joy. Chapter 989, Birth of the Heavenly Dragon God, 1. Zhou Zhou instantly entered the Divine Kingdom's main hall. He picked up the wind god source embryo that was about to be born and brought it to the outside world. He placed the embryo in an empty space. At the same time, he placed more than 20 true god tier elementary grade divine crystals, 10 true god tier intermediate grade divine crystals, and 1 true god tier advanced grade divine crystal around the wind god source embryo for the dragon god's advancement in the divine source embryo. He heaved a sigh of relief after doing all this. While his divine kingdom world was inherently powerful, it was not powerful enough to support the advancement of a true god tier when comparable to the middle world of a true god tier. That was why Zhou Zhou had brought him to the high continent, which was protected by the supreme will. Only then could he support the dragon god that was about to be born in the wind god source embryo and become a true god tier at birth. As for the true god tier divine crystals left behind, they were naturally for he to condense the dragon body of a true god tier. Gerald had a human body, so he did not need so many true god tier divine crystals to condense the body of a true god tier body. However, the dragon god was extremely huge. It was extremely normal for it to be more than 10,000 kilometers in size. Therefore, it was necessary to leave behind so many true god tier divine crystals. Then, he activated 2 layers of the 9 worlds divine demon dreamfall array to protect Gerald's birth, just like how he had protected Gerald previously. After doing all this, Zhou Zhou looked at the wind god source embryo that was floating in midair and constantly absorbing the energy of the world and the surrounding true god tier divine crystals to prevent more wind elements from breaking out on the surface in an attempt to break the eggshell. He thought about what else he could do to increase the probability of the other party becoming a true god at birth. He suddenly thought of something. With a thought, he contacted Zhou Wen and asked him to bring the wind god dragon's child, Cecir, to him. Following that, he disappeared from where he was and quickly reappeared on the spot. Then, he waved his right hand. A dragon bone that was more than 10,000 kilometers tall appeared above the wind god source embryo. It was the dragon god of heavenly wind Kika's dragon bone. This dragon bone that was over 10,000 kilometers tall stood in the sky, causing the residents of the blazing Sun Kingdom to involuntarily raise their heads to look over. If not for the fact that they had followed Zhou Zhou until now and had seen hundreds of pure-blooded dragons, it might have already caused panic among the subjects in the capital. However, even so, they stopped and watched for a long time. All of them were very surprised. They had seen many pure-blooded dragons, but this was the first time they had seen a dead dragon with such a huge body and in the form of a bone dragon after all. Looking at the aura of this bone dragon, it should be a long dead dragon. It's at least a dragon at the God Spirit tier, and the God Spirit tier is not low. Only His Majesty knows how to make such a huge dragon bone in the sky above the capital. Tisk tisk, is this His Majesty's new loots? A bunch of people who haven't studied much. According to this necromancer's understanding, this should be the remains of a top-grade true god tier dragon bone. If I can obtain him, when I become a true god in the future, I should be able to cultivate a true god level bone dragon subordinate. Stop bragging. With your potential, it's already a blessing for His Majesty to be able to break through to the low-level god realm. I heard that our kingdom has a special legendary tier regional territory called New Wind Dragon City. There's a true god tier dragon bone there. Could it be this dragon bone? There were many capable people in the capital city, and they were able to roughly guess the origin of this dragon bone. At the same time, Zhou Zhou also looked at the dragon bone in the sky and said softly, "I brought all your remains when you were alive. For this reason, I gave up the top-grade legendary tier territory in New Wind Dragon City and temporarily turned it into an ordinary legendary tier territory. In a while, my clone will bring you your child over too. I've done everything I can. I've given you everything I can. The rest is up to you." Roar. The wind god source embryo seemed to have heard what he said, and it let out a resolute dragon roar. The advancement of a true god tier shocked the world. When the wind god source embryo of the Blazing Sun Kingdom was about to give birth to a true god tier, all the super experts in the entire high continent and even the endless heavens were alarmed by the awakened true god tier divine kingdom star in the starry sky. Their gazes landed on the wind god source embryo suspended in midair in the center of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Then, they were shocked. This is the birth of a true god tier. He's not like a god, but more like a god. How long has it been since the Blazing Sun Kingdom was established? Why was a true god tier birthed in the territory? It can't be considered a birth. The existence in this egg was at the true god tier realm when it was alive. Now, it should be considered a reincarnation after death. It inherited the legacy of its predecessor, so it was born at the true god tier realm. Furthermore, did you see those true god tier divine crystals? Without these divine crystals, this reincarnated true god tier would probably only be a low-level god spirit after birth. If he wanted to recover his strength, he would have to take his time. However, with these true god tier divine crystals, after reincarnation, they could directly awaken the divine kingdom stars when they were alive and recover their strength when they were alive. They even had a chance to advance to a higher level. I have to admit that the person who dared to invest so many true god tier divine crystals is really a bold gambler. He actually dared to invest in an egg. Furthermore, he might very well have succeeded in his gamble. Not only can this reborn existence be reborn after death, but he probably already has the potential to become a master god tier. The moment the word master god tier came out, all the super experts who were discussing it in secret had strange thoughts. That was a master god tier. A super existence that could suppress an entire race. Even among top races like the original spirit race, the chaos gods race, and the shepherd's god race, they could be considered top experts. If they roped in this existence who would become a master god tier expert in the future, if he really became a master god tier in the future, it would simply be a great achievement to support their race that could bless the people of the blessed land for countless years. Who wouldn't want such a good thing? But when they looked at the location of the wind god source embryo, they fell silent again. That was the territory of the common people's regal. Many true god tiers had already died in the hands of this common people's regal up till now. Even legendary tier existences at the master god tier level couldn't stop the true god tier under the reincarnated dragon from advancing. It had to be uttered that some true god tiers were already a little afraid of this common people's regal with his valiant battle achievements. Ordinary true god tier existences really didn't dare to easily provoke this common people's regal. The top true God tier God spirits were not willing to take the risk easily. As for master God tier existences, they could not even descend to the high continent with their main bodies. Then there was the problem, who would snatch this true God tier that was on the verge of be born from the hands of the common people's regal? What concerned them the most was, what if this existence who was born a true God tier was like Gerald and had a close relationship with the common people's regal and was protected by the supreme agreement? Wouldn't their efforts be in vain if they took the risk to do it? Wouldn't they even risk putting themselves at risk? They immediately hesitated thinking about this. Even though Zhou Zhou had been on guard against the commotion caused by the wind god source embryo and the gazes of the gods, he was not too nervous. In any case, he, who was below the Master God tier level, had no problem staying alive. Master God tier and powerful beings above Master God tier couldn't come to the high continent. In that case, what was there to support him to be afraid of? At this moment, he was staring intently at the wind god source embryo not far away. The true God tier divine crystals that he had positioned around the wind god source embryo were being absorbed by the wind god source embryo at an astonishing speed. In just a short while, more than half of the true God tier divine crystals had been absorbed by the wind god source embryo. This absorption speed is a little unexpected. Zhou Zhou muttered when he saw this scene. Chapter 990, Birth of the Heavenly Dragon God, 2. It seemed that his new pet's potential was at least at that of Master God tier elementary grade. Moreover, judging from the way it absorbed the divine crystals, it was not impossible for it to be at the Master God tier intermediate grade or even the advanced grade. Otherwise, it would not have absorbed them so quickly. He threw another 10 true God tier advanced grade divine crystals out without hesitation. Absorb. Absorb all you want. Your master may not have much, but I have plenty of divine crystals. You can have whatever you want as long as it wasn't a Master God tier divine crystal. With the support of Zhou Zhou's divine crystals, the wind god source embryo's aura of breaking through to the true God tier was even stronger. It had a feeling of pressing forward courageously and fearlessly. Zhou Zhou could feel it. With the abundant supply of true God tier divine crystals, the speed at which the god spirits in the wind god source embryo were shaping their true god bodies increased significantly. From the looks of it, the other party will be able to break out of the shell and become a true God tier in less than 2 to 3 hours. From the looks of it, the other party will be able to break out of the shell and become a true God tier in less than 2 to 3 hours. He silently guarded this place and didn't go anywhere else. This concerned the second true God in his territory, so he naturally didn't dare to slack off. The only thing that puzzled him was that the birth of a second true God tier in his territory didn't attract the attention of the people of foreign races. Not to mention the sneak attack of a Master God tier. Not even many true God tiers from the people of foreign races came over. He could even sense that at the beginning, because the wind god source embryo had awakened the divine kingdom's stars, it had attracted the attention of a large group of true gods and even lord gods. Until now, the gazes of these people of foreign races' enemies actually decreased instead of increasing. It was as if these people of foreign race god spirits no longer wanted to care about the birth of this true God tier expert in his territory. Zhou Zhou had some guesses about this. Strength is indeed the best weapon to deal with all unfavorable situations. I only revealed my true God tier intermediate grade combat strength and the power of my will. I killed a few true God tier and blocked the mental attack of a Master God tier expert. I actually made them not dare to attack me easily. He thought. Then, he stopped thinking and continued to pay attention to the birth of the wind god source embryo. At this moment, Zhou Wen, Gerald, and Cecile suddenly teleported in front of Zhou Zhou. Your Majesty! Gerald and Cecile looked at the two identical Zhou Zhous in shock. It's just a clone technique. Don't be so surprised. Zhou Zhou waved his hand and did not explain further. Then, he pointed at the wind god source embryo and looked at Cecile. Cecile, your mother's reincarnation is about to be born. I felt that you had to be present, so I called you over. However, don't be too agitated, lest you disturb the birth of your mother's reincarnation. In addition, things might be a little different from what you imagined. After reincarnation, your mother can only be considered your mother's reincarnation. She's equivalent to a bloodline successor. Don't have too high hopes for her. It's best not to directly treat her as your biological mother before you explain things to her. Cecile was stunned by Zhou Zhou's words. However, he was a pure-blooded dragon after all. He had many legacies in his body, so he quickly understood what His Majesty meant. Thank you, Your Majesty, for allowing me to come back and see this. I will definitely remain calm. Cecile said seriously. That's good. Zhou Zhou nodded. In the following period of time, Zhou Zhou and company had been waiting for the wind god source embryo to be born. Around the 4th hour. Roar! A shocking dragon roar suddenly erupted from the wind god source embryo. This voice pierced through space like a gust of wind and spread throughout the myriad worlds. The trillions of life forms in the myriad worlds vaguely heard this carefree dragon roar. Then, a green-silver light suddenly erupted from it and transformed into a beam of light that shot into the starry sky, connecting with the Divine Kingdom star that was emitting a sky blue and bright silver light. The Divine Kingdom stars shone even brighter. Zhou Zhou and company gazed at the Divine Kingdom star. At this moment, a scene that shocked thousands of life forms appeared. The starry sky gradually changed and finally turned into a 100,000 km long cosmic dragon. His pair of silver-white dragon eyes gazed down at the myriad worlds and the high continent, filled with a high and mighty aura. This scene was destined to be remembered by billions of life forms. This is a dragon with the potential of a master god tier. Many gods who were secretly observing could not help but mutter when they saw this scene. Right on the heels of that, the divine dragon slowly dissipated into the starry sky. The living beings who saw this scene felt inexplicably disappointed. Master! A 1-meter-tall silver dragon with a slightly transparent body that emitted a faint green-silver glow and a childish voice stood in front of Zhou Zhou and raised its head. He opened his bright greenish-silver dragon eyes and gazed at Zhou Zhou obediently. Gerald and Cecile watched this scene with their mouths agape. Who would have thought that the adorable dragon in front of them was the dragon that had just displayed its supreme prestige in the starry sky? Especially Cecile. He felt like he was in a dream. This Lilith. No, is this dragon god really my mother's reincarnation? He had some doubts, but he knew that the other party was indeed his mother's reincarnation, sensing the familiar aura. It was just that things had changed. Dragon god of heavenly wind Kika. Zhou Zhou grinned at the green-silver dragon. I'm still Kika, but I'm not the dragon god of heavenly wind anymore. I'm called the heavenly dragon god now. The pinnacle of wind and the vastness of space. The combination of the two is heaven. That is the heavenly dragon god. The heavenly dragon god, Kika, clarified seriously. Zhou Zhou grinned and nodded. Then, he unveiled the other party's attribute panel. Pet, Kika. Race, pure blood dragon. Divine name, heavenly dragon god. Divine duty, space, wind, speed, cutting. Growing stage, youth. Strength level, true god tier elementary grade. Skills, annihilation dragon breath, heavenly dragon power, law divine body, space, wind, speed, law skill space fusion, law skill ultimate speed, law skill infinite cutting, law skill splitting sky annihilation slash, law skill dragon flying clothes, law techniques gate of infinite space, 10,000 wines gang yuan slash, dragon language magic mastery, wind magic mastery, space magic mastery, true god tier elemental immunity, awakening level 80%, true god tier physical immunity. Awakening level 80%, true god tier soul immunity, awakening degree 60%. Potential, master god tier intermediate grade. Faith points, Holy Spirit. Character, free, dreamer, talkative, pure soul, sincere, protective of the Lord, kind, gentle, loves to travel. Pet description, once the powerful dragon god of heavenly wind in several realms. After his nirvana and reincarnation as the heavenly dragon god, it has higher potential and a more glorious future. As long as it does not give up on itself, it is destined to reign supremacy in the sea of stars in the future. Chapter 991, True God Tier Regional Territory Primordial World. Zhou Zhou looked at Kika's attribute panel and nodded in satisfaction. Even though it was still inferior to Nazario, Nazario was a legendary dragon, which also had the support of the Juggernaut of the Abyss, a Master God Tier God Spirit's inheritance. This allowed him to have the greatest potential of a Master God Tier Advance grade, the world's limit. Furthermore, Kika was not a legendary dragon and did not have the support of the inheritance of a Master God Tier God Spirit. Under such circumstances, it was already quite good that her potential could reach Master God Tier Intermediate grade. If Kika obtained the enhancement of the Master God Tier inheritance in the future, Zhou Zhou could almost be sure that its potential would definitely advance to the limit of the world. As for whether it could advance to the legendary dragon race, it was hard to say. The appearance of a legendary dragon largely depended on luck after all. One could not advance to a legendary dragon just because one had high potential and strength. Otherwise, they would all be legendary dragons with so many dragon gods in the dragon race. You'll follow me from now on. Zhou Zhou looked at Kika and said. As for Nazario, he should not be used as a mount with his ability. That would be a waste of his valiant combat strength. His stage was still on the battlefield. Just like in the past, he protected the army under him, killing powerful enemies and attacking cities. Yes, Master. Kika nodded. Then, he looked at Cecile, who was behind Zhou Zhou. Cecile. He greeted. Hello, Ms. Kika. Cecile hesitated and said. Kika smiled and said, even though I have a close relationship with your mother has really passed away. I'm just your mother's reincarnation. Strictly speaking, you and I are indeed related by blood. However, it is not mother and son. Instead, it is like biological siblings. Call me big sister, if you like. With that, he flew straight for a galaxy in the distance. You're the first blood relative Cecile has seen since he was born. He is probably not used to it for a while, so he chose to escape for a while. But don't worry. I can tell that he is still very happy deep down. Zhou Zhou could read people's minds and could tell Cecile's mental state at a glance. Kika understands. Kika nodded and said seriously, he is also the closest dragon to Kika in this world other than Master. Kika will protect him in the future. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Then, after he chatted with Kika for a while, Kika disappeared into thin air. Zhou Zhou, who was sensitive to space, could clearly sense that the other party was hiding in space and guarding beside him. He nodded slightly in his heart. Then, he gazed upon Gerald. Why did you come back with us? I heard that His Majesty's clone uttered that a new true god tier is about to advance in our blazing sun kingdom. I was curious and witnessed that there was no urgent battle on the army's side, so I applied to be back. Gerald gave his reason. Zhou Zhou nodded and said. That's good. This afternoon, the human race will hold a holy god ceremony for us in the primordial world to boost the morale of the human race. Me, you, and the heavenly dragon god, let's participate. Don't worry about the army. With my clone around, unless an existence above the level of a top true god tier descends, nothing big will happen. Yes, Your Majesty. Gerald hesitated for a moment before nodding. Even though he had some grievances with the upper echelons of the human race, since he had become His Majesty's subordinate, he had to give him some face. Then go back and continue to guard the army. Zhou Zhou turned to look at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen nodded and immediately teleported away. Seeing this, Zhou Zhou led Gerald and Kika towards the Night Temple. The Night Temple was his Lord Talent building. Even though the passage from the temple to the front line of the abyss had been completely sealed, another passage to the primordial world had been opened. This passageway was convenient for Zhou Zhou to bring people directly to the primordial world. He did not have to go all the way to the primordial world to find the spatial teleportation array. The primordial world. The chi of heaven and earth here was extremely abundant. 1,000 meter tall ancient trees could be seen everywhere, and there were even tall wild beasts walking, flying, or swimming between the mountains and rivers of the world. When Zhou Zhou and company arrived and witnessed this scene, they immediately trembled. The level and density of this natural energy. This is a true God-tier regional territory. Zhou Zhou was shocked. He originally thought that his high-tier deity-level regional territory, the Blazing Sun King, was enough to look down on the entire human race. He did not expect that the legendary primordial world of the human race was actually a true God-tier regional territory. What did a true God-tier regional territory mean? This meant that the life forms born from the primordial world did not have to leave the primordial world. They could at most advance to the high-tier deity level advance grade just by relying on the nourishment of the primordial world's origin. Of course, it was impossible to advance to the true God tier. There was only one way for a high-tier deity level to become a true God tier, and that was to leave this world and enter a world that was at least at the greater 1000 level. Even so, a regional territory that could give birth to high-tier deity level God spirits was already astonishing enough. Apart from that, Zhou Zhou also sensed that there was something special about this true God tier territory. For example, when he was in the primordial world, he could acutely sense that his perception seemed to have improved a little compared to before he entered the primordial world. One had to know that Zhou Zhou's comprehension had already increased to an extremely terrifying level after experiencing many enhancements. Even the Lord's Law, which was the most difficult to comprehend among the endless laws, could easily be comprehended and deeply comprehended by him. Under such circumstances, when he entered the primordial world, his understanding ability could be improved slightly by the primordial world's specialties. If an ordinary human with ordinary understanding came to the primordial world, he would probably immediately become a genius in the outside world. Another special thing was that as Zhou Zhou, who had the will-like light realm, he could also sense that an ancient and great existence was sleeping in this primordial world. He seemed to be one with the primordial world, but if one searched carefully, they would not be able to find him. Emperor Pangu. Zhou Zhou pondered. Only the Master God tier secret technique created by Emperor Pangu could achieve such an unbelievable feat. He thought about it and already had some ideas. In addition, it was no wonder that the Yellow Emperor and the others had uttered that they had long been prepared to construct a divine kingdom. It was only because of the obstruction of the people of foreign races that they had not built a divine kingdom. He had satisfied the number of true God tier and the territory of the true God tier region. These two most difficult conditions had been met. The remaining conditions could be met slowly. Indeed, sooner or later, they would be met. Chapter 992, The Yellow Emperor's Selection. Ranking. Your Excellency Common People's Regal. End. Your Excellency the Heavenly Dragon God. You're finally here. 3 existences emitting the aura of true God tier flew over rapidly from afar and arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. They were the Yellow Emperor, Patriarch Lu, and Baihe, the 3 true God tiers of the human race. They looked at Gerald and Kika behind Zhou Zhou, feeling extremely amazed and emotional. How long has it been? This 6th counselor already had 2 true God tier subordinates. In addition, Zhou Zhou had the combat power of an unconventional true God tier. Now, the true God tier combat power in the Blazing Sun Kingdom alone was comparable to all the true God tier combat power of the entire human race before the battle for supremacy. If Zhou Zhou was given more time to develop, he would probably be able to build his divine kingdom in the future. Your Excellency. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly and smiled. We're not late, right? Of course not, I just didn't think to expect 3 guests. However, 1 more doesn't matter. We've already prepared a 3rd seat for the Heavenly Dragon God. As long as this Heavenly Dragon God is willing to join us humans. With that, The Yellow Emperor and the other two looked at Kika expectantly. Kika was stunned. He looked at Zhou Zhou and said, "Whatever my master tells me to." The Yellow Emperor and company were taken aback before looking at Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou shook his head and smiled. "Kika, let's sit together." "Sure." Kika nodded obediently. The Yellow Emperor and the others were overjoyed and immediately said. On the way, the Yellow Emperor sent a telepathic message to Zhou Zhou and sighed. "Thank you for bringing 2 more true god tiers to our human race. The number of true god tiers of our human race has once again recovered to 5. It makes me miss the time before the Emperor fell asleep." "Your Excellency Yellow Emperor, why are you suddenly being so polite with me? Besides, shouldn't there be 5.5 true god tiers in the human race now?" Zhou Zhou sent a voice transmission. "Ha ha ha, you brat!" The Yellow Emperor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This former human junior was actually teasing him now. However, he didn't feel angry. Instead, he found Zhou Zhou more and more pleasing to the eye. Suddenly, he had an idea. He chuckled and sent a voice transmission again. "I have a daughter named Ba and the god's name is Goddess of Drought. She hasn't married yet. I know you already have a wife, but are you willing to take my daughter as your concubine?" "Zhou Zhou. Goddess of Drought?" He coughed twice and said, "I like free love, not blind dates." "Fine." The Yellow Emperor smacked his lips regretfully. "By the way, Your Excellency." Zhou Zhou changed the topic and asked, "Can you tell me about your injuries and Imperial Lord Pangu's injuries? I have some potions in my hands that might be able to heal them." The Yellow Emperor was stunned. Then, he pondered for a few seconds and decided to convince Zhou Zhou, who had created countless miracles. As for Imperial Lord Pangu, he was besieged by thousands of god spirits of the people of foreign races when he was cultivating the heaven-earth creation technique. Even though the Imperial Lord killed these god spirits of the people of foreign races in the end, he was also severely injured and had no choice but to fuse his body with the primordial world. He has been sleeping until now. Zhou Zhou bowed as he thought about what treasure he should take out to treat the Yellow Emperor and Imperial Lord Pangu. Now that he was one of the leaders of the human race and occupied the territory of the human race, he was also a human. In the future, he would definitely be bound together with the human race for good or ill. He naturally wanted to help the humans with the ability. The stronger the human race was, the greater the help he would provide in the future after all. The speed of the true god tier was so fast that it was comparable to galaxy's full speed. Therefore, after a while, they arrived at the venue of the holy ceremony. Then, Zhou Zhou, Gerald, and Kika, as the new holy gods of the human race, participated in this unprecedented ceremony where thousands of trillions of humans participated in the celebration. As a true god tier of the dragon race, even though it was a little strange for him to appear as a holy god of the human race, when the humans participating in the ceremony discovered that Kika was a pet that Zhou Zhou had signed a contract with, they did not reject him at all. Instead, they began to praise Zhou Zhou's strength. During the process of holding the ceremony, Zhou Zhou could also sense that although the current human race was trapped in the primordial world, their resentment towards he was almost non-existent. His reputation had even faintly surpassed the Yellow Emperor's due to his achievements, second only to the reputation of the Pangu Emperor. The other upper echelons of the human race had to admit. This low-tier deity-level intermediate-grade god spirit, who had 2 low-level true god-tier god spirits in his hands, was already the second most powerful person in the human race in terms of strength, power, and reputation. At the same time, in the High Continent, at the border of the Divine Elephant Empire, on the outskirts of a diamond-tier territory called Roar Heaven City. Wu. A golden gigantic elephant with the aura of a high-tier deity level, its entire body golden and more than 10,000 meters tall, had the divine spark in its brain shattered by Su An's sword accompanied by a wail. Then, it fell to the ground weakly and gradually died. Not far away, a text notification appeared in front of Zhou 1. King of 10,000 Kings event hint, you have led your territory soldiers to kill Gerard, the Legion commander of the Refined Flame Scarlet Legion, high-tier deity level intermediate grade, a beginner Scarlet Empire. You have made outstanding contributions to this King of 10,000 Kings event. You are rewarded with 1 bottle of potential advancement potion, high-tier deity level intermediate grade, 1 book of the God Spirit, high-tier deity level intermediate grade, 100 divine crystals, high-tier deity level intermediate grade, 1 random special building blueprint. King of 10,000 Kings event hint, you have obtained the achievement Scarlet Beheader, high-tier deity level. Spy Nemesis, high-tier deity level worth 50 million Universal General Faction points. 50 million Universal General Faction points obtained. Awesome! Zhou 1 gazed satisfied. They had resolved a total of 30 targets and only obtained a total of 1.03 billion Universal General Faction points from the moment they set off today. However, they had obtained 50 million Universal General Faction points with just this one event. It was definitely a huge gain. Then, he opened the rankings. First place, Human Race Lord of the Blazing Sun 4,229,000,000 faction points. Second place, Original Spirit Race True Lord 3,525,000,000 faction points. Third place, Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord 3,215,000,000 faction points. Fourth place, Myriad Spirit Race Spiritual Venerable Lord 3,089,000,000 faction points. Fourth place, Chaos Gods Race Great One Lord 2,611,000,000 faction points. Zhou Zhou bowed slightly. Even though these top-notch lords had the backing of powerful races and civilizations, and their collection of faction points was very fast, he had the Eye of the Heavens Anger, which was a divine skill for harvesting faction points. He could quickly collect faction points and surpass them even without relying on outsiders. Next, we have to maintain and expand our advantage until the King of 10,000 Kings event officially ends. These advantages are still not big enough. I have to widen the gap of at least 10 billion faction points to be stable. Zhou 1 had a rough idea after thinking for a while. Bai Yun. After thinking of a solution, he temporarily stopped thinking about this matter. Instead, he called Bai Yun over and said, "This place is closest to the people of foreign races, the Fire Cry race, right? Let's temporarily stop hunting the target of the Eye of the Heavens Anger. Today, we'll eliminate this person of foreign race who's unwilling to accept the surrender letter and show the other people of foreign races so that they can identify the situation." "Yes, Your Majesty." Even though Bai Yun had experienced hundreds of battles, her heart still trembled when she heard Zhou 1's words about extermination. However, she replied with a determined expression before turning around to mobilize the troops. Chapter 993, Before the Annihilation. 100 galaxy spaceships were flying neatly into the dark universe. At the same time, in the center of the 100 galaxy spaceships was a special one. The other galaxy ships were all bright silver, and they looked like miniature Milky Ways. This galaxy, on the other hand, was dark silver in color, and its size was only about 1/3 that of the other galaxy. It looked like an exquisite futuristic technology. At this moment, it was protected in the center by the other galaxy, demonstrating its unique status. This spaceship was called the Galaxy Leader. The ultimate lord of the Machina race, Zhou Zhou made it with the blueprint of the galaxy that he knew and the technological inheritance he had obtained from the Machina race, in addition to the help of the other machine race god spirits. It was a galaxy that Zhou Zhou had specially built for a high-tier deity level advanced grade. Even though it had not reached the level of a true god-tier spaceship, its unique flying engine could make the Galaxy Leader's speed comparable to that of a top-notch true god-tier. It could even perform spatial teleportation, which was something that only spatial true gods could do. It could be said that, as long as Zhou Zhou boarded the Galaxy Leader, apart from a very small number of top-notch speed-type true god-tier god spirits who specialized in pursuit and even more powerful existences, the other true god tiers and existences below the true god tier basically could not catch up to Zhou Zhou, who was on the galaxy leader. Zhou Zhou, who liked life-saving means, was naturally very happy when he received this gift. Hence, with a wave of his hand, he gave the other party a large number of divine crystals as research and social funds. At this moment, Zhou Wen was in the captain's room of the galaxy leader. He sat on the throne and looked at the projection in front of him. The projection displayed information about the race of the Fire Cry race. The Fire Cry race that he had sent a letter of surrender was a life form of the people of foreign races born from a volcanic eruption. Their habitat was a territory called the Crimson Fire Domain. There were a large number of active and extinct volcanoes in the Crimson Fire Domain. During the eruption of these volcanoes, there was a chance that one or more members of the Fire Cry race would be born amidst the sharp cries of magma eruption. Their body was made of magma. Even if their body was damaged, they could recover by absorbing magma. In addition, they could launch magma from the sky as an offensive method. Therefore, even if they didn't have an extraordinary tier profession, their combat ability was far stronger than that of ordinary humans. In fact, if it was a weak extraordinary tier individual, it was very likely that they would be ambushed and killed in front of the ordinary clansmen of the Fire Cry race. Even ordinary Fire Cry race members were like this, let alone the Fire Cry race members with professions. Their combat power was almost more than one level stronger than human professionals of the same level. However, such a powerful member of the Fire Cry race also had two fatal flaws. The nomological paths of other attributes were almost innately insulated from the Fire Cry race. Second, the Fire Cry race was extremely afraid of water element treasures. The combat power of the Fire Cry race members who were restrained by water attribute treasures would be reduced by at least half. Even the god spirits of the Fire Cry race were the same. For example, Lesser Yin Spirit Water, Great Yin Divine Water, Myriad Weighty Black Liquid, Deep Sea Extreme Ice. The human race's territory bordered the Crimson Fire domain of the Fire Cry race. The two sides had clashed more than once or twice in the past years. There were even records of large-scale wars in human history. The reason why the Fire Cry race could not take advantage of the humans was because of this fatal weakness. Even though the Fire Cry race is a race that can be uttered to be innately extraordinary tier, there's nothing to be afraid of once they find weak lightning. Even though the Fire Cry race is a race that can be said to be innately extraordinary tier, there's nothing to be afraid of once they find weak lightning. Other than spending some time destroying this race, there's no difficulty at all in other places. Thinking of this, Zhou Wen looked at the intelligence on the Fire Cry clan's military strength and clansmen. According to the information bought from the humans and the information gathered by the three intelligence organizations under him, the Fire Cry race had lost nearly a quarter of their troops to Zhou Zhou's soldiers because they had stopped the humans from retreating to the primordial world. And now, there were only more than 6 billion Fire Cry race soldiers left in the whole Fire Cry race. As for the ordinary clansmen of the Fire Cry clan, they were not affected. There were still about 8 trillion left, which was more than 8 trillion. Over 8 trillion. Zhou Wen muttered to himself. Previously, he was unlucky and felt that the number was ridiculous when he escorted the humans back to the primordial world. Now that he thought about how he was about to exterminate this race, he immediately felt that this was an extremely terrifying number. There were only about 8 billion humans on the whole Earth or cerulean planet. The population of the Fire Cry race alone was 100,000 times that of Earth/cerulean planet. Zhou Wen asked himself. Annihilation was actually not very beneficial to extraordinary tier professionals because killing ordinary life forms would not provide extraordinary tier professionals with the energy to advance. Ordinary life forms had never stepped onto the extraordinary tier path after all. Where did the promotion energy come from? Only by killing creatures who were also extraordinary tier professionals would they be able to provide promotion energy. Annihilation. It was really a simple massacre under the circumstance of excluding superhumans. Only a faction that truly wanted to completely remove this race from the infinite worlds would do such a thing. The reason why Zhou Zhou suddenly had the thought of the annihilation was entirely because the other party had previously stopped the human race from retreating to the primordial world. He wanted the human race to be completely destroyed in the hands of the people of foreign races. The people of foreign races had come because of him. Once the Fire Cry race and the other hostile people of foreign races successfully stopped the humans from retreating to the primordial world, the humans would definitely be wiped out when they arrived. This was because this was the only way to minimize the future development potential of Zhou Zhou, the number one lord of all races. At that time, Zhou Zhou had thought of giving her a taste of her own medicine. Naturally, he had thought of exterminating her clan. Now that he thought about it, even though his thoughts were satisfying, there would be a lot of trouble when he did it. There were more than 8 trillion members of the Fire Cry race after all. Zhou Zhou's soldiers would have to fight endlessly for half a month before they could kill them all, even if there were more than 8 trillion pigs. At that time, once the King of 10,000 Kings event ended, he would miss a lot. Unless, it's a true god tier. That can easily wipe out an whole clan. Zhou Wen muttered. Since a true god tier could create a middle world, they naturally had the terrifying power to destroy an whole middle world. Killing more than 8 trillion life forms, to them, even in a place like the high continent that restricted the true god tier forces, it would only take them a day to settle it. It would be even simpler in the myriad worlds. As long as a true god tier destroyed the source of the world, then no matter how big the living beings in this world were, how many billions of life forms were there, he could almost die in the instant of an eye. If he, Gerald, and the heavenly dragon god were to take action personally, the 800 trillion fiery clan members would be wiped out in less than an hour. Zhou Wen closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Even when Bai Yun came over halfway and told him that he had reached at the Crimson Fire domain, he did not say anything. He sat on the throne, unable to move, as if he was weighted down by something heavy. Chapter 994, Deafening. Let this king end this endless war. Zhou Wen opened his eyes after an unknown period of time. No, it wasn't just 3 hours. It was 3 years, 219 days. I actually walked alone in the time world for so long without realizing it. Zhou Wen muttered to himself. He looked ahead and realized that Bai Yun and the other generals were looking at him worriedly. Your Majesty, are you all right? Bai Yun asked worriedly. Zhou Wen nodded and said, Now, we will send the last notice to the Fire Cry race to persuade them to surrender. Those who are willing to surrender and become a citizen of the Blazing Sun Kingdom can be exempted from death and enjoy the normal treatment of the citizens of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Those who are unwilling to surrender and become a citizen of the Blazing Sun Kingdom but have never participated in a war against the human race are exempted from death. However, you have to leave the Crimson Fire domain and find another place to live. This is because from today onwards, the Crimson Fire domain will be my territory. Only my own citizens are allowed to live in it. As for those who are not citizens of our country, if you wish to stay in the Crimson Fire domain, you can apply for a temporary residence permit and stay in the Crimson Fire domain temporarily. You will not enjoy the normal treatment of the citizens of the Blazing Sun Kingdom and will enjoy the temporary accommodation of the people of foreign races. And if those who have killed our clansmen and are unwilling to surrender now and even resist violently, all such clansmen of the Fire Cry race will die. Finally, babies are innocent. Let them remember that all of you have suffered today because of what you've done in the past. One drink, one peck. The heavens are determined by my thoughts and personality. If you want revenge, my divine kingdom will be raised high in the sea of stars. You can see it when you look up. If you have the strength, you can head to the divine kingdom and declare war on me. If you can't even get close to my divine kingdom, then just leave. I can't be bothered to entertain you. Zhou Wen said. There was silence below. Most of the generals and divine spirits present were also in contact with the extermination of their race for the first time. After hearing their king's notice of surrender, they were momentarily speechless. Among the people present, only Haras, Gerald, and Yuan Kong had calm expressions. "What are you waiting for?" Yuan Kong looked at the generals and the gods with disappointment. Didn't His Majesty give the order? Did someone record it? Is this the first time you've heard of people who are not of our race having different intentions? His Majesty is already very benevolent. In fact, in my opinion, he's a little too benevolent. You guys are still trembling in fear and being wishy-washy. Have you forgotten? On the territory below the Galaxy Leader, there is a group of enemies who wanted to drag you humans into the abyss not long ago. They can stop you from retreating to the primordial world without hesitation. They want to watch as your human race is exterminated by the people of alien races. Yet, you still have mercy on them. Yuan Kong sneered. Have you forgotten the Great Xia Empire and the Heavenly Barbarian Empire, which have already turned into a nomological death zone? Yuan Kong sneered. Have you forgotten the Great Xia Empire and the Heavenly Barbarian Empire, which have already turned into a nomological demise zone? Zhou Zhou lowered his eyebrows. It seems that you still remember. Yuan Kong nodded. Then, he suddenly said angrily, remember that you're still so wishy-washy. If we didn't help the humans retreat to the primordial world, the territory of the Great Xia Empire and the Heavenly Barbarian Empire wouldn't have just turned into a nomological death zone. There would still be hundreds of trillions of humans and their homes turning into ashes. No. Under the attack of a true god tier, not even ashes would be left. There would only be scorched earth. A scorched earth that couldn't be approached for 100,000 years. Moreover, not all the humans of the Great Xia Empire and the Heavenly Barbarian Empire have migrated to the primordial world. Only those humans can take care of those who migrate to the primordial world, or those who have the ability to enter the primordial world themselves. As for those humans who can't be taken care of, they can't enter the primordial world themselves, and they can't escape from the Great Xia Empire and the Heavenly Barbarian Empire in time. I don't know how many of them there are. Perhaps there are billions or tens of billions, or even hundreds of trillions. They are the most pitiful humans, but no one will pity them. Where do you think they are now? Yuan Kong looked at everyone. Everyone looked at Yuan Kong in a daze. Yes. Yuan Kong met everyone's gaze and said, they're all dead. I'll die in that nomological death zone where life forms hate and fear. No one erected a tomb for them, no one mourned for them, no one remembered them, and no one even dared to approach the place where they died. They perished in obscurity and in an extremely lowly manner. Don't talk about accomplices. There have never been accomplices in this world. As long as they have participated, they are all murderers. Don't you think your current attitude is ridiculous? Don't you think you're shameless? Are you worthy of the mankind blood flowing in your bodies? Your Majesty. Yuan Kong suddenly looked at Zhou Zhou and said indifferently, Your Majesty also has a large part of the reason for their attitude, or even the main reason. You've protected them too well. Even if they die in battle, you have to spend money and effort to revive them. I've lived for many decades and have seen many worlds and races. I've experienced many wars between lords and even races. However, this is the first time I've seen you treat your subordinates like this. Look at them, Your Majesty. This group of people who haven't even experienced the pain of their comrades dying many times, it's very difficult for them to understand what it means to have unforgettable racial hatred. In my eyes, they're like flowers in a greenhouse. They're weak and laughable. I even feel that their attitude towards war is like playing a game. Battle, exchange rewards, resurrection after death. Hehe, now that you mention it, it really does seem like a game. I can't deny that His Majesty's method is very easy to nurture an incomparably powerful and fearless super strong army. However, after leaving your protection and losing the ability to resurrect, such a super strong army will probably find it difficult to accept the cruelty of true war. Zhou Zhou was silent for a few seconds and secretly looked at the Yuan Kong's attributes list. Loyalty, 99. No problem. Zhou Zhou looked at Yuan Kong, nodded, and shook his head. You're right. But since this king has this ability, it's impossible for this king not to use it. It's impossible for this king to watch my soldiers die without doing anything. Furthermore, I believe that if other lords had the same ability, they would not abandon it just to see the cruelty of true war. At most, they would only use it with restrictions. Yuan Kong looked at Zhou Zhou and nodded after a long time. This is also the reason why I'm willing to follow you. However, Your Majesty, you'd better reconsider the matter regarding the infants of the Fire Cry race. In a war between races, the most taboo thing is to have a kind heart. Even if it's a baby from the people of alien races, it's best to eliminate it completely. There's a saying in my race that goes, it's better for the shepherd's god race to betray the myriad races than for the myriad races to betray the shepherd's god race. Ever since I was born, I have engaged in many genocidal wars under the arrangements of the clan. Destroying the roots is the basic principle of our genocidal war. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Let the war of our generation end in our generation. But the war will continue. Yuan Kong insisted. Then let this king end this endless war. Zhou Zhou insisted. Chapter 995, Faith, Eternal Peace. 1. Inside the Galaxy Leader, in the captain's room. End the endless war? Not to mention true God tier, even master God tiers, supreme God realms, existences of wills, and even supreme wills would probably not dare to guarantee such things, right? The hatred is endless. It will be passed down from generation to generation. There will be no true peace. Yuan Kong shook his head. He knew that it was extremely rude of him to oppose His Majesty. It could even be said that it was not an exaggeration to challenge His Majesty's prestige. However, the generals present were all highly loyal subjects of His Majesty. They were even fanatic believers and Holy Spirit tier believers. No matter what he said to His Majesty to shake his prestige, it would not really shake His Majesty's prestige among everyone. Secondly, Yuan Kong felt that it needed to use some straightforward and even cold words to break the naiveness in the hearts of the generals and even His Majesty. Yes, Yuan Kong just felt that His Majesty and the generals' attitude towards war was too naive and childish. He had never had the chance to say it before, but now, he could take this opportunity to say everything he wanted to say. Thinking of this, he had a headache. As long as an army had experienced the pain of defeat, and the soldiers had experienced the pain of their comrades dying by their side, they would definitely not be like this when facing the enemy. They would not even be so wishy-washy as to wipe out an entire race. On the other side, after Zhou Wen heard Yuan Kong's words, he muttered. Will the hatred go on forever? He closed and opened his eyes. Zhou Zhou was online. Zhou Zhou, who had just logged into Zhou Wen's body, quickly knew what was being discussed. Was this theme that was so profound? Zhou Zhou shook his head and asked Yuan Kong. Yuan Kong. Since war and hatred are endless, why do you think there's a war between the 10,000 races? We're at war with the enemy, and we're even willing to carry out a major event like extermination. What are we doing? As soon as these words were spoken, all the generals and god spirits had solemn expressions. If there was no definitive answer to this question, they would hesitate in whatever they did in the future that was related to war. They might even be confused and hesitate to move forward. Therefore, what the Yuan Kong and His Majesty said next would be extremely important. It even concerned how far they could go in the future. They immediately looked at Yuan Kong. Yuan Kong hesitated when he heard this. As a god spirit, he had naturally formed his own view of war over the long years. Therefore, he was naturally hesitating not because he did not have an answer in his heart. He was hesitating whether to say the true answer in his heart. After a long time, he decided to follow his thoughts and confess to Zhou Zhou. Your Majesty, Yuan Kong said in a low voice. Ever since I was born in the shepherd's god race, I have been receiving cultivation and war training in the race. After I passed the training, the race immediately sent me into the wars of the various races. To me, war is the trend of the era of the myriad races. It's the theme of countless chaotic eras. We're all wrapped up in it. We can't reverse it or change it. That's why the clan told us long ago. The war of all races cannot be changed or even end before the Lord of all races is born. And the hatred will go on forever. Even if we are the high and mighty shepherd's god race, once we are involved, our lives will not be in our own hands. The reason why we joined the war when we were born is very simple. It is for the sake of benefits and the pursuit of a stronger self and race. Increase in strength, collect resources, get to know experts, collect various channels. These are things that the shepherd's god race should be pursuing in this war. This is the definition of war in my heart. Yuan Kong said respectfully. Zhou Zhou looked at him. He chuckled softly. Why are you laughing, Your Majesty? Yuan Kong asked curiously. Was there a problem with what he said? I roughly realize why the Supreme will chose to choose the Lord of all races from us, the Lord of all races from the myriad worlds. Rather than selecting the Lord of all races from the local Lord factions in the High Continent. Zhou Zhou said with a smile. Why? Yuan Kong immediately trembled and gazed at Zhou Zhou anxiously. The answer to this question had troubled countless races for too long. They had never understood why the Supreme Will did not choose the Lord of all races from the local lords who were already powerful and had a strong foundation. Instead, it spent a lot of effort to choose a large number of new lords from the myriad races in the world and spent a lot of resources to nurture the lord's power again. The Supreme Will was already threatened by the Crimson Overlord. Wasn't it a waste of time and resources to do such a thing now? Isn't it because the Supreme Will felt that we wasted too much time and didn't give birth to a lord of all races, so it gave up on us and chose His Majesty's batch of lords? Yuan Kong inquired curiously. You only see the most superficial reasons. Zhou Wen uttered calmly, the real reason is that the local lords have become slaves of war. You all contemplated so anyway, let alone a race weaker than you. All of you local lords have begun to obey the war and even enjoy it. You only want to obtain benefits from the war and improve yourself to become strong. You don't want to end this war of tens of thousands of races. Do you think this is what the Supreme Will wants to see? What the Supreme Will wants to see is that after a series of screenings, a supreme existence will finally stand out. He can end the war and lead all races, becoming an absolute leader that no race is willing to submit to. This is the Lord of all races. And what you think and do is already very different from what the Supreme Will thinks. This competition between the 10,000 races of the High Continent, which should have ended a long time ago, not only did not end, but because of your participation, the scale became bigger and bigger. The so-called War of All Races was actually personally created by you. The bigger the situation, the less unstoppable it is. The chances of the Lord of all races appearing will be smaller. The Supreme Will must have seen this. That's why he gave up on you and chose us, who are outside the game. From the first day we lords of all races came to the High Continent, we were informed by the Supreme Will that our ultimate goal is to fight for the position of the Lord of all races. And Yuan Kong? Zhou Zhou gazed at Zhou Zhou. How long has it been since the shepherd's god race behind you seriously considered why the Lord of all races has yet to appear? Yuan Kong gazed at Zhou Zhou in a daze. After a long time, it muttered, I see. We were so immersed in the benefits of war and the growing strength of our race that we neglected our original intentions. The Lord of all races has become a distant concept to us. Chapter 996, Faith, Eternal Peace. 2. Zhou Zhou ignored the confused and excited Yuan Kong. He stood up and looked at everyone. What Yuan Kong said just now does make sense. However, what this king wants to tell you is that don't believe me. Everyone was stunned. Don't believe him? However, Yuan Kong's words clearly sounded very reasonable. Zhou Zhou scanned the crowd and saw the change in their expressions. He said lightly, I feel that treating war as a game and life and death as nothing is in itself an incomparable power. In the novels I read in my previous life, there was a soldier type called the Fourth Calamity. It was so terrifying that it was difficult to find an opponent in the myriad worlds. This king feels that you guys are a little like the Fourth Calamity now. Let me ask you, what's wrong with being strong? What is wrong? Just because other lords can't resurrect soldiers and they feel the pain of war, do we have to learn from them, give up on resurrection methods and risk our lives? Isn't that stupid? Zhou Zhou cursed, how far do you think this f***ing thought can go? Kick it away as far as you can. Besides, Yuan Kong, what nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by if I'm not around one day? Will my soldiers become weak chickens who can't accept the cruelty of war? Why would this king no longer be around? Let's put aside the truth and talk, right? What's wrong with you? This was the first time Zhou Zhou had scolded his subordinates so brazenly in public. However, not only did everyone not feel repulsed, their eyes lit up as they looked at Zhou Zhou. His Majesty was right. Why? Since he had the ability to revive, would he need to feel the pain of losing his family and friends? His Majesty is so powerful. How can he be gone just like that? The fourth disaster? We like that name. Zhou Zhou snorted coldly and said. Moreover, even if I'm no longer around, you're not ordinary life forms. With your current strength, you can still live whatever life you want, right? Who can bully you other than a very small number of god spirits? Yuan Kong. Zhou Zhou gazed at Yuan Kong. I'm here. Yuan Kong said in a panic. Do you know what you did wrong? Zhou Zhou asked calmly. I was wrong to confuse your Majesty's soldiers with the soldiers of the other races. Yuan Kong said honestly. At least you have some comprehension. Zhou Zhou said coldly, your war thinking is still the same as before. It's only suitable for conventional wars and conventional soldier types. You're not used to at least 80% of my army. How can the army of tigers and wolves under my command be compared to the soldiers of the people of foreign races who can be shattered with a single touch and don't even dare to fight to the death? This king will now punish you by lowering your military rank to the level of an common soldier of the Blazing Sun Army. I will also punish you with 1 billion military merits. When you die 10 times in battle and make up for your military merits, you can come back and restore your military rank. No one dared to speak anymore as soon as these words were spoken. They were all secretly clicking their tongues. What a harsh punishment! This punishment almost wiped out all the previous merits of the Yuan Kong, allowing it to return to the beginning. Moreover, the pain of dying 10 times in battle was not easy to bear. Even though the soldiers under Zhou Zhou were not afraid of death when fighting, 9 out of 10 soldiers would not be willing to die for no reason unless His Majesty himself gave the order. It was true death after all. One had to experience the entire process of death. That process, no matter how many times the soldiers had experienced it, they could not hide it. Thank you, Your Majesty. I accept my punishment. Yuan Kong's face turned pale, but he still accepted obediently. He knew that this was His Majesty's most merciful punishment. Otherwise, with the words he had said to contradict Zhou Zhou before the battle, even if he had good intentions, he would have offended his prestige as His Majesty in front of everyone. With just this, he could be killed without hesitation. Zhou Zhou nodded and walked up to the generals and gods. What do you think of the domestic environment of our subjects in the Blazing Sun Kingdom? He suddenly asked. A dreamy place of peace. It's hard to find a place like the Blazing Sun Kingdom where the subjects can live in peace and happiness. People are very happy to be able to eat their fill, live safely, have hope and hope for the future. In the words of His Majesty's hometown, it's like a paradise. It's the epitome of peaceful times. The generals and god spirits were not stingy with their praises at this moment. Even Yuan Kong said, I've seen countless lord factions, but I still feel that His Majesty's territory is the most peaceful I've ever seen. The most blissful territory where subjects live is simply not like the lord factions that exist in the high continent. Zhou Zhou nodded and gazed at the soldiers. He said slowly, "This is the answer I gave you. I don't care how the other lord factions define war. However, the goal of war is eternal peace in the eyes of this king. Soldiers and god spirits, you must have seen too much war. Are you willing to work with me to end this endless war of 10,000 races and create a true eternal peace?" Zhou Zhou gazed at his subordinates and suddenly said loudly, "We are willing." The soldiers and god spirits knelt on the ground and shouted as they gazed at Zhou Zhou with fanatical expressions. Their bodies suddenly emitted a faint nine-colored Lord's nomological light. At this moment, the nearly 300 soldiers and god spirits had all become Zhou Zhou's Holy Spirit tier believers. Zhou Zhou sensed the sudden surge in power of faith from his subordinates and nodded slightly. "Carol Molly." Zhou Zhou gazed at her. "Your Majesty, I'm here." Carol Molly said respectfully. "Conclude what I just said into an article and send it to all the citizens of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Especially the soldiers. We have to focus on publicity. Let them know that they are not only fighting for this king and the Blazing Sun Kingdom, they are also fighting for themselves, for the home behind them, and for eternal peace." "Yes, Your Majesty. I will definitely complete the mission given to me by Your Majesty," Carol Molly said solemnly. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. From today onwards, the soldiers under him would become a group of soldiers with faith. Faith. In fact, sometimes, it was even more terrifying than pure strength and willpower that was not afraid of death. This kind of faith did not only refer to belief in the God Spirit, but also a certain belief, thought, pursuit of things, dreams, and so on. It could be called faith. With faith in the pursuit of eternal peace, even if they lost the ability to resurrect in the future, they could still fight on the battlefield without fear of death, and their daily lives would be filled with motivation to improve. This was something that pure strength could not provide. Furthermore, only him and his group of soldiers and god spirits who were fearless of death and had faith in them could escape the vengefulness of death caused by the war. Only such subordinates would be able to adhere to the purest dream of peace in this supreme continent where grudges were endless. They would be able to end this eternal war and create an eternal peace that could truly be called a miracle. This was also where Zhou Zhou's true confidence lay. "My subordinates, eliminate the fire cry race who are unwilling to surrender for eternal peace. I will gather the true god tiers to fight together with you. Try to take down the Crimson Fire domain before sunrise tomorrow and exterminate all the Fire Cry clansmen who don't listen to advice." Zhou Zhou ordered calmly. "Yes, Your Majesty," the subordinates said respectfully. Chapter 997, The Terrifying Fire Cry Race. In the sky above the Crimson Fire domain, more than 80 billion soldiers formed a vast and orderly formation in the fiery red sky. More than 80% of them were humans, 10% were fog monsters, and the remaining 10% were soldiers made up of dragons, volcanic dwarves, people of foreign races, elves, goblins, and various other people of foreign races. Even though they were an army of different races, they had solemn expressions at this moment. Their eyes were filled with cold killing intent and obvious fanaticism as they looked down at the Crimson Fire domain. In front of them, Zhou Zhou, Original Sin, and the true god of demon hunting Gerald, the heavenly dragon god Kika, Sword Emperor Fuyu Lu Yan, the god of abyssal knights Bai He all had a total of 5 true god tier combatants standing at the forefront of the army. At this moment, Zhou Zhou had already used the law skill, King, and his strength had increased to the intermediate grade true god tier. Furthermore, with the addition of the heavenly dragon god Kika, he felt that his current intermediate grade true god tier strength had increased significantly. At this moment, the legendary tier Heavenly Note Master's solemn voice resounded in the world. Mage Heavenly Note was a learner of soundwave magic and was best at using sound magic. To him, transmitting sound and expanding his voice was his specialty. Coupled with the help of a sound wave divine artifact, it was enough for this legendary tier sound wave mage's voice to spread throughout most of the Crimson Fire domain. Anyone who kills our people, who is unwilling to surrender, and resists violently, will be killed. The babies of the Fire Cry race are innocent. I advise all members of the Fire Cry race to surrender early and avoid the pain of being exterminated. Leave some race flames for the Fire Cry race. The ancestral Fire Holy capital in the Fire Cry race's holy land. At that moment, hundreds of millions of Fire Cry race members raised their heads and listened to Wizard Tianyan's voice. They looked at each other in fear after listening. What should we do? Should we fight the humans? How do we fight? This common people's regal could even easily force back the previous obstruction operation, causing us to lose a lot of strength. Now, the other party's military strength is more than 10 times ours. How can we fight? Even though the other party has a lot of soldiers and their average strength is higher than ours, other than soldiers, we still have more than 8 trillion Fire Cry race members. With less than 100 billion soldiers, will they really dare to attack? Silly, didn't you see those 5 true god tiers? A full-powered strike from a true god tier can wipe out an entire world's life forms. What's the big deal about exterminating our entire race? Where's our true god tier, Your Excellency? The Fire Cry race members discussed in fear. They had never expected that the other party would really dare to send troops to exterminate the races after sending a letter of surrender to the various races. Moreover, the first race to be exterminated was their Fire Cry race. At this moment, the 5 tallest and most majestic extinct volcanoes in the Crimson Fire domain suddenly erupted with scorching lava. The lava spewed out at a height of at least hundreds of thousands of meters. Following that, 5 streams of flames shot into the sky from the mouth of the volcano, heading straight for the Blazing Sun Kingdom's army. It's the true god tier of our Fire Cry race. It's old ancestor Rong Yan, old ancestor Sheng Huo, old ancestor Jing Ming, old ancestor Zhi Zhuo, and old ancestor Xian Tong. The 5 true god tiers of our Fire Cry race have all been mobilized. The Fire Cry race members cried out in alarm. A few minutes ago, when Patriarch Liu and Bai He sensed the Blazing Sun Kingdom's army and saw Zhou Zhou, Bai He asked hesitantly, "Are you a clone of him?" "The person just now was the clone, I'm not." Zhou Zhou smiled and said, "A portion of my will has just entered this body. The e-battle is about to happen after all. I also want to use this opportunity to sharpen my combat skills." A smile appeared on Bai He and Patriarch Lu's faces upon hearing this. They looked down at the territory of the Fire Cry clan, and the smiles on their faces gradually turned cold. "You didn't expect this day to come, did you?" Patriarch Liu said coldly. "Looks like Patriarch Liu has a deep grudge with the Fire Cry race." Zhou Zhou smiled. Patriarch Liu nodded and said, "Previously, when Your Excellency Yellow Emperor sealed the Xianyuan tomb because he was poisoned, the Fire Cry race and the few people of foreign races near the other human territories had been leading an army to our human territories for free. They killed many of our humans and plundered many of our human resources. At that time, Bai He had to guard the abyss and couldn't always guard against these people of foreign races. Therefore, during that period of time, I returned from the outside world and specially came to guard the borders of the human race. During that period of time, I fought many god spirits of the Fire Cry race. Both sides had victories and defeats, right? The hatred was also formed at that time." Zhou Zhou nodded and said with a smile, "Then Your Excellency Liu has a chance to take revenge this time. I'm just a human true god tier who received a high-tier deity-level divine artifact from you and was specially invited to help." Patriarch Liu rolled his eyes at Zhou Zhou. They wanted to help for free. However, he was afraid that in the next second, the Supreme Will would strike down with a bolt of divine lightning, causing he to die. That would not be worth it. "Me too." Bai He shrugged his shoulders. "Zhou Zhou, are these your soldiers?" At this moment, the two of them had already discovered Zhou Zhou's 80 billion troops and could not help but exclaim in shock. Zhou Zhou nodded reservedly. Bai He and Patriarch Lu looked at each other in shock. I really don't understand you anymore. Patriarch Lu smiled bitterly. More than 80 billion soldiers. This was already more than 8 times the total military strength of the human race at its peak. Which meant, in terms of military strength, the current Zhou Zhou could be said to be comparable to a clan alone. At this moment, 5 bright and dark flames rose in the distance. These flames flew to the same height as them and stopped. The flames dissipated, revealing 5 figures emitting the aura of true God tier. They were the 5 true God tier ancestors of the Fire Cry race. After they appeared, their gazes immediately landed on Zhou Zhou. Then, they also saw the other 4 true God tiers around him. It's the Blazing Sun Kingdom's newly promoted True God Original Sin and Demon Hunter True God Jilt and the Heavenly Dragon God Kika. There's also Patriarch Lu and Bai He. The 2 of you actually dare to interfere in the matters between the Blazing Sun Kingdom and our Fire Cry race. The leader, True God Tier Jingming, said in surprise and joy. What are you happy about? Can't you see that the Supreme Agreement didn't touch the 2 of us? Bai He chuckled, but his eyes were extremely cold. We were invited here by the common people's regal at a great cost. This doesn't violate the Supreme Agreement. I was very happy after hearing this deal from the common people's regal. Jingming. Patriarch Lu pulled out his low-level True God tier elementary grade divine artifact, the Mystic Light Heaven Mystic Divine Sword, and pointed it at Jingming and the other 4 Fire Cry race true gods. This time, we'll settle our old and new grudges together. Bai He also snorted coldly upon hearing this. He held his true God tier weapon, the Shining Dragon Spear, and took a step forward. The aura on his body poured out like a celestial river. The entire world was filled with his terrifying true God tier aura. Right on the heels of that, Gerald and the Heavenly Dragon God also released their true God tier auras one after another. At the same time, they revealed the full set of 6 true God tier divine artifacts they were wearing. The 4 true God tiers unleashed their auras and were fully equipped with true God tier divine artifacts. Instantly, the wind and clouds in the world changed. Countless phantoms of worlds that seemed to contain all living beings appeared and disappeared in the space around them. That was a unique true God tier phenomenon created by their understanding of the laws and triggering the energy of heaven and earth. At this point, of the 5 true God tier combatants, only the one who was in the middle relative to Zhou Zhou did not move. The 5 true God tier ancestors of the Fire Cry race sensed the terrifying aura on their bodies and saw the true God tier divine artifacts they were wearing. Their expressions suddenly changed as they cried out involuntarily. Where did you get all your true God tier divine artifacts? There were more than 20 true God tier divine artifacts on these 4 true God tiers. Even 10 Divine Kingdom Lord factions combined might not have so many true God tier divine artifacts, what more a Kingdom level Lord faction. With so many true God tier divine artifacts, the strength of the 4 of them, even if they were only at the true God tier elementary grade, would probably be able to clash with true God tier advanced grade God spirits without true God tier divine artifacts. The 5 Fire Cry race true God tiers immediately felt the pressure multiply. Zhou Zhou did not say anything. So many deity-level divine artifacts were naturally lent to the true gods by him. This was the first time he had engaged in a racial-level war, so he naturally had to do it beautifully and flawlessly. Wait! True God tier Rong Yan, who was the most senior among the 5 ancestors of the Fire Cry race, said in a low voice. Do you have to go this far? Even though we stopped you humans from retreating to the primordial world previously, common people's regal, you are powerful and forcefully blocked our attack. Strictly speaking, our Fire Cry race actually didn't cause any substantial losses to you. Our Fire Cry race had lost a quarter of our extraordinary tier clansmen because of this. How about we call it quits? Our Fire Cry race also has some foundations of our race. If you really want to attack forcefully, even if we die, we will drag half of your true God tier and troops down with us. Towards the end, his deep voice sounded sharp and resolute. When true God Tier Jingming heard this, he touched his chest and a determined look appeared in his eyes. Everyone looked at Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou sat on the throne and slowly said, "I've already said everything. You can either surrender, withdraw from the Crimson Fire domain, or be exterminated. You don't have any other options. If we retreat after what you said, does that mean we will also retreat if other races said the same thing? Then in the future, when other clans attack us and they say these words afterward, should we turn a blind gaze to them? You were the ones who crossed the line first, so there's no room for discussion. You guys make the decision." One last sentence of advice. If you want to leave some kindling for your clansmen, then surrender obediently. I'm tolerant of all races. I'll only kill the main culprit for their past deeds. As long as the other members of the Fire Cry clan sincerely submit, I can let bygones be bygones. Looks like we cannot avoid this fight. Deity level Rongyan said faintly. Chapter 998, Powerful Chaotic Divine Body. True God Tier Jingming falls. Rumble. Rumble. 5 towering volcanoes that were 100,000 kilometers tall slowly appeared below the 5 Fire Cry race True God Tiers. As soon as these 5 majestic volcanoes appeared, the surrounding space faintly distorted, as if it wanted to change the world and turn it into another world. It was the True God Tier domain of a true god. By he, Patriarch Lu, the heavenly dragon god, and Gerald also unleashed their True God Tier domains without hesitation. Abyss Knight True God Tier domain, Sword Emperor True God Tier domain, Heavenly Dragon True God Tier domain, and Original Sin True God Tier domain. As soon as the 8 True God Tier domains came into contact, the true gods on both sides immediately disappeared from the High Continent together with their True God Tier domains. The High Continent did not allow true God Tier existences to fight without restraint. Therefore, they chose to use the independent space characteristics of the True God Tier domain to fight in the independent space of the True God Tier domain. This way, they wouldn't hurt the higher continent and wouldn't be punished by the Supreme Agreement. Only Zhou Zhou and the intermediate True God Jingming, were left on the battlefield after the rest entered the domain space to fight. True God Tier Jingming did not waste his breath. He controlled his intrinsic volcano and activated True God Tier's domain, quickly pulling Zhou Zhou into it. In the volcano True God Tier domain, Zhou Zhou looked at the world in front of him. There were endless active volcanoes bubbling with black-red magma. As far as he could see, the world was filled with black-red steam and volcanic smoke. Among the many active volcanoes, the most eye-catching was the volcano that was 100,000 kilometers tall in the center. At that moment, the True God Tier God Spirit Jingming was floating above his intrinsic volcano. He was like a volcano king, giving off a majestic feeling that could not be offended. Zhou Zhou looked at him and his information appeared in his mind. True God Tier God Spirit Jingming. The fastest God Spirit in the history of the Fire Cry race to attain True God Tier. Then, he used another 20,000 years to break through to the intermediate grade True God Tier and surpassed the veteran True God Tier. He became the strongest among the 5 true gods of the Fire Cry race and naturally became the leader of the Fire Cry race. Even though this hope was extremely slim, it also allowed True God Tier Jingming to enjoy a large number of racial resources. At this moment, when True God Tier Jingming saw Zhou Zhou being easily pulled into his true divine world, his heart became even more solemn. However, he didn't waste this opportunity. He stretched out his hand and pointed. A wave of the law of fire rippled out in all directions. True God Tier law skill all Dharma techniques heat and silence. Rumble. Zhou Zhou looked at the ground. The tens of thousands of volcanoes of varying sizes on the ground suddenly began to tremble. Then, spots of blazing white light appeared from these volcanoes. Right on the heels of that, these blazing white spots of light suddenly spewed out of the volcano's mouth. Due to the fact that the volcanoes were too dense, the domain of the True God Tier of the volcano, which was originally black and red in color, turned pale white. Heat. Extreme heat. That was Zhou Zhou's first thought. Then, the second feeling he felt was silence. The pale white true god tier volcano domain was extremely quiet. Even with Zhou Zhou's powerful six senses, he could not hear a single sound. Soon, Zhou Zhou realized the reason. This was because everything had been burned and converted into the energy of the fire law. There was naturally no sound without a medium to transmit sound. Zhou Zhou looked at his body and then he smiled. This was because he realized that his divine body wasn't injured at all. At most, it was a little red. As for the true god tier divine artifacts he was wearing, they were naturally not damaged. True god tier divine artifacts were incomparably sturdy. Disregarding master god tier and even stronger experts, unless one was a true god tier who specialized in the law of destruction, it was very difficult for true god tiers of other laws to destroy true god tier artifacts. At most, they would only cause some damage to the true god tier divine artifacts. Furthermore, such damage able to be repaired. Just like Octavia's true god tier divine artifacts and spirit nurturing stone seed. No wonder it's said to be comparable to a defensive divine artifact of the same level. Even if I don't wear defensive true god tier divine artifacts now, my current physical strength should be comparable to an intermediate true god tier grade true god divine artifact. Zhou Zhou sighed inwardly. You're not dead. At this moment, shocked cries rang out. His law skill myriad laws heat silence had already reached the power of an advanced grade true god's law skill. Even an advanced true god would be injured if they were not careful. Even if the other party was wearing a full set of true god tier divine artifacts, his myriad heat and silence able to directly cause damage to a true god tier's divine body through the true god tier divine artifacts. After this common people's regal used the mystic technique, he had only reached the intermediate true god tier grade. How able to he withstand the attack of his strongest law skill? Zhou Zhou did not say anything. He raised his right hand and pushed forward. In the next second, the phantom of his palm rapidly expanded to a star palm that was 50 to 60 million kilometers in size. Unify all techniques and control the stars. Lord Law Skill Myriad Method Star Palm. True God Tier Jingming's expression changed when he saw the Myriad Method Star Palm flying towards him. He actually felt an irresistible feeling from the Myriad Method Star Palm. It was as if a voice was constantly telling he in his thoughts that he able to not resist this palm. Put down your resistance and wait for death. True God Tier Jingming shouted and broke free from this influence. Then, he suddenly reached for his chest and took out a crystal volcanic rock that emitted a scarlet glow. He gazed upon the scarlet volcanic rock with heartache. Then, with a thought, he detonated it and threw it in the direction of the Myriad Method Star Palm. However, just as he was about to throw it out, a fair and perfect right hand grabbed his lava hand. A magical scene happened. The crystal volcanic rock that was about to self-destruct quickly calmed down after being grabbed by this hand, as if nothing had happened. Tisk, he's actually willing to detonate his race's divine artifact? What a waste! I'll accept it for you. Zhou Zhou, who was positioned in front of True God Tier Jingming, said with a chuckle. Then, with the power of his will, he easily severed the divine sense connection between True God Tier Jingming and this race divine artifact and threw it into his royal treasury. You! True God Tier Jingming's expression changed. A True God Tier spatial teleportation law skill? There was also a time reversal law skill at least at the high tier deity level? The next second, Zhou Zhou's body vanished on the spot before he able to react. After he disappeared, the Myriad Method Star Palm directly struck True God Tier Jingming's divine body. This strongest genius True God Tier in the history of the Fire Cry race perished in his True God Tier domain without leaving any last words. Chapter 999, War of Annihilation, 1. As the True God Tiers of the human race and the Fire Cry race entered the True God Tier domain to fight, Bai Yun naturally took on the responsibility of commanding the entire army as the first legion commander of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. He looked down at the soldiers and ordinary members of the Fire Cry race who were looking at him with hatred and hostility. He suddenly felt an uncontrollable anger. Hatred? Hostility? What right did a group of fellows who had previously risked their lives to exterminate their human race have to show us such an expression? The enemy has initiated an attack. All troops, listen up. For our king and for eternal peace. Exterminate all the Fire Cry race members who dare to resist violently. Kill. After Bai Yun finished speaking, she was the first to pull out the mid-tier deity level advanced grade divine artifact, the 5 elements annihilation bow, from her back. Then, she fired an arrow at the soldiers of the Fire Cry race. A mid-tier deity level divine arrow shot out explosively. When it flew into the air, it suddenly transformed into a rain of water element arrows that landed directly on the army of the Fire Cry tribe. It covered an area of more than 1,000 square kilometers and wiped out millions of Fire Cry tribe members and soldiers with a single strike. Roar! Nazario, the holy dragon of the abyss, was the first to fly out. Behind him was the dragon god army formed by more than 1,000 pure-blooded dragons. They charged majestically towards the Fire Cry race of the Crimson Fire domain. For our king! Charge! For eternal peace! You bastards who want to exterminate our human race, today will be your doomsday. Did you think of today when you stopped us from retreating to the primordial world yesterday? Destroy these monsters who refuse to surrender. Activate the weapon god array. Activate the small god serum myriad spirit army formation. The Blazing Sun army and the Monster army followed closely behind and attacked the flaming clan soldiers and clan members on the ground. Many of them had determined and fanatical expressions, as if nothing could stop them from completing their goals. The Heavenly Map army did not participate in the battle. Instead, they piloted their own aircraft to patrol the Crimson Fire domain to prevent any members of the Fire Cry race from escaping. On the other side, the light sacred dragon Injsal, who was already a legendary tier advance grade, stood in the sky. He flew in the sky, emitting scorching white divine light all over his body. He stood in the sky like a small sun. All the Fire Cry race who harbored strong malice and killing intent towards the Blazing Sun Kingdom and were unwilling to surrender felt their bodies burning as they wailed in pain. Their performance immediately pointed out the target of the Blazing Sun Kingdom army's offensive. Is this the legendary dragon, the light sacred dragon? Even a legendary dragon can do something that even god spirits might not be able to do. When the gods and spirits saw the light sacred dragon's performance, they were all amazed. He really did not know how powerful this legendary dragon would be once he broke through to the god spirit level. Then, they did not waste time lamenting. They joined the Yellow Talisman Deo soldiers and violent storm spirits of the Blazing Sun Kingdom in this extermination war. At the same time, just as the Empire-level soldiers and god spirits of the Blazing Sun Kingdom began to exert their strength, the clansmen of the Fire Cry race who were unwilling to surrender also took out a large amount of their race's inheritance to counterattack the soldiers and god spirits of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. There were more than 500 high-tier deity-level Heavenly Fire Myriad Spirit Battle Formation, more than 100 high-tier deity-level Explosive Fire Cry God Cannons, more than 300 Volcano Divine Puppets that ranged from low-tier to high-tier deity level, various Fire-type God Spirit level law skills, tens of thousands of Fire Cry race intrinsic treasures refined from the entire volcano, and more than 700 Fire Cry race God spirits. The Blazing Sun Kingdom soldiers were overwhelmed by all sorts of methods and experts. Furthermore, due to their home ground advantage, the soldiers of the Fire Cry clan, whose military strength was far inferior to the Blazing Sun Kingdom soldiers, were actually able to withstand the Blazing Sun Kingdom soldiers' attacks for a moment. Still, they only managed to block it for a while. When the god spirits of the Blazing Sun Kingdom were mobilized and the soldiers summoned more than 1,100 Sura swordsman army spirits and more than 900 soldier god army spirits, this battle became a one-sided suppression of the soldiers and god spirits of the Fire Cry race by the Blazing Sun Kingdom. These 1,100 Sura swordsman army spirits and 900 soldier god army spirits were the results of the Blazing Sun Kingdom's generals who knew military formations. They had been teaching the new generals to master these two god-tier military formations day and night in the time world. Even though summoning them required the cooperation of a large number of high-level mist cores and high-level soldiers, they were nothing compared to the god spirit level combat power that could be summoned. On the other side, when the Fire Cry race members saw their soldiers and god spirits being crushed and slaughtered by the army of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, they were instantly enraged. They roared and rushed towards the Blazing Sun Kingdom soldiers who had landed on the ground. They picked up the magma on the ground, rubbed it into a ball, and threw it at them. Hundreds of millions of magma balls shot towards the soldiers of the Fiery Sun Empire like a meteor shower. However, the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom didn't panic at all seeing this scene. The lava balls landed on their special aquablue armor. The layer of aquablue armor only had a flash of water vapor on the surface before easily blocking the lava balls. They could not even raise the temperature on the surface of their armor. They could only watch as the lava evaporated the heat inside and turned into volcanic lava rocks that fell to the black-red ground. Thick spatial power erupted, forming a spatial passageway with endless suction behind it, directly sucking it into the spatial rift. A lesser god-level Yellow Talisman Deo soldier who led a portion of the Yellow Talisman Deo soldiers smiled. As an Empire-level soldier type, the Yellow Talisman Deo soldier had learned about the ethnicity of the Fire Cry clan long before the war began, and had assigned them a set of tactics that specifically targeted their weaknesses. This was the Water Deo protection strategy where the Golden Talisman Path warriors could easily block the lava attacks of the non-extraordinary tier Flaming clan by engraving a green bronze tier water protection yellow talisman on themselves. Moreover, since the grade of this talisman was very low, casting this green bronze tier yellow talisman spell would not increase one's energy consumption. One could also casually replenish the runes for oneself and his comrades at any time, allowing this protective talisman rune to always exist and defend against the attacks of these ordinary Fire Cry race members. Kill. Exterminate these Fire Cry race who want to eradicate our human race. The Flaming clan will be exterminated today after breaking through the ancestral fire sacred capital. After the Golden Talisman Path warriors blocked the attacks of these Fire Cry clansmen's magma balls, they rushed into these Fire Cry clansmen like wolves entering a flock of sheep and began to kill without restraint. They did not hold back at all, unleashing all the killing intent and animosity in their hearts. How could these Fire Cry clansmen, who didn't even have extraordinary tier profession, be a match for these Empire-level soldier types who could fight tens of thousands of people alone? Therefore, after a while, these Fire Cry clansmen who rushed over bravely were killed by the Yellow Talisman Deo soldiers. Chapter 1000, War of Annihilation, 2. As the saying went, one would feel for one's race. Even though the soldiers under Zhou Zhou's command could not understand the true meaning of eternal peace conveyed by His Majesty, almost everyone could sense the confusion and fear in their hearts after the two human empires were turned into nomological death zones by the true god tiers of the people of foreign races. This was a true human tragedy. As for the people of foreign races and the true god tier existences behind them, they could not deal with them for the time being. However, the human soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom could naturally be ruthless enough to kill these accomplices who wanted to destroy the human race. No. They were even afraid that they had not killed enough. Otherwise, it would not be able to alleviate the suffocation and oppression in their hearts. They would even feel sorry for the innocent humans who had died in the Great Xia Empire and the Heavenly Barbarian Empire. Not far away, a member of the Fire Cry clan who had his magma limbs cut off looked at the yellow talisman blade that was about to land on his head. He endured the pain and begged loudly. "I surrender. I am willing to become a citizen of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Zhang Chen, the yellow gold tier advance grade yellow talisman Deo soldier in front of it, smiled sinisterly when he heard this. His blood-red eyes that were intertwined with runes revealed a terrifying and deep coldness. "It's too late. You should have thought of your ending when you threw the magma ball at us just now." He cut the body of the Fire Clan member in half with his saber. The Fire Clan member who was cut in half screamed and turned into two pools of hot magma. Jiang Chen looked at the magma body structure that was completely different from that of humans. His heart did not fluctuate at all. In fact, it was not as fluctuating as the daily killing of chickens and cooking for him. He looked into the distance. More and more members of the Fire Cry race rushed toward them. 1 billion? 10 billion? 100 billion? A trillion? Or even more? Jiang Chen didn't know. It just felt endless at a glance. Kill. Jiang Chen smiled sinisterly. He held the huge yellow talisman saber and charged towards these Fire Cry race members. Without extraordinary tier power, no matter how many Fire Cry clansmen there were, they could not stop the killing of the yellow talisman Dao soldiers. Every second, hundreds of millions of Fire Cry clansmen were killed by tens of billions of yellow talisman Dao soldiers. At the same time, more than 30 billion soldiers of the violent storm spirit also cast storm spells in the sky to attack these Fire Cry clansmen. Above the violent storm spirit, 100,000 legendary tier dimensional cannons were fired at the same time. These spatial attribute spatial rift dimensional cannons had a huge range, and each shell could cover an area of 100 miles. Every round of 100,000 spatial rift dimensional cannons fired at the same time. Even if the range of the cannons overlapped, they could still cover an area of 1,000,000 square kilometers and kill billions of Fire Cry race beings. In less than a moment, nearly 100 billion Fire Cry race members died under the bombardment of the spatial rift dimensional cannon and the range of the violent storm spirits' spells. The god spirits of the Fire Cry race could not help but fly into a rage. At this moment, they were also under the suppression of the god spirits and god-tier armies of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Not to mention helping the Fire Criers, even protecting themselves was a problem. Speaking of which, in the volcano True God Tier domain, with the death of True God Tier Jingming, the entire volcano True God Tier domain immediately collapsed. Soon, the True God Tier domain disappeared, allowing Zhou Zhou to see the outside world. When he saw he had the upper hand even though the Fire Cry race was powerful, he nodded slightly. This spectacle wasn't out of his expectations. If the Fire Cry race wanted to defeat them now, unless they used numbers to forcefully exhaust them, there was basically no possibility of victory. However, using quantity to win? Did he think that he didn't exist? He pulled out his universe-destroying blade, mobilized the True God Tier intermediate grade chaotic sacred power in his body, and casually slashed at the endless sea of Fire Cry race members. The next second, a majestic saber chi that was 50,000 to 60,000 kilometers long brazenly erupted and landed among the densely packed Fire Cry race members in the blink of an eye. Rumble! Earth collapse shook the heavens and earth. Under this black-red lava land, a terrifying canyon more than 60,000 kilometers long and more than 100,000 kilometers deep appeared. Hot underground magma erupted from the ground, making this area look like a magma hell. Under Zhou Zhou's casual saber attack, at least 30 to 40 gazillion members of the Fire Cry race were annihilated. There was even a mid-tier deity-level elementary grade god spirit of the Fire Cry race who was killed by the law of extermination just because he brushed past the saber energy. Zhou Zhou began to swing his saber casually. Every slash could kill tens of billions of Fire Cry race members. After he swung 16 times, the ground in the Crimson Fire domain dropped by more than 200,000 kilometers. Not only did not a single member of the Fire Cry race survive here, but it had also turned this place into a nomological death zone. For the next 100,000 years, this place would not be suitable for life forms to live in. And with his 16 strikes, he had killed nearly 1 trillion members of the Fire Cry race. When Zhou Zhou saw his results, he could not help but be secretly shocked. This was the first time he had used such a level of power in real life against people of foreign races who hadn't grasped supernatural powers since he had grasped the combat power of a true god tier. He didn't expect the lethality to be so ridiculous. Not only had he killed nearly 1 trillion ordinary Fire Cry race members, but he had also caused such terrifying damage to the ground. Even though the other party's positioning was too dense, which was also one of the important reasons why he could cause such lethality, it could be seen how terrifying the true God tier combat power was. Most importantly, he did not even use his most potent law skill. If he used his myriad methods Star Palm, he would probably be able to kill trillions of ordinary Fire Cry race members with a single palm strike. No wonder the Supreme Will did not allow true God tier existences and stronger experts to fight fearlessly in the High Continent. If these super powerhouses were allowed to fight freely on the Supreme Continent, the Supreme Continent would probably be destroyed by true God tier and even stronger God spirits in less than 1,000 years. He looked at the situation on the battlefield in front of him. He perceived that after his 16 slashes, the Fire Cry race's side had been completely stunned. Their morale had almost fallen to a freezing point. When they came back to their senses from the terrifying spectacle in front of them, a large number of Fire Cry race began to surrender. This terrifying spectacle really made them lose the courage to continue resisting. After seeing His Majesty's great spending, morale soared on the Blazing Sun Kingdom's side. Wielding their weapons, they rushed fearlessly and fervently at the flaming clan members and soldiers who were still resisting. As for the people of foreign races who surrendered, they followed the letter of capitulate set by His Majesty and did not kill them. The die is cast. Zhou Zhou thought to himself when he saw this. True God tier. It was indeed a superpower that could influence the war between races. He had personally experienced it. Then, he closed his eyes and began to sense the location of the true God tier domain that the Yellow Emperor and company were in. Chapter 1001, The Race Divine Artifact of the Fire Cry Race Fire Cry Origin Core. Zhou Zhou suddenly opened his eyes. Found it! He said calmly before taking a step forward. The next second, he vanished. True God Rong Yan's domain intersected with the Sword Emperor's domain. Two terrifying true God tier existences were fighting. One of them was a black-red lava giant that was more than 100,000 kilometers tall. It stood on the ground and held two lava hammers that were 50,000 to 60,000 meters long. It kept waving them in an attempt to hit Sword Emperor Fu Lu Yan, who was flying around him. Die, Lu Yan! True God Rong Yan roared. It suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a stream of black-red lava that shot at Lu Yan, seeing that it could not hit the slippery sword immortal. Lu Yan controlled the mystic light heavenly magic sword to quickly fly into the distance, planning to avoid this shocking magma attack. However, no matter how fast he flew, the magma attack would always chase after him. When Lu Yan saw this, he immediately changed his strategy and snorted coldly. Then, he suddenly turned around and slashed out 18 chaotic sword chi with the mystic light heavenly mystic sword in his hand. The 18 chaotic sword energies flew into the air and quickly transformed into 18 majestic chaos divine dragons. They roared and charged at the magma pillar, quickly colliding with it. Boom! As soon as the two came into contact, a powerful explosion occurred. A seemingly substantial shock wave instantly fluctuated in all directions. But then, the 18 Chaos Divine Dragons actually withstood the impact of the magma pillar and rushed towards the head of the true God Rong Yan. Flames flashed across true God Rong Yan's eyes. Law skill Earth Core True Fire! He roared, and the magma pillar that he spewed out of his mouth suddenly emitted brilliant flames. Its power suddenly increased by several times. The 18 Chaos Divine Dragons paused for a moment. Then, one of them suddenly shattered, leaving only 17 Chaos Divine Dragons. Right on the heels of that, the second Chaos Divine Dragon shattered, the third Chaos Divine Dragon shattered, the fourth Chaos Divine Dragon shattered. Soon, 8 Chaos Divine Dragons shattered one after another. However, the interval between each Chaos Divine Dragon's collapse was longer. After the 8th Chaos Divine Dragon collapsed, no new Chaos Divine Dragon continued to collapse. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yan had used the divine artifact below the true God tier, the Mystic Light Heavenly Mystic Sword, to release the Chaos Divine Dragon's attack. However, only half of it was left under the other party's counterattack. However, even this half of the Chaos Divine Dragon was still resisting the True God Tier Rong Yan's Earth Core True Fire Lava Pillar. It was just that it could not continue to break through. A sword light flashed in Liu Yan's eyes. He held the mystic light heavenly sword and transformed into a chaotic sword beam that rushed into the 8 Chaos Divine Dragons. Then, he led the 8 Chaos Divine Dragons and broke through the lava pillar of the True God Rong Yan. Finally, he pierced through the other party's head and appeared behind him. True God Rong Yan froze on the spot. Beams of chaotic light appeared under his body. In the next second, billions of chaotic sword beams shot out from beneath his body. They actually tore the True God Rong Yan's divine body into pieces. He fell back powerlessly. The last thing he saw before he died was Zhou Zhou holding True God Tier's head in the distance and quietly watching the battle from afar. Jingming. I can't accept this. This was the last thought that flashed through his mind before he lost all signs of life. In the sky, Patriarch Liu looked at the fallen True God Rong Yan in a daze. He killed a True God Tier on the same level as me just like that. He muttered. Ever since he became a True God Tier, he had only done this less than 3 times. One of them was when he saved Bai He with the Yellow Emperor. And this was the first time he had dealt with a powerful True God Tier so cleanly and without suffering any injuries. He looked at the mystic light divine sword in his hand and gently stroked the other True God Tier divine artifacts on his body. A smile appeared on his face. What an awesome True God Tier divine artifacts! Patriarch Liu laughed out loud. Previously, he had 2 True God Tier divine artifacts that Zhou Zhou had lent him. At that time, his combat strength would be enough to crush him, who did not have a True God Tier. He had 6 True God Tier divine artifacts, and they were extremely compatible with him. Even though the current him was only a True God Tier elementary grade, he was confident that he could defeat or even kill an intermediate True God Tier powerhouse. He also had the guts to fight True God Tier advanced grade experts. This was the confidence that the 6 True God Tier divine artifacts gave him. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something. He turned his head and saw Zhou Zhou and True God Tier's head in his hands. Patriarch Lu's eyes widened slightly. He immediately put away the corpse of the True God Tier Rong Yan and quickly soared in front of Zhou Zhou. You dealt with True God Tier Jingming so quickly? Patriarch Liu asked in surprise. Yes. Zhou Zhou lifted True God Jingming's head and commented, this guy is indeed the strongest True God Tier of the Fire Cry race. If he continues to grow, he can at least advance to True God Tier advance grade in the future. It's not impossible for him to even advance to the Master God Tier level. Unfortunately, he encountered me and was destroyed by my palm. Zhou Zhou said regretfully. His original intention was to try to use words to incite the other party to incite defection. However, the other party would rather self-destruct his race's divine artifact than surrender, so Zhou Zhou had no choice but to deal with him. Oh yes, I also got this from this guy. Zhou Zhou took out a crystal volcanic stone from the king's treasure box. Patriarch Liu looked over. Race divine artifact name, Fire Cry Origin Core. Divine artifact rank, Race divine artifact. Race Divine Artifact Ability 1 Source of Fire Cry, the exclusive Race Divine Artifact of the Fire Cry race. It was born in the body of the first life form of the Fire Cry race. It is the ultimate treasure of the Fire Cry race. Implanting it into the heart of any Fire Cry race member can raise the potential of the Fire Cry race to the level of a Master God Tier elementary grade. Race Divine Artifact Ability 2 King of Fire Cry, the Fire Cry race, who possesses this race's divine artifact, is publicly recognized as the King of Fire Cry. Race Divine Artifact Description, the Race Divine Artifact of the Fire Cry race. It is also the symbol of the Fire Cry race's king. With it, you will be the indisputable king of the Fire Cry race. Note, this race's divine artifact is exclusive to the Fire Cry race. It is only efficient on the Fire Cry race. Race Divine Artifact. Patriarch Lu was shocked. That's right. This true god Jingming still wants to harm me or escape by self-destructing this race's divine artifact. Unfortunately, not only did I stop it, I also seized this race's divine artifact. Zhou Zhou said nonchalantly. Patriarch Lu exhaled with emotion when he heard this. Good God! He forcefully snatched the race divine artifact from the hands of a true god tier intermediate grade expert and even prevented the other party from self-destructing their race divine artifact. Normally, such a thing could only be done under circumstances where his power was completely overwhelming. Your Excellency, the common people's regal of our human race, has become stronger again. He exhaled inwardly. At the same time, he had a feeling. Maybe. Before long, the human race would be able to walk out of the primordial world and live openly on the high continent again. Of course, he only thought about it and did not say it out loud. Chapter 1002, True God Shenghuo surrenders. Then, Patriarch Lu thought of something and said in relief. Fortunately, you killed true god Jingming in time. Otherwise, if he really became a master god tier, no, even if he only advanced to the true god tier advance grade, it would still be a huge threat to us humans. Zhou Zhou nodded. Other than Emperor Pangu, the other 4 true gods were either true god tier elementary grade or intermediate grade. There was no other expert above the true god tier. Once a second true god tier advance grade expert appeared in the Fire Cry race when Imperial Lord Pangu was not around, the human race would really not be able to withstand it. Then, Patriarch Lu took one last look at the Fire Cry origin core before retracting his gaze. The Fire Cry origin core was good, but it could only be used by the Fire Cry clansmen. It had zero effect on the human race. To him, it could only be used as a collection. It had no practical use at all. Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw Patriarch Lu's nonchalant expression. He naturally wouldn't say anything about the Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron, so he threw it into his king's treasure box. Let's go and support the other true gods. Zhou Zhou asked. Sure. Patriarch Lu happily agreed and then searched for the location of the battle between the other true gods. Soon, he found the true god tier domain where the heavenly dragon god Kika and true god Xiantong were fighting. After the two of them entered, they quickly discovered that this true god Xiantong was being toyed with by Kika using spatial methods. After being toyed with 2 or 3 times, true god Xiantong was so angry that he wanted to retaliate. However, he realized that he was like a clumsy burly man and could not touch Kika at all. I hate spatial true gods. True god Xiantong roared. Your new true body's combat methods are a little experienced. Patriarch Lu said in surprise. Even if true god tiers who cultivated the law of space were good at dodging attacks, they shouldn't be able to deal with enemies of the same level so easily. When Zhou Zhou heard this, he roughly explained the origins of Kika to Patriarch Lu. Anyway, there was nothing to hide. After hearing this, Patriarch Lu looked at Zhou Zhou enviously and said sourly. He, Sword Emperor Fuyu, had once traveled the myriad worlds and obtained many opportunities. He could be said to be the most knowledgeable true god in the human race. It was all good luck, only good luck. Zhou Zhou waved his hand. Then, the two of them didn't waste any time and immediately went to reinforce the heavenly dragon god Kika. Under the joint attack of the 3 true gods, this true god Xiantong quickly died with a final roar. Right on the heels of that, the 3 true gods went to rescue Gerald, who was fighting with true god Zhihuo. After joining forces to kill true god Zhihuo, the 4 of them came to the front of true god Zhihuo, who was fighting with Baihe. When true god Shenghuo saw Zhou Zhou and company appear in front of him, he immediately said with an ugly expression, "Where are true god Jingming and company? Of course he's dead. And what do you think this is?" Zhou Zhou said indifferently. Then, with a wave of his right hand, the huge corpses of the true gods of the Fire Cry race, Jingming, Rongyan, Xiantong, and Zhihuo, appeared in front of him. Then, he took out the Fire Cry origin core and weighed it in his hand. He looked at the last true god of the Fire Cry race with a faint smile. I'm willing to surrender. Can you spare my life? After a moment of silence, true god Shenghuo stared at the Fire Cry origin core in Zhou Zhou's hand and took a deep breath. Surrender. Zhou Zhou and the other true gods were stunned. When the first 4 true gods of the Fire Cry race faced their joint attack, they had never said anything like surrendering. Moreover, their resistance was extremely strong, and they had no intention of surrendering at all. Why did true god Shenghuo yield so easily? Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it and directly asked the other party this question. I don't have a sense of belonging to the Fire Cry race to begin with. Can't this be a reason to surrender? True god Shenghuo said frankly. Back then, I wasn't from the Fire Cry race that was born here in the Crimson Fire domain. Instead, I was from a Fire Cry race that was born in a great sage volcano in the outside world. I'm extremely talented. I only used 15,000 years to become a true god. Later on, when I met the Crimson Fire domain, the Fire Cry race invited me to enter them and become one of their ancestors. I saw that they were sincere. Later on, they promised me that once I broke through to the true god tier intermediate grade in the future, they would let me be the leader of the Fire Cry race. In addition, this was indeed the origin of the Fire Cry race, so I promised them that I would join the Blazing Sun clan and protect them until now. Who knew? I'm an outsider in their eyes after all. True god Shenghuo said with a bitter smile. Patriarch Lu and the others looked at each other. In the end, Zhou Zhou said, it's fine if you want to surrender. Apply to enter the Blazing Sun Kingdom and become this king's subject now. Okay. True god Shenghuo nodded. Then, he took a deep breath and said, I, Shenghuo Tubas Ainli, true god of volcano and sacred fire, request to enter the Blazing Sun Kingdom and become a subject of the common people's regal. As soon as he finished speaking, the unwillingness and shame in the depths of his eyes quietly dissipated, replaced by loyalty and fanaticism. Peaceful Time's strength was still stable. From now on, you will be my subject and the true god of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Zhou Zhou uttered with a smile. Thank you, your majesty. True god Shenghuo uttered respectfully. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. From then on, he had another true god under him. His Blazing Sun Kingdom already had 3 true god tier experts. Coupled with his special true god tier combat power, there were a total of 4 true god tier experts. If Elise Ariel, who had spent countless years pursuing the Elven Empire to advance to the Divine Kingdom, heard this, she would probably die of envy. Congratulations! Congratulations to the Blazing Sun Kingdom for having another true god tier expert. Another colleague, haha. The divine beings of the human race did not expect that the Blazing Sun Kingdom would have another true god tier expert in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, it seemed that this true god tier expert was about to advance to true god tier intermediate grade. When they came back to their senses, Baihe and Patriarch Lu were both happy and envious. Zhou Zhou smiled. Chapter 1003, Gifting Race Divine Artifacts. Fanatic Believers True God Shenghuo. At this moment, True God Shenghuo flew in front of the true gods. When the other true gods saw him coming over, even though they did not seem to reject him on the surface, they were still a little wary. Only Zhou Zhou looked at true god Shenghuo with a smile. He didn't seem to be wary at all. Greetings, your majesty. Greetings, true gods. True god Shenghuo respected Zhou Zhou from the bottom of his heart, but he was very humble to the other true gods. Welcome, true god Shenghuo, to the Blazing Sun Kingdom. We can communicate more in the future. The true god Tears smiled and nodded. True god Shenghuo replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. True god Shenghuo, Zhou Zhou said. Let's watch this genocide with me and the other gods. Yes, your majesty. True god Shenghuo nodded respectfully. Then, he walked behind Zhou Zhou and looked down at the battlefield with a calm expression. True God Shenghuo, don't you want to plead for your clansmen? Zhou Zhou suddenly said after watching for a while. I'm a surrendered subject of the sinful country. I dare not make any more requests. True God Shenghuo said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly and said, don't worry. Even though I have ordered the extermination of your clan, I will still leave behind the Fire Cry race members who are willing to surrender and continue living in the Crimson Fire domain. It's just that their name is no longer the Fire Cry race, but the Fire Cry human race. True God Shenghuo fell silent. The history of the Fire Cry race was broken with this one sentence. From then on, the Fire Cry race disappeared, and the Fire Cry human race became a branch race of the human race. However, it was better to have their spine broken than to lose their life. Becoming a branch race was better than not existing in the forest of thousands of races. At this moment, Zhou Zhou did another shocking thing. After I completely take down the territory of the Fire Cry race, this area and the Fire Cry race will be handed over to you to manage. After he finished speaking, he extended his right hand, and the Fire Cry origin core appeared in his hand. He looked at the Fire Cry origin core and threw it at True God Shenghuo without hesitation. This action immediately stunned the gods. Even True God Shenghuo was taken aback. He hurriedly caught the divine artifact and looked at Zhou Zhou in bewilderment. I'll leave this race divine artifact Fire Cry origin core to you. This will also make it easier for you to rule the Crimson Fire domain's Fire Cry human race. Zhou Zhou asked. Your Majesty. This is a race divine artifact? Are you really willing to give it to me? True God Shenghuo said excitedly after regaining his senses. This was a race divine artifact that was even more precious than true God tier divine artifacts. He naturally knew the effects of this race's divine artifact, especially since he was once the candidate for the patriarch of the Fire Cry race. With it there was still a glimmer of hope for it to advance to the true God tier advance grade or even the master God tier level and become a super expert that could suppress a race. Moreover, this race divine artifact could allow him to become the king of the Fire Cry clan that he had always been looking forward to. Moreover, it was undoubtedly the king of the Fire Cry clan. His Majesty could be said to have given him what he wanted the most. How could he not be excited? There you go. Perform well in the future. Remember, if I can give it to you, I can naturally take it back easily. Zhou Zhou said calmly. It was just a racial divine artifact that was not very useful. Wasn't it just the ability to bestow a life form master god tier elementary grade potential and the ability to become the king of the Fire Cry race? It wasn't like his territory didn't have talents with master god tier potential. As for the effect of becoming the king of the Fire Cry race, Zhou Zhou, who had the lord talent of the peaceful times, looked down on it even more. In addition, the Chaos Deo sacrificial cauldron only had 5 times left to transform the people of foreign races into divine artifacts. Zhou Zhou did not want to use the precious transformation times on this useless divine artifact. Since that was the case, why not hand it over to true God Shenghuo? In any case, the other party was already affected by his lord talent. It was almost impossible for him to betray him in the future. If he wanted to get it back in the future, he could just get it back. I will not let you down, Your Majesty. True God Shenghuo excitedly performed the highest etiquette of the Fire Cry race to Zhou Zhou, expressing his supreme reverence for Zhou Zhou. The next second, a text notification appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. The loyalty of your subject Sacred Fire Tubas Ainli, true God tier of the volcano and Sacred Fire, has been raised to 100. He has become your fanatic believer. Zhou Zhou was stunned. He became a fanatic believer so quickly. He looked thoughtfully at true God Shenghuo, who held the Fire Cry origin core in his hand as if he had obtained a treasure. It seemed like this newly joined true God Shenghuo had a strong obsession with this race divine artifact. Otherwise, with the true God tier's willpower, even if he hadn't reached the will-like light realm, he wouldn't have become another God Spirit's fanatic believer so easily. His act of gifting the other party's race divine artifact must have touched the depths of the other party's heart to achieve such an effect. Your Majesty, with this Fire Cry origin core, I'm confident that all the Fire Cry race, no, all the Fire Cry human race will surrender and become your subject, Your Majesty. Actually, the Fire Cry race lost the name of their race and became a vassal of your race, Your Majesty. In the eyes of the outside world, this situation is equivalent to the extermination of their race. These living Fire Cry human race should be of greater use to His Majesty. True God Sheng Huo suddenly said seriously. Then go and try. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. After some thought, he decided to let the other party give it a try. He originally did not plan to slaughter all of the Fire Cry race. The suggestions provided by the other party not only showed that he and the human race were not to be trifled with, it also added a large number of subjects to his kingdom. It was beneficial but harmless. Why not give it a try? Yes, Your Majesty. True God Sheng Huo nodded solemnly. Then, with the Fire Cry origin core in hand, he forcefully stuffed this racial divine artifact into his heart. Immediately after, his divine body suddenly shook as wisps of fire appeared on his body. Soon after, a bright red ancient volcano mark slowly appeared on his forehead. Everyone could feel it. True God Sheng Huo didn't seem to have changed much on the surface, but his aura seemed to have undergone an extremely deep transformation. This made him look also more extraordinary. Zhou Zhou had only seen such a feeling on Xiaoxian, Nazario, Gerald, Tathagata, and the others. They were all possessors of Master God tier potential without exception. The other true God tiers couldn't help but look at him in surprise and envy. Especially Patriarch Lu and Baihe. This was a future Master God tier seed. There were only a few humans with the potential of a Master God tier looking at the entire human race. The most famous among them was naturally their Imperial Lord Pangu. With the help of Zhou Zhou, the common people's regal who had created countless miracles, it was very likely that he would reach the same level of strength as Imperial Lord Pangu in the future. A moment later, true deity Sheng Huo had just woken up from the deep transformation of his divine body that the Fire Cry origin core had given him. Is this what Jingming felt like? No wonder he broke through to true God tier intermediate grade in such a short period of time. I, Sheng Huo, can do it too now. True deity Sheng Huo was extremely excited. However, he naturally didn't forget what he had to do. He bowed respectfully to Zhou Zhou and said, I'll be back soon. Then, he flew straight in favor of the ancestral fire holy capital. It seems like this true deity Sheng Huo still has some feelings in favor of his clansmen. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that he wants to manage more Fire Cry human race in the future. Haha, that's human nature. Baihe and the others discussed via voice transmission. True deity Sheng Huo's act of protecting his clansmen wasn't that repulsive. In any case, he had already become a member of the Fire Cry human race. In the future, he could be considered one of them. Even though Zhou Zhou heard their conversation, he performed not interrupt and only watched the scene quietly. Chapter 1004, The Might of the Race's Divine Artifact. Welcome the Holy Army to the Holy Capital. The ancestral Fire Holy Capital was the clan capital of the Fire Cry race. It was also the supreme holy land of the Fire Cry race. Legendary Tier's first Fire Cry race member, Lao, was born in the ancestral volcano under the ground of the ancestral Fire Holy Capital. At this moment, this ancestral Fire Holy had already been surrounded by the soldiers of the four great armies of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. No matter how many soldiers and residents emerged from the ancestral Fire Holy Capital, they were still unable to stop the advance of the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom in the face of the absolute difference in strength. The soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom were getting closer and closer to the Holy Capital. Many Fire Cry race god spirits, heroes, soldiers, and ordinary Fire Cry race members began to collapse. Is our Fire Cry race really going to be exterminated today? Why are 800 trillion members of the Fire Cry clan no different from ants in front of that true god tier? We can't block it. Not at all. The difference is too great. The Fire Cry race was in despair. As for the descendant of the ancestral Fire King, Lao Yi, who was guarding the ancestral Fire Holy Capital, he was also sitting on the throne and looking at his ministers in despair. Everyone, 4 of our 5 ancestors have already extinguished their vital flames. Only the vital flames of ancestor Sheng Huo is still struggling to hold on, but they shouldn't be able to hold on for long. Ministers, do you still have a way to save the clan? The future of extermination is right in front of us. We can't just do nothing. He sought a way to escape from the ministers he relied on. However, these ministers looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Your Majesty! The difference in strength between us is too great. If we're given a little more time to reach an alliance agreement with the other races that have been persuaded to surrender, we can still fight with that common people's regal. At that time, we should be able to protect our Fire Cry race. But the other party came too quickly. The diplomats of the Blood Moon clan haven't even left the holy capital with our alliance agreement and are already stuck here. There's nothing we can do now. A Fire Cry race official said with difficulty. That's right, that's right. Where's the Blood Moon clan's diplomatic envoy? Quickly summon it over and ask the Blood Moon clan if they have any solutions. The ancestral Fire King, Lao Yi, seemed to have found a life-saving straw when he heard this and hurriedly called out. Your Excellency, the ancestral Fire King. A beautiful Blood Moon clan member who looked like a fox or a wolf with a blood-colored full moon between her eyebrows and smooth silver hair all over her body walked into the hall. He stopped in his tracks and said respectfully, I've already sent a request for help to the outside world, but the Blazing Sun Kingdom seems to have set up an isolation barrier to prevent communication. My news can't be sent out at all. I also used other methods to send messages, including sending my subordinates to deliver letters, but without exception, they all failed. According to my subordinates, as soon as they were 100,000 kilometers away from the ancestral Fire Holy Capital, they were affected by an invisible restriction. They couldn't move quickly or use spatial methods to leave. This method reminds me of something. It's said that the common people's regal has a true god imprisonment divine artifact called the demonic abyss spider web. Once spread out, everything within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers will be imprisoned. God spirits will not be able to resist at all. Even true gods will be affected. We should be imprisoned in the Crimson Fire domain by the demonic abyss spider web now. In the current situation, unless a true god tier intermediate grade or stronger existence appears and breaks the restraints of the demonic abyss spider web, it will be very difficult to resolve the current predicament. The Blood Moon diplomatic envoy Lang Yin said. The ministers and the ancestral Fire King felt even more despair when they heard this. A true god tier divine artifact for imprisonment? And one had to be at true god tier intermediate grade or above to crack them. The vital fire of their true god tier ancestor, true god Jingming, had long been extinguished. Only a true god Sheng Huo, who was of true god tier elementary grade, was still alive. Even if this ancestor Sheng Huo was lucky enough to come back alive, there was no way to save them. Thick spatial power erupted, forming a spatial passageway with endless suction behind it, directly sucking it into the spatial rift. Lang Yin said bold words with a calm expression. Your Majesty, the common people's regal's extermination is already unstoppable. If Your Majesty still wants to preserve the last bit of dignity of the Fire Cry race, it's better to commit suicide now so that you won't fall into the hands of that common people's regal and be bullied by him. Lang Yin said bold words with a calm expression. Your Majesty, the common people's regal's extermination is already unstoppable. If Your Majesty still wants to preserve the last bit of dignity of the Fire Cry race, it's better to commit suicide now so that you won't fall into the hands of that common people's regal and be bullied by he. When the time comes, don't say that the common people's regal wants to destroy your clan. Our alliance won't let you off either. Some of the upper echelons of the races in our alliance know that the Fire Cry race has some small race bases outside the Crimson Fire domain. If you commit suicide now, the Fire Cry race will still be able to protect the Fire Cry race members outside the Crimson Fire domain. You don't want the race left behind by your ancestors to really be wiped out, do you? Lang Yin smiled. The magma on the ancestral Fire King's body became unstable. Even though he was the ancestral Fire King, he had only been pushed to this position because of his bloodline. He did not have any ability or courage to speak of. Even his position as a low-tier deity-level elementary grade god was forcefully accumulated by the true god ancestors after spending a lot of resources. It was also because of this that he, the ancestral Fire King, actually didn't have much real power. The symbolism was greater than the actual meaning. He immediately panicked, faced with the danger to his life, race, and ancestors' reputation. What should I do? Do I really have to kill myself? But I don't want to die. The ancestral Fire King felt that his mind was in a mess. At this moment, a familiar voice resounded in the world. All the members of the Fire Cry race heard this voice. My citizens of the Fire Cry race. I am true God Shanghuo Tubas Ainli. Raise your heads, and look at me. True God Shanghuo. It's the ancestor true God Shanghuo. Ancestor true God Shanghuo is not dead. This voice seemed to have a magical power. All the Fire Cry clansmen who heard true God Shanghuo's words revealed infatuated expressions. They looked up and saw the majestic and amiable figure in the sky. The throbbing of their blood made them instantly feel that the other party was the most important relative in their lives. Right at this moment, true God Shanghuo spoke again. From today onwards, I, true God Shanghuo, will become the main branch of the Lao and become the current Fire Cry race. You can call me the Master of the Sacred Fire. Greetings, Master of the Sacred Fire. Hundreds of Fire Cry race members shouted in unison without hesitation. When true God Shanghuo heard their voices and saw this scene, his body began to tremble. He had waited for too long for this moment. He appeased his excitement and forced him to calm down. I hereby announce the first Fire Cry Sacred Order. From now on, the Fire Cry race will be renamed the Fire Cry Human Race. It will be a branch of the Blazing Sun Kingdom's human race and will be ruled by the King of the Blazing Sun Kingdom Common People's Regal, Zhou Zhou. Those who share the same bloodline as me shall obey this order. This order will never change. I hope our clansmen will remember it. Now, put down your resistance and welcome the Holy Army into the Holy Capital. Splash! At this moment, most of the Fire Cry clansmen put down their weapons and stopped resisting. They took the initiative to open up a path for the Blazing Sun Kingdom soldiers, who had astonished expressions, to enter the ancestral Fire Holy Capital. Welcome to the Holy Capital! They shouted. As for the opinions and actions of the few talented and extraordinary members of the Fire Clan who could barely maintain their own thoughts, they were no longer important in the face of the general trend of the race. High up in the sky, the Fire Cry race will really become history after today. In its place is the Fire Cry human race of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Zhou Zhou smiled and the other true gods also smiled and nodded. Chapter 1005, Bootlicker. What's going on? I feel like my thoughts and will have been forcefully altered. Another high-tier deity-level member of the Fire Cry clan held his head in pain and struggled to speak. Could that be because of the legendary supreme treasure of our Fire Cry race? It's said that no matter which member of the Fire Cry race obtains the supreme treasure of our race, who can become the king of our Fire Cry race. The current situation seems to only be explained by this legendary tier. Another high-tier deity level said with an ugly expression. At this moment, a high-tier deity level advanced grade Fire Cry race god spirit spoke. He was called Yan Zi. He was a true god tier seed publicly acknowledged by the Fire Cry race. At the same time, he was also the eldest disciple of true god Zhihuo. At this moment, he looked at true god Shanghuo, who was surrounded by the entire race. He suddenly took a deep breath and said, "My teacher once told me about the supreme treasure. If it's really that supreme treasure, be it in name or in reality, he would already be recognized as the king of the Fire Cry race by our Fire Cry race. No, he should be the king of the Fire Cry human race. My fellow clansmen. Yan Zi looked at the surrounding Fire Cry race and said, the enemy is powerful and has killed almost all the true god tiers on our side. Now, more than half of the ordinary members of the Fire Cry race have defected to the enemy. The race foundation that we treat as our trump card is so laughable in front of the absolute difference in strength. The scales of victory have completely tilted towards each other. Yan Zi really can't see any hope of winning or even surviving now. If that's the case, why don't we stay and surrender together? As soon as these words were spoken, most of the unaffected Fire Cry race around him looked at he in shock. A small number of them had flickering expressions, clearly tempted. Yan Zi was already prepared to be scolded. However, he didn't regret it. As a true god tier seed, he really didn't want to die in a war that was certain death before he became a true god tier. He had yet to experience the power of a true god tier. How could he be willing to die without a name? Therefore, he did not hesitate to suggest a way to surrender. He immediately relaxed and began to intensify his efforts to persuade the other clansmen to surrender with him. Hence, more and more of his clansmen were convinced by him, a true god tier seed. Not long after, he convinced more than 30,000 top-notch members of the Fire Cry clan. Then, they bowed respectfully to true god Shenghuo and Zhou Zhou in the sky. It was not uncommon for the Fire Cry tribe to have a change in attitude like Yan Zi. To put it simply, he was resigned to his fate. It was the same for everyone after all. It could be tolerated even if this was wrong. Of course, there were also the effects of unwillingness to submit and racial divine artifacts. They still wanted to violently resist the rule of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Zhou Zhou's yellow talisman Dao soldiers and violent storm spirit were not for nothing. 3 words. Destroy them all. Zhou Zhou fell into deep thought upon seeing this scene. It seemed that racial divine artifacts were not invincible. If they encountered a stronger life form's will, power, laws, or other existences, there was still a possibility of them being weakened or even immune. Come on! The Fire Cry race has already been exterminated. Let's go meet our new human branch. Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it and turned to Bai He and the other true gods. The true gods smiled and nodded. Then, they flew towards the ancestral fire holy capital together. True god Shenghuo stood in the main hall of the ancestral fire holy capital. His eyes closed as he enjoyed the cheers of the millions of Fire Cry human race cultivators from all directions. The master of the sacred fire is eternal. That's what I want. True god Shenghuo thought to himself. The position of the Fire Cry race patriarch and the divine artifacts of the Fire Cry race were finally in his hands. Even though it was a little different from the way he had thought of obtaining it previously, that was no longer important. When he thought about everything he had, true god Shenghuo felt equal more grateful to his majesty. At this moment, he suddenly sensed something and immediately looked up into the distance. He saw Zhou Zhou and the other true god tiers flying towards he. Welcome, your majesty. True god Shenghuo immediately gave up the ancestral Fire King's throne behind him and knelt beside him. Welcome, your majesty, common people's regal. The god spirits who had surrendered also saw the true god tier god spirits of Zhou Zhou. They were very discerning and hurriedly conveyed the news and orders to the Fire Cry human race outside. Welcome, your majesty common people's regal. Welcome, your majesty common people's regal. Welcome, your majesty common people's regal. What kind of scene would it be when hundreds of trillions of Fire Cry human race cheered in unison? At this moment, Zhou Zhou and the other true god tier felt as if the sky of the Crimson Fire domain was about to be torn apart by these guys' voices. They disappeared into the sky in a flash. The next second, Zhou Zhou and the other true gods instantly appeared in front of true god Shenghuo. Get up! You've made a great contribution in this battle. I'll reward you when we get back. Zhou Zhou patted true god Shenghuo's shoulder with a smile. True God Shenghuo was quite interesting. He had specially transformed into a human form as if to cater to him. He looked like a magma man, to which Zhou Zhou only had one pondered in his mind such a bootlicker. I don't dare to take credit. I'm only borrowing the power of the race's divine artifact. True God Shenghuo said respectfully. Zhou Zhou smiled and did not say anything. He walked straight to the throne behind him and sat on it. He had the rare appearance of a regal because he had every kinds of temperament enhancements. True God Shenghuo and the other true God tiers couldn't help but hold their breaths the moment he sat down. At this moment, a pondered involuntarily appeared in their minds. The image and temperament of the legendary lord of all races were just so, right? It was the same for true gods, what more the ordinary fire cry human race. At this moment, because of true God Shenghuo's words, they had automatically become subjects of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Under the combined influence of the Lord talent of the peaceful times and Zhou Zhou's own temperament and image, they watched at Zhou Zhou as if they were gazing at their own god spirit. I declare in the name of the common people's regal, from now on, the territory of the Crimson Fire Domain's Fire Cry human race is the Blazing Sun Kingdom's territory. The people of the Crimson Fire Domain's Fire Cry human race are the subjects of the Blazing Sun Kingdom and are also my subjects. Immortal Regal. The glory of our king's ancestral fire will be passed down for eternity. My ruler is the first flame. The first flame is my king. All the members of the Fire Cry race were spirited and fanatical. Chapter 1006, Uriel reappears. Returning to court victorious. True God Shenghuo was a little envious of this scene. He touched the racial divine artifact at his heart. It was an effect that he could only create by relying on his race's divine artifact. How could His Majesty achieve it with just 2 or 3 sentences? The effect even felt better than a race's divine artifact. Looking at the fanatical expressions of the Fire Cry human race, he was probably already His Majesty's true believer. They might even become devout believers or even fanatic believers of His Majesty in no time. So this is the common people's regal? True God Shenghuo thought in awe. At the same time, he became even more loyal and fanatical towards Zhou Zhou. True God Shenghuo. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. Shenghuo said respectfully. Summarize the subjects, troops, territories, wealth, divine artifacts, and all other valuable things in the Fire Cry race's territory and make a list. Then, hand this list to this king. Zhou Zhou ordered. This was the first time Zhou Zhou had led his subordinates to destroy a racial-level faction. He was looking forward to how rich his spoils of war would be. Yes, Your Majesty. True God Shenghuo replied without hesitation. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. When Patriarch Lu and Bai He saw this scene, they suddenly looked at each other and could not help but laugh. This trip was really easy. He had only fought with a true god tier and watched such a good show. Then, he had obtained a high-tier deity-level divine artifact and borrowed a full set of true god tier divine artifacts. They had never seen such a huge deal in their lives. Today was the first time. As expected, he could earn a lot even if he only ate some soup by following Zhou Zhou's side. At the same time, Zhou Zhou looked at the hundreds of Fire Cry human race members in front of him who were looking at him respectfully and fanatically. He was very satisfied. The Lord talent of the peaceful times was indeed the more subjects there were, the more shocking the effect. There were hundreds of trillion members of the Fire Cry race. If other lords suddenly obtained so many clansmen, even if they were powerful enough to suppress these newly surrendered Fire Cry human race, they would probably be afraid and not dare to use these new subjects lightly. Not to mention using their native true god to manage them. However, Zhou Zhou dared. Not only did he dare to interfere, he even planned to give these new Fire Cry human race subjects the same status and treatment as the Blazing Sun Kingdom subjects in the future. Still, giving the Fire Cry human race subjects the same status and treatment is a little difficult. I'll have to take my time. There are hundreds of trillions of Fire Cry human race members after all. How many resources do I have to invest to allow these Fire Cry human race members to have the same status and treatment as the other Blazing Sun Kingdom subjects? However, once I do this, these hundreds of fiery clan members will provide me with at least 200 trillion extraordinary tier professionals. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Once such a large number of extraordinary tier professionals were realized, Zhou Zhou would even dare to fight head-on with a high-level bloodline race. However, it was destined to be extremely difficult to achieve this. Fortunately, Zhou Zhou had time. Zhou Zhou could afford to wait no matter how long the return period of this investment was before he could reap the benefits. In any case, he was almost invincible on the high continent. As long as he didn't leave the high continent, those top-notch bloodline races that hated him to the core wouldn't be able to do anything to him. At this moment, Wu Tu walked over and whispered a few words into his ear. Zhou Zhou's expression remained unchanged as he transmitted a few words to Bai He and Patriarch Lu. Uriel led 10 true God-tier experts from the people of foreign races over. Their target should be you. Retreat first. Even though Patriarch Lu and Bai He did not reveal any strange expressions on their faces, their hearts sank. They had only come out for a short while, but Uriel had already detected them and tracked them down? Was this guy born with a dog's nose? The two of them did not dare to be negligent. Just as they were about to leave, they heard Zhou Zhou send another voice transmission. If you go back now, I'm afraid there will be some danger on the way. I'll give you a ride. Zhou Zhou raised his hand and pointed at them as soon as he finished speaking. Lord Talent returned to the city activated. The next second, Bai He and Zhou Zhou disappeared. The Blazing Sun Kingdom, in front of the Night Temple. Bai He and Patriarch Lu's divine bodies suddenly appeared here. The two of them looked at the door of the Night Temple and the guards on both sides of the door in a daze. Bai He quickly came back to his senses, and a smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect Zhou Zhou to have such a trick up his sleeve. Let's go, Patriarch Lu. After walking through the door of the Holy Temple and passing through an ultra-long-distance cross-border teleportation corridor, we can directly return to the primordial world. Patriarch Lu nodded and walked into the Night Temple with White River. From the beginning to the end, the two guards guarding the door of the sacred hall had never realized that the two true God-tier existences had already passed them and walked into the hall. The ancestral fire holy capital. Zhou Zhou, who was sitting on the ancestral fire throne, opened his eyes. He looked up at the sky. True God-tier Uriel and the 10 true God-tier advanced grade people of foreign races standing behind him were standing high in the sky, looking down at him coldly. Your Excellency Uriel, I didn't expect to meet you so soon. What can I do for you? The true God-tier Uriel and the 10 true God-tier advanced grade people of foreign races standing behind he were standing high in the sky, looking down at him coldly. Common people's regal, let me ask you. Where is Sword Emperor Fu of the human race Lu Yan and the god of abyssal nights Bai He? Uriel asked coldly. You mean those two seniors of the human race? Zhou Zhou gazed enlightened. Then, he shook his head and said regretfully, you guys came at the wrong time. Those two just left. You dare to protect a human felon and stay with the human race felon. I suspect that you are colluding with the human race. I want to lock you up and force out the whereabouts of the human race from you. Uriel intimidated Zhou Zhou. He said it very ruthlessly, but he did not take action. A human race felon. May I ask what crimes the human tribe has committed? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. There was once a human who secretly slandered the Titan gods and offended the might of the Titan gods. After the Titan gods heard this news, the 6th elder of our tribe specially instructed me to send troops to attack the human race. He additionally questioned me to ensure that the human race in the high continent is wiped out, especially those true God-tier humans. Common people's regal, on account of your difficult growth, quickly tell me the location of the human race. Otherwise, you will commit the crime of covering up for him. Your future will be extremely miserable. Uriel said majestically. Zhou Zhou did not say anything on the surface, but he was sneering in his heart. What a baseless accusation! Just one slander in the dark and an entire tribe would be exterminated. Your Excellency, Uriel has misunderstood. How would I dare to cover up for an important criminal that the Titans need? We're just a simple employment relationship. When this relationship ends, they will naturally leave, but it has nothing to do with covering up. If you don't believe me, you can attack and try. Zhou Zhou probed. Upon hearing this, Uriel immediately gazed like he had eaten sh*t. The sky gradually darkened. Uriel and the others left anyway. Uriel and the rest did not dare to take the risk regardless of whether Zhou Zhou was telling the truth or not. Zhou Zhou chuckled when he saw this. Returned to court victorious. He shouted loudly and then returned to the Blazing Sun Kingdom with all the loots. Chapter 1007, War Summary. At the same time, just as Zhou Zhou led the army back to the Blazing Sun Kingdom, the news of the Fire Cry race being exterminated had also spread around. In particular, the advanced races and civilizations all had their own unique and fast communication methods. In addition, they themselves paid a lot of attention to the special lord of all races, the common people's regal Zhou Zhou. Therefore, not long after, all the lords of all races and civilizations in the Supreme Continent and the Endless Heavens who were paying attention to Zhou Zhou found out that Zhou Zhou had led an army to exterminate the Fire Cry race. All the factions fell silent after receiving this news. The inside story revealed by this news was so shocking that they almost thought that they had heard wrongly. Nearly 100 billion soldiers. 2,000 God-tier army spirits. Hundreds of God spirit-level experts. 5 true God tiers were helping. Was this really the combat power of an advanced Kingdom Lord faction and not the total combat power of a beginner Divine Kingdom Lord faction? How did this kid develop so quickly? If he continues to develop like this, by the time he leaves the High Continent, he won't already be a Divine Kingdom Lord, right? What's that idiot Uriel doing? Why is he so useless after going to the High Continent for so long? What a piece of trash! The common people's regal is invincible with the Supreme Agreement. We can only wait now. I've already contacted a super expert. When the time comes, as long as common people's regal dares to leave the High Continent, I guarantee that he will never return. The common people's regal is really a huge threat to us. The experts of the various races and factions increasingly felt that Zhou Zhou was a huge threat. However, in the face of the Supreme Agreement, they felt helpless against the current Zhou Zhou. In the central region of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, in the Divine World Space, the Reincarnation Temple, Zhou Zhou opened his eyes and received the memories of possessing Zhou One's will. He quickly learned everything about this battle. A true God tier of the Fire Cry race actually surrendered, causing the extermination process to speed up so much. But it's a good thing. A smile appeared on his face. After this battle, those people of foreign races who coveted the humans and themselves would be wary if they wanted to attack the humans or them themselves. He had already established his persona after all. Whoever dared to exterminate the human race that he was in, he would personally lead an army to the race's territory to exterminate his race. Under such a threat, those races and forces that felt that their strength was inferior to the Blazing Sun Kingdom would generally not dare to easily invade again. Only those races and factions that felt that they were stronger than Zhou Zhou and were not afraid of Zhou Zhou's threat of extermination would dare to take the risk of exterminating their race to find trouble with the Blazing Sun Kingdom. It'd be nice to reduce some of the flies' harassment. At this thought, Zhou Zhou nodded slightly in his heart. In addition, this persona had only been established for the first time, and it was not very stable. In order to completely stabilize this ruthless character's image, he could not stop his extermination. Those races that did not accept his persuasion had to be exterminated one by one. Furthermore, after this battle, I realized that I seemed to have underestimated the soldiers under my command. Let's not talk about the violent storm spirit for now. Tonight, I will change my profession to an Empire-level long-range soldier type Forbidden Mage. As an Empire-level close combat soldier type, the Yellow Talisman Deo soldiers can be considered a terrifying existence in the current war, especially in the Annihilation War. Ordinary life forms without extraordinary tier power can't resist such a terrifying Empire-level soldier type at all. They can't even expend the recovery ability of the Yellow Talisman Deo soldiers. Even if we true God tiers don't take action, my tens of billions of Yellow Talisman Deo soldiers can probably complete the extermination mission on their own. It'll just take more time. Zhou Zhou thought. At this moment, Alia's voice came from outside. Your Majesty. Bai Yun and the generals request an audience. Let them in. Zhou Zhou asked. Yes, Your Majesty. Alia said respectfully. Soon, she saw Bai Yun and the others coming over. Greetings, Your Majesty. The generals, heroes, and god spirits uttered respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Your Majesty, this is a summary by Lady Wenyi. It's a list of the wars of today. After Bai Yun finished speaking, she pointed with her finger and an illusory projection appeared in front of everyone. Zhou Zhou looked at it. This morning, Bai Yun and the other soldiers and god spirits specialized in hunting down the Eye of the Heaven's anger. They hunted down a total of 30 god spirits and killed more than 50 million fog monsters along the way. In the afternoon, he went to the Fire Cry race. In this short afternoon, he eliminated more than 13 trillion Fire Cry race members, more than 3.2 billion Fire Cry race soldiers, and 131.2 million Fire Cry race god spirits. The war supplies left behind by these enemies, the racial reserves of the Fire Cry race, and their combat items were enhanced by the title of King of Loots and the Strongest Lord. They obtained a total of more than 2,010 million legendary tier mist cores, more than 20,188 million epic tier mist cores, more than 156,055 million extraordinary tier mist cores, 256,445 million diamond tier mist cores, 280 billion and 14 million white platinum tier mist cores, 359 billion 140 million yellow gold tier mist cores, 5 trillion white silver tier mist cores, 10.8 trillion green bronze tier mist cores, 568 million black iron tier mist cores. There were more than 5 trillion skill books and 4 trillion pieces of equipment. The basic materials were about 150 trillion units. More than 20 billion 15 million units of basic elemental gemstone resources. More than 510 million units of thunder element gems. 510,000 units of life elemental gems. 630 million units of death elemental gems. More than 10 million units of time elemental gems. More than 15 million units of space elemental gems. 26 billion 88 million origin crystals. 1,012,500,1850 green bronze tier lord talent crystal fragments. 11,523 holy spirit tier faith divine crystals. More than 2 billion 50 million units of divine crystals from low tier to high tier deity level. 500 true god tier elementary grade divine crystals. More than 6 million low tier to high tier deity level divine artifacts. 24 true god tier divine artifacts. There were also more than 12 million divine spark fragments, god tier medicinal herbs, god tier ingredients, god tier ores, god tier blueprints, and other treasures. The 312 Fire Cry race god spirits intrinsic treasure, volcano. The intrinsic treasure of the 4 Fire Cry race true god tiers, volcano. Zhou Zhou couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder after reading this part of the summary. Even though they had eliminated so many Fire Cry race today, as ordinary god spirits who did not have extraordinary tier powers, they would not be able to drop any items after being killed. Therefore, only the 2 billion Fire Cry race soldiers and the Fire Cry race god spirits that they had killed today could drop loots in this annihilation battle. Even so, he had also obtained much more spoils of war than yesterday. The reason was that they had also taken away the reserve materials of the Fire Cry race. If not for the fact that they did not have the replenishment of the reserve materials of the Fire Cry race, the advantages of their battle today would have been reduced by at least 20 times. Chapter 1008, 10,000 Races Army. Preparing to improve the Lord talent. The God Spirit level loots of mid-tier deity level and above had increased quite a bit. On the other hand, there were much fewer low-tier deity level loots. That was because the Fire Cry race did not have that many legendary tier experts for them to destroy. Naturally, they would not drop many low-tier deity level loots. As for the Life Elemental Gems and Death Elemental Gems, they provided he with a total of more than 1.1 billion. He should be able to meet the requirements for the territory's advancement after experiencing a war of 10 billion levels. The number of Time Elemental Gems and Space Elemental Gems also satisfied him. He just did not know how long it would take to level up after the legendary tier elementary grade territory. As for the final volcanoes, they were the foundation of the Fire Cry race's life. It was equivalent to the divine spark of the Fire Cry race, as well as the intrinsic divine artifact of the Fire Cry race. It also had the effect of assisting the god spirits of the Fire Cry race to use their domains. It was said that these intrinsic volcanoes were extremely useful to the juniors of the Fire Cry race. It was even said that they could reconstruct the foundation potential of the Fire Cry race and make their foundation potential stronger. It was almost equivalent to the combination effect of the Book of the God Spirit and the Potential Advancement Potion. Zhou Zhou was not interested in these exclusive treasures of the Fire Cry race. He casually threw them into the military merit exchange system and set a reasonable price for the Fire Cry race to exchange for in the future. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the God Spirit list and the military strength list. He first looked at the list of God Spirits. Today, True God Shenghuo had used his race divine artifact, the Fire Cry Origin Core, to make a total of 396 Fire Cry race God Spirits surrender. Even though most of them were lesser gods, there were still more than 50 mid-tier deity level God Spirits and 16 high-tier deity level God Spirits from the Fire Cry human race. In addition, after today's war, 5 more legendary tier advance grade soldiers advanced to the lower realm. This allowed Zhou Zhou to have 596 God Spirits under his command. As for Insight Defection, it was actually useless. Zhou Zhou and the other lords who had mastered Insight Defection did not expect the effects of the Fire Cry Origin Core to be so terrifying. The moment it appeared, it made most of the Fire Cry clansmen submit. Even most of the God Spirits were no exception. Race divine artifacts are born from the luck of the race. However, once it falls into the hands of the enemy, and it's in the hands of a mole who can use a race's divine artifact, it can also become the culprit of the extermination of the race. Zhou Zhou sighed. Otherwise, even he would have to be more careful in the future. As for the number of newly advanced God Spirits, there were 10 fewer than yesterday, so Zhou Zhou was naturally not surprised. After all, they had already eliminated more than 2 billion soldiers of the Fire Cry clan with extraordinary tier powers. Even with the enhancement of the legendary tier blessing of the War God, it would not provide much promotion energy. Ordinary Fire Cry race members could not obtain the promotion energy at all. In this way, even the Ice Spirit Sacred Heart that could increase the probability of becoming a god couldn't do much. After all, a clever woman couldn't cook without rice. Zhou Zhou felt that it was already quite good for 5 legendary tier soldiers to advance to the God Spirit realm. Then, he looked at the list of troops. With the help of the race divine artifact, the Fire Cry Origin Core, a total of 2,325,605,412 Fire Cry human race soldiers had joined the Blazing Sun Kingdom's camp. They had already been assigned to a new army called the 10,000 Races Army. The army of all races specially recruited soldiers and god spirits from the people of foreign races to form an army of people of foreign races. This way, he would have 5 legions under him. The Blazing Sun Army was the Blazing Sun Kingdom's super trump card army. The Blazing Sun Army had no restrictions on races, but only elites from other armies could join the Blazing Sun Army. Zhou Zhou's ambition was to turn the Blazing Sun Army into a truly invincible army. The kind that could make the people of foreign races tremble in fear. Speaking of which, currently, his troops, excluding the Star Alliance, had a total of 76,893,415,116 soldiers. There were 1,299,699,472 Black Iron Rank soldiers. There were 5,690,928,660 Green Bronze Tier soldiers. There were 21,393,452,845 White Silver Tier soldiers. There were 10,735,753,835 Yellow Gold Tier soldiers. There were 8,489,867,645 White Platinum Tier soldiers. There were 6,369,650 Diamond soldiers. There were 4,139,647,935 Extraordinary Tier soldiers. There were 1,415,347,995 Epic Tier soldiers. There were 6,869,027 Legendary Tier soldiers. Among them, Guo Jiao, Qi Xiantian, and Yuan Kong had advanced to high-tier deity level intermediate grade. Vicky, Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Feng Luo, Suan, and Luo Sheng had all advanced to the mid-tier deity level intermediate grade. The strength of the other god spirits had also increased significantly. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction at the end. Today, because he had dealt with many fire cry race god spirits, the strength of the god spirits under he had intensified much more than before. Perhaps soon, a true god tier will appear among the god spirits under my command. Zhou Zhou was filled with anticipation. Currently, Gerald, Kika, and true god Sheng Huo were true gods who had joined the Blazing Sun Kingdom halfway. None of the god spirits under he had advanced to true god tier. Thinking of this, he silently used the mental divination of the phantom race to calculate the probability of Heros becoming a true god tier. At that moment, Heros was in seclusion in the time world to comprehend laws. Zhou Zhou could only use this method to calculate his chances of becoming a true god tier. He smiled after calculating. Becoming a true god tier without any mishaps. Looks like I'm about to welcome a fifth true god tier under my command. Then, he unveiled the request to advance to the beginner empire and found that the request to conquer any of the lords of the beginner empire and possess its low-tier deity level elementary grade empire token had been fulfilled. He nodded slightly. The fire cry race was similar to the human race. They had true god tiers of the 5 major races. The true god tiers of each race also had their own empire level lord factions, just like the 5 major human empires. After this battle, out of the 5 true god tiers of the fire cry race, only the master of the sacred fire was left. The 4 destroyed fire cry race empires naturally became one of the resources for the Blazing Sun Kingdom to advance to a junior empire. In that case, the only thing left to advance to the beginner empire lord level is to advance the territory level to the low-tier deity level elementary grade. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. His territory had yet to reach the legendary tier elementary grade, let alone the low-tier deity level elementary grade. He would probably take a long time to advance to the beginner empire. Fortunately, he currently had plenty of time. Then, he stopped thinking about this matter. Instead, he unveiled his Lord Talent and looked at the densely packed Lord Talents. Then, he stopped thinking about this matter. Instead, he unveiled his Lord Talent and peered at the densely packed Lord Talents. It's time to upgrade a few mythical tier 1 Lord Talents. Zhou Zhou uttered excitedly. He had been anticipating for this day for a long time. Chapter 1009, Mythical Tier The only Lord Talent 10 Sacred Blessings The protection of the War Master God, Terence. Zhou Zhou glanced at the number of Lord Talent fragments in his king's treasure vault. Currently, he had 2,156,522 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, 1,336,025,000 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 9,239 white silver tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 5,895 yellow gold tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 1,600 white platinum tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 355 diamond tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 12 extraordinary tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 7 epic tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 5 legendary tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 6 mythical tier unique Lord Talent crystal fragments. 1.3 billion green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. It's enough for me to increase my mythical tier unique Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou looked at the number of Lord Talents and nodded in satisfaction. His accumulation during this period of time was not in vain. Then, he looked at his Lord Talent list. Currently, he had 33 Lord Talents, and each Lord Talent had its own function. However, Zhou Zhou naturally had to prioritize leveling up. He took a billion green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments without hesitation and fused them into a mythical tier 1 and only Lord Talent origin divine crystals. Then, he looked at the extremely precious mythical tier 1 Lord Talent origin divine crystals and hesitated for a few seconds. However, in the end, he gave up on the idea of transforming it into a new mythical tier unique Lord Talent. The new mythical tier unique Lord Talent was tempting and curious. However, what Zhou Zhou needed now were quality Lord Talents, not a large number of Lord Talents that were not very useful. He would suffer a huge loss if he obtained a Lord Talent that he did not need or overlapped with his abilities. For example, he would obtain a growth type mythical tier, the unique Lord Talent, similar to the Chaos Sacred Body. Then there was no need at all. Let's upgrade the original. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and chanted in his heart to use this mythical tier 1 and only Lord Skill Origin Divine Crystals. A text notification appeared. As you have 4 legendary Lord Talents, Insight Defection, Master Thief's Robbery Gloves, Super Construction Engineering 9, and Blessing of the 10 Gods Blessing of the War God, please choose one to advance. After reading it, he did not hesitate and directly chose to upgrade the Lord Talent, Blessing of the 10 Gods the Blessing of the War God. As for the other 3 mythical tier 1 Lord Talents, they were actually not bad. However, compared to the Blessing of the War God, it was better to wait for now. Lord Talent has been chosen. Upgrading in progress. The next second, he felt an extremely strong warm feeling appear between his eyebrows again. Furthermore, the feeling this time was much stronger than before when he leveled up his Lord Talent. The warmth faded after a long time. A new text notification appeared. Lord Skill Upgrade successful. Congratulations, your legendary tier Lord Talent, Blessing of the 10 Gods Blessing of the War God, has been upgraded to mythical tier. Your only Lord Talent, 10 Sacred Blessings Protection of Terrence. You have leveled up to mythical tier. The only Lord Talent effect is as follows. 10 Divine Blessings the Protection of the War Master God Terrence. Specific Skill Effect 1 Terrence's Supreme Blessing, one of the 10 chief gods under the Supreme Will, the War Master God Tier Terrence, has performed Supreme Blessing on you and your combat type professionals. You and your combat type professionals will receive an additional 10,000% promotion energy after killing the enemy. Specific Skill Effect 2 War Fanatic, when you and your combat type professionals reach the limit of your potential, you can break through the limit of your potential and reach a new level of strength through life and death battles. In the process of life and death slaughter in war, God spirits could comprehend their own nomological path faster in the midst of great terror, thus completing the accumulation of nomological laws to complete their own realm breakthrough. Specific Talent Effect 3 Master God's Protection, the development process of your Lord's faction will not be hindered by other Master God level powerhouses. The Master God Terrence will secretly protect you and your Lord's faction, stopping or killing any Master God level powerhouses who dare to come and have malicious intentions. Specific Skill Effect 4 Guardian of the Divine Kingdom, when your Lord faction advances to beginner level Divine Kingdom Lord faction, the war god Terrence will automatically join your Lord faction and become a loyal worshipper of your Master God. However, you have to promise him that you will help him advance to the Supreme God realm in the future. Zhou Zhou could not help but gasp after reading it. Was this the blessing of the war god at the mythical tier? No, it should be stated that it was the protection of the 10 sacred blessings the War Master God, Terrence. Good God! There were a total of 4 talent effects. Not only did the name of the Lord skill change. Needless to say, the effect of the first talent was obvious. My combat type professionals and I will obtain an additional 10,000% promotion energy after eliminating the enemy. This was why Zhou Zhou was the first to advance to the mythical tier, the only Lord talent. Even if this was the only effect after the upgrade, Zhou Zhou was willing. The effect of the second talent was also very shocking. When one's potential reaches the limit, one could break through the limit and complete a new advancement through life and death battles. To other lords, this meant that their lords and their combat professionals would no longer have any potential limitations in the future. Even if his strength had advanced to the limit of his potential, he could break through to a higher level of strength through a new method war and slaughter. This alone was enough to save countless potential advancement potions. And the most terrifying thing was that this effect was also effective on god spirits. He could even save on the book of the god spirit. Furthermore, a life and death battle was extremely dangerous to other lords. However, to Zhou Zhou's soldiers, life and death battles were very common. Every one of Zhou Zhou's soldiers had died once. There was even a soldier who often charged at the front line who had already died 116 times. He would die once in a battle. After reviving, he would fight again, treating death as nothing. If Zhou Zhou hadn't specially checked on his loyalty once and discovered that he was his fanatic believer, he would have thought that he was a believer of the god of death. However, it was not without results that the other party had died so many times. He was the first soldier to be promoted to a god spirit among the generals under Zhou Zhou who had been promoted to god spirits from legendary tier advance grade soldiers. Moreover, the other party had already advanced to the mid-tier deity level. He was currently the most powerful new god spirit among the many new god spirits. As for his nomological path, it was a war-type nomological path where the 3 laws of death, war, and slaughter intersected. Zhou Zhou had ignored him ever since he knew that the other party's nomological path was one of these paths. Chapter 1010, All the violent storm spirits have changed classes to forbidden mages. Zhou Zhou wanted to laugh after reading the effect of the third talent effect. Originally, he had been troubled by how to leave the high continent in the future. It was almost certain that the lords of all races would fight a war in the future after all. Everyone tacitly agreed. Lord of all races were destined to take this step in the future. Zhou Zhou had always been worried. Once he led the Blazing Sun Kingdom out of the high continent, what if a lord-level expert attacked him? After all, most of the content of the Supreme Agreement was only used by the Lord factions in the High Continent. It was equivalent to giving the Lord of all races a first and middle period of protection to prevent some Lord of all races from being slaughtered by the lords of the top bloodline factions in the first and middle period. However, after the first half of the year, the Lord of all races would have a certain level of ability to protect themselves or find a powerful faction to cozy up to. At that time, the battle between the Lord of all races would gradually become a war between races. At this time, the Lord of all races could gradually rely on the races behind them to carry out the Lord War. At this point, this was the true prelude to the Lord War of the 10,000 races. At that time, even though the Lord of all races would still be from the Lord of all races themselves, the civilizations and forces behind them could already interfere in the war of the Lord of all races. For example, sending one or more experts to protect the Lord of all races, sending a certain amount of development resources, and giving special help to other aspects. All of this could happen. Zhou Zhou was worried that an enemy at the Master God tier level would attack him and the Blazing Sun Kingdom the moment he left the High Continent. Originally, his plan was to use his sword of new dimension creation to open up a cross-border spatial passageway that led directly to another world. Then, he would use some true god-tier divine artifacts to conceal his and his soldiers' whereabouts. Then, he would sneak into another world to leave the high continent and continue the race's struggle for supremacy. But now, he was no longer worried. With the protection of the Master God tier, which was one of the top 10 Master God tiers, it was basically impossible for an enemy at the Master God tier level to cross him to hurt him. As for the higher level Supreme God realm, such existences were only loyal to the Supreme Will and would not interfere in the Lord's war. Therefore, Zhou Zhou was not worried about this at all. He thought for a moment before deciding to be more cautious. Use both options at the same time. If I really reach the stage of the Infinite Worlds competition, I can completely slip into the other world through my own method, then secretly participate in the Infinite Worlds competition, and finally stun all the lords of the 10,000 races. In the end, if I'm really accidentally discovered by an enemy at the Master God tier level, it won't be too late to rely on Master God tier Terrence. Zhou Zhou thought. Even though Master God tier Terrence was one of the 10 Master Gods, he was definitely very strong. However, he didn't know this person very well, so he wouldn't bet all his treasures on him. As for the final guardian of the Divine Kingdom, it was even more shocking. Normally speaking, a Divine Kingdom Lord faction only needed 3 true God-tier cultivators to complete the requirements to establish a Divine Kingdom. In the end, he had directly provided a Master God tier. Furthermore, it was one of the 10 strongest Master Gods, the War Master God tier, to be the Divine Kingdom's offering. As for the remaining 2 worshipped God spirits, he could just casually pull 2 true God tiers up. When the time comes. It was not an exaggeration to call a Divine Kingdom Lord faction with a Master God tier overseeing it a top-notch international Lord faction. Wait. If the blessing of the 10 Gods' blessing of the War Master God tier's blessing is like this, then will the blessings of the other 9 God spirits be like this? At this thought, Zhou Zhou's heart skipped a beat. Other than the blessing of the Master God tier, he also had the Wisdom Master God's blessing. If he could really deduce in this way, he could still obtain the protection of the Wisdom Master God tier in the future. Moreover, would he be able to directly possess the 10 Master Gods as his Master Gods when he established his Divine Kingdom if he upgraded the blessings of the other 9 Master God tiers to the Mythical tier unique level? F***ck. If that was the case, wouldn't he be invincible? Zhou Zhou was shocked by his own thoughts. However, he felt that it wasn't very reliable. After all, only 3 true God tiers were required to establish a Divine Kingdom. Even if Master God tiers were to be the Divine Kingdom's worshippers, there would only be 3 at most, right? Zhou Zhou was not too sure. He did not want to waste such a precious opportunity to answer the Bodhi Supreme's questions on such a problem. Never mind. I'll level up my Lord talent first. Anyway, as long as I upgrade my Lord talent, I won't lose out. Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it. Then, he looked at the remaining Lord talent crystal fragments. If I want to fuse the remaining Lord Talent Crystal Fragment into a mythical Tier 1 and only Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals, I'm still short of less than an Epic Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragment. Zhou Zhou was speechless after calculating the results. He was just short of upgrading another mythical Tier Unique Lord Talent. We'll talk about it tomorrow. When I gather them tomorrow, I'll upgrade the Insight Defection to the mythical Tier Unique level. Zhou Zhou thought. Following that, he stopped thinking and entered the time world with Zhou Wen to study the Lord's laws. At the same time, in the capital of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, where the forbidden Archmage, Zhou Yuan, had changed his profession. More than 30 billion violent storm spirits surrounded the forbidden Archmage's job change statue. Greetings, Forbidden Archmage Your Excellency Zhou Yuan. One of the Blazing Sun Army's deputy commanders, who was also a mid-tier deity elementary grade violent storm spirit god spirit who commanded all the violent storm spirit soldiers, shouted at this moment. The next second, the violent storm spirit soldiers bowed respectfully to the statue of the forbidden archmage, Zhou Yuan. Obeying orders. Invisibly, it was as if an invisible force had appeared from every soldier's body. Then, it flew in the direction of the forbidden archmage statue and quickly fused into it. Rumble. This formless and astonishing amount of unknown energy entered the statue's body, causing the entire statue to tremble and emit a shocking four-colored light. At this moment, it was clearly a dead statue, but it seemed to possess come alive. His eyes moved as he gazed down at the more than 30 billion violent storm spirit soldiers around him. He was stunned for a moment before a faint smile seemed on his face. He had a thought. Mist cores flew out of every soldier of the violent storm spirit. Then, these mist cores all turned into energy and surged into the body of the statue of the forbidden archmage. Then, they underwent some transformation in its body and became the power to change professions. In the end, they turned into more than 30 billion lights of various colors that reflected back to every soldier of the violent storm spirit, causing them to undergo a complete transformation. All the violent storm spirit soldiers were experts who had experienced life and death. In the face of the pain caused by their transformation, their expressions were resolute as they silently endured it without saying a word. The forbidden archmage statue revealed a smile. He did not speak, but a firm and young voice reached the ears of all the violent storm spirit soldiers. "Everyone, please guard our human race." With that, he took one last look at the center of the king's city, in the direction of the entrance to the divine kingdom's passageway. Then, the phenomenon on his body gradually dissipated, returning to its previous rigid statue appearance. None of the violent storm spirits spoke. They only bowed silently and placed his fist on his heart. Chapter 1011, Forbidden Archmage Zhou Yuan's Wonderful Predicament. The Time World. Forbidden Archmage Zhou Yuan. Is this existence dead or alive? Zhou Zhou pondered. In the end, he decided to use the Bodhi Supreme to ask where this true god tier of the human race was. Speaking of which, it was magical. Through this job change statue, he could clearly sense that this forbidden archmage, His Excellency Zhou Yuan, should be a true god tier. However, there was no news of such an existence that could illuminate the heavens with the starlight of the divine kingdom in the history of the human race in the high continent. The Yellow Emperor and the others did not even know who Zhou Yuan was. This was a little magical. Zhou Yuan should be a true god tier born from a human from a certain world in the myriad worlds. The light of the divine kingdom stars doesn't appear. Either the other party used some secret technique that can hide his nomological path and made the divine kingdom stars hide, or the other party has died. Previously, Zhou Zhou had thought that the other party had died, which was why he had left behind this job change statue. It had even been sent to him by the Supreme Will. However, Zhou Zhou felt that his guess might be wrong now that he felt the gaze from the statue. The other party clearly still existed in this world. However, for some reason, he could not appear in this world. If we can bring back a true god tier of the human race, it should more or less help the human race and me in our current situation. Zhou Zhou did not hesitate and temporarily retreated from the time world. Then, he took out the Bodhi Supreme and asked about the whereabouts of the forbidden archmage, Zhou Yuan. Forbidden archmage Zhou Yuan. I need an ordinary explanation. Sure. Zhou Zhou did not hesitate. Ordinary answers were not precious at all. There was nothing to hesitate about. Okay, then let me see. They saw a young man having an indescribable bodily interaction with a goddess. The goddess's perception seemed to be very sharp, noticing them the moment they looked over and looked in Zhou Zhou's direction. Don't look. Zhou Yuan was exasperated. He raised his hand and cast the true god tier spell, Silent Curtain of Destiny. It directly broke the illusory scene set up by Bodhi Supreme, preventing Zhou Zhou and the others from seeing anything. Zhou Zhou. Bodhi Supreme. Was that Zhou Yuan? Zhou Zhou hesitated for a moment but still wanted to confirm it. It was him. Bodhi Supreme said weakly. What's wrong with you? Zhou Zhou asked. Sigh, I've been discovered by the Master God tier. I feel that my ability to peek at secrets has decreased. Zhou Zhou, am I no longer young? Bodhi Supreme was sad. Is that the goddess of magic? The goddess of magic, Mistra. Zhou Zhou was shocked. Su Yuan and the goddess of magic are together? Really? Well done. However, he had worried for nothing. He even thought that he was trapped deep in some predicament. He is indeed trapped deep. However, why are the two of them together? Especially now that the humans have been forced to retreat to the primordial world? Isn't he coming to take a look? Zhou Zhou did not say anything. Letting the other party return to guard the human race was moral kidnapping, but was it that inconvenient to return to take a look? One of them created her law of magic, while the other employed the law of forbidden spells of the law of magic to achieve the position of true god tier. The two of them are equivalent to like-minded friends. It's normal for them to be together. As for your question, I can also help you answer it. Bodhi Supreme said, according to what I know, he submitted to the goddess of magic in order for her to open up the full authority of the magic network to the human race back then, so that the human race could have a chance to advance to the Master God tier through the nomological path of magic. The goddess of magic signed an agreement with the forbidden archmage. Only when the forbidden archmage breaks through to the Master God tier level will she let him return to the human race. Well, actually, it's not really a sacrifice, because the two of them are in love to begin with. This is just the reason why the goddess of magic asked the forbidden archmage not to stay in the human race for too long. There's such an agreement between the goddess of magic and the forbidden archmage? The magic network actually wasn't fully open to humans before they inked the agreement. Yes, the Bodhi Supreme said. Before this agreement, the magic network was only open up to the legendary tier for humans. In other words, no matter how high the potential of the human mages at that time was, they could only cultivate to legendary tier advance grade through the path of magic. That's why there were so many legends of mages defeating god spirits in the legendary tier of the human race. It looks like they were showing off his achievements, but they were actually forced to do so. Who would be willing to fight above their level? Zhou Zhou frowned. Why did that happen? According to my bloodline inheritance, the goddess of magic is also a god spirit who cultivates both the path of laws and the path of faith. Therefore, she is very generous with the authority of the magic network. 99% of the races in the myriad worlds can cultivate to the true god tier level through the magic network. However, when they advance to the master god tier level, they need to join the goddess of magic's camp. More and more life forms are cultivating the magic network. It's beneficial to the goddess of magic. Why doesn't the human race have full authority? He thought for a moment and frowned. Are the Chaos Gods race obstructing us? You're thinking too much. Why would the Chaos Gods race only target you humans? The difference between the current humans and the Chaos humans of the past is huge. You should understand this as a Chaos human. Before you, the Chaos Gods race might not even understand about the human race. The Bodhi Supreme said, in short, the matter you're asking involves the highest level of secrets. If you want to know, you need to give me something more. Zhou Zhou's frown deepened. The highest level of secrets. Was it a secret at the level of the Supreme Will? It was also because of this that the goddess of magic prevented Su Yuan from returning to the human race before he became a master god tier? He took a deep breath and shook his head with a smile. Forget it. It's useless for me to understand such a secret. It's a waste of my time. It won't be too late to find out when I reach that level in the future. Wise choice. The Bodhi Supreme praised. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he thought of something and was suddenly shocked. Just now, I observed that Su Yuan's strength appeared to have already attained the true god tier advance grade. Yes, stated Bodhi Supreme with a smile. It's already on the same level as Imperial Lord Pangu of your human race. Su Yuan's potential is at least a Master God tier advance grade. Zhou Zhou said. Master God tier's advance grade is slightly low, Bodhi Supreme said. The goddess of magic is proud and arrogant. Countless Master God tiers have courted her. Even Master God tier Terence has done something similar, but the goddess of magic has mercilessly rejected him. Since Su Yuan was favored by the goddess of magic, other than the two of them being like-minded, the goddess of magic probably believes that he has the potential of reaching the supreme god realm in the future. Chapter 1012, Second Avatar Zhou Zheng. Hundreds of billions of soldiers. Zhou Zhou nodded silently. It seemed that he could only wait for the other party to become a Master God tier in the future before they could meet again. Following that, he took one last look at the soldiers who were still in front of the job change statue and undergoing the job change transformation before he turned around and entered the time world again to study the Lord's Law with Zhou Wen. This was one of the advantages of a clone. He could even comprehend laws at the same time, obtaining double the efficiency and double the benefits. Time passed quickly. One night had passed in the blink of an eye. In the time world, Zhou Zhou woke up from the reincarnation sacred palace. He recalled the progress from last night and couldn't help but smile. With the addition of my clone, the comprehension effect has actually doubled. I feel like I'm one step closer to the low-tier deity level advance grade. This talent doppelganger technique is simply a divine skill for me. Zhou Zhou was elated. He thought for a moment and decided to split out a second clone. He had the ability to create a second clone without any future troubles now that his main body's origin power had completely recovered. With every additional clone, his efficiency in comprehending the Lord's laws would double. He could even help him do things. Zhou Zhou naturally would not delay such a good thing. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated his talent doppelganger technique. The next second, he felt the origin power in his body rapidly flow out of his heart. Then, it gathered in her hand, forming a ball of 9-colored origin power. Zhou Zhou looked at this familiar scene. The ball of origin energy in his hand gradually condensed into a palm-sized Zhou Zhou. He jumped out of Zhou Zhou's hand. As he jumped down, he rapidly grew in size. By the time he landed on the ground, he had already become the same size as Zhou Zhou. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Zhou Wen already exists, so your name is Zhou 2. Zhou Zhou asked. All right, main body. Zhou 2 agreed. What do I have to do? Zhou Zhou fell into deep thought. Since Zhou Wen wants to fight, you'll be in charge. From today onwards, you will take over Prime Minister Zheng's main government affairs and be in charge of daily government affairs. It's not good to always get Prime Minister Zheng and the others to help. Now that the Blazing Sun Kingdom is getting bigger and bigger, you should act like an emperor. You can't just leave everything to others. No problem. Zhou Tu said without hesitation, we've used a skill book called the Emperor's Heart Technique. There are also many inherited memories of bloodlines. It records the inherited memories of countless lords and even lords of races. Dealing with government affairs can't be any simpler for us. I will do better than Zheng Yuankai and the rest. That's for the best. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Naturally, he would believe Zhou Tu. Zhou Tu was right after all. Compared to Zheng Yuankai, who used his experience to handle government affairs, Zhou Tu, who had the Emperor's Heart Technique and the inheritance of countless races, would definitely do better than Zheng Yuankai. I have an idea. Zhou Tu suddenly said. What idea? Zhou Zhou was stunned. Zhou Wen and Zhou Tu sound bad and are difficult to distinguish. Why don't we call ourselves Zhou Fight and Zhou Manage? Zhou Tu said expectantly. That works too. Zhou Zhou nodded nonchalantly, not minding such a small matter. As for Zhou Manage's idea of changing his name, that was too normal. It was a Master God tier talent after all. It would be strange if he couldn't even make his request. Zhou Manage nodded and left the Divine Kingdom to look for Zheng Yuankai. Zhou Zhou watched Zhou manage leave with a faint smile on his face. With Zhou manage helping him nurture the experience of an emperor, his main body would not have to work hard to enjoy the results in the future. Then, he sent a portion of his will into Zhou Wen's avatar. No, it should be Zhou Fight's avatar. Then, he brought him to Mugu. After learning from Mugu that Bai Yun was leading troops to clear out the monsters in the ranch world, he waited with Mugu. A moment later, Bai Yun flew out of the ranch world. "Greetings, Your Majesty." When Bai Yun saw Zhou Zhou, she immediately said respectfully. Then, he handed a spatial ring to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it and looked at the items in the ring. They were 13.5 billion yellow talisman Dao soldier recruitment books, 13.5 billion yellow talisman Dao soldier class change certificates, 3.75 trillion violent storm spirit recruitment books, and 3.75 trillion violent storm spirit class change certificates. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. He did not immediately go to the gate of summoning. Instead, he first handed all the class change certificates to Bai Yun. "Bai Yun, give these class change certificates to the new recruits in the country who have not joined the army. Let them immediately change their professions and become usable combat power. Then, get them to enlist our army and become official soldiers." A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. Yesterday, we had already settled all the class change certificates we owed for buying the human territory. Now, we have a large number of human subjects in our hands. Previously, we never used our class change certificate on ourselves because we didn't have enough subjects. Most of the previous class change certificates were also sold to others. Not anymore. Starting today, we'll use our class change certificate ourselves. If there aren't enough human subjects to change occupations, then let the Fire Cry human race do it. A few 100 trillion members of the Fire Cry human race can always consume our class change certificate. "Yes, Your Majesty," Bai Yun immediately said respectfully and excitedly. If they could really use all the class change certificates, their military strength would double. Zhou Zhou nodded and took the remaining recruitment books to the gate of summoning. He cast all the recruitment books inside and used 100 epic tier mist cores to summon all the recruits at once. The 17,250,000,000 new recruits directly appeared on the 20 galaxy that he had called over, almost filling up the internal world of the galaxy. Zhou Zhou gazed at the new recruits on the galaxy and acknowledged in satisfaction. He already had 74,567,800,9704 soldiers under him. Now, with the addition of these 17,250,000,000 new recruits, the number of soldiers under he has reached an astonishing 91,817,800,000 soldiers. If Bai Yun used the class change certificate to create 17.25 billion new recruits, the number of new recruits under him would directly surpass 100 billion, reaching an astonishing 109,067,809,704. In addition to the 13.782 billion soldiers of the Star Alliance, he had more than 120 billion soldiers. Over 120 billion soldiers. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself, even though this number can't compare to Uriel's 500 billion soldiers, my soldier types will all be empire level, while theirs will be mixed. In terms of true combat strength, my soldiers might not necessarily be weaker than them. It's just that, the difference in God spirits is too great. Zhou Zhou fluttered his head. If not for the huge difference in God spirits. He even wanted to lead his troops to counterattack Uriel and the people of foreign races immediately. As for now, it was better to lay low and develop for a period of time. But at least there's hope of a confrontation. Zhou Zhou muttered. Chapter 1013, Three Goods. The Shepherd's God Race's Bloodline Talent. Zhou Zhou asked Wenya to control these 20 galaxy ships to carry more than 17 billion new recruits to the army base after he summoned the new recruits. And he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stood in front of the gate of summoning and summoned the new subject for today. He roughly checked the attribute information of these 44,000 new subjects after all the new subjects were summoned. In the end, he regretfully discovered that there were no unique extraordinary tier professionals among these new subjects that attracted him. However, Zhou Zhou was not disappointed. Special subjects like the extraordinary tier professionals were naturally the best. It did not matter if they did not. Then, he went straight to the Lord's shop. When he arrived at the Lord's shop, he realized that Zhou Zhenmin was indeed sitting in front of the counter, looking like he had been waiting for a long time. "Your Majesty is here." Zhou Zhenmin stood up and chuckled. "There is something good in the Lord's shop this time." Zhou Zhou was stunned. This guy actually said that there was something good? This was the first time. Could it really be something good? "Take it out and take a look," Zhou Zhou said expectantly. Zhou Zhenmin smiled and took out 3 gift boxes from under the counter. He opened the 3 boxes one by one. Then, Zhou Zhou was surprised to discover that there were 3 talent crystals inside. Zhou Zhou looked at them one by one. Talent, Shepherd's God Race. Talent effect, the Shepherd's God Race's strongest intrinsic talent. The Shepherd's God Race is born with a Divine Court Realm apertures. Every Divine Court Realm aperture will nurture a Divine Court spirit. The Shepherd's God Race with higher potential would naturally have more Divine Court Realm apertures. On the other hand, the number would decrease, but it would not be less than 49 Divine Court Realm apertures. Before the Shepherd's God Race advanced to the God Spirit Realm, the Divine Court Realm apertures could help the Shepherd's God Race speed up the recovery of the energy in their bodies. Furthermore, before the Shepherd's God Race became God Spirits, they could use the Divine Court Spirit in the Divine Court Realm apertures to accommodate and use the power of laws in advance, allowing the Shepherd's God Race to use the power of laws before they became God Spirits. After becoming a God Spirit, the Divine Court Realm apertures would evolve into a small Divine World. The spirit of the Divine Court Realm would be promoted to a small God Spirit. The small God Spirit would help the Shepherd's God Race rule the small Divine World and respect the Shepherd's God Race as their leader. This would provide faith and divine power to the Shepherd's God Race. Talent, Divine Body of Laws. Talent effect, the Shepherd's God Race's physique can be compatible with all nomological powers. Even the opposite nomological powers can be compatible or even fused. Furthermore, when casting nomological attacks, the Shepherd's God Race will not be harmed by any form of nomological backlash. Talent, Boundless Divine Power. Talent effect, the total amount of divine power of the Shepherd's God Race is determined by the number of Divine Court Realm apertures he has. The divine power that each Divine Court Realm aperture could contain was equivalent to all the physical magic power of the Shepherd's God Race after they threw away the Divine Court Realm apertures. The Shepherd's God Race, who had 3,000 Divine Court Realm apertures, would have an endless and inexhaustible divine power source like the Sea of Origin. They're all top-grade talents of the Mu God clan. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up when he saw the 3 items. The Shepherd's God Race. The strongest talent of the Shepherd's God Race. With this talent, the Shepherd's God Race was equivalent to having 3,000 small worlds. Although these 3,000 small worlds combined were not as big as one of the original spirit race's intrinsic worlds, it had all the functions that ordinary worlds should have. The Divine Body of Laws was an extremely powerful combat talent. In the future, no matter how much he used law skills, he wouldn't have to worry about his divine body getting injured. As for the last talent, Boundless Divine Power, it was even more astonishing. According to its description, the divine power stored in every small divine world of the Mu God Race was equivalent to all the divine power possessed by the main body. For example, Yuan Kong had 1,580 Divine Court Realm apertures in its body. If the Yuan Kong needed to release an attack that required all its divine power, then he could release such an attack as many as 1,580 times in a row. What a shocking reserve of divine power! Coupled with the Divine Body of Laws, which could withstand torture, the two were a perfect match. If the Chaos God's race is said to be an invincible close combat god of war with an invincible body, Then the Shepherd's God race is equivalent to a super archmage with a law skill and a machine gun. Zhou Zhou concluded. As for the original spirit race, they were born with worlds and were born as world gods. They were slightly inferior to the Chaos Gods race in terms of physique and overall divine power, but they were not much inferior to the Shepherd's God race. Furthermore, their comprehension of laws was currently number one among the myriad races. It was said that the number of gods in their race was the sum of the Chaos Gods race and Shepherd's God race combined. They were the first race born between heaven and earth. They were the natural favorites of the Supreme Will, and they were a race at the level of the children of the Virgin. In terms of luck, the two god races combined could not compare to the original spirit race. It was said that there was another reason why the original spirit race could suppress the Chaos Gods race and Shepherd's God race. However, Zhou Zhou did not know the specifics. However, Zhou Zhou did not care much about such matters. In any case, he also had the bloodline of the original spirit race in him. As for the chaotic human tribe that had been destroyed, be it in terms of divine body, divine power, or comprehension, they were inferior to these three races. However, due to the special bloodline of the chaos humans, their growth potential was number one among all races. As long as the chaos humans were given enough time to fuse with enough bloodlines, they would be able to catch up to or even surpass the three top bloodline races. Just like the current Zhou Zhou. I've already absorbed the bloodlines of the original spirit race and the Chaos Gods race. Coupled with the addition of other fragmented bloodlines, my comprehension and the strength of my divine body have already far exceeded the original spirit race and the Chaos Gods race at the same level. In addition to the Shepherd's God race's divine power enhancement, my total divine power shall also far exceed the Shepherd's God race at the same level. These three top-notch bloodline abilities are all augmented on me alone, even if my chaos human bloodline is only at the high-tier deity level elementary grade. It would be enough to be called the strongest bloodline in the infinite worlds. At the considered of this, Zhou Zhou stopped hesitating and immediately questioned Zhou Jinmin how many mist cores these trio products cost. Talent, Shepherd's God race, worth 10,000 legendary tier mist core. Talent nomological divine body, worth 1,000 legendary tier mist cores. Talent boundless divine power, worth 3,000 legendary tier mist core. Zhou Jinmin smiled. Zhou Zhou took out 18,000 legendary tier mist cores and handed them to the other party without any hesitation. Then, he took the trio items from the alternate party and returned to the cultivation room in the Divine Kingdom world. A mysterious smile appeared on Zhou Jinmin's face as he watched Zhou Zhou leave. The reason why I stated it's good is not only because the goods this moment are the Shepherd's God race's bloodline talent. After he finished speaking, he leisurely turned around and returned to his esports chair. Then, he put on the virtual gaming helmet and entered the game world. Chapter 1014, The Shocked Zheng Yuankai. The Matters of the People of the Foreign Race Alliance. In the Divine Kingdom world, Cultivation Hall. Soon, he felt waves of heat and pain coming from various places in his body other than his heart. He could sense that his divine body was being modified by his talent, transforming into a nomological divine body and giving birth to divine court realm apertures. While enduring the pain, Zhou Zhou was also a little curious about how many divine court realm apertures he could produce. According to the talent information, the more talented the Shepherd's God race, the more divine court realm apertures there would be. The Yuan Kong had 1,580 divine court realm apertures. It could already be said to be an extremely talented member of the Shepherd's God race. It was said that if he could reach the limit of the Shepherd's God race's talent 3,000 divine court realm apertures, it even had the potential to advance to the Supreme God realm. Zhou Zhou knew that currently, the strongest lord of the Shepherd's God race, the heaven-chasing lord, this old opponent of his, had 3,000 divine court realm apertures. According to Yuan Kong's understanding, other than 3,000 divine court realm apertures, the other party had also awakened the strongest lord talent that was most suitable for these 3,000 divine court realm apertures mythical tier, the only Lord Talent 3,000 Divine Kings. The combination of the two made the other party the existence with the highest chance of becoming a supreme god realm expert in the shepherd's god race. Therefore, the heaven-chasing lord's status was the same as the true lord of the original spirit race. They were both respected as the supreme holy sons of the race. Even the true god tier had to be extremely polite to this heaven-chasing lord. They even had to deliberately flatter him. I should be able to awaken 3,000 divine court realm apertures. Zhou Zhou already had a premonition about the outcome of this matter. Time passed slowly. In this period of time, Bai Yun had already given all the class change certificates that Zhou Zhou had given he in the morning to the new recruits who had not joined the army. She wanted them to successfully change their professions to extraordinary tier professionals, and all the violent storm spirit recruits to forbidden mages. Finally, she wanted them all to join the Blazing Sun army. At this moment, Zhou Zhou's soldiers had officially reached more than 120 billion soldiers. Then, he went to look for Zhou Zhou to ask for instructions on what to do next. Zhou Zhou was currently undergoing the shepherd's god race's innate talent modification, so he naturally could not come out to meet Bai Yun. However, he had already arranged for a portion of his will to enter Zhou Fight's body. Therefore, after hearing the news of Bai Yun's arrival, he walked out of the Divine Kingdom world to meet Bai Yun. It will still be yesterday's order of action. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun said respectfully. They did not waste any time. They took all the soldiers and piloted 200 galaxy towards the nearest target of the Eye of the Heavens anger. At the same time, Zhou Zhou's second clone, Zhou Manage, had successfully taken over Zheng Yuankai's work. Faced with Zhou Manage's request, Zheng Yuankai's first reaction was a little stunned. This was because he did not expect His Majesty to suddenly take back the job he was in charge of. However, he immediately smiled in relief. His Majesty could be said to be peerless in conquering the people of foreign races. Many lords of the people of foreign races could not compare to His Majesty at all. He forcefully created the title and glory of the number one lord of the 10,000 races in the world. Now, His Majesty has to start training his ability to deal with government affairs. His Majesty is really becoming more and more like the perfect king of our subjects. Zheng Yuankai felt emotional and happy. Then, he didn't waste any time. He immediately rushed the ministers who helped he deal with the government affairs of the territory. He summarized the work that should have belonged to the Lord and returned them to Zhou Manage one by one. During this process, whether it was Zheng Yuankai or the other ministers, they did not have any unwillingness to lose their power on their faces or hearts. As the higher UPS of the territory, almost all of them were Zhou Zhou's fanatic believers. With their loyalty and faith in Zhou Zhou, they naturally wouldn't have such disloyal psychological reactions. After handing all the administrative documents that belonged to the Lord to Zhou Manage, all the ministers, including Zheng Yuankai, heaved a sigh of relief. Frankly speaking, as the Blazing Sun Kingdom's territory grew larger and larger, it now had the territories of two races. Under such circumstances, the number of government affairs that Zheng Yuankai and the others dealt with every day had already reached an extremely terrifying number, and this number was still increasing. Even if they kept expanding the number of officials at all levels, they could not deal with the rapidly increasing number of government affairs. Among these government affairs, at least a quarter of them belonged to lords. Now that His Majesty was willing to take over this part of the government affairs, the burden on their shoulders would be much easier. However, they also knew that this was His Majesty's first time officially handling these government affairs, and they were extremely huge and complicated. He would definitely not be proficient in handling them for the first time, and there was a high chance that he would make a mistake. Therefore, they were already prepared to assist His Majesty in handling government affairs at any time. Even though doing so might make His Majesty feel uncomfortable, for the sake of the territory and for His Majesty's growth, this was something they felt that they had to do. However, when Zhou Manage sat down and picked up the administrative documents to deal with the administrative matters one by one, the expression on their faces changed from relief to apprehension, then gradually to surprise. In the end, they widened their mouths in shock. This was because when His Majesty was handling government affairs, he was indeed a little unskilled at the beginning. He looked completely like a newbie handling government affairs, and he even had a curious expression on his face. However, as time passed, Zhou Manag's speed of handling government affairs became faster and faster. In less than half an hour, he had already handled more than 1,000 government documents, and his efficiency was yet increasing. This. Zheng Yuankai and the rest were dumbfounded. They looked at each other in a daze. Even if His Majesty was a god spirit, the efficiency of analyzing the content was much higher than them, so it shouldn't be so fast, right? Dealing with government affairs mainly relied on experience, not analytical ability after all. They suddenly thought of something. Could His Majesty be just making up a story? They hurriedly picked up the documents that Zhou Manage had just dealt with and opened them one by one. When they first read the instructions written by Zhou Manage, they immediately widened their eyes. As they read deeper, their eyes grew bigger and bigger. In the end, their eyes even lit up, and they became obsessed. Can the conflict between the people of foreign races be dealt with like this? There's actually such a loophole in the promotion of officials. I actually didn't notice it before. So the intention of giving in to the people here is actually so deep. The wise and far-sighted thoughts of a king. This is the sage's plan. No, I have to record it down. This people of foreign race dispute was handled too well. Zheng Yuankai and the other officials went crazy. They held the administrative documents that Zhou Manage had handled as if they were holding the holy record in their hearts. They only woke up after knowing that Zhou Manage's voice had repeated in their ears several times. What are you doing? Zhou Manage looked at them. Distribute these administrative documents and execute them. I. They reacted and hurriedly said. Then, he left with these administrative documents as if he was holding a treasure. Zhou Manage smiled and shook his head. Then, he continued to deal with the mountain of government affairs. In Zheng Yuankai's eyes, these government affairs needed a day to be dealt with. But to Zhou Manage, 2 hours was about it. After he familiarized him with the emperor's legacy in his mind, half an hour was enough. A moment later, he saw an administrative document personally written by Zheng Yuankai and raised his eyebrows slightly. He opened it and took a look. The document reads as follows. Your Majesty, up until now, a total of 15,366 races have sent envoys to our Blazing Sun Kingdom. Among them, there had been 104 envoys from the people of foreign races. They were the people of foreign races who had stopped the humans from retreating to the primordial world some time ago. Then, they were beaten back by us and sent a letter of surrender. They have already accepted the letter of surrender and are willing to turn into our subsidiary race. As for the remaining 15,262 envoys of the people of foreign races, they heard of our reputation and want to form an alliance with us. We have already checked the racial information of 1,672 people of foreign races and confirmed that 519 of them are worth to ally with. Are we going to formalize an alliance with them? Zhou Manage fell into deep thought. Chapter 1015, Alliance of Foreign Races. 3000 Divine Court Realm Apertures. Zhou Zhou didn't hesitate for too long and directly printed the approval seal on this administrative document. With the Lord Talent of the peaceful times, these people of foreign races who surrendered to me basically won't have any disloyalty. As for those people of foreign races seeking an alliance, as long as I maintain my peak strength and become stronger, I will let these people of foreign races see the benefits of following me. This alliance will be the most stable alliance. Even if the strength of my territory has decreased greatly, I'm already an enemy of the entire world. It doesn't matter if I have more enemies. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. As for these alliances and the surrendered people of foreign races, they were naturally beneficial to his lord's forces. Mutual help was the most basic requirement. Of course, if they felt that the enemy the other party had provoked was not someone they could deal with together, not only would they not be able to help, but they would also easily suffer. Then, there would be no need to force the alliance. It was the instinct of all living beings to seek benefits and avoid harm. Not to mention these people of foreign races. Even if Zhou Zhou knew that an alliance of people of foreign races had provoked more than 10 Divine Kingdom Lord factions because they were arrogant and conceited because of their alliance relationship and wanted to rely on their alliance relationship to seek refuge, he would not have cared about their request for help. There are more than 15,000 people of foreign races. Even if each person of foreign races sends 1 billion soldiers to assist my army in battle, we can still gather a total of 15 billion soldiers. Zhou Zhou thought. However, that was not how the military strength was calculated. First of all, they were allies, not subordinates. They could help each other. However, if he wanted the people of foreign races in the alliance to send troops to help him in the process of conquering other people of foreign races, that would be another matter. If they sent troops to help you, it would be a favor that you would have to repay in the future. If the other party did not send troops out to watch coldly, Zhou Zhou would not be able to say anything. Secondly, any race would more or less have enemies from other people of foreign races due to various reasons such as territorial conflicts. For example, the enemies of the people of foreign races that the humans encountered when they retreated to the primordial world were all hostile races of the humans. This was the case for humans. If he dared to mobilize more than 15,000 people of foreign races to help him conquer the territory, there would probably be more than 15,000 people of foreign races or even more people of foreign races on the second day. There was a reason for them to join forces to attack him. Zhou Zhou did not have the ability to make so many enemies for the time being, so he would definitely not do such a stupid thing. Even though these people of foreign races are very powerful, they can't be used easily. Otherwise, we might have obtained some unimaginable victories at the beginning. But then there's endless trouble. If I want to use it, I have to carefully screen the origins of the people of foreign races to prevent myself from getting into trouble. I can only use the power of all the people of foreign races when I'm in a desperate situation. After all, there shouldn't be anything to worry about then. Zhou Zhou thought. As for the 104 people of foreign races who accepted the letter of surrender, they did not have so many scruples. Zhang Yuankai directly ordered the other party to send 1 billion soldiers from the people of foreign races to the Blazing Sun Kingdom and join the army of 10,000 races to serve the Blazing Sun Kingdom and Zhou Zhou. 1 billion soldiers from the people of foreign races and 104 people of foreign races added up to a total of 104 billion soldiers. When these people of foreign races arrived at the capital, the total number of soldiers under Zhou Zhou would exceed 200 billion. It doubled. In addition, the number of foreign races soldiers that Zhang Yuankai had set up was also very small. This number could not only replenish the troops of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, it could also not affect the people of foreign races who possessed already lost a lot of troops, allowing them to leave behind enough soldiers to guard the territory of their race. Apart from the soldiers, these surrendered people of foreign races would also send large amounts of mist cores, materials, medicinal herbs, secret manuals, skill books, equipment, and other resources to the Blazing Sun Kingdom. These resources were naturally what the defeated party and the surrendered party should do. Most importantly, these 104 people of foreign races would send 10 deities from low-tier deity level elementary grade to high-tier deity level advanced grade to join the Blazing Sun Kingdom. A total of 1,040 god spirits from the 104 people of foreign races. They would arrive together with the soldiers no later than the night after tomorrow. The total number of god spirits under Zhou Zhou would reach at least 2,000 when they arrived. Zhou Manage nodded in satisfaction. Subduing a race-level faction, not just one or two, but hundreds of race-level factions, was just so satisfying. If he relied on himself to nurture 1,000 god spirits, who knew how long it would take for him to do so? Now, it was easily achieved through war. War is indeed the best way to increase one's strength and influence. Zhou Manage sighed. Then, he continued to handle the next administrative matter. In the Divine Kingdom world. Cultivation Hall. Zhou Zhou opened his eyes. With a thought, the Emperor Dragon robe on he gradually disappeared, and his perfect divine body that was like a god appeared. He gazed at his divine body and possessed a thought. White vortexes that emitted holy light appeared on the surface of his body and moved at a constant speed. From afar, it looked like a large number of galaxies had appeared on Zhou Zhou's body. If one looked closely, they would discover that an entire world was revealed in these vortexes. Furthermore, at the source of the world, there was an existence that looked very much like Zhou Zhou's small god spirit. If an entire world was vaguely visible in each vortex, then there were a total of 3,000 such vortexes on Zhou Zhou's body. 3,000 Divine Court Realm Apertures. Just as I expected. However, my 3,000 Divine Court Realm Apertures seem to be different from the ones Yuan Kong mentioned. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Then, he touched his heart as a strange expression appeared on his face. In his perception, the world that possessed awakened from the original spirit race in his heart was ingeniously connected to the world of the 3,000 Divine Court Realm Apertures that had awakened from the shepherd gods in a way that he couldn't understand. After connecting, be it the world in the Divine Court Realm Apertures or the world in the heart, they began to grow in a perfect direction, as if they wanted to raise the world awakened by the original spirit race's bloodline and the world in the Divine Court Realm Apertures to the level of a perfect world. Moreover, they were not the only ones who possessed developed to the level of a perfect world. Under their influence, he sensed that his already incomparably powerful divine body of chaos was also beginning to become stronger. Zhou Zhou possessed a feeling. When his 3,000 Divine Court Realm Apertures world, the world in his heart, and the chaotic divine body grew to a perfect level and filled in an extremely important bloodline, they would undergo an extremely shocking qualitative change. Chapter 1016, Missing Bloodline. Heros became a true god tier. The bloodlines of the original spirit race, shepherd's god race, chaos god's race, and chaos human race can actually produce such a miraculous change when they are gathered together. But what do I think the missing bloodline is? Bloodline of the myriad spirit race? Titan race bloodline? Creation elf bloodline? Or some other top-notch bloodline? Zhou Zhou pondered carefully. What he was thinking of was considered a top-notch bloodline. However, after thinking for a while, he still couldn't determine which was which, so in the end, he decided to ask Bodhi Supreme. This concerned his future after all, he had to take it seriously. Then, he took out the Bodhi Supreme and asked it this question. Then, Bodhi Supreme gave he an answer that he had never thought of. No, it was not really an answer. I don't know. Bodhi Supreme said solemnly. Its tone was no longer as lazy as before. You don't know? Zhou Zhou was stunned. Didn't this guy claim to be omniscient? I really don't know about this. Bodhi Supreme also saw Zhou Zhou's expression and said helplessly, even though I claim to be omniscient, that's because my knowledge comes from the Supreme Will. I basically know 99% of what the Supreme Will knows. Because with the Supreme Will's omniscient and omnipotent power, I naturally dare to boldly say that I know everything. But if there's something that even the Supreme Will doesn't know, I naturally won't be able to answer you. Tisk tisk, Zhou Zhou. In the endless heavens, there are very few things that even the Supreme Will doesn't know. What you encountered is also magical. Zhou Zhou. What could he say? Looks like I can only rely on myself. He thought helplessly. Then, he sensed the level of his bloodline. He realized that his chaotic human race bloodline had already jumped from a high-tier deity level elementary grade bloodline to a high-tier deity level advanced grade bloodline. He was only a step away from advancing to a true god tier bloodline. According to the records of my chaos human bloodline, the true god tier chaos human bloodline will be a bottleneck for any chaos human. I'm no exception. I'm afraid I won't be able to advance to the true god tier elementary grade chaos human bloodline in a short period of time. There should be 3 standard ways to break through the bottleneck and advance to the true God tier elementary grade chaos human bloodline. The first method is to devour a large number of bloodlines and rely on the quantitative advantage to achieve a qualitative change. You can forcefully break through the bottleneck and advance to the true God tier elementary grade chaos human bloodline. The second method is to devour a large number of chaos beasts, which is the chaos god's race, to advance to the true God tier elementary grade of the chaos human race. The flesh of chaos beasts is a great tonic for the chaos humans. That's what the chaos humans did in the chaos era. The third method is to find the missing part of my bloodline that I sense. As long as I find that mysterious bloodline and let my inner world advance to the perfect world realm, my bloodline can advance to the true God tier elementary grade. For now, I don't want to fall out with the chaos god's race right now. Moreover, even if I were to eat all those newbies from the chaos god's race, it probably wouldn't be enough for me to advance to the true God tier elementary grade of the chaos human race. If we go to the chaos god's race's base camp to look for those chaos god's race beings, that would be courting death. As one of the top 3 bloodlines in the endless heavens, the chaos god's race's base camp would definitely have several chief gods overseeing it. Furthermore, they would also have extremely rare supreme god realm trump cards on them. I won't be able to find it. I don't have any clue about that missing bloodline either. From the looks of it, I think I only have the first path to take. Collecting a large number of bloodlines to achieve a qualitative change in quantity? It's not impossible. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. In any case, he was engaged in racial level wars every day. Furthermore, his territory was constantly expanding. Every day, a large number of bloodlines allowed him to devour and evolve. Sooner or later, his energy would undergo a qualitative change, allowing his bloodline to advance to the true God tier elementary grade chaos human bloodline. It might be slow, but it was steady. Zhou Zhou loved stability. Let's do it. Zhou Zhou made up his mind. At this moment, he suddenly sensed something and looked into the distance. His gaze seemed to pass through the Divine Kingdom world and see the vast starry sky outside the Divine Kingdom. At an unknown distance from his Divine Kingdom star, a huge Divine Kingdom star with a diameter of about 1,000,000 light-years slowly appeared. It emitted scorching golden flames and was like a smaller sun. When this Divine Kingdom star first appeared, it was still transparent. However, not long after, it began to quickly solidify, turning into a real star that stood in the starry sky. Its golden flames illuminated the myriad worlds and began to spread the inheritance of its master. Another true God tier God spirit has been born. Zhou Zhou said softly when he saw this. Then, he revealed a smile. This was likely to be from the aura emitted by this Divine Kingdom star, which should be the Divine Kingdom star after Heros became a true God tier. His divine body instantly vanished on the spot. The next second, he appeared in the sky above the blazing Sun Kingdom. He looked up. At this moment, the sky above the blazing Sun Kingdom had already turned into a golden fire cloud formed by golden flames, emitting a domineering and blazing power of the laws of fire. He looked at Heros' residence. He realized that Heros had not come out yet. It seemed that he was still in the process of breaking through. Zhou Zhou was not in a hurry. He simply sat on a cloud and casually set up the 9 worlds divine demon dreamfall array. Then, he quietly waited for the enemy to arrive. During this process, Patriarch Lu and Baihe also came over. They looked at the true God tier phenomenon in the sky and then looked at Zhou Zhou with a complicated expression. Another true deity level has been born here. Patriarch Lu said. He said the word again in a very complicated tone. Baihe's expression was the same. No matter how they thought about it, they could not understand why a true deity level that only appeared once every 10,000 years in the outside world could emerge so easily in this person's territory. Furthermore, they were born one after another. Humanity had spent countless resources and countless years to give birth to true God tiers like Patriarch Lu and Baihe. But what about this person? They could not figure it out. Thankfully, Zhou Zhou was on their side. Otherwise, they would probably not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Zhou Zhou smiled. If the two of you come to my territory in the future and are really worshipped God, you'll know. He said casually. Bai He and Patriarch Lu began to ponder seriously. However, after thinking for a long time, they eventually sighed. We're not Gerald. We can't bypass the supreme agreement and join your territory. Bai He said. Patriarch Lu nodded as well. Zhou Zhou nodded. That was why he had never mentioned such matters in front of the two of them. In the time that followed, Zhou Zhou and the other two were protecting Heraus. In the end, they waited for a long time. When the golden flames in the sky were about to dissipate, and Heraus was about to complete his advancement process, they did not see an enemy coming. There are actually no hostile god spirits coming to stop us. Bai He was stunned. It's hard to imagine. Patriarch Lu also shook his head. Then, he smiled and made a guess. Could it be that he knows that it's useless even if he comes, so he simply doesn't see and doesn't feel annoyed? Possibly. Bai He nodded. At this moment, a figure that looked like a blazing sun flew towards them at high speed. It was Heraus, who had already become a true deity-level god spirit. Chapter 1017, Blazing Sun True God Tier Heraus. True God Tier Blazing Sun greets your majesty. Heraus knelt respectfully in the void and looked at Zhou Zhou gratefully. He had been stuck at the high-tier deity-level elementary grade for tens of thousands of years and hadn't even reached the high-tier deity-level intermediate grade. Didn't he join the Elven Empire and become the Elven Empire's worshipped god spirit because he wanted to use the Elven Empire's resources to advance to a higher level? At that time, he didn't even dare to think about becoming a true god tier. He only wanted to become a high-tier deity-level advanced grade, or even a high-tier deity-level intermediate grade. In the end, after staying for a long time, not only did he not obtain any advancement, he even put himself in danger several times because he was fighting for the Elven Empire and almost died. From then on, he had given up. He had been doing badly in the Elven Empire every day. Even if the Elven Empire reduced his resources as a worshipped god spirit, he did not care anymore. Until His Majesty arrived, not only did His Majesty allow him to quickly advance to the high-tier deity-level advanced grade, but he also generously rewarded him with a Master God level book of the God Spirit when he faced the bottleneck of the True God tier. Not only would he be able to advance to the True God tier, but he would also have a chance to become a Master God tier. Such a great favor was like being reborn. How could Heraus not be grateful to Zhou Zhou? Bai He and Patriarch Lu looked at Heraus' expression, then looked at each other and couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder. Was this the charm of the common people's regal? Even a true god tier would be willing to follow this speaker of the human race so loyally if he had the supreme power to destroy and create a world. At the same time, Zhou Zhou was a little stunned as he looked at the other party's suddenly expanding and purer line of faith. A smile slowly appeared on his face. He had actually become his Holy Spirit tier believer. It was worth it to give him a Master God tier book of the God Spirit. He recalled what the other party had just said. He stroked his chin and suddenly asked. True God tier Blazing Sun. Have you completely inherited the path of the Blazing Sun God? Yes, Your Majesty, Heraus said respectfully. Blazing Sun's path overlaps with mine extremely much. Furthermore, my nomological path has many flaws. These flaws will prevent me from advancing to a higher level. However, God Lord Blazing Sun's nomological path has almost no flaws. It's a path that can truly unblock Master God tier's nomological path. Therefore, I simply abandoned my nomological path and completely accepted Blazing Sun's nomological path. That's why I successfully became a true God tier. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. He already had the original sin and the demon-hunting true god Jilt, the heavenly dragon god Kika, the true god Shanghuo, and the Blazing Sun true god Heraus now. This could even surpass the requirements for the Empire to advance to become a true god tier in the Divine Kingdom. He wondered what the Elven Empire, which had put in so much effort and sacrificed so many benefits to seek the protection of the true God tier, would think. You've just become a true God tier and don't have any true God tier divine artifacts on you yet. Zhou Zhou took out a spatial ring and handed it to the other party. There are 6 true God tier divine artifacts inside. They are all true God tier divine artifacts that are extremely compatible with your Blazing Sun laws. One of them is a reward for advancing to the true God tier. The remaining 5 true God tier divine artifacts are temporarily lent to you. In the future, if you immediately make great contributions, such as killing a true God tier of the same level, you can use military merits to take one away and make it your personal true God tier divine artifacts. As soon as these words were spoken, Baihe and Patriarch Lu could not help but click their tongues. Those were 6 true God tier divine artifacts. Moreover, they were true God tier divine artifacts that were compatible with the laws that the other party cultivated. One could imagine how precious they were. However, Zhou Zhou handed it over to the other party without hesitation. This was really generous. The two of them looked at Zhou Zhou. Now, Zhou Zhou and his Blazing Sun Kingdom had long been exposed to all races. Some matters regarding the Blazing Sun Kingdom had already spread like wildfire. One of the things was, all the officials, soldiers, grassroots subjects, and even former surrendered soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom were extremely difficult to instigate and incite defection. When the common people's regal and the Blazing Sun Kingdom had just started, the myriad races had sent spies, and other secret intelligence personnel to infiltrate the Blazing Sun Kingdom to investigate and gather information. They even wanted to corrupt the Blazing Sun Kingdom from within and cause it to collapse. However, to their disbelief, regardless of how many secret intelligence personnel they had sent out, they immediately lost all news not long after they joined the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Even if they sent back information, it was only fake information. Some intelligence agents would even pass on fake information, causing them to suffer heavy losses because of fake information. Obviously, their plan to send their clansmen to infiltrate the Blazing Sun Kingdom had failed. Not only did they fail, they had even lost the intelligence personnel they had painstakingly nurtured. After this matter was verified many times and confirmed that the Blazing Sun Kingdom indeed had a mysterious magic that could make the enemy change sides, the myriad races rarely sent intelligence personnel to the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Hence, not long after, there were rumors that the Blazing Sun Kingdom had the Lord talent to change the loyalty of the subjects in the territory. Patriarch Lu and the others had naturally heard of this matter and had their own guesses. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, a new idea appeared in their minds. Even if Zhou Zhou doesn't have the Lord talent to change the loyalty of the subjects, with his generosity, it's probably very simple for a subject or even a god spirit to be dead loyal to him, right? The two deities thought to themselves. At the same time, Heraus took the spatial ring from Zhou Zhou. When he saw the 6 elementary grade true god tier divine artifacts inside, he immediately trembled with excitement. With these 6 true god tier divine artifacts, in addition, he had the master god tier legacy of Blazing Sun. The current him was enough to crush any true god tier elementary grade enemy without true god tier divine artifacts. Even if it was a true god tier intermediate grade enemy, as long as it was not a top-notch true god tier intermediate grade expert, he had the confidence to win. As for true god tier advanced grade enemies, Heraus was also confident that he could escape safely from them. Giving these 6 true god tier divine artifacts to he was equivalent to turning a tiger into a winged flying tiger. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was like a tiger with wings. After chatting for a while, Baihe asked, Zhou Zhou, the humans of the primordial world have roughly been settled down. We have time now, so Patriarch Lu and I plan to hunt the true god tiers of the people of foreign races. What are your plans? I intend to continue cultivating to increase my strength. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhou voiced his thoughts. His current power was only at the low-tier deity level intermediate grade. Even if he could rely on the Law Skill King to advance to the true god tier intermediate grade, it would only be in a temporary state. In any case, his two clones were already in control outside. Be it government affairs or military affairs, they wouldn't be delayed because he was absent. Therefore, he naturally had to focus on improving his strength. After he finished speaking, he asked, "Do you have a target?" "We plan to go to the territory of the Rakshasa race and kill the true god tier of the Blood Sea, Yin Luo. This fellow doesn't interact with the other true god tier of the Rakshasa race all year round. However, he participated in the battle to stop the humans from retreating to the primordial world. Therefore, we plan to attack him first." Patriarch Lu said. "Are you confident?" Zhou Zhou asked. "If it was before, we definitely wouldn't be confident." Patriarch Lu and Bai He smiled. Then, Bai He uttered with a smile, "But now, we have a full set of true god tier divine artifacts that we borrowed from you. We can still offer it a try." Zhou Zhou nodded, then gazed at Haros. "Haros, in that case, accompany me." "Yes, Your Majesty." Haros immediately uttered excitedly. He had just grasped the power of a true god tier and was worried that he wouldn't be able to find an enemy to practice the power he had just obtained. This was an opportunity he needed. Chapter 1018, Operation to Hunt a True God Tier. Total War. "Thank you for your help." Bai He and Patriarch Lu were pleasantly surprised. Originally, they only had about 60% confidence in this operation. Now that Haros had joined them, they immediately felt that the success rate of their trip had increased to more than 80%. Same old rules. As long as you can bring the corpse of a true god tier over, you can receive a true god tier divine artifact from me or make a true god tier divine artifact you borrowed your own. Okay. The three true god tiers became excited. Then, they did not waste any more time. They borrowed a galaxy from Zhou Zhou and boarded it, flying towards the territory of the Rakshasa race. Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw this. Then, he leisurely returned to the time world and continued to comprehend the Lord's laws. At the same time, in a cold place extremely far away from the blazing Sun Kingdom. In the war conference room inside the galaxy leader, Zhou Fight was looking at the virtual map projected in front of him. At this moment, a general walked in and said happily, "Your Majesty, another legendary tier advance grade forbidden mage, Zhang Chuan, has just advanced to a low-tier deity level elementary grade god spirit." Another one. While Zhou Fight was happy, his expression was also a little strange. "This is the 8th today, right?" he asked. "Yes, Your Majesty." The general said respectfully. "I understand. Let the newly promoted god spirit wait for the conferment reward tonight. You can leave first." Zhou Fight said. "I'll take my leave," the general said respectfully. Then, he brought up the war conference room, leaving Zhou Fight standing there thoughtfully. "I didn't expect the effects of the blessing of the war god to be so outstanding after it was upgraded to the mythical tier. If this goes on for an entire day, won't the number of new god spirits break through to 20? Zhou Fight mumbled. After all, compared to the legendary tier Lord Talent, it only increased the additional promotion energy by 1000%. It's probably the war fanatics at work. He can allow the living beings and even god spirits participating in the war to break through the limits of their potential and reach a higher realm of strength amidst the horror of life and death. This is the only reason why we're in such a situation. Among the soldiers under my main body, even with the enhancement of the sword of Xianyuan and other potential treasures, there are many soldiers whose potential has not been raised to the god spirit level after all." Zhou Fight thought to himself. Then, a smile appeared on his face. This new mythical tier unique Lord Talent was really useful. It was not in vain that his main body had spent 1 billion green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments to upgrade it. In the future, when they left the Supreme Continent and waited for the Master God tier to stand on his side, those people of foreign races would probably be dumbfounded. At the thought of something interesting, Zhou Fight's smile widened. Then, he didn't think too much about it. He continued to look at the virtual map in front of him as he drafted today's war plan in his mind. The race they planned to destroy today was called the Moon Demon Race. It was an extremely weak demon race. It was so weak that it did not even have an empire-level lord faction. However, although they were extremely weak, their reproductive ability was extremely strong. The total number of their clansmen exceeded 1,500 trillion. And even such a weak race dared to participate in the war to stop the humans from retreating to the primordial world. So much for taking advantage of the situation. Now that Zhou Zhou and company had the time, they could spare some time to deal with them. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened. In the Divine Kingdom world, in the time-space. After I obtained the new mythical Tier 1 Lord talent, I feel that my aptitude in the Lord's Law seems to have become stronger. If I spend another day in the time world tomorrow, I'll definitely be able to advance to the low-tier deity level advance grade. It turned out that increasing the strength of one's talent could also increase the aptitude of one's Lord Law. Then, he had to increase his mythical Tier 1 and only Lord talent in the future. At this moment, he said to the outside, "Let Bai Yun in." Outside the hall, Aliyah, who was about to go in and report, was stunned for a moment before retreating obediently. Soon, Bai Yun walked over. "Greetings, Your Majesty," he said respectfully. "How's the battle today?" Zhou Zhou looked at him and asked. Good God! Even from a long distance away, he could sense that the other party had at least 1 billion grudges attached to him. How many people of foreign races had he killed? "Your Majesty, everything went well. It's just that the moon demons are a little tough. They only have 2 low-level true god tier powerhouses." Facing His Majesty's clone as well as Lord Kika, Lord Gerald and Lord True God Sheng Huo, they actually don't want to surrender but insist on resisting. Therefore, I can only order the army and the true god tiers to exterminate all the moon demons who are unwilling to surrender. Bai Yun said expressionlessly. Well done. Zhou Zhou gazed at he for a long time before nodding. Your Majesty, this is a summary by Lady Wenyi. It's a list of the wars of today. After Bai Yun finished speaking, she controlled her personal terminal. With a tap of her finger, she projected the list of battles in front of Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou looked at it. This morning, Bai Yun and the other soldiers and deity spirits specialized in hunting the Eye of the Heavens anger. They hunted a total of 30 god spirits and obtained 1.13 trillion faction points. Along the way, they also killed more than 320 million fog monsters and enemies from the people of foreign races. In the afternoon, he went to the territory of the moon demon race. In this short afternoon, he had wiped out more than 1,200 trillion moon demons, more than 11.5 billion moon demon soldiers, 212 ordinary moon demon god spirits, and 2 true god tier moon demons. The conflict supplies departed behind by these enemies, the racial reserves of the moon demon race, and their combat items were enhanced by the titles of the King of Lutes and the Strongest Lord. They obtained a total of more than 830 million legendary tier mist cores, more than 15.412 billion epic tier mist cores, more than 105.096 billion extraordinary tier mist cores, 529.315 billion diamond tier mist cores, 152 billion white platinum tier mist cores, 359 billion yellow gold tier mist cores, 2.5 trillion white silver tier mist cores, 5.6 trillion green bronze tier mist cores, 56.96 million black iron tier mist cores. There were more than 200 billion skill books and 300 billion pieces of equipment. The basic materials were about 100 trillion units. Basic elemental gemstone resources, more than 10 billion 32 million units. More than 250 million units of thunder element gems. 430,000 units of life elemental gems. 520 million units of death elemental gems. More than 1 million units of time elemental gems. More than 2 million units of space elemental gems. 13 billion 88 million origin crystals. 1,252,000,9630 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. 58,001 Holy Spirit Tier Faith Holy Crystals. More than 510 million units of holy crystals from low tier to high tier deity level. 80 True God Tier Elementary Grade Divine Crystals. More than 2 million low tier to high tier deity level divine artifacts. 6 True God Tier Holy Artifacts. There was also a total of about 2 million Holy Spark Fragments, God Tier Medicinal Herbs, God Tier Ingredients, God Tier Ores, God Tier Blueprints, and other treasures. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly after reading this part of the summary. Even though the overall gains were far inferior to the gains from the destruction of the Fire Cry race yesterday. However, there were many Life Elemental Gems and Death Elemental Gems. The Life Elemental Gems and Death Elemental Gems are enough. I can upgrade my territory to the Legendary Tier Elementary Grade. Zhou Zhou thought. Chapter 1019, Light Sacred Dragon Inge Sol upgraded to a low-tier deity level elementary grade. Then, Zhou Zhou looked at the God Spirit list and the Military Strength list. After today's battle, a total of 25 Legendary Tier Advanced Grade soldiers had advanced to low-tier deity level elementary grade God Spirits. This allowed Zhou Zhou to have 621 God Spirits under his command. In terms of Insight Defection. First of all, Zhou Fight had used the Insight Defection twice on behalf of him on the battlefield today. Even though it was only against two people of foreign races with a body mass of 2 billion, the results of the two Insight Defections had also brought Zhou Zhou 1,617,869,360 billion soldiers of foreign races. As for the Star Alliance Masters, after following the army to participate in the war between the people of foreign races yesterday, they had also instigated Zhou Zhou's Insight Defection with 2,118,601,780 people of foreign race soldiers. Currently, the total number of soldiers under Zhou Zhou's command was 112,804,281,114 soldiers. Including the Star Alliance's current 24,112,000,000 troops, the total number of troops under Zhou Zhou's command had already reached more than 136 billion soldiers. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly when he saw this. The benefits of Insight Defection have decreased. It's not as good as the beginning where the prophets have amazed me. Zhou Zhou shook his head. The reason why the benefits of this Lord Talent became so small was mainly because his Insight Defection's target range was limited to a specific Lord's faction. For example, he wanted to fight with a certain Lord faction, and this Lord faction had 5 Lord factions under its command. Then, when he used Insight Defection, he could only use Insight Defection on one of the other party's Lord factions, not on the entire alliance of Lord factions. This greatly affected the benefits of this Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou had originally planned to use the 1 billion Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent crystal fragments he had accumulated to increase his Lord Talent, but now that he saw the benefits, he hesitated. This benefit didn't seem worth it. However, after some thought, he decided to upgrade it. Firstly, this Lord Talent had been with him for a long time, and he had used it the most. Even if the effect of Insight Defection had weakened now, the internal strife effect produced in the war was still very good. Moreover, he wanted to continue upgrading it. Thirdly, Zhou Zhou had a feeling. This feeling was very unreasonable. However, when it came to experts like Zhou Zhou who could sense fate, he began to value this premonition that was similar to a sudden inspiration. Therefore, he chose to continue upgrading the Lord Talent, Insight Defection. As for the shocking number of newly advanced God Spirits, even though this was somewhat beyond Zhou Zhou's expectations, he felt that it was reasonable when he thought about the effect of the newly advanced mythical tier unique Lord Talent. Then, he looked at the list of troops. Even though many of the Moon Demons were very stubborn and were unwilling to accept the Blazing Sun Kingdom's persuasion to surrender, and they were not successfully instigated by the Insight Defection, a small portion of the Moon Demons joined the Blazing Sun Kingdom before and after the war because they were afraid of the Blazing Sun Kingdom's powerful strength. These moon demons were divided into two portions. A portion of them were naturally ordinary moon demons without extraordinary tier powers. There were about 300 trillion of them, and they were temporarily arranged in the original territory of the moon demons. They were not allowed to migrate, and they were treated the same as the fire cry race. Another group was the moon demons' military professionals. There were about 2.5 billion of them. When Zhou Zhou saw this number, he couldn't be bothered to ask them to bring it back. He asked them to stay where they were to protect the moon demon territory. And that alone naturally wasn't enough to completely rule the moon fiend territory. Zheng Yuankai had already discussed with the other officials to send a large number of officials and soldiers to guard the fire cry human race's territory and the moon demon race's territory. Then, they would manage the territories of the people of foreign races according to the situation. For example, tailor-made governance policies. It would increase the relationship between the fire criers, the moon demons, and the humans. Coupled with Zhou Zhou's unquestionable prestige and strength, as well as his good policy towards the subjects in the country. All the races liked to live a good life. At that time, even if other people of foreign races said that the fire cry human race and the moon demon race should sentence the Blazing Sun Kingdom to fight against the common people's regal and the Blazing Sun Kingdom with them, they would retaliate without hesitation and would think that the other party had ulterior motives. Of course, there was also the use of the Lord Talent peaceful times. Speaking of which, currently, Zhou Zhou had a total of 112,842,811,114 troops under his command, excluding the Star Alliance. Among them, there were 1,279,699,252 Black Iron Tier soldiers. 5,780,129,593 Green Bronze Tier soldiers. 47,231,029,800 Yellow Gold Tier soldiers. 10,763,159,862 White Platinum Tier soldiers. 8,696,058,770 Diamond Tier soldiers. 6,610,698,780 Extraordinary Tier soldiers. 2,517,893,900 Epic Tier soldiers. 10,259,650 Legendary Tier soldiers. As for the god spirits under him, their strength had increased to varying degrees after today's battle. Among them, Guo Jiao, Qi Xiantian, Yuan Kong, and Ziwu had advanced to high-tier deity level advance grade, and had already reached the threshold of true god tier. Vicky, Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Feng Luo, Suan, and Luo Sheng had all advanced to the high-tier deity level elementary grade. Nazario and Ji Long had become mid-tier deity level elementary grades. Light Sacred Dragon Inj Sol had been promoted to a low-tier deity level elementary grade deity and was suspected to have combat power close to that of a true god. He could hold on for a period of time in a fight with a true god tier. Even though he would be at a disadvantage, he would not be in danger of losing his life. The strength of the other god spirits had also increased greatly. When Zhou Zhou saw the god's advancement, his face immediately revealed joy. While he had already expected that the god spirits under him might receive a huge enlarge in their strength because of the mythical only Lord Talent of the 10 sacred blessings, the protection of the War Master God, Terence. He didn't expect the increase to be so great. There were actually quite a quantity of god spirits who had already reached the threshold of advancing to true god tier. Which meant, as long as they fulfilled the nomological requirements to advance to true god tier, they could successfully advance to true god tier. What satisfied Zhou Zhou the most was that the light sacred dragon, Inj Sol, had finally advanced to the deity level. His talent did not disappoint Zhou Zhou. As soon as he elevated to the low-tier deity level elementary grade, he had the power to fight a true god tier. Even though he could not win the battle, he could barely protect himself in the battle. However, this was also an extremely shocking achievement. He could be considered to have some of the elegance of a master like him, as expected of a legendary dragon. Chapter 1020, Mythical Tier, the only Lord Talent 10,000 Spirit Saint. Well done. We'll continue tomorrow. Zhou Zhou smiled at Bai Yun after reading the war report. Yes, Your Majesty. A look of joy appeared on Bai Yun's face, and she replied even more firmly before she took her leave. After Bai Yun left, Zhou Zhou was not in a hurry to upgrade his territory or Lord Talent. Instead, he opened the faction points ranking. First place, Human Lord of the Blazing Sun 5,359,000,000 faction points. Second place, Original Spirit Race True Lord 4,215,000,000 faction points. Third place, Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord 3,992,000,000 faction points. Fourth place, Myriad Spirit Race Spiritual Venerable Lord 3,089,000,000 faction points. Fourth place, Chaos Gods Race Great One Lord 3.321 billion faction points. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Finally, there's a gap of 1 billion faction points. However, it's still not enough to reach my 10 billion faction points. Looks like I have to continue to work harder from tomorrow onwards. He thought to himself. Thankfully, he didn't have much else here. The Eye of the Heavens anger had enough targets. I wonder what will happen if I kill all the targets of the Eye of the Heavens anger. This thought suddenly appeared in Zhou Zhou's mind. Actually, the illusory life race had already given this answer. The event ended early, and the event prize fell into the hands of the illusory life race without any suspense. Even though the illusory life race suffered because of this, it had nothing to do with Zhou Zhou. As the Lord of all races, Zhou Zhou had the protection of the Supreme Agreement. Before leaving the High Continent, he was basically not afraid of the experts of all races coveting the treasures he had. Then perhaps I can give it a try myself. After killing all the targets of the Eye of the Heavens anger, I can end this event early. Zhou Zhou's heart pounded at the thought of this. If that was the case, then the final reward for this event was almost guaranteed to go to him. However, he then pondered of a new problem. To him and the territory forces who were developing extremely quickly, every day of development was enough to cause changes in his territory. If he ended his current activities early, wouldn't it be equivalent to shortening his development time and entering the era of 10,000 worlds in advance? This was actually not very beneficial to him. At most, he would get the event's final reward in advance. However, to the Lord of all races who came from top-notch bloodlines, it could allow them to obtain the help of the races behind them in advance. Now that I think about it, if I really speed up the end of the activity, it seems like I'm doing the enemy a favor. Zhou Zhou muttered in his heart. Never mind. Let's do it step by step. He would kill as many as he could. He had to eat his fill first. Then, he stopped thinking about it. Instead, he took out 1 billion green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments and fused them into a mythical tier Lord Talent origin divine crystals. Then, he silently used them in his mind. A text notification appeared. As you have 3 legendary tier Lord Talents, Insight Defection, Master Thief's Robbery Gloves, and Super Construction Engineering 9, please choose one to advance. After reading it, he did not hesitate and directly chose to upgrade the Lord Talent, Insight Defection. The Lord Talent, Master Thief's Robbery Gloves was completely enough at this stage for him. As for Super Construction Engineering 9, there was a need to upgrade it as his territory expanded. In the future, if he had excess Lord Talent crystal fragments, he could upgrade it to the mythical tier. Unique level. But now, it was better to choose Insight Defection. Lord Talent has been chosen. Upgrading in progress. The next second, he felt an extremely strong warm feeling appear between his eyebrows again. Zhou Zhou was still looking forward to it even though he had experienced it before. After a long time, the warmth faded. A new text notification appeared. Lord Talent upgrade successful. Congratulations, your legendary tier Lord Talent, Insight Defection, has been upgraded to Mythical tier. Your only Lord Talent, 10,000 Spirit Saint. You have leveled up to Mythical tier. The only Lord Talent effect is as follows. 10,000 Spirit Saint. Specific Talent Effect 1, you are a sage in the eyes of all living beings. The moment all living beings see you, they will yearn to become your followers. There is a high chance that they will join your camp and submit to you. Specific Talent Effect 2, when you combat head-on with the enemy's Lord faction, as long as there is no absolutely irresistible difference in strength, you can trigger the 10,000 Spirit Saint talent and incite 50% of the enemies in the enemy's Lord faction to become your loyal subordinates. Moreover, among the enemies who were incited by Insight Defection, there would be a spellcaster who grasped Insight Surrender 100%. Send this spellcaster into the enemy camp for Insight Surrender. There is a 10% chance that all the members of the enemy Lord's camp will be Insight Surrendered as your loyal subordinates. Lord Talent Notification 1, the minimum number of enemies for Insight Defection is 1 unit, and the maximum number is unlimited. Lord Talent Notification 2, you can trigger the 10,000 Spirit Saints Lord Talent on any enemy faction. Lord Talent Notification 3, this talent can only be activated once a day. Lord Talent Notification 4, enemies affected by the 10,000 Spirit Saint have a minimum basic loyalty of 90 points. Lord Talent Notification 5, this talent cannot be used twice against the same enemy Lord faction. Lord Talent Notification 6, the target of this talent will no longer be limited to a single army level faction or a single Lord level faction. Instead, it will treat all the enemies you are enemies with as one. From there, the 10,000 Spirit Saints Lord talent will be activated. Is this the Mythical tier, the only Lord talent, the 10,000 Spirit Saint? After Zhou Zhou saw the specific effect of this Lord talent, his eyes immediately lit up. His gaze landed on the last Lord talent notification. The enemies against me are no longer limited to a single army level faction or a single Lord level faction. Instead, they will treat all the enemies against me as a single entity and trigger the 10,000 Spirit Saints Lord talent on the whole. After reading it, Zhou Zhou immediately chuckled heartily. It was not in vain that he had made such a huge decision. He had spent 1 billion green bronze tier Lord talent crystal fragments to raise Insight Defection to the Mythical tier's only level. It had really removed the biggest drawback of the Insight Defection. From then on, in the future, he would no longer have to worry. In the face of an enemy army of 10 billion, something as embarrassing as Insight Defection only resulting in an army of billions or even hundreds of millions had happened. He could directly instigate Insight Defection on the 10 billion strong army as a whole. He could directly possess half of his military strength. Furthermore, the limitless effects of his Insight Defection were enough to satisfy him. Wait. Does that mean I can attack Uriel now? Zhou Zhou pondered of this question and began to think seriously. Chapter 1021, Mythical Tier, Only Lord Talent, Scarlet Brood Mother. Zhou Zhou thought for a while and decided not to make a move on Uriel for the time being. Even though Zhou Zhou had said that after killing so many true god tiers, he indeed had some master god tier level means because of the King of Loots. However, Zhou Zhou had specially asked the Bodhi Supreme to calculate it. With the master god tier means that he was willing to take out, he would at most be able to tie with Uriel's master god tier means. Zhou Zhou did not like a risky draw. He had to win if he wanted to fight. It wasn't a moment of life and death. In his current situation, he could attack or retreat. There was no need to take any risks. It wasn't a moment of life and death. In his current situation, he could attack or retreat. There was no need to take any risks. In the face of such a difference, I reckon that I won't even be able to trigger the 10,000 Spirit Saints Lord talent after the battle. If such a situation really happens, wouldn't I be sending myself to my death? Zhou Zhou muttered. Naturally, he did not ignore the condition for the use of the 10,000 Spirit Saints Lord talent, which was that there was no absolute and irresistible difference in strength. He now had more than 100 billion soldiers and only 621 god spirits. Even if the god spirits of the Fire Cry human race and the Moon Demon race came over and joined the Blazing Sun Kingdom, the total number of god spirits under he would not exceed 2,000. They were far inferior to the 5,000 to 6,000 god spirits of the people of foreign races in the Uriel People of Foreign Race Alliance. Not to mention, there were still more than 30 true god tiers on the other side. In terms of ordinary soldiers, he could still fight them. However, in terms of god spirits, especially in terms of the number of true god tier, there was indeed a difference in strength that was absolutely impossible to resist. Zhou Zhou did not want to win miserably even if he could win. So, let's continue to develop for a while. There's no hurry. Uriel still wants to kill me. As long as I don't leave, he won't leave the High Continent. Other than these innate abilities, its first talent effect could be considered to have raised the talent effect of insight defection to daily life. Even the tyrannical aura in novels was not as impressive as this. As for the birth of the other talent effect, Spellcaster, it was originally at the legendary tier. Only after using the insight defection 10 times would a spellcaster with the ability to persuade surrender be born. Now that he had advanced to the mythical tier unique level, this probability became 100%. Every time he used the 10,000 Spirit Saint, a spellcaster would be born. Spellcaster was a god-tier great hoodwinker who had a 10% chance of inducting all the members of the enemy lord's faction into his loyal subordinates during a war. This kind of improvement was naturally an extremely strong improvement. This was equivalent to adding a new spellcaster under him every day. Before long, they could even form a spellcaster team. Zhou Zhou looked at the new lord talent carefully several times and finally nodded in satisfaction. After upgrading to the mythical tier unique level, the only regret of this talent was that it could be used once more. However, compared to the benefits it could bring, this limit was not that important. At this moment, a new thought appeared in his mind. He summoned Wenya and told her his thoughts. Wenya nodded and left. Zhou Zhou sat on the spot with an expectant smile on his face. I wonder if this method of mine will work. Let's see if my newly obtained mythical tier unique lord talent is as strong as I imagined. Zhou Zhou muttered. Then, he looked at the remaining lord talent crystal fragments and pondered. He could also upgrade a legendary tier lord talent to the mythical tier unique lord talent. He swept his gaze across the innate abilities of the lords and finally landed on the epic tier lord talent Monster Ranch. This talent can increase my military strength explosively. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. He first spent 100 million green bronze tier lord talent crystal fragments to fuse one legendary tier lord talent origin divine crystals. Then, he used it silently in his heart. The next second, a text notification appeared. You have 6 epic tier lord talents: Monster Ranch, the Shelter of the Goddess of Life, Talent Intuition, Super Mission Expert, Dark Walker, and Light of Black Technology. Please choose one to advance. After reading it, he did not hesitate and directly chose to upgrade the Lord talent, Monster Ranch. As for the other 5 epic tier Lord talents, they were also very good. However, it was still inferior to the Monster Ranch. Lord talent has been chosen. Upgrading in progress. The next second, he felt a familiar warm feeling appear between his eyebrows again. Even though it was not as intense as when he leveled up to the mythical tier, the one and only Lord talent, Zhou Zhou was also very satisfied. A moment later, the warmth faded. A new text notification appeared. Lord talent upgrade successful. Congratulations, your epic tier Lord talent, Monster Ranch, has been upgraded to legendary tier Lord talent, Monster Ranch. You have leveled up to mythical tier. The only Lord talent effect is as follows. Lord talent, Monster Ranch, legendary tier. Monster Ranch, your territory has the method to build a special building, Monster Ranch. The Lord Talent information of the Monster Ranch still hasn't changed at the legendary tier level. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. However, he do not care. This was the Lord Talent. On the surface, here did not seem to be any changes. In fact, the change were enough to make one want to faint from joy. He didn't hesitate and directly took out 400 million green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments and 6 mythical tier unique Lord Talent crystal fragments to fuse into a mythical tier unique Lord Talent origin divine crystals. Then, he used it silently in his heart. As you have 3 legendary tier Lord Talents, Insight Defection, Master Thief's Robbery Gloves, and Super Construction Engineering 9, please choose one to advance. Zhou Zhou do not hesitate and directly chose to upgrade the Lord Talent, Monster Ranch. As for the other 2, he would think about them later. Lord Talent had been chosen. Upgrading in progress. The next second, he felt an extremely strong warm feeling appear between his eyebrows again. After a long time, the warmth faded. A new text notification appeared. Lord Talent upgrade successful. Congratulations, your legendary tier Lord Talent, Monster Ranch, had been upgraded to mythical tier. Your solely Lord Talent, Scarlet Brood Mother. You have leveled up to mythical tier. The solely Lord Talent effect is as follows. Chapter 1022, Scarlet Brood Mother. Upgrade territory. You have leveled up to mythical tier. The only Lord Talent effect is as follows. Specific Talent Effect 1 Mist Mother, in order to share its incubation mission and focus on incubating high-quality offspring, the Scarlet Brood Mother can use the Crimson Law to create the Mist Mother. The Mist Mother can absorb the Scarlet Fog at night and produce fog monsters below the leader level. Specific Talent Effect 2 Scarlet Affinity, the Fog Monster faction sees you as a temporary member of their faction and will not take the initiative to attack you and your territory faction. However, when you take the initiative to attack the other party or do any harmful actions to the Fog Monster faction, this effect will automatically be broken. Specific Talent Effect 3 Scarlet King, as the owner of the Scarlet Brood Mother, the owner's status is comparable to the Scarlet King. You can go to any Fog Monster faction that has no grudge with you or your territory faction and let this Fog Monster faction be used by you. The level of this Fog Monster faction is the same as your own faction. Moreover, you can only have the loyalty of one Fog Monster faction at the same time. Specific Talent Effect 4 Scarlet Embryo, you can order the Scarlet Brood Mother to specially nurture a Scarlet Hero or a Scarlet God Spirit. The length of time a hero or God Spirit can be nurtured depends on the level of the hero or God Spirit. The higher the level, the longer the nurturing time. The lower the level, the shorter the nurturing time. It can shorten the gestation time of the embryo by going out to war and kill. Specific Talent Effect 5 Scarlet Blood Servant, the Scarlet Brood Mother's main body can nurture dragons, titans, elves, fairies, descendant of the God Spirit, and other fog monsters with top-notch bloodlines to become the Scarlet Brood Mother's blood servants and protect the Scarlet Brood Mother. Zhou Zhou widened his eyes slightly. After Monster Ranch advanced to the mythical tier, it directly became the Scarlet Brood Mother. Why did this sound like Scarlet Lord's talent? It shouldn't be Scarlet Lord's talent. Otherwise, the Supreme Will would have appeared long ago. It's probably just literal. Zhou Zhou reminded himself. He looked at the information of the mythical tier 1 Lord talent and pondered. Specific Talent Effect 1 Mist Mother should be the main effect of the original Monster Ranch. It was completely preserved, but its name had changed. The Scarlet Brood Mother should be the upgraded version of Mugu's main body. As for the Mist Mother, it should be the upgraded version of the monster clergyman under him. Why did this name sound like Thulhu? Specific Talent Effect 2 Scarlet Affinity. To Zhou Zhou, this ability was equivalent to giving him an unlimited pass to freely enter and exit the Fog Monster faction. For example, it could be used in intelligence exploration. However, it was not very useful at this stage. He would still hit him without hesitation. He had long been labeled as a supreme will after all. It was impossible for him to be a fence-sitter and stand on both sides. The third talent effect, the Scarlet King, was not very useful at the moment. Zhou Zhou's current territory was only at the advanced grade of the epic tier after all. With the Scarlet King, he would at most have the allegiance of an advanced Scarlet Kingdom. He could easily defeat a beginner Empire Lord level force now. Why would he need an advanced Kingdom Lord level force? However, if this talent effect was used at certain special times, he might be able to obtain a surprise weapon and play a surprising role. As for the fourth talent effect, the Scarlet Embryo, it surprised Zhou Zhou. This was because the Scarlet Brood Mother could actually nurture god spirits. In the past, the monster ranch was limited by its level and could not cultivate Scarlet god spirits above its level. Now, it was actually possible. Not bad, not bad. As for how to nurture it, he could ask the Scarlet Brood Mother later. As for the last Scarlet Blood Warrior, it was also a talent effect that surprised Zhou Zhou. He remembered that the monster ranch previously could not breed fog monsters with top-notch bloodlines like dragons, titans, and elven. Now, it could actually do so. Even though it could only be nurtured by the Scarlet Brood Mother, and the number of outputs should be limited, it could also allow Zhou Zhou to have many high-level bloodline soldier types under him, and they could be infinitely replicated. After upgrading my territory, I'll go to the Scarlet Brood Mother to take a look at the situation. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he took a look at the number of Lord Talent Crystal fragments he had. 2,156,522 Black Iron Tier Lord Talent Crystal fragments. 88,031,300 Green Bronze Tier Lord Talent Crystal fragments. 9,239 White Silver Tier Lord Talent Crystal fragments. 5,895 Yellow Gold Tier Lord Talent Crystal fragments. 1,600 White Platinum Tier Lord Talent Crystal fragments. 355 Diamond Tier Lord Talent Crystal fragments. 12 Extraordinary Tier Lord Talent Crystal fragments. 7 Epic Tier Lord Talent Crystal fragments. 5 Legendary Tier Lord Talent Crystal fragments. 0 Mythical Tier Unique Lord Talent Crystal fragment. Let's save it first. With my current development speed, it's no longer very difficult to accumulate enough to create the next Mythical Tier 1 Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself, but he could not help but laugh. There was a time when he believed that this was a mission that could not be completed at all. Now, it has actually become simple to him. The place they were standing at was different, and the scenery they were looking at was indeed different. He felt a little emotional. Then, without much thought, he flew out of the Divine Kingdom and floated in the starry sky, looking in the direction of the Divine Kingdom's foundation. With a wave of his right hand, he took out 4,000 trillion units of basic materials, 10,000 legendary tier mist cores, 1 billion origin crystals, 10 billion basic elemental gems, 3 billion high-level elemental gems, and a legendary tier territory token to upgrade. Soon, a large number of upgrade materials disappeared and a text notification appeared. Congratulations! Your epic tier advance grade small blessed land has successfully been upgraded to a legendary tier elementary grade building and advanced to a large blessed land. Your territory has been successfully upgraded to a legendary tier elementary grade territory. Your epic tier advance grade blessed land myriad formation has been upgraded to legendary tier elementary grade 9 refinement divine transformation formation. Durability of territory stone tablet increased to 200 billion/200 billion. Your territory has expanded to 1 million kilometers x 1 million kilometers x 100,000 km. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, basic construction blueprint treasure chest, extraordinary tier elementary grade. Lord Talent hint, your monster ranches can be upgraded. Lord Talent hint, your mysterious caravan faction has increased. Lord Talent hint, the strength of the clergy in your Goddess of Life's shelter has increased. The next second, an even more dignified and loud voice sounded. Cerulean Planet World Channel Lord Announcement, congratulations to the Lord of the Blazing Sun, becoming the first Lord to upgrade his territory to Legendary tier. Reward, Supreme Treasure Chest +1, Reputation Rating +1, Unique Title of the Race, Glory of the Pioneer 7 has advanced to Glory of the Pioneer 8. Cerulean Planet's entire channel's Lord Announcement, congratulations to the King of the Blazing Sun, Advance Kingdom, Lord of the Blazing Sun. Cerulean Planet's entire channel's Lord Announcement, congratulations to the King of the Blazing Sun, Advance Kingdom, Lord of the Blazing Sun. Zhou Zhou smiled. He finally won this title again, but he could not relax. He still wanted to get the subsequent titles. Fortunately, there shouldn't be many titles left. Then, Zhou Zhou was not in a hurry to look at the rewards. Instead, he opened the World Channel and all the other camp channels. Most of the lords of Cerulean Planet were discussing the advancement of his territory to the Legendary tier. Zhou Zhou smiled when he saw this. Then, he replied to his friend's congratulatory message and unlocked the latest title information. Title, Glory of the Pioneer 8. Title Quality, Unique Title of the Race. Title Effect 1, you are renowned among the Cerulean Planet Lords. More people admire your reputation and yearn to join your territory. The number of citizens you can summon through the gate of summoning every day plus 800%. Professional talents of the same level as the Dominion among the subjects summoned plus 9. Title Effect 2, same as before. Title Effect 3, when you become the first Lord of Cerulean Planet with a low-tier deity level elementary grade territory, this title will be enhanced to Glory of the Pioneer 9, and additional title effects will be unlocked. Title Introduction, same as before. Zhou Zhou was satisfied. However, the number of basic subjects he could invoke had doubled. There was also an additional professional talent at the same level as the territory. He was really looking forward to the distinction performance after leveling up to the low-tier deity level elementary grade. He could receive 10 god spirits for free every day, even if it was the weakest god spirit. Just the thought of it made him feel good. Chapter 1023, Upgrading the Gate of Summoning. Upgrading the Lord Talent. 1. After reading the title information, Zhou Zhou took the Supreme Treasure Chest and opened it. Treasure Name, Flag of Summoning. Treasure Grade, Special Tier. Treasure Effect, when the Lord raises the Flag of Summoning to summon the entire army, all the soldiers under the Lord can see this flag and hear the Lord's call no matter where they are. The soldiers can respond to the Lord's call in their hearts and come to the Lord's side immediately to fight for the Lord. Treasure Description, a special flag born in a certain source land. It has the magical effect of instantly summoning an army. Note, this treasure can only be used once a day. This flag is quite functional. Furthermore, it can only be used by lords. It's a treasure exclusive to lords. Furthermore, it can only be used by lords. It's a treasure exclusive to lords. Then, he looked at the resources needed to upgrade his territory to the legendary level. Building upgrade, 2,000 trillion units of wood, 2,000 trillion units of fine sand, 2,000 trillion units of metal, 2,000 trillion units of stone, 50,000 pieces of legendary tier mist core, 2 billion origin crystals, 20 billion units of basic elemental gems, 2 billion units of thunder element gems, 2 billion units of life elemental gems, 2 billion units of death elemental gems, 5 legendary tier cities, 1,000 legendary level lifestyle professionals, 10,000 legendary tier military professionals, 200 race heroes, and 3 legendary tier territories. Basic materials, mist core, origin crystals, basic element gems, thunder element gems, the number of legendary tier cities, the number of lifestyle professionals and combat professionals, the number of racial heroes, and the number of legendary tier territory tokens. I'm satisfied. As expected, only the life elemental gems and death elemental gems are lacking in quantity. Zhou Zhou felt helpless. 2 billion life elemental gems and death elemental gems. In total, it was a total of 4 billion. He only had 400 to 500 million life elemental gems and death elemental gems left after the upgrade. It was far from enough to level up. We need to continue expanding outwards. Zhou Zhou thought. In another 3 to 4 days, he should be able to gather the number of gems needed to level up. Congratulations, your Gate of Summoning has been successfully upgraded to a legendary tier elementary grade building. You can summon 10,000 subjects every day. You will summon 900 professionals every day. Prompt: under the influence of the unique title of the race, Glory of the Pioneer 8, you can summon 139,500 subjects every day. You will summon 909 professionals from the subjects every day. After reading it, Zhou Zhou could not help but be surprised. This time, after advancing to the legendary tier elementary grade, the additional number of basic subject summons was actually 10,000. It allowed the total number of basic subjects to reach 15,500. After being buffed by the Glory of the Pioneer 8, it directly increased by 8 times, becoming 139,500 people. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied. Then, he looked at the enhanced requirements for the Gate of Summoning. Construction upgrade: 10 trillion units of wood, 10 trillion units of fine sand, 10 trillion units of metal, 10 trillion units of stone, 2,000 pieces of legendary tier mist core, territory level upgraded to legendary level. Zhou Zhou took a look and memorized it before returning to the Divine Kingdom world. In the Divine Kingdom world, when Zhou Zhou arrived, he immediately felt the improvement. The diameter of the Divine Kingdom world has increased from the previous 8 billion light-years to 50 billion light-years. The potential of the life forms in the Divine Kingdom world has also become more tolerant and diverse. The laws of the Divine Kingdom world have also become more perfect. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. As expected of the Divine Kingdom world created by the Lord's laws. If they were gods who walked the path of other laws, even if they were lords of all races, they would definitely not be able to obtain such a huge increase after increasing the level of their territory. This was the advantage of the Lord's law. Then, he headed straight for the Mu residence where Mu Gu was located in the Divine Kingdom. When Zhou Zhou reached at the Mu residence, it looked the same as usual. However, under Zhou Zhou's divine eyes, he saw a behemoth-like monster that emitted a dense scarlet fog and the power of scarlet laws. He couldn't see his exact form. Most of his body was covered by the scarlet fog, and his heavy and terrifying breathing could be heard around him. Around him, a tall and thin woman holding a scarlet lantern floated in midair, spreading scarlet fog around her. All kinds of fog monsters were faintly discernible in the fog, making people afraid but also curious. Mu Gu. Zhou Zhou said. Your Majesty. Mu Gu's deep and heavy voice sounded. Please forgive me for not being able to welcome your Majesty. With my current attitude, it's very difficult for me to do anything else. Are you already a Scarlet Brood Mother? Zhou Zhou asked. Yes, Your Majesty, Mu Gu said in a deep voice. I feel that I'm infinitely close to the origin of the Crimson Law. In fact, I can vaguely sense the existence of the Crimson Overlord. However, I don't dare to approach. The Crimson Overlord is as great as the Supreme Will. With a thought, he can wipe out all traces of my existence. Well done. Your own safety is the most important. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in his heart, but he nodded on the surface. Then, he said with concern, I made you look like this. Do you feel any discomfort? Other than being unable to move, everything else is fine, Mu Gu said. I quite like this body in front of me. I can feel that this body has unlimited potential. It can help me reach a higher level. It's even a level that I didn't dare to imagine in the past. Zhou Zhou acknowledged. Tell me about your transformation this time. Yes, Your Majesty. Firstly, in terms of my strength, I'm currently at the legendary tier elementary grade. The Scarlet Broodmother's level is also the same as my strength. In addition, all the monster shepherds under my command have been transformed into mist mothers that can produce and cultivate basic ranch monsters. There are about 10,000 misty mothers under my command. They have their own Mist Mother world and can nurture designated fog monsters in their respective Mist Mother worlds. Each Misty Mother world can cultivate 10 million Misty monsters. 10,000 Mist Mothers can cultivate 100 billion Mist monsters. All the fog monsters can be used by me or Your Majesty. When Your Majesty needs them, I can guide all the fog monsters of the Mist Mother to combat with Your Majesty on the battlefield. I don't dare to say that it's a true God tier, but I'm confident that I can kill enemies below the true God tier. Mugu laughed in a low voice. Chapter 1024, Upgrading the Gate of Summoning. Upgrading the Lord Talent, 2. Then, he said. Your Majesty, if you have a fog monster or a scarlet god spirit that you value, as long as you capture it alive and hand it to me, I can nurture an existence similar to a clone. It's not a problem for me to create 8 to 10 fog monsters with high bloodlines a day. As for god spirits, I currently need 3 days to nurture a low-tier deity-level elementary grade god spirit. However, when my strength advances to the low-tier deity-level elementary grade, I can nurture a scarlet god spirit in a day. Zhou Zhou nodded. After a few seconds of silence, he said. In that case, leave 2,000 of your 10,000 mist mothers to nurture mechanical fear falcons, iron-eating bears, and withered trees. For the remaining 8,000 mist mothers, use 4,000 to nurture the violent storm demon spirit. The other 4,000 are used to nurture the yellow talisman Deo soldiers. As such, tomorrow, he would be able to obtain 120 billion yellow talisman Deo soldier recruitment books, 120 billion yellow talisman Deo soldier class change certificate, 120 billion violent storm spirit recruitment books, and 120 billion violent storm spirit class change certificate. If they used both the recruitment books and the class change certificate, he would have an additional 480 billion troops tomorrow. In addition, he already had more than 120 billion troops. His military strength could directly break through to 600 billion soldiers. This army was already comparable to the people of foreign races led by Uriel. Moreover, as his soldiers were all empire-level soldiers, once his 600 billion soldiers faced Uriel's 500 to 600 billion soldiers, he would definitely obtain a crushing victory. Wait till tomorrow. I'm not afraid of Uriel with such military strength. Zhou Zhou was excited, but his eyes were extremely deep. He felt that he was getting closer and closer to the decisive battle with Uriel. At that time, as long as he did not provoke Divine Kingdom Lords or Super Empire Lords, he could play around in the High Continent. At that time, he could mine it however he wanted. After a while, he came back to his senses and began to think about what Mugu's main body could nurture. However, he gave up after some thought. If Mugu's main body wanted to cultivate it, he had to bring over a living sample. For example, powerful scarlet creatures or scarlet god spirits. Even though Zhou Zhou had the monster army under his command, he did not fancy any of the fog monsters. Keep the cultivation spot in the Mugu for now. I'll use it when I have a suitable target in the future. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. After that, Zhou Zhou chatted with Mugu about more information about the Scarlet Brood Mother. After understanding more information about this Lord Talent, he returned to the Divine Kingdom's main hall in satisfaction. Not long after he arrived at the Divine Kingdom's main hall, Aaliyah came to report that Zhang Fugui and Carol Molly wanted to see him. Zhou Zhou naturally agreed. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of Zhou Zhou. Greetings, Your Majesty. Zhang Fugui and Carol Molly said respectfully. Are the two of you here to talk about your improvement? Zhou Zhou asked with a smile. Exactly. They both nodded. That's exactly what I want. Tell me. Zhou Zhou nodded. When Zhang Fugui heard this, he was the first to step forward. Your Majesty, the number of mysterious merchants has increased from 2 million to 5 million. In addition, the strength of all the mysterious merchant has also increased to the legendary tier elementary grade. Every mysterious merchant's mysterious business ring has become a dimensional ring that can accommodate a demi-plane. In the end, our treasure hunting ability has also improved again. In the future, when we go out to do business, we should be able to bring back at least 10 treasures at a time. Not bad. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face again. The mysterious caravan was not only an important channel for he to trade goods, but it was also an important high-end channel for he to obtain information. Its importance was not inferior to that of the heavenly map army. Now that the mysterious caravan had such a huge improvement, it would be very beneficial to his future development. He was naturally very satisfied. He looked at Carol Molly and then, his brows twitched slightly. Carol Molly, did the upgrade of your territory not increase your strength? At this moment, Carol Molly still had the strength of an elementary grade true god tier in his perception. She was almost the same as last time, except that her aura was stronger and more stable. There was no breakthrough. Carol Molly smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, I'm already a cardinal below the true god tier. The small increase in my territory can't allow me to obtain a massive increase in strength for the time being. Unless the level of my domain can be directly raised to the low-tier deity level elementary grade, then my power should be able to break through to the true god tier intermediate grade. However, although my god spirit realm hasn't improved, I'm more proficient in the various divine arts bestowed by your excellency. If I cast these divine arts now, not only will the effect be better, but the consumption in all aspects will also be greatly reduced." Zhou Zhou nodded thoughtfully and said, "Continue." Carol Molly nodded and reported, "Your Majesty, after the upgrade of the territory, the shelter of the Goddess of Life now has 2 billion clergymen, 2 billion priests, 20 nuns, and 20 billion holy knights of life. These clerics are enough to complete the healing mission of a super war involving hundreds of billions of troops." Zhou Zhou nodded. It was a pity that Carol Molly's divine spirit realm didn't improve. However, the increase in the number of clergy gave he some comfort. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. "By the way, you said that you've become more proficient in the divine art? Is the Great Resurrection spell included?" Zhou Zhou asked. "The divine art that I have improved the most is the Great Resurrection spell," Carol Molly said respectfully. He knew that one of the abilities that His Majesty valued the most was the Great Resurrection spell, so it was the main goal of his focused practice. When his domain was upgraded and his Lord talent helped him improve his abilities, he also chose the Great Resurrection spell. It was all for this moment. "Can you resurrect an intermediate true god tier human?" Zhou Zhou asked. "Not before, but now, my Great Resurrection technique can just improve a true god tier intermediate grade expert." Carol Molly smiled. He had made the right choice. "Okay." Zhou Zhou smiled when he heard that. He said, "Prepare well. Resurrect the mankind Buddha Lord tomorrow." "Yes, Your Majesty," Carol Molly said respectfully. Chapter 1025, Lord Law and Crimson Law. Haros returns. Zhang Fugui and Carol Molly left. A moment later, he opened his eyes, and his gaze flickered. "My lord's law talent has indeed become stronger. Also, with the enhancement of the Law Skill King and the addition of the current Mugu into the range of the King, I can actually sense the existence of the Crimson Law now." Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Previously, he didn't sense the existence of the Crimson Law even when he cast King and included Mugu. However, he could feel it. Perhaps Mugu's Crimson Law talent had already reached a certain level, which made Zhou Zhou feel something. Lord's Law. Crimson Law. Zhou Zhou closed his eyes and carefully comprehended the difference between the two. If the Lord's Law was the law of order that governed everything and maintained the rules, in that case, the Crimson Law was equivalent to destroying the balance and chasing after madness and disorder. The two are almost inherently opposed. No wonder the Supreme Will and Crimson Overlord fought so fiercely. So it's a battle of laws, a battle of the great Dao. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Alia's voice came from outside the temple. Your Majesty, Your Excellency True God Tyr Blazing Sun, the God of Abyssal Knights, and Your Excellency Sword Emperor Fuyu request an audience. Quickly invite them in. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows and immediately said. Yes, Your Majesty. It seems that their hunting operation is over. Soon, Haras, Baihe, and Patriarch Lu came over together. Greetings, Your Majesty. Haras said respectfully. Speaker Zhou Zhou. Baihe and Patriarch Lu still addressed Zhou Zhou as speaker in front of the others. How was your hunt today? Did anything happen? Zhou Zhou asked with a smile. He looked at them and didn't see any injuries. There was a little accident, but it wasn't a big deal. Haras smiled and said, when the three of us went to hunt down the true gods of Yunhui and Blood Sea, we happened to meet this guy and another Rakshasa true god. They were discussing how to deal with the Blazing Sun Kingdom. We had no choice but to fight alongside these two Rakshasa true god tiers. Fortunately, these two fellows don't have a single true god tier divine artifact on them. Furthermore, they only have the strength of a true god tier elementary grade. The three of us relied on the huge advantage of having true god tier divine artifacts on us and easily killed these two Rakshasa true god tiers before the other Rakshasa true gods arrived. Exactly. Patriarch Lu nodded and said with a smile, Speaker Zhou Zhou, your new true god is really brave. Your Excellency Haras alone killed one of the two Rakshasa true god tiers. Baihe and I worked together to kill the other one. In the end, Haras eliminated the enemy faster than us. After we killed Yin Luo, we realized that His Excellency Haras had already killed another Rakshasa true god Emma Wang. He really doesn't look like a newbie who has just become a true god. Zhou Zhou smiled and did not say anything. Haras didn't just have a full body of true god tier divine artifacts. Most importantly, he had received the divine inheritance of the Master God tier Blazing Sunday. This Master God tier was a Master God tier existence that was extremely good at fighting. His inheritance allowed Haras to easily kill a true God tier of the same level. However, the two of them had to open their own paths in the future. Without the help of other external forces, just from the difficulty of reaching a higher God spirit realm. Haras was really more relaxed than them. Furthermore, Haras still had the possibility of becoming a Master God tier. As for Baihe and Patriarch Lu, it would be difficult for them to become true God tier advance grade in the future, let alone Master God tier level. I can help Patriarch Lu and Baihe if there is a chance in the future. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Now, Zhou Zhou had already treated the two of them as his good friends in the human race. He naturally didn't wish for the two of them to not see the hope of advancing to a higher level in the future under the premise that he had the ability and strength to spare. Wasn't it just two Master God tier inheritances? He could just find two opposing true God tiers and kill them. Then, the three of them handed Zhou Zhou two Rakshasa true God tier corpses. Zhou Zhou naturally wouldn't go back on his word. He let them choose the two true God tier divine artifacts they wanted and let them leave. After they left, Zhou Zhou retrieved the spoils of war from the two true God tier corpses. Soon, all the loots were extracted and placed into Zhou Zhou's king's treasure box. He had obtained a total of 12 types of 36 true God tier advance grade divine artifacts and more than 100 true God tier intermediate grade and lower true God divine artifacts. There were 600 Master God tier divine crystals, 12 Master God tier law skills, 2 Book of the God Spirit, 17 green bronze tier Lord talent crystal fragments, and more than 100 true God tier materials, potions, and other treasures. Zhou Zhou smiled. 2 true God tier elementary grade divine artifacts had been exchanged for so many top-notch divine artifacts and other treasures. He wondered what the others' expressions would be if they knew. Then, he entered the time world and continued to comprehend the Lord's laws. He had comprehended a total of 2 Lord nomological directions. One was to comprehend higher laws according to the height of the king and the myriad methods star palm. The other direction was to comprehend the Lord's law engravings that he already had. By comprehending these Lord's law engravings, he could expand the width of his law and attempt to comprehend other Lord's law skills. Now, he was comprehending the nomological engravings behind the mythical tier, the only Lord talent, the 10,000 Spirit Saint. I vaguely felt that this Lord's law would be very useful for me to comprehend the Lord's law after it was raised to this level before I raise it to the mythical tier unique level. From the looks of it, it's true. It turns out that behind the 10,000 Spirit Saint, there is actually a Lord's nomological technique. I will be able to obtain the third Lord law skill if I can comprehend it. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Then, he gradually comprehended at a deeper level. A moment later, Zhou Fight also entered the time world and began to comprehend the Lord's law skill after dealing with the military affairs. He did not comprehend the Lord's nomological engravings behind the 10,000 Spirit Saint with Zhou Zhou. He was still comprehending the king and the myriad methods star palm as the main battle avatar. After a while, Zhou managed joined the queue to comprehend the Lord's law after dealing with all the administrative matters. Like Zhou Zhou, he comprehended the mysteries of the Lord's laws behind the 10,000 Spirit Saint. He could feel that after dealing with a series of government affairs and joining his main body and Zhou Zhan's team, the speed at which the three of them comprehended the Lord's laws had increased significantly. The three of them also understood something while they were experiencing happiness. It turns out that the administration of the territory is beneficial to increasing the efficiency of comprehending the Lord's law.